The heavens have collapsed, and the calamity approaches. At the moment when Yi Chang'an, the master of Nirvana Peak, was expelled from his sect, he awakened an unparalleled sect system to recruit disciples and return them, to bestow treasures upon his students, which would also return. First disciple, an extraordinary demon emperor, establishing order in the celestial realm. Second disciple, a world-destroying sword immortal, commanding a domain of swords. Third disciple, the empress of alchemy, capable of refining the heavens with a single cauldron. Fourth disciple, the sage of creation, bearing the fortunes of the world upon his shoulders. Fifth disciple, a saint in physical form, the progenitor of martial arts, commanding the heavens. What is calamity? What is an ancient bronze coffin? What does a world-ending crisis mean to me? I possess prodigious disciples. My entire lineage is comprised of divine kings. And all I need do is stand with my hands in my pockets, and the divine king shall bow, the deities shall submit. Chapter 1. The heavens did not give birth to Yi Chang'an. Damn it! At Xiantian Immortal Sect, Nirvana Peak. A cry of unwillingness echoed throughout the entire Nirvana Peak. 100 years! How could this miserable fate fall upon me? Yi Chang'an wore a face of dejection, feeling as if he wished for death. A century ago, his master had mistakenly taken on a disciple, believing him to possess the bearing of an emperor. Yet, after 50 years of cultivation, he remained at the Qi refinement stage, ultimately outliving his master and inheriting the position of Peak Master of Nirvana Peak. Now, his situation was exceedingly awkward. Having served as Peak Master for 50 years, Nirvana Peak had descended from its former glory into decline, while other immortal peaks soared with ethereal rhythms and blazed with light. Nirvana Peak resembled a lifeless mound. Even the sole living creature, a yellow dog, had broken through to the spirit gathering stage 3 months prior and was taken by the sect leader for cultivation as a spirit beast. A start against the heavens, a descent into hell. The more Yi Chang'an pondered, the more despondent he became. In the next moment, he noticed a presence rapidly approaching from the main peak, landing heavily upon the ground. Nirvana Peak Master Yi Chang'an, heed my command. The visitor was an elder clad in a white robe, his expression stern. He addressed Yi Chang'an coldly. Peak Master Yi, you have gone 50 years without accepting a disciple. According to the rules of Xiantian Immortal Sect, if you do not recruit any disciples this year, Nirvana Peak shall be disbanded. Do you understand? Yi Chang'an sighed silently at these words. He nodded. I understand. The sect leader has decreed that if you do not recruit disciples at tomorrow's recruitment conference, you shall lose your position as Peak Master and be expelled from Xiantian Immortal Sect. Do you comprehend? The elder continued. I understand. Yi Chang'an's face grew increasingly despondent, managing a bitter smile as he nodded. The message has been delivered. That I wish you good fortune, Peak Master Yi. The Xiantian Immortal Sect does not harbor parasites, nor will it spare any. With a cold expression, the elder turned and departed from Nirvana Peak. Once he left, silence returned to Nirvana Peak. Alas! Yi Chang'an furrowed his brow, his face a mask of bitter laughter. Recruit disciples? Had he not tried? Over the past 50 years, he had indeed sought to accept disciples. As soon as others heard of his meager cultivation at the first level of Qi refinement, they scurried away as if they had encountered a plague. Thus, Yi Chang'an's reputation began to spread far and wide. A saying circulated within the Xiantian Immortal Sect: do not pay homage to the Nirvana Peak. The Peak Master was truly lacking in prowess. With Yi Chang'an's current capabilities, he faced no rivals within the Xiantian Immortal Sect. The minimum requirement for entering the sect was the 3rd level of Qi refinement, and the disciples regarded him with disdain, eager to keep their distance from him for fear of being tainted by bad luck. Yi Chang'an let out a sigh. The upcoming recruitment conference was his only opportunity. If he failed to take on any disciples, he would have to leave Nirvana Peak. In this world, with his current abilities, departing from Nirvana Peak would leave him with no chance of survival. He had previously considered leveraging the resources of Nirvana Peak, but after reflecting on the past 50 years of idleness, during which he had consumed the sect's resources without replenishing them, his supply of techniques, medicinal pills, and spirit stones had nearly run dry, abandoned that notion. Was it possible that he truly had no opportunities left? As a fellow transmigrator, Others were either noble descendants or members of powerful families. At the very least, they were favored by fortune. Why, then, was he enduring such hardship? It was unacceptable. He could not accept this fate. The more he pondered, the more anguish he felt. He even began to suspect that the system had forgotten him. Beep, sensing the host's extreme desire for power. God-level disciple recruitment system successfully bound. Host, Yi Chang'an. Cultivation, first level of Qi refinement. Physique, ordinary body rather subpar. Bloodline, none but a system? It was indeed a system. Just as Yi Chang'an was spiraling into despair, the system's voice suddenly echoed in his mind. A full century had passed. 100 years. Did the system know how he had endured all this time? Yi Chang'an felt an overwhelming surge of excitement. He had always believed that the system might be late, but it would never be absent. Rubbing his hands together, he restrained his enthusiasm, urging, "System, please introduce yourself." Beep, this system is a God-level disciple recruitment system. The host gains rewards through disciple recruitment, and rewards are returned to the disciples. When disciples break through in cultivation comprehension, the host will receive synchronization. Incredible. This was extraordinary. Yi Chang'an stared at the system panel before him, nearly jumping with excitement. Recruiting disciples would make him stronger? His disciples' cultivation would enhance his own? This was perfectly tailored for him. If that were indeed the case, if he were to take on hundreds of disciples, wouldn't he rapidly become invincible in the world? Indeed, that Yi Chang'an could not help but feel a surge of joy within. This system only serves disciples assigned tasks by the system. Other disciples recruited by the host will not be included. What does this mean? A differential treatment? Yi Chang'an was at a loss for words, his cleverness laid bare by the system. System, you mentioned being 100 years late. Shouldn't you offer me some compensation for that? Yi Chang'an crossed his arms, indignantly questioning. Of course, there will be. Please hold on, host. Beep, congratulations to the host for receiving the novice gift package. Rewards, Tao Foundation Pill 1, Divine Essence Pill 1, Golden Summoning Card 1. As Yi Chang'an observed the rewards credited to his account, a satisfied nod escaped his lips. Although the utility of these rewards remained unclear, he was certain they would prove advantageous in due course. The following day marked the Disciple Recruitment Conference, and he hoped to leverage the 2 elixirs to deceive himself into acquiring a promising disciple. With that thought, the shadows of doubt in Yi Chang'an's heart began to dissipate. Ding, a task has been issued. A prodigious disciple is expected at the recruitment conference. The host is urged to spare no effort in securing them as a disciple. Reward, devouring heaven's demonic art, thunderous sacred body. Failure, system will terminate binding. A task had arrived with such clarity? Yi Chang'an was momentarily taken aback, excitement bubbling within him. It seemed imperative that he secure the prodigious disciple as a student the next day, otherwise, the dissolution of the system's binding would spell his doom. With the system at his disposal, Yi Chang'an found it rare to enjoy a peaceful slumber. The next day, at the break of dawn, Yi Chang'an awoke early. Being at the first stage of Qi cultivation, he lacked the ability to fly with a sword and was compelled to travel via spirit beast. As he gazed at the disciples soaring through the air on their flying swords, an overwhelming envy welled up within him. His resolve to grow stronger solidified further. For one day, he too aspired to become a pinnacle existence in this world. News of the Xintian Immortal sect's disciple recruitment had spread like wildfire throughout the thunderous Dao prefecture a week prior. Countless noble families and wandering cultivators converged towards a singular direction. To the uninformed, it might have seemed as though a conflict among factions was imminent. Once the dominant force of the thunderous Dao prefecture, this sect had thrived for 100,000 years. Even in its current decline, it remained a revered holy ground for imparting teachings. After all, a sect with a legacy spanning 100 millennia possessed an unfathomable depth. By midday, the recruitment conference at the Xintian Immortal sect attracted thousands of cultivators, including several exceptionally gifted scions from noble clans. As they beheld the resplendent and sacred Xintian Immortal sect, awe painted their faces, and their minds began to envision the prospects of joining the sect. Look, isn't that Ji Buozhang, the young master of the Ji family from Tianyi City? What brings him here? The Ji family is also regarded as a second-tier noble family. I heard Ji Buozhang recently awakened the Phoenix divine body, and his cultivation has broken through to the initial stage of the Earth spirit realm. Being surrounded by so many prodigious disciples, I feel immense pressure. I fear I may be eliminated once again. A collective gasp ensued that a few cultivators whispered amongst themselves, casting furtive glances at the young man in the distance. The young man wore a self-satisfied smirk, greeting them with a fist salute and a smile. I am Ji Buizhong, the eldest son of the Ji family, and I hope to have the honor of becoming brothers with all of you. Young Master Ji's exceptional talent is indeed a blessing for us to be able to call him brother. The crowd erupted in flattery, their faces adorned with sycophantic smiles. After all, no one would willingly forego an opportunity to forge closer ties. Amidst the throng, a graceful woman donned a thin veil, unable to conceal her captivating beauty. As she observed the boastful crowd, disdain flickered in her eyes. Merely insignificant creatures engaged in sycophancy. Chapter 2. The audacity to oppress my kin master of the house. Shall we truly succumb to the brazen coercion of the Li family? Indeed, the Li family, when traced back to their origins, are but servants of the Nangong clan. What rationale exists for a master to seek peace and union with their servants? We would rather perish alongside the Li family than endure such humiliation. Precisely, master. At your command, the sons of the Nangong family would willingly shed their blood for the glory of our lineage. Within the grand hall of the Nangong estate, dozens of clan members knelt on the ground, expressing their indignation toward the man in the azure robe at the center of the hall. This man, the current head of the family, Nangong Junyi, felt a surge of emotion welling up within him. His fists were clenched, and his eyes glistened with unshed tears. Yet he remained silent for an extended moment. As the newly appointed leader of the Nangong family, he longed to heed the fervent calls of his kin without hesitation. He yearned to lead the sons of the Nangong clan into battle against the Li family, engaging in a struggle to the death. However, as the head of the family, Nangong Junyi recognized that he must not act impulsively. He could not disregard the millennia of heritage that the Nangong family had built, risking their very existence in a reckless pursuit of vengeance. What you propose, I have heard, he said, his voice heavy with resolve. Yet, dear kin, have you considered what legacy we would leave behind if I were to heed your call without restraint? How would we face our ancestors, the venerable forebears of the Nangong lineage, after our demise? Even in epochs long past, when the Nangong family faced oppression from numerous rival clans and celestial sects, we endured. Even when a servant from the Li family betrayed us and stole our sacred texts, it was the fortitude of our ancestors that allowed us to persevere to this day. If we were to perish, what fate awaits the Nangong family? Would we sever our lineage? Or worse, cease to exist? Nangong Junyi's eyes brimmed with unyielding resentment and frustration. Yet he felt utterly powerless. The lone elder of the family, a figure of imperial reverence, had fallen during a breakthrough to the quasi-saint realm, leaving the Nangong family without the strength to contend with the might of their adversaries. Furthermore, he himself was but at the golden immortal level, unable to ascend to the imperial realm in the near future to intimidate the Li family and other rival clans. Adding to his woes was the disparity among the clan members. Even if they pooled all their strength, it would be futile against the Li family, which boasted an imperial-level figure and several golden immortals. It would be akin to a moth drawn to a flame, courting annihilation. Master, I cannot accept this. One of the clan members lamented. There was a time when the Nangong family basked in glory, producing countless prodigies and standing as a paragon that other celestial sects dared not challenge. Even in our decline, we must not resort to offering our women in marriage to the Li family as a means of appeasement. Nangong Yu, that girl, possesses exceptional talent, and her parents sacrificed themselves for the Nangong family. How can we commit such an ungrateful act? Indeed, master, we all know what kind of person that scion of the Li family is. He practiced malevolent arts, using women as vessels to enhance his own cultivation. Should he wed Nangong Yu, the members of the Nangong family would surely be engulfed in sorrow and despair. Li Yulong, the scion of the Li family, had entered the foremost demonic sect of the Great Wilderness, embracing the path of the Dark Cultivator. It was rumored that he indulged in nightly revelries, even consorting with numerous women, while also practicing a sinister body refinement technique to break through to the golden body realm. None of the women under his dominion survived. I, a junior of the Nangong lineage, never anticipated your actions to be so hesitant and indecisive. Truly, you bring shame upon the Nangong family. As Nangong Junyi's countenance grew troubled and his resolve wavered, a deep and authoritative voice resonated within the grand hall of the Nangong family. The voice thundered like a celestial storm, both deafening and piercing, as if shattering the heavens and earth. Upon hearing the voice, many knelt, desperately covering their ears. "Who are you?" Nangong Junyi gasped, spitting blood in his haste to respectfully inquire. "May I ask which esteemed elder is speaking?" From the secret realm, Nangong Haoyin. Casting a disdainful glance at the cowardly and self-serving Nangong Junyi, scoffed at the thought of sacrificing others for mere survival. The sons of the Nangong family had always fought valiantly between heaven and earth, never willing to endure humiliation. "You have greatly disappointed me." Nangong Junyi, pale and trembling, immediately prostrated himself, weeping bitterly. "Grand Ancestor, please forgive me. I had no other choice." "Grand Ancestor? Is there truly an ancient elder of the Nangong family still alive? Could it be that I am not dreaming? I have never heard the ancestors mention that there is still an elder of the Nangong family among us. Heaven bear witness. The Nangong family is finally saved. Grand Ancestor, please rescue our family." Upon realizing that the voice belonged to an ancient elder of their clan, the members of the Nangong family wept and pleaded for help from Nangong Haoyin. Witnessing their despair, he felt a mixture of emotions, ultimately sighing in resignation. "While I can assist you in overcoming your immediate predicament, do you intend to rely on me to shield you from future storms?" His intention was to step forward for the sake of the promising junior, Nangong Yu. Having long lost his kin, Nangong Haoyin felt no attachment to the descendants of the Nangong family, separated by tens of thousands of years. He had no desire to be bound as their dedicated protector or enforcer. Understanding the deeper meaning behind Nangong Haoyin's words, Nangong Junyi hastily bowed his head to the ground in multiple gestures of respect. "Grand Ancestor, please teach me. Even if it leads me through mountains of blades or seas of fire, I am willing to try as long as there is a glimmer of hope." "Very well. Come to the secret realm to seek me. I can devise a way for you to rapidly elevate your cultivation to the imperial venerable realm." Upon hearing this, Nangong Haoyin regarded Nangong Junyi with newfound respect, surprised by his sense of responsibility. As soon as he finished speaking, a thunderous roar echoed, and the surroundings suddenly grew ominously dark. As they finally regained their senses and rushed out of the grand hall, they discovered that they were on the rear mountain, where the secret realm of the Nangong family was engulfed in tumultuous winds and interwoven lightning. Before they could express their astonishment, several stone tablets soared from the mouth of the secret realm, landing on the training grounds before them. Each tablet radiated an unparalleled might, rendering it impossible to gaze directly upon them. "This is merely a few techniques I casually devised during my leisure, now bestowed upon you for your cultivation." Nangong Haoyin's voice was nonchalant, as if he were offering something trivial. Clearly, these techniques, capable of elevating one to the Emperor's realm, a rare and coveted achievement, had long ceased to pique his interest. In fact, had he desired, he could effortlessly devise dozens of methods leading to the Emperor's realm. "Which ignoble wretch dares to pry into my secret realm?" Suddenly, Nangong Haoyin's eyes sparkled with intensity. His voice boomed like thunder, resonating throughout the heavens and earth. The onlookers covered their ears and looked up, witnessing dozens of bizarre and grotesque spiritual wills manifesting outside the secret realm. In the blink of an eye, they were reduced to ashes before their very eyes. However, amidst these dissipating wills, one small, translucent entity resembling a worm not only survived, but stealthily burrowed deeper into the secret realm, truly oblivious to danger. A fitting descendant of the rebellious clan, originally intending to disperse the spiritual wills of the great families and sects as a form of punishment. Nangong Haoyin's gaze turned to the sneaky worm-like will, revealing a sinister smile. Simultaneously, the prominent figures of various families and sects trembled violently, their faces ashen. In unison, they spat blood, clearly having been obliterated before they could retract their probing wills into the Nangong family's secret realm. Notably, within the Li family's rear hall, an elder with a sinister and malevolent appearance was beset by intense mental anguish. He let out a heart-wrenching cry, collapsing to the ground in convulsions. "Ancestor, are you all right?" Beside him, a short, sinister-looking youth rushed forward to support him. "I am unscathed, merely taken aback by the formidable nature of the Nangong family's secret realm." The elder inhaled deeply, swiftly channeling spiritual energy to soothe his distressed mind. After a moment, having regained his composure, he wearily turned to the youth. "Yulong, how goes the preparation for the marriage alliance with the Nangong family?" "Rest assured, Ancestor, this matter is foolproof. The Nangong family's sole peak expert has failed in his breakthrough, and has thus perished. They are nothing more than a paper tiger, easily dispatched. Li Yulong spoke with pride, dismissing the weakened Nangong family. Hearing this, the Li family elder nodded, a manic joy gleaming in his dark eyes. Excellent. The desires of our ancestors are finally fulfilled. Soon, the Nangong family and their secret realm will be within our grasp. As long as I absorb the millennia of heritage from the Nangong family, who in the vast wilderness realm could possibly contend with the Li family? Li Yulong was particularly elated, licking his lips, resembling a famished ghost driven by desire. It is said that the women of the Nangong clan are quite exceptional, should they all serve as my cauldrons. I assure you I could undoubtedly attain the golden body realm, and perhaps even strive for the imperial body realm. The ancestral figures of the Li family exchanged knowing glances, both resolute in their determination to secure the Nangong lineage. In the secret realm of the Nangong family, Nangong Jinyi knelt before Nangong Haotian, bowing repeatedly in reverence. Nangong Haotian extended his hand, using spiritual power to elevate him, his expression serene. Young one, are you truly prepared? Know this. While I can elevate your realm to that of the imperial sovereign, should you waver even slightly during this process, you may suffer a severe decline in cultivation. Or worse, lose your soul entirely. Your potential is the finest I have witnessed in millennia, second only to that of you, girl. Given time for dedicated cultivation, you may very well attain the quasi-saint realm. After scanning Nangong Jinyi with his spiritual energy, a glimmer of light flickered in Nangong Haotian's eyes. To his surprise, this new family head possessed remarkable talents. If nurtured diligently, in due time, he could indeed produce another quasi-saint for the Nangong family. Nangong Jinyi straightened up, gazing at Nangong Haotian, his voice resolute. As the head of the Nangong family, I am duty-bound to carve out a realm for our lineage. This level of talent is trivial compared to the calamities we are about to face. Excellent. I hope you remain true to your purpose. Nangong Haotian nodded, conjuring a translucent, exquisite fruit with a wave of his hand. This is the fruit of the imperial sovereigness path, a realization I attained during my cultivation, now rendered useless to me. Upon consuming it, you can instantly ascend from the golden immortal realm to the imperial sovereign realm. However, during this process, the power contained within the fruit will shatter your bones 100,000 times. Should you falter even once, all will be for naught. Nangong Jinyi expressed his gratitude for the ancestral gift, his resolve unwavering, as he bowed deeply before Nangong Haotian. Nangong Haotian shook his head, contemplating the imperial sovereign fruit in his hand, his thoughts swirling. Since practicing the sacred heart of heavenly intent technique, he had increasingly recognized the extraordinary nature of this method. The fruit he held was a manifestation of his mastery and understanding of a specific principle. Though it could elevate another's cultivation, the force of the principle would undoubtedly be a harsh trial. With this in mind, Nangong Haotian placed the fruit into Nangong Jinyi's hands. Gratefully, Nangong Jinyi cast a glance of appreciation at Nangong Haotian and promptly consumed the fruit. In an instant, countless auspicious clouds emerged above Nangong Jinyi, amidst which one could faintly discern the graceful flight of dragons and phoenixes, and cranes carrying sacred herbs. However, moments later a thick black mist began to envelop Qingyun, brazenly crashing through without restraint. With a piercing scream, Nangong Jinyi collapsed to the ground, his eyes tightly shut, his entire body trembling violently. Has it already begun? Young one, may you endure this trial. Hearing this, Nangong Haotian turned his gaze towards Nangong Jinyi's sea of consciousness. There, countless thunderous serpents coiled menacingly, mercilessly tearing the essence of Nangong Jinyi into shreds. What is this? Our Li family has arrived, and this is the attitude you, the Nangong family, display? Indeed, our young master condescends to unite with your family. You ought to feel grateful. Members of the Nangong family, do not be so ungrateful. Quickly summon Nangong Yu. Be swift, for my brothers have many matters to attend to, and we have no time to waste. Outside the Nangong residence, a group of short, coarse-looking men approached, carrying a small azure sedan chair, their faces twisted with impatience as they regarded the guard, Nangong Feng. They were the entourage dispatched by Li Yulong to escort Nangong Yu for the wedding. Is this truly how you conduct a wedding? Do you believe that the entire Nangong family has perished? The guard, Nangong Feng, seethed with rage, glaring fiercely at the insolent scions of the Li family. He had not anticipated such behavior from them. A promised union, yet only a handful of individuals were sent to claim the bride. There were no betrothal gifts, no grand procession, and not even the dignity befitting such an occasion. This is an affront too great to bear. What makes you think you can stand tall? Fool, Tons have changed. The women of your Nangong family are only worthy of being concubines to our young master. Indeed, merely a minor concubine. Do not harbor illusions that the Li family will treat you with respect. Ha ha ha. The Nangong family is but a sickly tiger without its claws. The Li family members mocked, their laughter dripping with derision. They believed the current Nangong family was incapable of stirring any significant turmoil, reduced to a mere pawn within the grasp of the Li family. Impudent wretch. How dare you? Chapter 4. An unforgivable grudge. With a thunderous roar, the entire Nangong family exuded an unmatched authority. The members of the Nangong family, astonished yet elated, hastily knelt in reverence. We welcome the family head. The countenance of the Li family scions shifted, disbelief washing over them. Such formidable power they had only felt in the presence of their own ancestral patriarch. The patriarch of the Li family had reached the realm of the emperor and thus possessed such overwhelming strength. How could a family like the Nangong, with merely golden immortal strength, achieve the emperor's realm so swiftly? Cease this empty bravado. The Nangong family is akin to a grasshopper in the autumn. There is no need for such desperate struggles. Indeed, do not think that this ruckus will intimidate us. The Nangong family is not to be trifled with by the likes of you. Are you attempting to backtrack on your promises? Remember, only our Li family is willing to overlook past grievances and unite with you. The consequences that follow are, I believe, quite clear to you. The Li family, aware that the Nangong family now has but a few cats to its name, shows no fear whatsoever. Each face bears an expression of derision and disdain, manifesting their dissatisfaction with the Nangong family's pretentiousness in front of them. Since you seem to court death, I shall not hold back. As the words of the Li scion echoed, a commanding voice resounded again. Immediately, a colossal shadowy hand descended from the heavens, bearing down upon the members of the Li family. The imperial sovereign realm? Impossible. The moment the enormous hand began its descent, all the powerful cultivators within the vast expanse of the great wilderness sensed the stirrings from the Nangong family. They were utterly astonished, unable to fathom how, after the recent demise of an imperial sovereign, another had emerged from the Nangong family. Recalling their prior attempts to probe the Nangong family's secret realm with divine consciousness, which had been severed by an unknown force, they became increasingly convinced that there lay extraordinary treasures within the Nangong family's domain. Otherwise, how could a lineage endure for over 10,000 years, remaining unyielding? With this thought, none wished to take the lead. The assembled cultivators discreetly shifted their gaze towards the Li family. Young ones, you possess great audacity. The elder of the Li family also sensed the movements from the Nangong family. It was evident that the Li family's intentions towards the Nangong family had become transparent. No matter what, he could not allow this scheme to come to naught. In the instant the massive hand bore down, a vast black mist-like shield materialized above the heads of the Li family, encapsulating them securely within. Is this the attitude with which your Li family seeks to forge a union? Nangong Junyi, suspended in midair, cast a cold gaze towards the Li family. His imposing presence instilled fear in all present. Upon hearing this, the elder of the Li family glanced at the few young scions sent to propose marriage, grinding his teeth in silent fury. Li Yulong had shown remarkable audacity, neglecting even the fa of courtesy, dispatching such unworthy representatives to court an alliance. What audacious wretches dare to impersonate members of the Li family? Grandfather, with a sudden, furious shout from the elder of the Li family. Those few who had barely survived the blow from Nangong Junyi let out a scream before being reduced to ashes. Gasping, Nangong Feng and the others were taken aback, not expecting the elder of the Li family to be so ruthless. These individuals do not represent my Li family's delegation. The elder of the Li family glowered at Nangong Junyi, acutely aware that the balance of power had shifted. His old wounds from probing the Nangong family's secret realm had yet to heal, and he had no desire to confront the imperial sovereign-level Nangong Feng head-on. Ultimately, the Li family's objective remained the annexation of the Nangong lineage. Let us forego the union. Nangong Junyi clasped his hands across his chest and could not help but scoff at the words of the Li family's elder. What manner of people are you of the Li family? The Nangong clan is well aware of your true nature. Youngster, do not be so arrogant. The elder of the Li family, upon hearing this, was filled with uncontrollable fury. After enduring for so long, the opportunity had finally arisen to exploit the Nangong family's decline for their own gain. How could he allow this opportunity to slip away? Truly, the elder of the Li family exhibited an audacious arrogance. At that moment, within the secret realm of the Nangong family, Nangong Haoyan could no longer restrain himself. His eyes reflected a swirling cosmos, with stars shimmering around him. An invisible aura reverberated throughout the entire secret realm. Had it been the temper of the 21st century, he would have effortlessly subdued such an arrogant, shameless old fool with a single blow. What was happening? What exactly transpired within the Nangong family's secret realm? The powerful beings observing the battle from afar all displayed expressions of shock. They could sense a tremendous, earth-shattering aura emanating from the Nangong family's secret realm, located thousands of miles away. This overwhelming presence was even difficult for them, beings of the Emperor's realm, to withstand, instilling within them a sense of trepidation. Indeed, there were rare treasures within the Nangong family's secret realm. Faced with the overwhelming might of Nangong Haoyan, the elder of the Li family felt no fear. Instead, greed welled up within him. He recalled the descriptions of the Nangong secret realm found in the founder's ancient texts from his youth. Although it served as the burial ground for generations of Nangong family members, it also contained numerous insights into their cultivation methods and many rare treasures seldom found in the divine realm. With this in mind, the elder of the Li family, undeterred, charged toward the Nangong secret realm. Nangong Junyi was taken aback as the elder of the Li family brazenly appeared in the Nangong family's territory, unabashedly revealing his greed as he rushed towards their secret realm in full view of everyone. Come, I shall take you down. Nangong Haoyan snorted coldly from within the secret realm, raising a finger towards the elder of the Li family. Instantly, a purple beam of light, akin to a sword tearing through the air, sliced through the misty secret realm, heading straight for the elder of the Li family. Just as the elder reached out to touch the entrance of the Nangong secret realm, he was instantly cleaved in two by the purple light that burst forth from the realm. The elder of the Li family had perished. The powerful beings who had gathered to observe the battle were utterly astonished. Particularly, witnessing the purple light emerge from the secret realm and sever the elder of the Li family in an instant left them dumbfounded. As they felt the absence of the elder's aura, they could not help but swallow hard. It is known that any cultivator who reaches the Emperor's realm possesses means of survival and contingency plans during battles, making it nearly impossible for one to be so easily slain. Ancestor. In the esteemed residence of the Li family, Li Yulong gazed in horror as the ancestral jade talisman of the Li clan shattered before his eyes. His fury was palpable, mirrored by the grim countenance of the family patriarch, whose gaze was laced with murderous intent. The other members of the Li family, their teeth clenched in rage, longed for vengeance against the South Palace clan. They were acutely aware that their family's pinnacle combat power had been irretrievably lost in the clash with the South Palace. The demise of a formidable being of the Emperor's realm was a grievous blow. It had occurred so effortlessly that even the prepared soul reversion talisman could not be utilized. Father, the blood of our ancestor, who fell at the hands of the South Palace, must be avenged. Li Yulong inhaled deeply, realizing that the tides had turned against the Li family. If they did not seize the opportunity to conquer the South Palace, they would surely face annihilation when their adversaries regained their composure. The patriarch of the Li family nodded solemnly, addressing the gathered clan members. Prepare to set forth immediately and vanquish the South Palace clan to avenge our ancestor. Yes, patriarch. The Li disciples responded in unison, before hastily departing the grand hall. With a sigh, the patriarch turned to the furious Li Yulong. Will the He-Shio sect intervene? My master has assured me that he will bring some disciples to assist us. But what? The He-Shio sect demands half of the treasures from the South Palace's secret realm after we conquer it. Upon hearing this, Li Yulong's expression darkened, and the patriarch's forehead throbbed with tension, a flicker of anger igniting in his eyes. Had it not been for the unexpected fall of their ancestor and the South Palace patriarch's ascension to the Emperor's realm, he would never have entertained the thought of sharing such a lucrative prize. To restrain the Emperor-level South Palace, Junyi, the Li family's sole ally was the He-Shio sect. Despite its notorious reputation in the Great Wilderness Divine Domain, the sect boasted 3 formidable beings of the Emperor's realm and was rumored to have an ancestral figure at the quasi-saint level, a presence that other sects and clans would dare not provoke. After a moment of contemplation, the Li patriarch nodded, tacitly accepting the conditions set forth by the He-Shio sect. Thus, the long-standing conflict between the two families, dormant for millennia, erupted at this very moment. The following day, outside the Tianshao city, where the South Palace clan resided, a throng of Li family members and disciples of the He-Shio sect gathered menacingly at the city gates. What? You believe a mere handful of your clan's mediocre fighters can deter us? Li Yulong stepped forward, casting a scornful glance at the several hundred South Palace disciples standing at the gates. He was a formidable practitioner at the astral body realm, and he deemed the motley crew before him insufficient to inflict any harm. Humph. The South Palace operates with honor, unlike your treacherous lot, who conspire like thieves in the night. South Palace Foam, leading the South Palace disciples, met their derision with unwavering righteousness. Casting a disdainful glance at the Li family and the Hishio sect, Li Yulong's expression darkened as he spoke with a snarl. As death looms, one still speaks with bravado. I am eager to witness just how far the Nangong family can endure. With that, Li Yulong's figure flickered as he charged directly at Nangong Foam. Swiftly, Nangong Foam drew his sword to confront Li Yulong. However, within mere exchanges, he found himself at a disadvantage. With your celestial prowess, you are but a trifling opponent before me. Li Yulong struck down Nangong Foam with a forceful palm, and without mercy, he channeled his spirit energy to deliver a brutal blow upon the fallen, bloodied figure. You shall perish. A cold huff from a woman echoed through the air as several beams of sword light surged toward Li Yulong. Startled, he immediately halted his assault on Nangong Foam and deftly dispelled the incoming sword strikes. Standing before Murong Foam in a suit of white light armor was Murong Yu, her brows furrowed and her demeanor icy. Those who gazed upon her perceived her as a solitary, proud snow lotus, standing majestically atop the peaks of Tian Shan, evoking both awe and reverence. Who might this be? Ah, it is my betrothed who has yet to cross the threshold. What? Have you manifested before me in hopes of receiving my devoted affection? Li Yulong regarded Murong Yu with an insatiable longing. He sensed her cultivation was merely a step away from the golden immortal realm, and she had awakened the rare and coveted Xianin body. Should he possess her as his cauldron, achieving the Empyrean body would become a mere formality. You dare? Murong Yu glared at Li Yulong with disdain, grateful that her ancestor intervened to rescue the entire Nangong clan. Were she to marry Li Yulong, she would rather embrace death. Unreservedly, Murong Yu unleashed her most formidable attack. A colossal sword materialized before her, infused with the might of wind and thunder, hurtling towards Li Yulong. Li Yulong's brow twitched as he swiftly employed a spell to envelop himself within a protective shield. The sword struck him with tremendous force, grievously wounding him and causing him to spit forth a mouthful of blood. Ah, little girl, you possess remarkable strength. You have managed to injure my beloved disciple. Just what I need, a new cauldron. After Murong Yu's strike had wounded Li Yulong, a pallid, effeminate man appeared before her in an instant. His eyes glinted with avarice as he reached out to seize her. The esteemed elder of the Hishio sect has graced us with his presence. Perhaps I shall take the opportunity to learn a thing or two from you. Just as the man's hand neared the hem of Murong Yu's garment, a flash of cold light surged forth, sending the elder retreating several paces. Nangong Junyi materialized in front of Murong Yu, casting a frosty glance at the elder. He harbored an enduring hatred for the notorious Hishio sect, known for its nefarious deeds. The two locked eyes, and almost simultaneously, they struck. Thus commenced the fierce clash between their respective factions. In the secret realm, Nangong Haotian gazed at Nangong Yu, who appeared to be in deep contemplation, and uttered a soft admonition. My dear Yu, if not now, then when will you awaken to your potential? His words resonated through the heavens and the earth. Both factions engaged in battle momentarily paused, turning their attention to the figure of Nangong Yu, who stood protectively in front of the recuperating Nangong Foam. Countless luminous energies surged within Nangong Yu's being, particularly a radiant cloud that floated above her head, gradually manifesting into a longsword. This was the realm of the Emperor. The elder of the Hishio sect could scarcely believe the transformation occurring in Nangong Yu. Gritting his teeth, he realized that he must prevent her breakthrough at all costs. Should the Nangong family possess two emperor-level powerhouses, it would undoubtedly thwart the mission entrusted to him by the ancestor to explore the Nangong secret realm. With a flicker, the elder of the Hishio sect appeared behind Nangong Yu like a specter. Amidst the astonishment of the onlookers, he clawed forward at an alarming speed toward Nangong Yu, who was in the midst of her breakthrough. Chapter 6. No Retreat. The elder's countenance darkened, emanating an aura of chilling malice. He would not permit the Nangong family to harbor another emperor-level expert. Such an occurrence would shatter the delicate balance between the clans in an instant. With this thought, a more intense killing intent surged within the elder's gaze. Stop. Just at that critical moment, a cold voice descended from the heavens. A figure slowly stepped forth, exuding a terrifying aura that pressed down upon all. Nangong Jinyi? Upon seeing this individual, the elder of the Hishio sect's eyes gleamed with a golden light, revealing a flicker of cruelty deep within. Nangong Jinyi was also a prodigious talent of the Nangong family, though not as monstrous as Nangongyu. He had entered the golden immortal realm at a young age and could indeed touch the fringes of the emperor realm. Then you shall remain. With a disdainful snort, the elder's murderous intent surged, revealing his willingness to eradicate all of the Nangong family's talented individuals. Kill. Without uttering another word, Nangong Jinyi, his cold visage imbued with resolve, issued a low command and thrust his sword forward. Whoosh! The radiant sword light sliced through the air, emanating a chilling and terrifying presence. As surging power unfurled like a tumultuous tide, bearing down upon the elder of the Hishio sect. Boom! The sword energy erupted forth, akin to a falling meteor, its brilliance illuminating the entire void, splitting it asunder, as if the realms of Yin and Yang were separated. The 9 swords of heaven and earth. This was Nangong Jinyi's renowned skill, which had once allowed him to slay a celestial-level expert while still in the profound immortal realm, leaving countless cultivators in awe. And today, as the 9 swords of heaven and earth re-emerged, all awaited to witness the magnitude of power he would unleash. The elder of the Hishio sect remained unfazed, a peculiar smile curving his lips. As the formidable sword of the swallowing sky descended, the elder of the Hishio sect stood resolutely, one hand clasped behind his back while the other extended outward. With a decisive motion, he unleashed a colossal palm strike, a tempestuous wave of energy surging forth from within him, filling the cosmos with an overwhelming aura. In the next instant, an arm that seemed to eclipse the sun and moon stretched across the ages, tearing through the vast expanse of void and manifesting before the onlookers. Gasp! Witnessing this spectacle, all present inhaled sharply, their astonishment palpable. The Hishio sect, with a lineage spanning millennia, possessed a heritage rivaling that of eminent clans and sacred lands. Yet, they were astounded to see an elder wield such astonishing power that defied common understanding. Their hearts trembled in awe. Boom! In the following moment, 2 forces collided head-on, unleashing a cataclysmic reverberation that reverberated through the very fabric of space. The air quaked, rupturing to reveal an endless void, while mountains crumbled and the sun and moon appeared to reverse their course. Such terror emanated from a single strike. I come to your aid. At that moment, a voice, steeped in darkness, suddenly echoed. As the words fell, a whip of monumental length cut through the air, causing countless pockets of air to collapse and shatter. Boom! Nangong Jinyi's expression shifted drastically as he summoned his formidable spiritual energy, conjuring a massive silver shield. Yet, when the whip descended, the shield shattered into fine dust, dissipating into the atmosphere. However, the force of the whip remained unabated, crashing down upon Nangong Jinyi, leaving him bloodied and battered. With a cry of pain, he grimaced, his entire being trembling in anguish. Ha! It seems the younger generation of the Nangong clan possesses remarkable strength, another voice chimed in, echoing through the air. As the words resonated, a figure emerged from the void, striding effortlessly through the air, closing the distance of countless miles in mere steps. Clad in garments of darkness, only a pair of eerily intense eyes were visible, though merely hovering in midair. The aura radiating from him caused the surrounding atmosphere to ripple violently, instilling a sense of dread. Huff! Observing this scene, Nangong Jinyi inhaled deeply, determination shining in his eyes. His battle spirit surged forth, a tidal wave of spiritual energy erupting from within him. He then roared, "Dragon Elephant Suppression Art." As his words echoed, torrents of spiritual energy swirled behind him, coalescing into 2 divine entities. A colossal elephant shattered the void, its towering form stretching for miles, its trunk rising to consume the boundless energy around it, reducing it to mere particles, its sustenance. Upon the back of the giant elephant, a magnificent golden dragon emitted a resounding roar that shook the heavens and earth, rendering all existence seemingly insignificant in that moment. Dragon Elephant Suppression Art. The elder of the Hishio sect observed this unfolding spectacle, his eyes gleaming with avarice. The dragon elephant suppression art was one of the sacred techniques of the Nangong family, said to have been forged in ancient times by an ancestor who refined 2 divine dragons and colossal elephants over epochs, ultimately crafting this astonishing technique. Elder Yuan let out a cold sneer, his avarice unabashed. Dark, swirling mists coalesced around him, intertwining into a formidable shadow of demonic might. This was the unique and forbidden technique of the Hishio sect, the body of 10,000 demons. Witnessing this spectacle, gasps of astonishment erupted from the onlookers. It was rumored that the Hishio sect required the sacrifice of 100,000 innocent boys and girls each year to cultivate the body of 10,000 demons, drawing upon their essence to forge a blood pool of unspeakable power within their secret domain. Such nefarious deeds were abhorred by society, and those who constructed such a pool were condemned to death. Yet, the leader of the Hishio sect was a formidable figure, a being of imperial might, whose foundations were not to be underestimated. Even a sacred land would regard them with trepidation. At that moment, their sole adversary was the Nangong family, who would never dare to unite against the Hishio sect. Observing the unfolding scene, Nangong Junyi's expression darkened, yet behind him stood Nangong Yu. Should he falter, she might succumb to madness, or worse, vanish entirely. Regardless of her being his junior, he felt an unwavering obligation to protect her. Furthermore, she was on the verge of breaking through to the imperial realm, and he could not allow the Hishio sect to disrupt the long-awaited resurgence of the Nangong family's glory. Hence, retreat was not an option. With a fierce roar, Nangong Junyi summoned the divine dragon and colossal elephant, two majestic beasts charging forth, shattering the void towards Elder Yuan of the Hishio sect. Defiant, Elder Yuan remained unperturbed, as the monstrous apparition behind him unleashed a chilling wail that rent the fabric of space itself. The pitch-black, demonic aura swirled through the expanse, darkening the heavens, rendering the sky a harbinger of doom. Die! With a thunderous clash, the divine dragon and the monstrous entity collided, erupting into a brilliant radiance amidst the obsidian void. Following that strike, the very fabric of reality trembled, obliterating all in its path. The weaker cultivators were instantly annihilated, resulting in countless casualties. Chapter 7. Nangong Haotian takes action. Boom. After the clash, a tempest of energy surged forth, sweeping towards Nangong Junyi, who was thrust back into the swirling dust, bloodied and battered. Yet, his eyes burned with an indomitable fighting spirit. His pride remained unbroken. He would never retreat. Should you dare to harm my Nangong kin, you shall have to step over my corpse. Suppressing his pain, Nangong Junyi advanced, positioning himself before the other cultivators. His voice, icy as the winter's breath, resonated from his throat, his gaze fierce and unwavering like an eternal flame. Witnessing this, Elder Yuan's scalp prickled with dread. If the entire Nangong family possessed such tenacity, it would spell disaster. This young man must perish. Instantly, the murderous intent in Elder Yuan's eyes intensified, and with a mocking sneer, he declared, "If you wish for death, I shall gladly oblige." As his words fell, a torrent of spiritual energy surged above, coalescing into a massive black vortex. The black hole seemed capable of devouring all that exists. A thunderous roar resonated from the heavens above as the void shattered, and a terrifying aura swept through the entire space. The black hole expanded, ultimately resembling an unfathomable abyss, enveloping this world. "Let you become the sustenance for this void," cackled an elder from the Harmony sect, his eyes swirling with greed and murderous intent. All things in existence, regardless of their nature, would have their consciousness claimed by its master upon entering this void. At that moment, the Southern Palace's dragon elephant prison technique would be within his grasp. Once he mastered this divine skill, his status within the Harmony sect would undoubtedly ascend significantly. The elder's eyes gleamed with a manic light, almost bursting into wild laughter as he envisioned himself in a position of unparalleled supremacy. But just then, a streak of sword light cleaved through the sky, piercing from the ancient void, radiating a brilliance akin to the rising sun, bursting forth in dazzling splendor. As the sword descended, a cascade of luminous light engulfed the heavens, causing the dark miasma above to dissipate like smoke. The sword's shadow surged forth, intertwining endless strands of sword brilliance, its cold gleam flickering and exhaling, crashing down to the earth. A torrent of power erupted, reverberating throughout the void, shattering the air within a vast expanse and transforming it into an infinite abyss. The black hole itself was reduced to mere dust, vanishing from existence. With the black hole's dissolution, the elder of the Harmony sect turned pale, a mouthful of reverse blood surging forth. His eyes were bloodshot, his chest heaving, and his cultivation realm became exceedingly unstable, as if on the verge of collapse. Such terror from a single sword strike. Those witnessing this scene beneath the celestial dome were filled with awe. The atmosphere of death loomed over them, silencing the once boisterous crowd. leaving their faces ashen and their bodies trembling. Who dares to harm the southern palace? Seeking death. In the next moment, a voice surged from all directions, resonating in their ears like thunder, reverberating in their hearts, refusing to dissipate. Subsequently, a young man strode through the air, each step radiant, enveloped in a power that astonished the mundane world. In his eyes, golden light intertwined, and wherever he passed, an aura of divinity blossomed, bringing forth life. Old ancestor of the Southern Palace. Upon seeing Nangong Haoyan, the members of the Southern Palace were filled with elation. Nangong Jinyi felt his tense spirit relax. As long as the ancestor was present, any foe would be nothing more than a fleeting shadow, easily vanquished. Furthermore, Nangong Yu was poised for a successful breakthrough in her cultivation. Today, the Southern Palace would surely rise anew among the celestial families. The members of the Hishio sect were engulfed by an overwhelming sense of pressure emanating from the young man before them. Coupled with the terror of that previous sword strike, fear spread insidiously through each heart, causing their bodies to tremble uncontrollably. Who are you? Even the esteemed elder of the Hishio sect, upon sensing Nangong Haoyan's profound and unfathomable aura, could not help but feel a surge of anxiety. Taking a deep breath, he forced himself to regain his composure. Me? Nangong Haoyan chuckled coldly, his frigid gaze sweeping over the crowd. The assembly, all possessing strength in the realm of immortality, suddenly felt an icy chill permeate the air. I am the ancestor of the Nangong clan, Nangong Haoyan. His voice resonated with a chilling clarity, each word striking like thunder. Dare to harm my descendants? Death. As the final word fell, a fierce glimmer ignited in his eyes. With a swift motion, he extended his hand, conjuring a colossal palm that blotted out the sun, tearing through the vast sky as it descended upon his foes. The terrifying pressure radiated outward. Even the emperors felt the ominous specter of death looming. The elder's countenance shifted dramatically. If he were to bear that hand's might, his demise was inevitable. Flee. In that fleeting moment, this singular thought consumed him. Resolving to escape, the elder unleashed a torrent of unparalleled strength, striving to flee the scene with utmost haste. Yet, Nangong Haoyan's derisive laughter echoed in the air, as if he regarded mere insects. His indifferent voice rang out, "Flee? Is that even possible?" As his words faded, the massive hand surged forth, shattering the air with its passage, creating ripples in the boundless void. Before the elder could fully comprehend, he was obliterated by the descending palm, reduced to dust and annihilated in the atmosphere. Elder. The horrifying spectacle drove the remaining elders of Hishio sect into a frenzy, their eyes blazing with unquenchable hatred as they turned their gaze upon Nangong Haoyan. Their intent palpable. Nangong Haoyan's countenance remained as tranquil as still waters. A cold snort escaped his lips, instantly dispersing the murderous intent that had filled the air. The cultivators below turned pale, blood surging from their mouths, their expressions filled with terror. The Nangong clan dares to slay our esteemed elder. From this day forth, the Hishio sect shall be irreconcilable with the Nangong clan. One elder, still defiant, seethed with rage, a terrifying killing intent swirling in his eyes, his shouts becoming a cacophony that grated on Nangong Haoyan's ears. With a decisive wave of his hand, he unleashed a torrent of palm shadows that left no avenue for retreat. The elder was ultimately transformed into a cloud of blood mist, his consciousness stripped away and imprisoned by Nangong Haoyan. With a chilling gaze, Nangong Haoyan spoke, his voice akin to a celestial chant. Such a mere group of heretics deserves to be exterminated. I have not sought trouble with you. Yet, the diminutive Hishio sect dares to covet the Nangong clan? Since it has come to this, I shall allow you to witness how I obliterate the Hishio sect. As his words echoed, Nangong Haoyan brazenly made his move, lightly casting his palm forward amidst the horrified gazes of the remaining elders. A terrifying force surged forth, obliterating the members of the Hishio sect with a single strike from Nangong Haoyan, leaving no trace of life behind. Chapter 8. Compelling their submission below. The members of the Li family stood in stunned silence, their eyes reflecting sheer astonishment. Before this individual, they appeared as insignificant as mere ants, utterly powerless. With a thunderous roar, Nangong Haoyan's expression remained impassive as he unleashed a single palm strike, summoning a tempest of energy that swept across the landscape, creating extraordinary phenomena. In the wake of his hand, the members of the Li family were completely annihilated. At that moment, the encircling forces of the Li family and Hishio sect were entirely eradicated. Suddenly, a resounding voice echoed through the air. Brilliant rays of light erupted from Nangong Yu, illuminating the entire realm like thunderous brilliance, showering the world with divine splendor. Celestial dragons soared through the sky, and an ethereal melody resonated, drifting through the void and reaching the ears of all present. As the divine sound faded, the members of the Nangong family appeared to be cleansed, with many experiencing a profound awakening, breaking through the barriers of their realms. A surge of formidable energy erupted within the Nangong clan. An emperor was born. An extraordinary phenomena emerged. In that moment, the eyes of all were filled with unrestrained joy, and their gazes toward Nangong Yu brimmed with reverence. Thus, the Nangong family welcomed yet another emperor. After a considerable time, Nangong Yu awakened, radiating an intense aura that vibrated throughout the heavens and earth, tearing apart the boundless void with her immense power. Witnessing this, Nangong Haoyan waved his hand, summoning a colossal palm from the heavens that blotted out the sun, gently smoothing over the vast rifts in the void, erasing them in an instant. The Nangong family, witnessing this spectacle, was left utterly astounded, filled with the utmost admiration. Ancestor, I have finally broken through. At that moment, Nangong Yu stood up, stepping forward effortlessly, closing the distance of 100 zhang in the blink of an eye, landing gracefully before Nangong Haoyan, resembling an obedient child awaiting praise from a parent. With a beaming smile, Nangong Haoyan expressed his admiration. To achieve the realm of emperor at such a young age is truly a remarkable feat. Nangong Haoyan's words were not mere flattery. At her age, reaching the golden immortal realm was already an extraordinary talent. Yet she had ascended to the emperor level. Standing shoulder to shoulder with the ancient prodigies of the sacred families, her potential unmistakable. She was indeed a once-in-a-lifetime genius. Following her breakthrough to emperor, Nangong Yu devoted herself to seclusion, solidifying her newfound realm. Meanwhile, Nangong Haoyan convened a council of elders. Within the grand hall, figures sat upon meditation cushions, exuding a terrifying aura. These were the most formidable members of the Nangong family, the very pillars that ensured their enduring prominence in the realm of cultivation. Before them, Nangong Haoyan closed his eyes, remaining silent, yet the aura emanating from him instilled an overwhelming sense of trepidation within their hearts. The elders present were utterly perplexed regarding the realm that Nangong Haoyan had transcended into. They even speculated that the great wilderness divine domain could not contain him. Their ancestor had seemingly ascended to an entirely new echelon. Thus, within the eyes of all, a fervent flame ignited. If that were the case, would the Nangong family no longer have to fear any familial powers within this divine domain? Suddenly, Nangong Haoyan opened his eyes, brilliance flickering within them, as divine resonance swirled, dissipating into the air. I have summoned you all today to deliberate on a matter of great importance. His demeanor was ethereal and serene, his voice resonating like a grand symphony, akin to celestial chants descending from the heavens. Countless extraordinary visions danced in his gaze, as if the cycles of existence were quietly enshrined within his eyes. An elder spoke, "Ancestor, please proceed." Although the Nangong family remained a venerable lineage within the great wilderness divine domain, numerous factions had begun to covet their secret realm. As Nangong Haoyan spoke, an attentive silence enveloped the assembly, each member listening intently. In my eyes, these individuals are merely ants yearning for the moon. Should they wish to encroach upon our sacred domain, they must be prepared to bear the consequences. As he concluded, a flicker of murderous intent glimmered in his eyes, his tone growing markedly colder. The elders, all formidable golden immortals, felt as though they were tender shoots quaking in the heart of winter. Nangong Haoyan paused before addressing. Nangong Junyi, present. Nangong Junyi stood, his eyes brimming with boundless admiration. Previously, he had been utterly captivated by Nangong Haoyan's unparalleled swordsmanship, which could annihilate any entity that dared to stand in its path. Dispatch a decree for all surrounding celestial sanctuaries to come forth and pay homage to the Nangong family, thereby becoming our vassal factions. Let none dare to defy this or face obliteration. The final words resonated with an overwhelming intensity, sending shockwaves through the assembly, their expressions transforming to one of astonishment. They had not anticipated such audacity from Nangong Haoyan, commanding surrounding families to submit as vassals. Surely, dissent would arise among these factions. Understood. After a prolonged moment of astonishment, a glimmer of excitement flashed in Nangong Junyi's eyes as he accepted the command. As a martial enthusiast, he relished the prospect of battle. At that moment, Nangong Junyi recalled something. What of the Hishio sect? He inquired, his thoughts racing. Given the previous confrontation where Nangong Haoyan had decimated numerous cultivators of the Hishio sect, It was likely that a profound enmity had now been forged between the two powers. Upon hearing this, Nangong Haotian's expression remained unperturbed. His gaze betraying no alteration. There is no need for concern. The Hishio sect is but a triviality. I can extinguish them with a mere wave of my hand. Prepare accordingly, for I shall personally eradicate the Hishio sect, so they comprehend that the Nangong family is not to be trifled with. Upon hearing Nangong Haotian's words, the assembly erupted with fervor, rising in unison to respond, yes. If there is nothing else, you may take your leave, Nangong Haotian said with a nod, his tone calm and composed. As his words resonated, the elders withdrew respectfully. Meanwhile, Nangong Jinyi busied himself with preparing items for Nangong Haotian's journey. Seated upon the meditation cushion, Nangong Haotian exhibited an air of tranquility, yet his eyes shimmered with profound intensity, his aura as boundless as the vast ocean, his strength long exceeding the confines of the great wilderness divine domain. The mere sect of Hishio could be extinguished with a mere flick of his finger. However, the primary purpose of Nangong Haotian's expedition was to establish authority, to assert the dignity of the Nangong family. Thus, his personal involvement in the eradication of the Hishio sect would serve as a stark warning to the various families within the divine domain, urging them to restrain their covetous ambitions. After a brief interlude, Nangong Jinyi entered the grand hall, presenting an interspatial ring to the patriarch with a respectful demeanor, stating, "Patriarch, the items you requested have been prepared." As he spoke, a peculiar expression flickered in Nangong Jinyi's eyes. Though entering the mundane realm would allow one to abstain from sustenance, at their level of existence, even an eternity without food would bear little consequence. Yet, the patriarch had instructed him to prepare cooking utensils. While divine pills and weapons were abundant within the Nangong family, procuring cooking tools had indeed proven to be a formidable challenge for Nangong Jinyi. Chapter 9. Journey to Hishio sect. Nangong Haotian utilized his divine sense to assess the contents of the interspatial ring. Satisfied, he donned the ring and remarked, "During my absence, focus diligently on your cultivation." "Yes," Nangong Jinyi responded, bowing deeply with a respectful tone. By the time he lifted his head, Nangong Haotian had already vanished from sight. The great wilderness divine domain is of immense magnitude, encompassing countless empires and an abundance of sacred sects. Even venerable families such as the Nangong are not in short supply. After millions of years of evolution, there remain regions within the great wilderness divine domain that have yet to be tread upon by any living creature. One day, a figure emerged within the desolate ridges, which were so vast that even an immortal would require months of flight to traverse. Nangong Haotian ambled leisurely through the desolate expanse, akin to a leisurely tour, unperturbed by the formidable presence of ferocious beasts surrounding him. Should he hastily slay one, the beast would thereafter regard him as a formidable nemesis, fleeing at the mere sight of him. With his prowess, traversing from the Nangong family to the Hishio sect, despite the considerable distance, could be accomplished in the blink of an eye if he so desired. Yet, it was evident that Nangong Haotian had no intention of doing so. After an indeterminate period of seclusion, he was determined to relish the beauty of the world around him. Otherwise, it would be far too dull. Roar. At that moment, within a certain stretch of the desolate ridges, a surge of overwhelming spiritual energy erupted, cascading forth like a tsunami, engulfing the surroundings. Countless ancient trees were toppled in an instant, while the local fauna and avifauna panicked, scattering in all directions. A piercing chill permeated the air, an ominous aura of impending danger enveloping the surroundings. Intrigued by this scene, Nangong Haotian's lips curled into a subtle smile. With a swift step, he vanished into thin air. In another realm, a young maiden stood, her exquisite features graced with captivating eyes and pearly white teeth, her skin as flawless as uncut jade, radiating an ethereal glow. Clad in cerulean garments, her long tresses cascaded down to her waist, and in her hand, she wielded a slender azure sword. Surrounding her was an ancient, enigmatic energy, a chilling presence that seemed capable of slicing through the void, obliterating all in its path. Cold feather sword technique. The maiden parted her ruby lips, golden light igniting within her eyes. In that fleeting moment, it was as if the very laws of the universe were unfolding. The spiritual energy around her surged like a colossal tidal wave, flowing forth from the blade. With a fierce swing, she unleashed a strike. A towering sword shadow erupted, its ferocity reminiscent of a feral beast, exuding a powerful and chilling aura as it surged towards a golden-winged rock. With a resonating cry, the rock emitted a formidable sound, shattering the air before the maiden. The terrifying momentum reverberated through the heavens and earth, manifesting as an immense net that enveloped the space, converging upon the golden sword shadow from all directions. Boom! In the next instant, a thunderous sound erupted from the desolate mountains. A wave of energy akin to a mushroom cloud exploded forth, radiating outward for miles, shaking the very fabric of the void. In that moment, it seemed as though the heavens and earth were intertwined, as countless beasts perished beneath the weight of this overwhelming force. How infuriating! After the devastating blow, the girl was sent sprawling back 1,000 meters, crimson blood seeping from her fair skin. Her eyelids fluttered, and her delicate mouth tightened in a grimace of pain. This golden-winged roc was far stronger than I had anticipated. Had my brothers been here, I would not find myself in such a dire predicament. The maiden gasped for breath, her gaze fixed upon the roc, contemplating its weaknesses. If she did not devise a strategy, she would surely be struck down. With a fierce cry, the golden-winged roc launched another assault, its wings sweeping forth to unleash a tempestuous gale. The tumultuous winds lifted boulders weighing hundreds of thousands of pounds as if they were mere feathers, casting them into the air. In an instant, countless stones rained down like a torrential storm towards the maiden. In the next moment, the air was rent asunder as the multitude of stones obliterated all in their path, exuding an aura of unimaginable terror. Taking a deep breath, the maiden forced herself to regain her composure. She summoned her internal spiritual energy, which surged like an ocean, coalescing into a colossal silver shield that enveloped her entirely. Boom! Countless stones continued to rain down, crashing against the silver giant shield with a resounding thud, causing the earth to fracture and reveal deep chasms. In an instant, the silver shield began to crack, the fissures spreading like a spider's web in all directions. The young girl, drenched in fragrant sweat, bore a pale countenance, gasping for breath, her beautiful eyes filled with reluctance and despair. Suddenly, a beam of sword light surged from the horizon, slicing through the void with an intensity reminiscent of a blazing sun, rendering all living beings unable to open their eyes. As the radiance dissipated and the hail of stones ceased, the golden-winged roc let out a pained cry, blood gushing forth as if it had sustained grave injuries. Witnessing this scene, the girl's eyes widened in astonishment. That single strike had been overwhelmingly terrifying. She sensed that even the monsters dwelling eternally in the sacred grounds were no match for it. Then, within her gaze, a young man stepped through the air, illuminated by sunlight, his handsome visage reflecting the golden radiance. This individual was none other than the previously passive Nangong Haoyan. The golden-winged roc, a creature of ancient lineage, possessed an unparalleled strength, capable of slaying human cultivators of equal cultivation levels in an instant. Yet, in Nangong Haoyan's eyes, it was merely a lamb awaiting slaughter. "Who are you?" The girl's voice trembled as she beheld Nangong Haoyan, the chill emanating from him rendering her breathless, her eyes wide with trepidation. He appeared exceedingly youthful yet exuded an aura of deathly menace. Ignoring her, Nangong Haoyan cast a golden glare towards the roc, speaking slowly. "I have heard that you are of the pure bloodline of the Roc clan. You must possess considerable speed. If you consent to become my mount, I may spare your life." Desiring to behold the beauty of the great wilderness divine domain, Nangong Haoyan sought a swift means of traversing it, thinking to tame the golden-winged roc as his steed. Upon hearing his words, the roc felt a flicker of apprehension towards Nangong Haoyan. However, a moment later, it raised its head and let out a furious roar, its voice echoing throughout the sky, resonant and enduring. The golden-winged roc, one of the ancient races and the noblest of beings, found itself insulted by the notion of being asked to serve as a mount. Nangong Haoyan's words ignited a tempest of wrath within the roc. Chapter 10. I am here to slay the harmonious cultivation sect with a furious cry. The golden-winged roc flapped its immense wings, casting a shadow over the sky, plunging the entire firmament into darkness. A chilling aura radiated from the roc, and a formidable force surged through the void. Overestimating oneself, Nangong Haoyan remarked, shaking his head. He had already extended an opportunity to the golden-winged roc. Since it chose to disregard his offer, he had no choice but to take action and prepare to turn it into a broth. In a nostalgic reverie, I recall the last time I savored the broth of the ancient races, which was eons ago. So much time has elapsed, yet I find myself yearning for it once more. Boom. Lost in contemplation, Nangong Haoyan unleashed a powerful palm strike. the overwhelming shadow of his hand radiating an aura of the sublime. The golden giant hand descended as if a deity had graced the realm, its formidable force reverberating through the void. A thunderous roar echoed as the palm struck down upon the golden-winged rock, which let out a cry of pain before plummeting to the ground. Witnessing this spectacle from a distance, the young maiden stood in stunned disbelief, her beautiful eyes wide with incredulity. For a moment, she could not discern who the true ancient beast was. It is well known that the golden-winged rock ranks among the elite of the ancient races, and the one before her possessed unfathomable strength. Yet, before this youth, the rock appeared as mere plaything. Who was this young prodigy from the sacred lands? The maiden's eyes brimmed with confusion. Boom. Concurrently, Nangong Haotian grasped the rock's wing with one hand, exerting tremendous force. With his body as the axis, the golden-winged rock spun in midair before crashing to the ground. A resounding rumble erupted, akin to an earthquake, as the surrounding mountains trembled and began to collapse. The maiden, utterly astonished, found her once vibrant face now numb with shock. She stood frozen, momentarily forgetting her purpose for being there. I am willing to become your steed. The golden-winged rock was thoroughly subdued, its heart filled with awe and disbelief. What manner of creature was this before it? In comparison, it felt as insignificant as a chick, utterly devoid of the means to retaliate. How terrifying! Yet, upon hearing this, Nangong Haotian merely scoffed, "Forgive me, but I have changed my mind." As his words fell, he stepped forward, causing the ground beneath him to shatter, dust swirling in a tumultuous cloud. Then, he levitated in midair, an ocean of boundless spiritual energy surging around him, his eyes shimmering with the intensity of a tempest. Raising his hand, he conjured a fiery blaze, the crimson flames erupting and spreading through the void. Instantly, the spiritual ocean behind him transformed into an endless sea of fire. The inferno, seemingly capable of incinerating all in its path, descended upon the desolate heights under Nangong Haotian's frigid gaze, engulfing everything before him. The young maiden stood utterly mesmerized. Could it be that even the formidable golden-winged rock was consumed by flames? As the brilliance of the inferno reflected upon her face, she was struck with shock and confusion, momentarily grappling with the sheer madness of the scene before her, almost unable to trust her own eyes. "Gather," murmured Nangong Haotian, his eyes witnessing the intertwining sea of flames. Soon after, the inferno receded, leaving the area transformed into a desolate expanse of rocks and ashes. The golden-winged rock was utterly scorched by the inferno. Indeed, an enticing aroma of roasted meat wafted through the air. Nangong Haotian nodded, stepped lightly through the air, and descended to the ground. Extracting a piece of golden-yellow flesh from the rock, he took out some seasonings from his spatial ring to prepare his meal. In no time, a mouth-watering fragrance permeated the surroundings, reaching the nostrils of a young maiden nearby. Unable to suppress her salivation, she hesitated to step forward. "Would you care for a taste?" Nangong Haotian suddenly inquired, offering her a piece of the rock's meat. The girl quickly shook her head, her feet remaining firmly planted, too apprehensive to accept. It was no jest. Consuming the flesh of the golden-winged rock would surely incite the wrath of its kin, bringing calamity not only upon herself, but possibly upon her entire clan as well. In this world, perhaps only this young man before her dared to act so boldly. Seeing her refusal, Nangong Haotian chuckled softly and said nothing more. After satisfying his hunger, he stored the remaining meat in his spatial ring and prepared to depart. "May I ask your name, young lady?" he inquired as he turned to leave. The girl, Qiu Xueqing, promptly followed him. Recognizing the perilous nature of the wilderness they traversed and the formidable strength of this youth, traveling together might afford her greater safety. "South Palace Haotian," he replied succinctly. The name sparked a gleam in Qiu Xueqing's beautiful eyes, and she murmured it to herself with a light chuckle, revealing a set of pearly whites. "And where might you be headed?" "To the Harmony Cult," he stated. Upon hearing this, Qiu Xueqing's expression instantly cooled, her eyes glinting with a chilling resolve, a hint of murderous intent flickering within. "Are you planning to kill me?" Nangong Haotian remarked with amusement, noting the sudden shift in her demeanor. Qiu Xueqing remained silent. Yet her icy gaze seemed to communicate volumes. The Harmony Cult was a nefarious sect, notorious for their vile practices, using women as bait for their ascension. Thus, the mere utterance of the name incited her hostility. Nangong Haotian, sensing her tension, continued, "You may be disappointed. I am actually seeking trouble with the Harmony Cult. Recently, that wicked sect had troubled the Nangong family, and he intended to compel them to submit." Upon seeing the serious expression on his face, Qiu Shueqing could not help but burst into laughter, her bright eyes sparkling with mirth. You? Take on the Harmony cult? They would likely overwhelm you before you even had the chance. Realizing that he was not affiliated with the Harmony cult eased her tension, allowing her to engage in lighthearted banter. Noticing her disbelief, Nangong Haoyin merely scratched his nose, choosing not to elaborate further. Just beside my sect, we can journey together. If you truly intend to confront the Hishio sect, I can accompany you. After all, with my status, should you encounter any trouble, I can ensure your safety. In that case, it would serve as a repayment for your life-saving grace. Qiu Shueqing smiled gently, harboring skepticism towards Nangong Haoyin's words. However, since our paths align, it would be prudent to proceed together, especially as she found herself amidst myriad dangers alone. Having a formidable protector is certainly advantageous. Chapter 11. The return for vengeance. As they traversed the land, numerous ferocious beasts fell prey to Nangong Haoyin's voracious appetite. Qiu Shueqing also partook in the bounty, and within just a few days, her cultivation had surged significantly, nearing the realm of the Golden Immortal. News of Nangong Haoyin's slaying of the golden-winged roc spread like wildfire, causing all the beasts in the desolate mountains to flee in terror upon encountering this fearsome figure, eager to avoid becoming his next meal. Meanwhile, deep within the wilderness, a thunderous roar reverberated through the air, lingering in the atmosphere. Suddenly, a colossal figure blotted out the sun, its wings stirring up a tempest. The surrounding beasts prostrated themselves, exhibiting a posture of submission. With a flash of golden light, the figure descended, shaking the very ground beneath it and sending dust swirling into the air. As the haze lifted, a man clad in splendid garments emerged, emanating an aura that instilled dread. This one is quite remarkable. To slay a golden-winged roc, I might consider taking him as a servant. This would serve to humiliate the Roc clan. He laughed heartily, exuding an air of arrogance. Before him, the images of Nangong Haoyin and Qiu Shueqing appeared within a crystal sphere, seemingly engaged in light-hearted conversation. This man, named Yi Chun, belonged to the Golden Swan and Eye clan, an ancient race akin to the golden-winged roc. For ages, the two races had been embroiled in conflict, and with Nangong Haoyin's recent triumph over a golden-winged roc, Yi Chun was determined to subjugate him, thereby asserting the glory and might of the Golden Swan and Eye clan. With a thunderous step, Yi Chun transformed into a massive swan and eye, its body engulfed in crimson flames, radiating an intensely chilling presence. In an instant, the swan and eye vanished from the land. At the same time, as Nangong Haoyin and Qiu Shueqing passed an open space, a gigantic golden-winged roc descended, casting a shadow over them. Its piercing gaze shone like the blazing sun, illuminating the two figures with its brilliant light. A chilling voice emanated from the golden-winged roc. Humans, dare you provoke the lineage of the golden-winged roc? I shall transform you into a slave for eternity. The majestic roc materialized as a formidable figure, wielding a long sword that exuded an aura of ancient mystery. A murderous intent radiated from his eyes, as an endless torrent of spiritual energy surged within him, cascading down to envelop the blade. With a single stroke, boom, accompanied by a thunderous roar, the sword strike unleashed a cataclysmic force, cleaving the world in twain. Above the heavens, radiance surged forth, as if only blinding white remained. An overwhelming aura of death permeated the air, causing Qiu Shueqing's complexion to pale dramatically. Yet, Nangong Haoyin remained serene and indifferent, merely raising a hand. His ferocious spiritual power surged forth like an unfathomable ocean, exuding an incessant presence. This formidable energy transformed into a colossal golden hand, its shadow eclipsing the sky, as countless phenomena unfolded in the void. The golden roc, witnessing the spectacle, was taken aback, feeling the tumultuous energy within him intensify. The image of the blade in his hand expanded tremendously, stretching for thousands of feet, making the very heavens and earth seem diminutive beneath its might. With a thunderous clash, the two forces collided, sending shockwaves spiraling into the sky, shattering the void and reducing the surrounding landscape to mere dust. Boom. After the titanic clash, the golden-winged roc staggered back, astonished and enraged. For he was an ancient race, yet he had been repelled by a mere human cultivator. Where was the dignity of his lineage? Human, I shall ensure your demise. With a furious roar, the golden roc erupted in a blaze of golden light. This luminescence enveloped the cosmos as the winds howled fiercely, emanating an unparalleled majesty. Boom. In the next moment, The golden rock appeared in the void, his immense form casting shadows over the land, plunging the world into darkness. Die! The rock's piercing cry echoed as his head turned slightly, unleashing a colossal wave of destructive force from his maw. Boom! The radiant beam surged forth, imbued with overwhelming pressure, hurtling towards Nangong Haoyan and Qiu Xueqing, as if possessing the power to obliterate all existence. Qiu Xueqing's delicate face turned utterly pale, her beautiful eyes filled with terror, as she sensed the looming threat of death in this overwhelming aura, causing her heart to race with fear. Throughout the ordeal, Nangong Haoyan's expression remained impassive. As the light beam descended, he effortlessly raised his hand, unleashing a torrent of spiritual energy that transformed into a magnificent golden compass. Under the enhancement of boundless spiritual force, the compass expanded dramatically, reaching several feet in length, suspended timelessly in the air. The golden compass was intricately engraved with all living beings, seemingly a microcosm of the world itself. The golden-winged rock sensed with astonishment that the compass was suffused with the essence of time. The Tao. This human has actually comprehended the Tao. In that moment, the golden-winged rock was overwhelmed, its worldview on the verge of collapse. The Tao, a most enigmatic existence within the vast wilderness of the divine realm, was something even the mightiest sovereigns could scarcely grasp in their lifetimes. Yet here stood this human cultivator, wielding the formidable power of the Tao. Could it be that he had surpassed the realm of the sovereign? No, impossible. If he had indeed transcended the sovereign level, he would have obliterated me with a single strike. Moreover, even among the sovereigns, those in the vast wilderness are few and far between, ancient beings who have long since retreated from the world. How could someone so young possibly attain such a formidable level? Surely he must possess some treasure of the Tao to harness even a fraction of its power. Contemplating this, the golden-winged rock's gaze towards Nangong Haoyan was filled with insatiable greed. With a maniacal laugh, the rock sneered, "Boy, hand over the treasure of the Tao upon you, and I might leave you with a complete corpse, otherwise." He grinned ominously, the implication clear without further words. Huh. Nangong Haoyan stood with his hands clasped behind his back, a cold smile gracing his lips. "Let us see whether you possess the capability." As his words fell, he struck forth with a palm. The golden compass erupted in a brilliant radiance, akin to the heart of the world, pulsating with the vitality of all creation. Chapter 12. The Sword of Heaven's Way. A thunderous sound echoed, a mushroom cloud rising in the void, causing the very world to tremble. Endless emptiness was annihilated. A radius of 10,000 miles reduced to dust. A terrifying aura of death surged through the space, accompanied by roaring waves of energy, akin to tumultuous seas, howling and reverberating through the air. Boom. In the next instant, the golden-winged rock was sent staggering back, bloodied and battered. A dreadful aura emanated from it, reminiscent of a volcano on the verge of eruption, shattering the air around it. Heh, voidless sky, how could you, a member of the ancient race, be so thoroughly humiliated by a mere human cultivator? At that moment, a mocking laughter resonated from above. As the words faded, a massive spatial rift appeared high in the sky, and a golden lion emerged before them. Radiating intense flames, it seemed to transform into an endless sea of fire, scorching the vast expanse of the void. Humph! Upon seeing this figure, the golden-winged rock coldly snorted, suppressing its pain as it spoke. "Yichun, what do you intend to do?" Voidless Sky cast a wary gaze upon the golden lion. Wounded as he was, the prospect of facing the golden sphinx could very well lead to his demise. Upon hearing this, Yichun erupted into a thunderous laughter, then transformed into human form, traversing the void to stand before Su Wukong, his eyes glinting with derision. "I have come merely to witness the spectacle and to mock you," he proclaimed, "and perhaps to acquire yet another servant." With that, disregarding the fury radiating from Su Wukong, Yichun turned his gaze towards Nangong Haoyan, his voice laced with playful yet unwavering authority. "Human, having vanquished the golden-winged rock, you must possess considerable strength. I offer you a singular opportunity. Become my servant, and I shall bestow upon you unparalleled glory. What say you?" With a sweeping gesture and a resounding laugh, Yichun appeared to grant Nangong Haoyan supreme honor, his eyes brimming with contempt and mockery. A cold smirk escaped Nangong Haoyan's lips, his gaze betraying no sign of tumult. His voice, chilling as a thunderclap, rolled forth, "You? Are you worthy?" With a swift motion, he unleashed a palm strike, the shadows of his hands seeming to rend the endless void. Exuding a force capable of shattering the very heavens, morphing into a colossal golden elephant aimed at Yichun. In the vast expanse of the great wilderness divine realm, who besides Nangong Haoyan dared to proclaim invincibility? How laughable that a mere ancient race would display such arrogance. Seeing his refusal, Yichun's expression turned icy. With a shudder of his body, a tempestuous surge of spiritual energy enveloped him, and he countered with a palm strike of his own. The two forces collided with a resounding boom, unleashing a whirlwind of energy that reverberated across the expanse. Is it any wonder you could slay the golden-winged roc? You possess some measure of skill, yet before my Golden Sphinx clan, you remain woefully inadequate. Yichun observed Nangong Haoyan defend against his onslaught with a flicker of surprise in his eyes. However, he quickly regained his composure, a cold chuckle escaping his lips as he summoned forth two heavy hammers. These hammers can shatter even the heavens. I offer you one last chance. Bow and become my servant, and I shall spare your life. His gaze shimmered with golden light, a tempest of thunderous energy roiling within. With a mighty shout, the sky darkened with ominous clouds, and thunder rumbled ominously. Enough! Nangong Haoyan's visage turned to ice as he coldly uttered these words. This golden sphinx was indeed a nuisance. Thus, he resolved to slay the beast and feast upon its flesh. With that, he relinquished all restraint, his right hand flipping to reveal a longsword. The Sword of Heavenly Tao. This was Nangong Haoyan's treasured blade, forged from the essence of the Heavenly Tao, painstakingly refined over millennia with countless divine artifacts, transcending the very notion of a divine weapon. As the sword was drawn, the air crackled with the resonance of the Heavenly Tao, and the very laws of the universe trembled in response. Countless extraordinary phenomena evolved within this realm, as if innumerable cycles were in perpetual motion. Upon witnessing this scene, the golden lion-like creature was left utterly astonished. The lineage of the Golden Lion clan possessed ancestral memories, and within its chaotic recollections, it beheld a figure clad in white, wielding a long sword, vanquishing all adversaries in existence. Could this individual be? Gazing at the man before him, Nangong Haoyan, a bold idea suddenly emerged in the Golden Lion's mind. Yet, it was but a fleeting thought. An ancient sword shadow cleaved through the void, emanating an aura of antiquity and profound wisdom, as if traversing the river of time. Upon this sword shadow, the principles of the universe unfolded, life and death intertwined, and all things were in perpetual reincarnation. Boom. Ultimately, under the horrified gaze of Yichun, that sword shadow descended with unparalleled force, reducing the latter's form to mere dust that scattered asunder. Witnessing this spectacle from afar, the golden-winged roc was already dumbfounded. Was this a human cultivator? Was it not a manifestation of an ancient race? The void was rendered speechless, and he began to doubt who among them was the true ancient race. At this moment, a singular thought consumed him: to flee. He then frantically channeled his spiritual power, preparing to escape unnoticed by Nangong Haoyan. However, at that instant, Nangong Haoyan's icy voice pierced his ears. Halt! As the words fell, the figure of the void came to an abrupt stop, drenched in cold sweat. He felt an overwhelming power enveloping him, one capable of ending his life with a single strike. Should he dare to make a move, he would surely find no resting place for his remains. Become my steed, or face death. Nangong Haoyan spoke with a calm demeanor, yet his words detonated in the void's ears like thunder, reverberating within his very soul. I am willing. Without a hint of hesitation, the void knelt upon the ground, terror etched in his eyes. Observing this, Nangong Haoyan nodded in satisfaction. Should the golden-winged roc refuse, he would not hesitate to treat it as a meal. With a soft thud, Nangong Haoyan approached the lifeless form of the golden lion. The massive carcass lay sprawled upon the ground. Although deceased, the chilling aura surrounding it was not something an ordinary creature could approach. In the next moment, Nangong Haoyan conjured a flame from his palm, igniting the body of the golden lion entirely. Qiu Xueqing chuckled softly beside him, as if she already anticipated Nangong Haoyan's intentions. Before long, the golden lion had been transformed into succulent lion meat. Nangong Haoyan sprinkled condiments over it, and the lion meat became a delectable delicacy of the ancient race. He casually tore off a piece and offered it to the void, whose complexion turned pale as he hurriedly shook his head in refusal. What a jest! This is the flesh of the golden lion. Although the golden-winged roc clan and the golden swanee clan are irreconcilable foes, destined to clash, consuming the flesh of the golden swanee would herald an all-out war between these two ancient races. This is a price far beyond what he could bear. Yet, Qiu Xueqing seemed to have grown accustomed to such circumstances, effortlessly accepting the golden swanny meat handed to her by Nangong Haoyan. As she chewed and swallowed, an incredibly pure energy surged within her, erupting like a torrent of a mighty river, emanating a presence that instilled trepidation. Golden Immortal Realm. In the next moment, Qiu Xueqing's aura soared, her gaze sparkling with a celestial brilliance, as if she possessed the power to forge new worlds, her formidable presence resembling that of a divine being, commanding the entirety of existence. As she reigned in her aura, her delicate face radiated excitement and joy. Her enchanting eyes turned towards Nangong Haoyan, brimming with profound gratitude. It was clear that had it not been for him, she would still be ensnared at the celestial immortal realm, unaware of how many years it would take to break through to the golden immortal realm. Now, having absorbed the essence of an ancient race, she had not only ascended to the golden immortal, but also found her aura purer and more substantial. Vaguely, she sensed that her physique had unlocked a new realm of possibilities. Although she had only reached the first level of the golden immortal realm, she was confident that she could stand undefeated even against those at the third level in the future. As Qiu Xueqing swiftly broke through to the golden immortal realm, Nangong Haoyan chose not to interrupt her, instead standing guard until her aura stabilized before he spoke. Let us depart. Indeed, Qiu Xueqing nodded vigorously, her beautiful eyes glistening with vibrant light as she looked at Nangong Haoyan. He waved his hand towards the void, which immediately understood his intent, and a radiant light burst forth. When the brilliance faded, a golden winged rock appeared before them. Nangong Haoyan stood with his hands clasped behind him and stepped confidently onto the rock's back, calmly stating, "To the Huxiu sect. Are you truly going to the Huxiu sect?" Qiu Xueqing's lovely eyes widened momentarily, wondering if he intended to force the Huxiu sect into submission. Yet, could this be possible with only Nangong Haoyan? Although his aura and energy left her utterly astounded, she had always perceived him as a prodigious son of a sacred place, one who harbored no worldly ambitions to overthrow the Huxiu sect. Indeed, Nangong Haoyan nodded, his gaze tranquil and unperturbed. This journey may pose certain dangers for you. Perhaps it would be wise for us to part ways here. After all, Qiu Xueqing had only just broken into the golden immortal realm, her strength still unsteady. Should they confront danger recklessly, Nangong Haoyan would have to divert his attention to safeguard her. Qiu Xueqing remained unaware of Nangong Haoyan's thoughts. After calming her mind, she confidently declared, "I am the saintess of the Arctic sacred land. Should I encounter peril, I can easily present the Arctic sacred order. They would undoubtedly think twice before harming me. Furthermore, I have just ascended to the golden immortal realm and require a battle to solidify my cultivation. Besides, the Huxiu sect is universally condemned, thus I am determined to join this expedition. There is no need for concern. Moreover, it would be quite challenging for you alone to breach the Huxiu sect. My presence will certainly serve as a valuable ally." Upon hearing her words, the golden winged rock chimed in, "And I shall assist as well." This was a crucial opportunity for Su Kong to express his stance. Very well, Nangong Haoyan nodded in agreement. After concluding the discussion, he settled onto the ground, closing his eyes to meditate. As time passed slowly, the golden winged rock, a creature of ancient lineage, exhibited a speed that rivaled that of the most powerful emperors. They traversed the vast desolation in mere days, soon arriving at the Huxiu sect. The rock alighted gracefully, transforming into a human form. The trio, 2 men and 1 woman, stood by the river valley, gazing upon the mountainside where the Huxiu sect was situated. The entire valley exuded a chilling and eerie aura, akin to the gates of hell. Even Qiu Xueqing, a formidable golden immortal, felt a shiver run down her spine. Within the valley, intricate formations were densely interwoven, each brimming with lethal power capable of slaying golden immortals. Deeper within the sect, several obscure presences connected with the heavens and the earth, as if the very essence of the Tao was unfolding. This terrifying aura instilled an inexplicable dread even in Su Kong. The Huxiu sect seemed to harbor an emperor-level presence about to descend. Fear flickered in Su Kong's eyes. Should a sect produce an emperor, it could ensure the prosperity of its lineage for millennia. Yet, if an emperor of the Tao were to emerge, it could grasp epics in its hands. An emperor of the Tao, as the name suggests, is one who masters the great principles. However, the mysteries of the Tao are not comprehensible to every emperor. Only those extraordinary prodigies can grasp a sliver of its power upon breaking through to emperor status, thus attaining the title of Tao Emperor. Although merely a fragment of Tao power, Its explosive might surpasses even that of seasoned emperors. Yet, in Nangang Haoyan's eyes, the so-called Tao Emperor was nothing more than a larger ant, unworthy of mention. As he raised his foot, preparing to ascend the mountain and obliterate the Hishio sect, a voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Ancestor, the clans and sects within 100 miles of the Nangang family have not acquiesced to your demands. Oh. Nangang Haoyan narrowed his eyes slightly, a smirk forming at the corners of his mouth. How intriguing. He had not anticipated such defiance from these clans and sections. Their refusal to submit to the Nangang family suggested they possessed some form of assurance. However, what they regarded as reliance was, in the eyes of Nangang Haoyan, merely the feeble strength of insignificant ants. To contend with him was akin to an ant shaking a tree. Given this, in the next moment, Nangang Haoyan exuded an aura of destruction, his gaze towards the Hishio sect flickering with murderous intent. Since awakening from the secret realm, he vowed to lead the Nangang family to become an existence that all in the great wilderness divine domain could only gaze upon from afar. You return to the family first. I shall pay a personal visit upon my return. Nangang Haoyan communicated with Nangang Junyi through his divine sense. The latter understood and nodded in agreement. Master, what shall we do now? At that moment, Zhu Hongkong respectfully inquired. In response, Nangang Haoyan's gaze fell upon the valley above, and he calmly replied, Naturally, we shall stride forward. Chapter 14. Submit or perish. As his words fell, Nangang Haoyan stepped forth, landing before the Hishio sect. His indifferent gaze fell upon a nearby guard. Who are you? A guard, emanating a piercing aura that seemed capable of breaking the heavens, stepped forward and coldly questioned. True immortal realm? Nangang Haoyan let out a dismissive scoff. Such power was inferior even to that of an ant. Upon witnessing Nangang Haoyan's derision, the guard's expression darkened, his eyes swirling with killing intent as he coldly stated, State your name, and I may spare your life. Nangang Haoyan calmly replied, I am Nangang Haoyan. I have come to eradicate the Hishio sect. As his words echoed, a profound silence enveloped the surroundings. Then, the guard's face contorted with rage as he bellowed. You seek death. With that, the guard drew his sword, aiming to slay Nangang Haoyan. Yet, Nangang Haoyan moved swifter. He unleashed a palm strike, sending the guard flying. Along with the entrance of the Hishio sect, crashing into the sect's formation, which erupted with the power capable of annihilating golden, immortal realm cultivators. In an instant, the guard was reduced to mere dust, a muffled sound reverberating through the air, lingering for a long while. Enemy attack. Observing this scene, another guard was struck with shock. Channeling all his spiritual energy as he shouted, his voice resonating throughout the Hishio sect. With a resounding clang, the sect's bell tolled continuously, echoing above the entire valley. Boom. In the next moment, countless disciples of the Hishio sect emerged, a throng of figures gathering, their collective aura coalescing into a force potent enough to obliterate the heavens. However, Nangang Haoyan's expression remained unfazed. With a swift motion, he snapped the neck of another guard and, channeling his inner energy, proclaimed loudly, Disciples of the Hishio sect, come forth to meet your demise. Seeking death. Just as his words fell, a sword light, imbued with an icy and potent force, surged forth, hurtling towards Nangang Haoyan. Senior brother. The disciples of the Hishio sect brightened at the sight of a young cultivator taking action. Ling Yulong, the senior brother of the Hishio sect, though at the celestial immortal realm, showed no fear even in the face of a golden immortal. Upon witnessing his actions, the disciples of Hishio men displayed expressions of exhilaration, as if they could already envision their esteemed senior brother reducing this young man to mere fragments. Humph. Nangang Haoyan let out a cold chuckle. How dare one at the pinnacle of the celestial realm attempt to strike in his presence? It is indeed laughable. He unleashed a palm strike, a seemingly casual gesture imbued with unparalleled divine resonance. Naturally, the senior brother, a figure of the celestial realm, sensed the overwhelming pressure emanating from him. The shadow of his palm soared through the air, colliding with the sword shadow descending from above, producing a piercing roar. The torrent of the palm shadow engulfed Ling Yulong's sword, surging forth with a fierce momentum toward him. With a resounding crash, Ling Yulong's body plummeted like a meteor, tracing an arc through the sky before blood gushed forth, staining the earth crimson. He crashed violently to the ground, his body drenched in blood, flesh mangled, and his breath so weak it seemed he could expire at any moment. Senior brother. Witnessing this scene, everyone's eyes widened in disbelief, their hearts shaken to the core. One must understand that the senior brother possessed genuine prowess at the pinnacle of the celestial realm. Even when faced with a golden immortal, he stood a chance in battle. Yet before this individual, he could not withstand a single exchange. How terrifying! The expressions of all present transformed from disdain to sheer astonishment. Their gazes toward Nangong Haoyan filled with dread, seeking death. At that moment, from deep within He Xiaomin, several formidable presences emerged. Amidst flickering lights, 3 figures appeared above He Xiaomin. Upon seeing Nangong Haoyan, their fury erupted like thunder. The leader, a middle-aged man, exuded an aura that trembled with energy, reminiscent of an impending volcanic eruption, radiating a chilling and fearsome presence. A frigid voice emanated from his lips, laden with an inexorable intent to kill, thundering down, Nangong Haoyan. As he spoke, the sky above roiled with dark clouds, rumbling thunder echoing within the layers. You tread upon the path of heaven, yet refuse to walk it. Intruding upon hell without invitation. Not only did you slay my esteemed elder, but you also dare to provoke He Xiaomin here. It seems you are courting death. With these words, countless bolts of lightning cascaded down, flooding the valleys surrounding He Xiaomin with their wrath. The disciples were struck with terror upon hearing the thunderclaps. What? The elder was actually slain by him? How could this be? One must remember that the elder was a figure at the pinnacle of the golden immortal realm. Even when confronted by an emperor-level powerhouse, he could at least ensure his own survival. If the elder had indeed perished at his hands, then the other elders would also. At this realization, all present gasped in shock, their gazes toward Nangong Haoyan filled with unending horror. You must be the leader of He Xiaomin, Nangong Haoyan remarked, disregarding the other elders' glares that seemed to yearn to devour him whole, speaking with an air of indifference. He spoke truly. This individual is indeed the master of the He Xiao sect, the calamity of the Ghost Valley. And so what? The Ghost Valley's calamity emanated a chilling gaze, infused with an overwhelming intent to kill. However, he did not act immediately. For slaying the Grand Elder is a feat that even an ordinary Empyrean sovereign would find challenging. Yet, before him stood a person from whom he sensed not a trace of spiritual energy, which somewhat quelled his tumultuous emotions. I shall grant you of the He Xiao sect an opportunity. Submit to me, or... Nangong Haoyan paused, a glimmer of brilliance flashing in his eyes, as the murderous intent clashed with that of the Ghost Valley's calamity. Die? With a thunderous roar, as if the heavens themselves had responded to the Ghost Valley's wrath. Dark clouds began to churn violently above, and a thunderous dragon roared amidst them, casting a shadow over the realm that quickly turned dim. This scene resembled the apocalypse. You seek death. The Ghost Valley's calamity, filled with fury, bellowed, his form cloaked in turbulent dark energy, his crimson eyes flickering with a chilling intent to kill. As his voice fell, endless black energy coiled like venomous serpents, morphing into 9 colossal serpentine heads in midair, hissing icily as they surged towards Nangong Haoyan. I come. At that moment, a resounding voice echoed, and Su Wukong stepped forth, seemingly traversing space, arriving before Nangong Haoyan in an instant. The spiritual energy within him surged, manifesting as a silver giant shield, rising majestically, spanning several yards in length. The 9 serpent heads crashed down upon the shield's visage, causing ripples upon its surface. Countless tendrils of black energy enveloped the silver shield, rendering it pitch black in an instant. Su Wukong's complexion turned pale immediately. Chapter 15. You shall be executed. Huh. You are not worthy. The Ghost Valley's calamity scoffed, contempt evident in his gaze. Huh. Su Wukong responded with a cold laugh, a hint of disdain flickering in his eyes, before he suddenly roared, light enveloping him. The silhouette of the golden-winged rock appeared in the void, its immense form blocking out the sun, stirring the very air around it, causing the thunderclouds above to disperse. Could it be the ancient race, the golden-winged rock? The Ghost Valley's calamity narrowed his gaze, a glint of greed passing through his eyes. If he could capture and tame a golden-winged rock as a steed, he would surely revel in unmatched bliss and bring unparalleled glory to himself and the He Xiao sect. Contemplating this, the ocean of spiritual energy within him surged violently, coalescing into a pitch-black abyssal hand in midair. Upon this giant hand were countless chains entwined, inscribed with mysterious runes, emanating an icy, terrifying aura. With a thunderous crash, the abyssal hand reached out towards Su Wukong, a wave of deathly energy rising skyward, as chains intertwined, and black mist enveloped the void. Eek! Witnessing this scene, Su Wukong's expression was one of shock, a shriek escaping his throat. He unfurled his wings, and a tempest erupted from the Hishio Gate. Storms converging into a tumultuous force that clashed against the colossal hand of the abyss, unleashing a cataclysmic roar. However, the hand of the abyss was far too ferocious. Although the ethereal void could unsettle ordinary Emperor-level beings, it remained insufficient against seasoned Emperor masters. In but a breath, the void was sent sprawling a myriad of miles away, crashing against a great mountain. Instantly, the surrounding space trembled as if the earth itself were quaking. "Submit to me." At that moment, Gue Guahuasher stepped forward. Enveloped in swirling black mist, his eyes a blood-red hue, emanating an overwhelming pressure reminiscent of a deity wielding dominion over all creation, exuding an air of invincibility. "Sir, save me." In the next instant, the void, expending every ounce of strength, uttered this desperate plea. At this juncture, he had transformed into human form, his pallid complexion devoid of any vitality, his flesh a grotesque mess, life force waning. "Heh, merely a human cultivator?" Gue Guahuasher sneered, "In my eyes. You are no more than an insignificant insect. Should you submit to me, I might consider sparing your life." His tongue flicked across his blackened lips, eyes gleaming with avarice. One must understand, the golden-winged rock is a treasure trove. Possessing it would not only provide a mount, but also furnish him with pure, potent spiritual energy to expedite his cultivation. Boom. At that moment, a cataclysmic aura erupted from behind Gue Guahuasher. A terrifying presence engulfed the heavens and earth. An unrelenting force surged forth, akin to a raging ocean, saturating the very fabric of this space. Nangong Haoyan stood with hands clasped behind his back, his placid gaze drifting forward, his expression as calm as a placid sea. He struck out with a single palm, and in an instant, an overwhelming shadow of his hand enveloped the entire valley. An unfathomably terrifying power descended, causing the very world to tremble, the mountains behind him collapsing into a basin, suffused with a dreadful aura of death. How is this possible? Following that strike, Gue Guahuasher was grievously wounded, his bones shattered, flesh a gruesome sight. Within him, a terrifying spiritual force coiled, hindering his ability to heal his injuries. Gue Guahuasher's eyes were wide with disbelief, unable to fathom that Nangong Haoyan could unleash such formidable strength. Taking a deep breath, he forcibly summoned the spiritual energy within him. Instantly, his complexion turned pale, and he spewed forth a mouthful of blood, his veins and bones gradually reconstituting. For individuals of his caliber, as long as their souls endure, they are virtually immortal. Kill. In the next moment, Gue Guahuasher bellowed, his eyes brimming with chilling malice. A dreadful aura surged forth, crashing upon the world, coalescing into a manifestation of his soul. Boom. Accompanied by a low, thunderous sound, the air around Gue Guahuasher seemed to tear apart, revealing the gates of hell. From within these gates, a pitch-black, colossal hand ominously emerged. The chain within the palm thunderously rolled, exuding an eerie, ghostly aura that reverberated through the air. In that moment, the surrounding space appeared to freeze. Not far away, Qiu Xueqing stood in a daze, unable to comprehend the terrifying power that the Emperor could unleash. It was important to note that they were merely separated by a single realm. The phrase "beneath the Emperor," all are but ants, now resonated with undeniable truth. Meanwhile, Nangong Haoyan, beneath that dark hand, resembled a mere insect, his body buffeted by fierce winds, yet he stood resolute, unmoving. A manifestation of his law. A faint smile curled upon Nangong Haoyan's lips as he waved his hand, unleashing an ocean of boundless spiritual energy that surged forth with tremendous force. The golden sea of spiritual energy, illuminated by sunlight, refracted dazzling rays of light. Then, an ancient giant elephant emerged from this ocean, its colossal trunk swirling with infinite spiritual power, shattering the heavens and transforming the sky into a void. The ancient elephant towered higher than mountains, its body connecting heaven and earth. With a thunderous roar, the very fabric of space trembled and fractured. In an instant, the boundless sea of spiritual energy coalesced into a divine dragon, surging forth. The dragon entwined around the giant elephant, their combined presence creating a resonance that made the entire great wilderness divine domain seem insignificantly small before these two primordial beings. Could this truly be the extent of human capability? Su Kong, gravely injured, murmured in disbelief. He gazed vacantly at the ancient creature above, his astonishment reaching unparalleled heights. Not only he, but even Qiu Xueqing, the saintess of the Arctic Holy Land, stood frozen in place, rendered speechless. Even the revered leaders of the Holy Land she had encountered seemed incapable of emanating such terrifying auras. At this moment, the most terrified of all was Gigu Huasher himself. In the reflection of his pupils, the two ancient beings approached, exuding an aura potent enough to annihilate the heavens and the earth. In that instant, Gigu Huasher even forgot to flee, standing foolishly in place. The two ancient creatures descended with cataclysmic force, reducing several mountains to dust, while the formations of the Hishio sect were detonated in the ensuing chaos. The cultivators within were obliterated by the formations, resulting in a veritable sea of blood filling the sky. Seeing this, Su Kong felt a chill run down his spine, recalling how he had previously provoked Nangong Haoyan. A tremor surfaced in his eyes as he realized that becoming Nangong Haoyan's mount might indeed be his greatest fortune. After all, to be the mount of such a figure was akin to bearing the countenance of the primordial races themselves. As the apocalyptic force dissipated, a surge of immense power erupted from the depths of the mountains, and a figure emerged from the swirling dust. An elder clad in gray robes materialized in the void, his frigid gaze fixated upon Nangong Haoyan. I am the ancestral master of the Hishio sect, and you shall face obliteration. With these words spoken, the manifestation of his authority followed suit. In this realm, the principles of the great Tao clashed, and boundless laws swirled around the elder in his robe. Those who have attained the great Tao possess the ability to cultivate the power of these laws. The ancestors of the Hishio sect, however, have evolved the malevolent laws of the dark path. A sinister crimson aura enveloped this world, rendering the scene reminiscent of an apocalyptic event, terrifying beyond measure. Bloodline of the Ghost Valley? A flicker of astonishment crossed Nangong Haoyan's eyes. He had not anticipated that this individual also bore the Ghost Valley bloodline. The Ghost Valley clan, steeped in ancient lore, was said to have existed since primordial times. He recalled a past encounter with the ancestor of the Ghost Valley, but such memories had long been submerged in the currents of history. High above in the skies, the power of the Ghost Valley's 8 desolations surged forth, resonating with the might of the third realm of the Emperor's dignity. The force of the great Tao blossomed, and the power of the laws radiated like a sacred sword, exuding an intensely sharp aura. In my quest for the strength of the great Tao, I shattered my own emperor-level cultivation, painstakingly rebuilding it step by step to achieve my current prowess. The Ghost Valley's 8 desolations spoke slowly, his voice resonating as if it were a celestial chant, his unwavering gaze betraying no hint of emotion, as though he were discussing a trivial matter. He seemed to have forgotten that Nangong Haoyan had nearly obliterated all disciples of the Hishio sect. Thousands of years have passed, and at last, I have grasped a thread of the great Taoist power. Yet, you dare to slay my disciples? If so, I shall unleash a massacre. In the void, the reverberations of the Ghost Valley's 8 desolations echoed, causing the entire cosmos to tremble. Extraordinary phenomena erupted as countless spaces shattered, dissolving into an endless void. Death. The eyes of the Ghost Valley's 8 desolations were chillingly cold. With merely a single utterance, the very fabric of space seemed to thicken. The dark crimson aura surged throughout the world, coalescing into a colossal, ghastly visage that emanated an aura that struck terror into the hearts of all. The power of the great Tao. From a distance, Su Kong trembled upon witnessing this spectacle. He had thought Nangong Haoyan's mastery of the great Tao was formidable enough, only to discover that this elder of the Hishio sect had attained the power of the great Tao. This was an emperor of the great Tao. Even with Nangong Haoyan's extraordinary abilities, he was utterly unqualified to stand alongside an emperor of the great Tao. In that moment, Su Kong found his breath tightening, his gaze toward Nangong Haoyan filled with anxiety. Beside him, Qiu Shueqing mirrored this concern, her exquisite features etched with worry. Boom! The ghastly visage surged forth, crashing toward Nangong Haoyan. Wherever it passed, all things were annihilated, leaving a pervasive atmosphere of death. Yet, Nangong Haoyan's expression remained utterly indifferent in his eyes. An emperor of the great Tao was merely a larger insect. How dare one be so arrogant before him? Such folly would lead to their demise. With a cold smile, Nangong Haoyan unleashed a powerful strike, his palm shadow soaring like a wandering dragon, as a golden ocean of spiritual energy coalesced into an immense palm shadow. The shadow resembled a golden Buddha descending to the mortal realm, accompanied by sacred chants, as blossoms of lotus flowers erupted in the air, dazzling in their brilliance. A thunderous roar echoed. In the next moment, two formidable forces collided head-on, producing a sound that shook the heavens and the earth. Beneath this cataclysmic clash, mountains crumbled, transforming into undulating hills and valleys, and the entire Hishio sect was instantaneously obliterated. The divine realm was enveloped in an aura of desolation, impenetrable even to innate realm powerhouses. You possess commendable strength. Above in the sky, Giga Bahuang's voice rumbled, his eyes glinting with a mixture of admiration and insatiable greed. The prowess exhibited by Nangong Haoyan astonished him. Should he be able to mold him into a magic cauldron, perhaps his own power could be refined further. With this thought, Giga Bahuang's greed intensified. Observing the scene, Nangong Haoyan remained composed, exuding an aura that could instill fear in the heavens and render the Tao powerless. You shall become my magic cauldron. Giga Bahuang cackled maniacally, unleashing a palm imbued with malevolence, which instantly filled the realm with a sinister energy. In the next instant, the entire world was transformed into a dark and chilling demonic hand. This palm was not merely vast, it rendered the entire universe insignificantly small. Beneath this demonic grasp, they felt as though they were but a leaf adrift on the ocean, scarcely more than ants. Nangong Haoyan's expression remained impassive, but suddenly, his gaze sharpened. A golden radiance intertwined within his eyes, imbued with a transcendent essence. The great path contended, and myriad phenomena unfolded, with the cycle of all things turning within. In that moment, Nangong Haoyan flipped his right hand, summoning the sword of the Tao into his grasp, its unparalleled might causing the previous demonic palm to tremble. Upon witnessing this, Giga Bahuang was seized by terror, his scalp prickling as if confronted by something dreadful. This is the power of the Tao. It cannot be. In the void, Giga Bahuang roared, disbelief flooding his eyes. The power of the Tao, a more mysterious existence than the laws of the Great Path, was incomprehensible even to the Emperor realm, let alone the saints. Yet, Nangong Haoyan wielded the power of the Tao. How could this be possible? It must be an external object. If I could seize it, how much would my strength multiply? In that case, beneath the saints, I would be invincible. Greed and arrogance filled Giga Bahuang's eyes as he envisioned himself wielding the sword of the Tao, standing unrivaled in the world. In the next moment, the spiritual energy within him surged to new heights, amplifying the demonic palm's terrifying might, as if the very fabric of this realm were on the verge of shattering. The power of the Tao? Nangong Haoyan merely scoffed, a flicker of disdain crossing his gaze. Even the Tao appeared as insignificant as an ant in his eyes. Let alone you, an ant of the Emperor realm, merely grasping a fragment of the profound power of the Tao, and yet daring to behave so audaciously? What a jest! The entirety of Nangong Haoyan shimmered with a resplendent golden light, a formidable force that made the very Tao tremble. Echoing through the ancient expanse of the great wilderness divine domain. At this moment, across the vast continent, every cultivator felt as though an invisible hand had seized their throats, rendering them breathless and utterly feeble. Very well, let me demonstrate to you what true invincibility entails. With a single step, Nangong Haoyan brandished the sword of heavenly Tao, causing the ground beneath him to hover in midair. Countless waves of energy surged forth in all directions, while the blood-red firmament was engulfed by an ocean of boundless spiritual power. Above the heavens, a multitude of extraordinary phenomena erupted into existence. The Buddha's chant resonated. Divine beasts soared, and sacred lotus blossoms bloomed, each exuding an awe-inspiring aura that seemed capable of annihilating worlds. How could this be possible? Witnessing this spectacle, Ghost Valley 8 Desolations felt a profound sense of despair. He could scarcely fathom that such a terrifying being existed within this world, as Nangong Haoyan had proclaimed. At this moment, he was even less than an ant in the presence of Nangong Haoyan. Chapter 17. Avenge me then. Nangong Haoyan unleashed a strike with his sword. The sword's might was overwhelming, eternal in its resonance. That power radiated an earth-shattering energy, a thunderous sound reverberating throughout the cosmos. In an instant, all existence was obliterated. The shadow of the sword, manifesting within the heavens and earth, descended with a resounding crash, akin to a shooting star streaking through the night, its brilliance blinding. In that fleeting moment, the entire world was illuminated. The sword's shadow descended upon Ghost Valley 8 Desolations, unleashing a terrifying, colossal force. With a single blow, all paths were extinguished, and a deathly silence enveloped the realm. Sukong's eyes widened in disbelief, his heart surging with tumultuous waves. In the next moment, without a hint of hesitation, he knelt upon the ground, proclaiming with a resonant voice, "Sukong, I am willing to bow and serve." Nangong Haoyan's expression remained placid. as if he had not heard, standing with hands clasped behind his back, approaching them. Beside him, Qiu Xueqing wore a look of utter astonishment. Could he truly be the scion of a sacred land? Suddenly, Qiu Xueqing began to doubt her own judgment, shaking her head with a faint smile. If such an individual could only be a disciple of the sacred land, the world would surely have turned upside down long ago. Let us proceed. At this moment, Nangong Haoyan had reached Qiu Xueqing, his tone nonchalant, as if he had merely crushed an insignificant ant, his countenance betraying no hint of turmoil. Indeed, Qiu Xueqing nodded, still struggling to comprehend the reality before her. Just then, a tremor rippled through the cosmos. Nangong Haoyan furrowed his brow slightly. Speaking with indifference, do you wish to perish or to live? As his words hung in the air, the spirit of Ghost Valley's calamity materialized. He had just witnessed with his own eyes how Nangong Haoyan annihilated the entire alliance of cultivators, and now he knelt in midair, his voice trembling as he declared, I too am willing to submit, to be a slave for eternity. For eternity. As the words fell, an invisible mark descended from the void, embedding itself within his soul. From this moment onward, should he commit any act of betrayal against Nangong Haoyan, he would be struck by divine retribution, enduring a fate worse than death. Upon hearing this, Nangong Haoyan maintained a serene demeanor. With a wave of his right hand, a profound vitality enveloped his palm, merging with the soul of Gue Guahuashi. A brilliant radiance erupted, and as the luminous mist dissipated, Gue Guahuashi's form emerged before the onlookers. To his astonishment, he realized he had now touched the threshold of the fourth realm of the Emperor's respect, believing that within a century, he would step into that exalted level. Do you wish to return? Nangong Haoyan's gaze fell upon Qiu Xueqing as he spoke gently. At his words, Qiu Xueqing's enchanting eyes shimmered with vibrant colors as she softly replied, I have just informed my master via a sound transmission that I will continue my training in the great wilderness divine domain. If you do not mind, I shall not go back. As she spoke, Qiu Xueqing nervously fixed her gaze on Nangong Haoyan, fearing he might refuse her. Nangong Haoyan nodded, offering no objection. Qiu Xueqing's beautiful eyes sparkled with excitement, her heart blossoming with joy. After subduing Gue Guahuashi, the void transformed into a golden-winged roc, carrying them towards the Nangong family. Since those clans and sects refused to submit, Nangong Haoyan was more than willing to take matters into his own hands. Upon his return, the Nangong family would henceforth be known as the Nangong Holy Land. Meanwhile, in the western region, at the Nangong family estate, various clans surrounded the Nangong family, sealing off all avenues of escape. The air was thick with the presence of 2 emperor-level beings, while the number of golden immortals exceeded 100, and the celestial immortals were countless. They radiated a terrifying aura, converging into a force that shook the heavens and the earth. Suddenly, a man clad in a white robe stepped forward, his entire being exuding a divine resonance. His voice, cold and commanding, echoed, Your Nangong family has gone too far. Attempting to make us your vassals? Such arrogance is utterly laughable. Hearing that the Nangong's secret realm harbors treasures that even the Emperor's respect covets. We shall unite to eradicate your family today. Let the war commence. As his words faded, an elder emerged from the void, his emperor-level aura unmasked. His gaze fell upon Nangongyu, his murky eyes filled with avarice. I have heard that Nangongyu possesses the Xianin body. If I could obtain the Xianin energy, perhaps my realm could ascend further. Within the Nangong family, Nangongyu wore a gloomy expression. The patriarch was still in seclusion, and the ancestral figure had gone to subdue the Hishio sect. Currently, she was the only emperor-level presence in the entire Nangong family. Moreover, she had only just broken through, her aura not yet fully stabilized, while the 2 emperor-level beings outside were seasoned veterans who had broken through over a century ago, possessing power that was beyond her reach. What should be done now? Nangong Juni approached, his handsome visage imbued with an unwavering resolve. Although he was merely at the golden immortal realm, his profound aura allowed him to hold his ground even against a half-emperor. You guard the family. I shall confront the 2 emperors outside, Nangongyu stated with a frosty countenance, her voice calm as she summoned her long sword, the sound of its unsheathing piercing the heavens. Unthinkable. Upon hearing her words, Nangong Junyi's expression shifted dramatically. How could she, alone, contend with millions of foes outside? It was tantamount to courting death. Nangongyu remained composed, declaring with poise, I am a member of the Nangong family. At this moment of peril for our clan, I cannot retreat. Not to mention, if our ancestor arrives, everything will surely change. If he does not make it in time, she paused, a flicker of determination illuminating her beautiful eyes. Then I beseech our ancestor to avenge me. With that, Nangonyu stepped forth, her figure transforming into a streak of light as the protective array of the clan activated, revealing her presence to all. Her gaze was indifferent as she swung her sword, unleashing a formidable sword shadow that spanned the heavens. In a mere stroke, the cultivators before her were as fragile as paper, suffering countless casualties. Humph! The man in the white robe snorted coldly, extending a palm to clash against her strike, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion of sound that reverberated through the air, sending shockwaves outward. In that instant, the heavens trembled and the earth quaked. Such terrifying power from a single blow. Truly, he was an emperor of tremendous might. The surrounding cultivators could only marvel in awe. Though you have stepped into the realm of the emperor, your strength is still insufficient to match mine. The man in white sneered, his eyes filled with scorn. If it were the ancient beings of the Nangong clan, he might harbor some trepidation, but a mere girl? She could be extinguished with a snap of his fingers. Humph! Whether I am your match or not will be revealed in battle, Nangonyu retorted, her face serene, her eyes swirling with murderous intent. As her words fell, her dark power surged, intertwining with her spiritual energy, enveloping the sword's blade. Then, she thrust forward. Chapter 18. In grave peril, the ferocious radiance of the sword blossomed in the air, its chilling force seemingly capable of cleaving the moon from the sky. In the next moment, the glimmering sword shadow soared towards the man in white. Humph! Mere parlor tricks. The man scoffed, a hint of disdain crossing his features. He then unleashed a palm strike, and the two forces collided head-on, erupting in a cacophony reminiscent of clashing metal, the sound deafening as shockwaves spread outward. The turbulent gusts resembled a mighty ocean, the spiritual energy surging forth, causing Nangonyu to be thrust back thousands of feet. Her delicate face paled slightly, her breath quickening, her eyes gleaming with a chilling resolve. In the next moment, she inhaled deeply, the sea of spiritual energy within her churning violently, her power radiating with overwhelming ferocity, a tempest of might. The shadow of an immense sword, stretching for 100 zhong, lingered timelessly in the void, imbued with an icy power of profound darkness, reminiscent of being ensnared in the frigid expanse of the Arctic, piercing and chilling to the bone. 3,000 sword shadows. With a low incantation, Nangonyu brandished her longsword, converting boundless spiritual energy into countless golden blades. The myriad sword shadows coalesced in the sky, enveloping the multitude below, emanating a chilling aura that instilled dread and trepidation. Rise, celestial execution sword array. Nangonyu commanded again, plunging her long sword into the earth before sweeping it fiercely, unleashing a sword formation that spanned several miles. Upon the golden array, an ancient essence swirled, and obscure runes danced within the sword formation. Slay. With a single sweep of her longsword, Nangonyu's 3,000 silken strands cascaded through the air, her exquisite eyes suffused with murderous intent. A cold breath escaped her lips, and simultaneously, the 3,000 sword shadows and the celestial execution sword array activated. Instantly, a deafening roar resounded, echoing relentlessly. The celestial execution sword array of the Nangong clan? How intriguing. The man clad in white robes chuckled, his eyes filled with disdain. The celestial execution sword array was a celebrated technique of the Nangong family, having dispatched countless formidable beings. Yet, Nangong's prowess was insufficient to unlock the array's true potential. With a mocking laugh, the man in white let a golden small tower drop from his grasp, channeling his spiritual energy into it. Boom! Accompanied by a resounding crash. The tower connected heaven and earth, as if to rend the very sky asunder. The tower exuded an ancient and profound aura, seemingly a divine artifact that transcended the epochs of antiquity. Then, under the man's intricate gestures, the golden colossal tower began to operate, emitting boundless power, rendering the celestial execution sword array utterly obsolete, as if the entire realm had been devoured by the magnificent tower. How could this be? Witnessing this scene, Nangong's eyes brimmed with disbelief. The celestial execution sword array was one of the Nangong family's ultimate skills, yet it appeared so feeble before this individual. Hee. The Heavenly Tower Emperor's strength has ascended a few tiers. It seems it won't be long before he breaks through to the 4th stage of Emperor Sovereign. At this moment, the elderly man suddenly chuckled, gazing at the Heavenly Tower Emperor with a hint of envy. It is known that this Heavenly Tower hails from the ancient times, when the great wilderness divine domain was rife with powerhouses. where even golden immortals were as numerous as ants. Unlike the present, the pathways to greatness have closed, and the Emperor's sovereign realm stands as the pinnacle of strength in the great wilderness divine domain. As for those saints, they exist only in a few scattered places. Hee. The reverse evil divine spear in your hand is not inferior to my heavenly tower. The heavenly tower, Emperor, Yin Shilua scoffed, discerning the underlying meaning in the elder's words. The elderly man chuckled, offering no further response. With a flick of his right hand, the reverse evil divine spear appeared, releasing a torrent of malevolent energy, causing the very void to seem suffused with endless malice. If Gui Gu Ba Huang were present in this moment, he would undoubtedly be filled with exhilaration, for the sinister aura surrounding him resonates deeply with the path he once cultivated. Alas, Gui Gu Ba Huang has long since dissipated into the void, leaving no hope for his return. Ah, little girl, the profound Yin energy that emanates from you is quite to my liking. I do hope you will not be so foolish as to decline my request. The old man remarked, a sinister smile etched upon his face. Subsequently, he withdrew the reverse evil divine spear, which elongated like a great serpent, soaring toward Nangong Yu with a fierce howl. Nangong Yu's expression darkened significantly as she drew her longsword, preparing to defend herself. However, the terror of the reverse evil divine spear far exceeded her capabilities. In a mere instant, she was hurled away, crashing violently to the ground. Her delicate visage paled further, and a mouthful of reverse blood erupted from her lips as the spiritual energy within her surged tumultuously. Even her emperor's realm seemed to waver precariously at that moment. This is disastrous. Observing this scene, Nangong Junyi's face clouded with dread. If this continued, Nangong Yu would be in grave danger. There was no time to lose. He must save her. After all, Nangong Yu was the pinnacle talent of the Nangong family, and her demise would spell catastrophic disaster for them. Thus, even if it meant sacrificing himself, he would ensure her safety. With this resolve, Nangong Junyi activated the array and soared forth. Ah, they say not to resist. Yet you choose to do so. Very well, I shall teach you the meaning of respecting your elders. The old man sneered, thrusting his spear once more. Just as the spear was about to strike, a flash of sword light flickered across the heavens, hurtling toward them. Yet how formidable was the spear? In a heartbeat, it devoured the sword shadow. Nangong Junyi's expression turned frigid as he valiantly stood in its path. With a resounding crash, his spirit shattered. His body left in a gruesome state, and his aura became alarmingly faint, even his spiritual power plummeting to the celestial realm. Nangong Junyi. Nangong Yu's eyes widened with rage, her fury surging with a chilling intent, ultimately manifesting in a fierce cry, I will kill you. At that moment, a heavy, ominous aura descended from the heavens, as a figure traversed countless dimensions, gracefully appearing before them. Upon witnessing this, both the old man and Yin Xiu Luo's expressions darkened. What was his purpose here? This figure was none other than Gui Gu Huashi. Prior to this, Nangong Haoyan had already been aware of the unfolding events, but he refrained from intervening directly to aid the Nangong family, instead dispatching Gui Gu Huashi to arrive first. Though Gui Gu Huashi did not fully comprehend the situation, he did not question it further and followed Nangong Haoyan's orders to reach here first. This is troubling. Upon seeing Gui Gu Huashi, Nangong Yu's countenance shifted to one of concern. She understood that Gui Gu Huashi was an ancient emperor, even stronger than both the old man and the man in white robes combined. Moreover, the reason why ancestor Nangong had departed was precisely to eliminate this individual. And now it was impossible. Absolutely impossible. Nangong Yu shook her head frantically, her eyes filled with disbelief. Chapter 19. Countless lives taken. Gui Gu Huashi, what brings you here? Yin Xiu Luo cast a wary glance at Gui Gu Huashi, well aware of the latter's formidable strength. Even with the old man's assistance, they might not stand a chance against him. The old man, too, looked apprehensively at Gui Gu Huashi, aware that fewer people knew about the Nangong's secret realm, the better. In response to their words, Gui Gu Huashi remained indifferent, choosing silence. Nangong Haoyan had previously instructed him not to intervene. Thus, Gui Gu Huashi stood with hands clasped behind his back, his expression calm and unruffled. Since you choose not to act, I shall proceed. The old man rasped with a laugh, his gaze towards Nangong Yu filled with avarice. Yang Tianxiong, if you seek death, I have no qualms in facilitating your demise. At that moment, Gui Gu Huashi's voice cut through the air, cold and devoid of emotion. What? Do you intend to protect the Nangong family? Yin Xiu Luo smiled chillingly, a hint of derision flashing in his eyes. Although he held a measure of apprehension towards Guigua Huashe, as a fellow emperor, he still felt entitled to arrogance. Hearing this, Nangongyu was momentarily taken aback. She was aware that the Harmony sect had suffered considerable losses within the Nangong family. Logically, they should harbor an irreconcilable hatred towards them. Yet now, why did he refrain from striking, even going so far as to defend them? Guigua Huashe's gaze remained placid and wordless. Yet the old man and the man in white dared not make a move, for he was Guigua Huashe. Boom. Suddenly, a thunderous sound echoed from the heavens, as if an invisible giant hand tore the sky asunder, revealing an immense void. A piercing cry rang out from a golden-winged rock, its terrifying aura reverberating throughout the cosmos. Witnessing this scene, those on the ground were utterly astonished. This is the ancient race, the golden-winged rock. Someone exclaimed, their eyes wide with fear. Yanxiu Luo and Yang Tianxiong's expressions darkened considerably. The golden-winged rock had always dwelled in the wild mountains, rarely showing itself. Why had it suddenly appeared here? Upon seeing the figure standing atop the golden-winged rock, Nangongyu's pretty face instantly lit up with joy. Ancestor. The ancestor has returned. At that moment, her eyes sparkled with hope, feeling as though everything might yet be salvaged. Nangong Junyi, you must hold on. Currently, Nangong Junyi's situation was perilous. He had already lost consciousness, his cultivation dwindling, and his soul shattered by the reverse evil divine spear. The two individuals also noted the figure on the rock's back, their eyes narrowing slightly, revealing a glimmer of icy intent. We pay our respects, master. At that moment, the ominous voice of Guigua Huashe resonated, echoing in the ears of all present. As his words fell, the expressions of everyone transformed dramatically. What? Even Yanxiu Luo and Yang Tianxiong found it hard to believe. Guigua Huashe had actually knelt and referred to that figure as master? Impossible. The horror in their eyes was palpable. They could scarcely accept the scene unfolding before them. At this juncture, the golden-winged rock descended, transforming into a figure that stood behind Nangong Haoyan. With an indifferent demeanor, Nangong Haoyan surveyed the multitude of adversaries before him. His voice, devoid of any spiritual energy, pierced through the hearts of all. Those who kneel shall not perish. As his words echoed, an oppressive silence enveloped the air. Ha ha. Yet, Yanxiu Luo laughed derisively, his eyes brimming with scorn. Boy, I wondered who you were. Only to discover you are nothing but a worthless being devoid of spiritual power. Although I cannot fathom why Guigua Huashe would kneel before you. In the presence of my Tian Tower, you are as insignificant as an ant. Yanxiu Luo's tone was laced with unabashed mockery. Upon hearing this, Guigua Huashe cast a sympathetic glance at him. How foolish to be so arrogant before the master. He had witnessed the might of Nangong Haoyan. Even the ancestor of the Hixio sect was no more than a slightly larger ant in his presence. With a cold smile, Nangong Haoyan replied, his calm eyes betraying no emotion, an emperor? I have slain countless. Arrogance. At these words, Yanxiu Luo's countenance darkened. The Tian Tower materialized in his grasp, exuding an overwhelming force that shook the heavens and the earth. He stepped forward, his form suspended in midair, his cold gaze radiating an air of invincibility. Under my Tian Tower, all are mere ants. Kill. Yanxiu Luo commanded forcefully, launching his assault. Instantly, the Tian Tower erupted in brilliant light, unleashing a myriad of divine weapons aimed at Nangong Haoyan. The Tian Tower, a vessel of all things, could also manifest an array of entities. I expected something grand. Yet it is merely the Tian Tower. How audacious to create such a clamor before me. Nangong Haoyan scoffed lightly. He was no stranger to treasures like the Tian Tower. He had seen and destroyed countless such artifacts and found it laughable that a descendant of the emperor would dare to flaunt it in his presence. Then, with a sweeping motion, Nangong Haoyan unleashed a palm strike, a surge of unparalleled might, the terrifying aura seemingly capable of annihilating all existence. The golden silhouette of his palm, imbued with a devastating force, surged toward the Tian Tower. Boom! A colossal sound erupted, waves of energy rolling forth, reverberating across a vast expanse. Countless sites were obliterated in the wake of that single strike. At this moment, the Tower of Heaven, which Yanxiu Luo took great pride in, crumbled like fragile paper, disintegrating into dust and vanishing from existence. No. Yanxiu Luo's eyes widened with rage, a roar escaping his lips as his complexion turned pale, and he spewed forth a mouthful of reverse blood. The heart of the tower was connected to him. Its destruction naturally inflicted damage upon Yanxiu Luo. His cultivation level plummeted to the first realm of the emperor, and there was an ominous hint that it might continue to decline. Yang Tianxiong, if you do not act now, when will you? Yin Xiao Luo bellowed. As his voice faded, Yang Tianxiong's gaze sharpened, and he stepped forward, withdrawing the reverse evil divine spear, directing it towards Nangong Haoyan with a thunderous strike. This blow, infused with profound spiritual intent, would cause even the mightiest emperor to suffer greatly, depleting their spiritual energy. Yet, to Nangong Haoyan, it appeared merely as a tickle. Upon impact, it produced a resounding boom but left no harm in its wake, not even a tear in his clothing. Hiss! Witnessing this scene, Yin Xiao Luo gasped, his heart seizing with trepidation. He could hardly fathom that Nangong Haoyan could be so defiant against such a formidable weapon, the reverse evil divine spear, and emerge unscathed. Chapter 20. The Holy Land of Nangong, the reverse evil divine spear? Quite impressive indeed. Nangong Haoyan chuckled lightly, extending a hand. The spear immediately began to thrash uncontrollably before slipping from Yang Tianxiong's grasp. It is yours now. With that, Nangong Haoyan tossed the spear casually, as if discarding refuse, towards Gigu Huashi. The latter, upon seeing this, hastily dropped to the ground, expressing profound gratitude. Thank you, sir. Yang Tianxiong was consumed with rage, his face contorting into a terrifying visage, radiating an aura that sent shivers down the spine. This spear had cost him tremendous effort to acquire in a secret realm, and now it had been so effortlessly seized by this young man. More shocking was the fact that his blood, which had dripped onto the spear, was instantly cleansed by Nangong Haoyan. How could such a young lad possess such extraordinary capabilities? Yang Tianxiong was evidently in disbelief. Taking a deep breath, he forced himself to regain composure, an overwhelming murderous intent flickering in his eyes. Though he had lost the spear, he remained a formidable emperor. Yang Tianxiong unleashed a powerful palm strike, capable of shattering the heavens. Golden shadows of his hands surged towards Nangong Haoyan. An ant shaking a tree. Nangong Haoyan spoke coldly, and as his words fell, he countered with a seemingly effortless palm strike, yet one that contained boundless strength. The tumultuous shadow of his hand surged forth like a raging river, colliding with Yang Tianxiong's golden palm shadow, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion that reverberated throughout the space. The shockwave surged, crashing against the heavens above. The power unleashed by Nangong Haoyan was beyond what a mere emperor could withstand. With a single strike, he sent Yang Tianxiong flying. Yang crashed violently to the ground, spewing a mouthful of reverse blood, his face turning an ashen hue. His internal energy surged chaotically, leaving him battered and bloodied. Standing with his hands clasped behind his back, Nangong Haoyan's gaze was icy, imbued with an aura of relentless slaughter, as he slowly declared, "Let me show you once more the might of the heaven-slaying sword formation." As his words faded, he waved his right hand, conjuring a golden stream of spiritual energy. In the next instant, the entire land was ensnared by the heaven-slaying sword formation, a terrifying power vibrating in the air, with countless sword shadows manifesting in the void. Subsequently, 9 colossal swords erupted from the earth, their shadows stretching infinitely. This sword formation seemed to connect heaven and earth, saturating the surroundings with an overwhelming presence that even the pinnacle of emperor-level beings could hardly escape. Witnessing this scene, Nangong Yu stood frozen in place, unable to fathom the terrifying strength of the heaven-slaying sword formation. In contrast, Qiu Xueqing appeared unfazed, her delicate features reflecting an extreme calmness. To her, it seemed as if only Nangong Haoyan existed within the cosmos. With a thunderous roar, Nangong Haoyan struck, unleashing the full might of the heaven-slaying sword formation. All enemies caught within were mercilessly ground to dust, their remains scattering like petals in the wind. In a moment, brilliant light filled the realm, and when it dissipated, the once dense crowd had dwindled to a mere handful. As for Yang Tianxiong and Yin Xiao, they had long been obliterated, erased from existence. Surrenderers shall not be harmed. As the formation faded, the air was thick with the acrid scent of blood. Nangong Haoyan's gaze fell upon the sparse crowd, and he spoke slowly. With his words, everyone trembled and knelt, their eyes reflecting nothing but abject terror. It was absurd to consider resistance when even their leaders, Yin Xiao and Yang Tianxiong, had been slaughtered. Observing this, Nangong Haoyan nodded slightly, refraining from further violence. Sir, both of them were elders from a sacred ground in the western region. Their deaths here may not sit well with that place, Giga Huashi pondered aloud. Nangong Haoyan responded with a faint smile. What of it? Not only that, but I intend to host a banquet in their honor. I wish to see what qualifications they possess to dare make a fuss in my Nangong sacred ground. Gigu Huasher's expression shifted dramatically. His astonishment was not due to Nangong Haoyan's audacity alone, but rather at the fact that he referred to the Nangong clan as the Nangong sacred ground. A sacred ground, recognized as the mightiest force within the vast wilderness divine domain, unmatched by any. Even those sects, families, or empires that seemed formidable were but trivial in comparison to a sacred ground, and now Nangong Haoyan boldly proclaimed the Nangong clan as the Nangong sacred ground. This implies that, with a sharp intake of breath, Gue Huasher gazed once more at Nangong Haoyan, his eyes brimming with a myriad of complex emotions. Gue Guabahuang had once informed him of a mysterious force within the vast expanse of the great wilderness divine domain, one that eclipsed even the sanctity of the Holy Lands. No one knew the extent of this force's numbers or its formidable warriors. All that was certain was that every holy land in the great wilderness divine domain was compelled to obey its command. To ascend as a holy land, one must first secure the approval of this force, which bestowed the sacred tokens of the holy lands. He vaguely recalled that this force was known as the Divine Domain Sacred Pavilion, the only entity within the entire great wilderness divine domain audacious enough to bear the name of sacred. Unbeknownst to Nangong Haoyan, who remained oblivious to Gue Huasher's contemplations, he merely urged him to oversee the surrendered cultivators while he approached Nangong Yu, offering her a pill. Upon consuming it, Nangong Yu entered a meditative state, prompting the members of the Nangong clan to leap down and assist her in regaining her strength. Nangong Haoyan then took Nangong Junyi away into the secret realm of the Nangong family. At that moment, Nangong Junyi's aura was alarmingly frail, his cultivation having plummeted to the realm of mortals. If this continued, he would vanish within half an hour. With a flick of his right hand, a surge of spiritual energy erupted from within, coalescing into a vibrant sphere of life force. With a mere gesture, he directed the sphere into Nangong Junyi's body, where it instantly transformed into a vast reservoir of spiritual energy, permeating his limbs and bones. Gradually, his aura stabilized, and his cultivation began to recover. It was believed that he would soon regain his peak state. Having accomplished this, Nangong Haoyan departed from the secret realm. At that moment, Qiu Xueqing approached, her gaze fixed on Nangong Haoyan as she softly inquired, "What do you mean by the Nangong sacred land?" Noticing the tension etched across Qiu Xueqing's face, Nangong Haoyan felt a twinge of curiosity but refrained from expressing it, explaining, "From today onward, this will be the Nangong sacred land." Upon hearing this, Qiu Xueqing's expression shifted dramatically, and she suddenly exclaimed, "Absolutely not." Chapter 21. Considered a common enemy, Qiu Xueqing's exquisite visage was marked by grave concern, her furrowed brow seemingly concealing a profound secret. Nangong Haoyan raised an eyebrow slightly, despite having cultivated for tens of thousands of years. He had spent most of that time within the Nangong secret realm, largely detached from worldly affairs, and thus was unaware of Qiu Xueqing's implications. She spoke slowly. The great wilderness divine domain encompasses an unfathomable expanse, with sects and families proliferating amidst the shifting tides of empires. The Holy Lands stand above these factions, each possessing an unfathomable depth of heritage that these forces cannot comprehend. For instance, our northern polar sacred land, despite its prominence in the northern domain, boasts numerous emperor-level powers. Moreover, it is rumored that above the Holy Lands exists an extraordinarily terrifying force known as the Divine Domain Sacred Pavilion. In the vast expanse of the great wasteland divine realm, the nature of the divine sanctuary remains an enigma to all. Some speculate that it is a coalition of the foremost powers from various sacred lands, while others assert that they hail from extrinsic forces. However, one truth prevails. To ascend to the status of a sacred land, one must acquire the consent of the divine sanctuary, otherwise, they shall be deemed a public enemy. With each utterance from Qiu Xueqing, her countenance grew increasingly grave, culminating in a face adorned with concern. In these tumultuous times, the Nangong family's brazen conduct, compounded by their prior slayings of several esteemed emperors and their intricate ties to other sacred lands, raises alarms. Should Nangong Haoyan boldly declare the Nangong family a sacred land moving forward, they would undoubtedly face vehement opposition from the other sacred realms, rendering the Nangong family a target of collective ire. Upon hearing Qiu Xueqing's words, Nangong Haoyan merely chuckled softly, his hands clasped behind his back, and his gaze remained unperturbed. The divine sanctuary? Does Nangong Haoyan require the approval of any entity, including the divine sanctuary, to carry out his will? Such a notion is utterly ludicrous. If he so desired, could he not simply erase the divine sanctuary from existence? In the entirety of the great wasteland divine realm, who would dare to claim invincibility before Nangong Haoyan? Observing his nonchalance, Qiu Xueqing sighed, recognizing that despite their brief acquaintance, he was an exceedingly proud individual. Once he made a decision, no one could sway him. Moreover, for reasons unbeknownst to her, she felt an inexplicable conviction that this man possessed the potential to upend the very dynamics of the great wasteland divine realm. Realizing this, she shook her head in bemusement, chastising herself for her audacity. Far from the divine sanctuary, even the true sacred lands are formidable entities, teeming with profound power. In comparison, the Nangong family is but a mere ant. How could one individual, Nangong Haoyan, hope to instigate such upheaval? Subsequently, after bidding farewell to Qiu Xueqing, Nangong Haoyan proceeded towards the family council hall. At this moment, the family elders stood respectfully to the side, awaiting the arrival of their ancestor. In their eyes, Nangong Haoyan appeared as a deity. As long as he stood firm, the Nangong family would not falter. Shortly thereafter, Nangong Haoyan's figure graced the assembly. We pay homage to our ancestor. Upon sighting him, the elders collectively voiced their reverence, their gazes filled with admiration. Nangong Haoyan nodded, surveying the assembly before speaking with composure. Nangong Jinyi is still in recovery. Thus, I shall temporarily assume the role of patriarch. Do any of you harbor doubts? With his words, no head shook in dissent. Satisfied, Nangong Haoyan continued. In that case, I shall share my thoughts, and I welcome discourse on the matter. Millennia ago, the Nangong family was a formidable presence, renowned throughout the western regions. Yet, time has wrought change, and our family's influence has waned, with but two remaining at the emperor level. Upon hearing this, the elders displayed expressions of helplessness and remorse. As South Palace Haoyan stated, the South Palace family once boasted dozens of emperor-level masters, reigning supreme in the western regions. Even during the eruption of the Emperor War, many families sought to avoid confrontation with the South Palace family. However, had it not been for the timely emergence of South Palace Haoyan, the South Palace family might have met its demise by now. Surveying the surroundings, South Palace Haoyan's calm gaze swept over the elders, and he spoke with an air of indifference. As long as I am here, the South Palace family shall remain unyielding. Furthermore, he declared, from this moment forth, the South Palace family shall ascend to the status of a sacred land. His words struck like a thunderclap, reverberating in the ears of those present, stirring their spirits. The notion of a sacred land. Upon hearing this declaration, the crowd found their breaths quickening, their eyes alight with fervor. They were acutely aware of what it meant to become a sacred land. Such a status would allow the South Palace family's influence to expand significantly, leading to an inevitable strengthening of their foundation. Though the South Palace family currently possessed only two emperor-level powers, they had their ancestors to bolster them, capable of vanquishing even other emperors if necessary. Observing the rekindled resolve in the eyes of the assembly, South Palace Haoyan nodded in satisfaction. He continued, moreover, since we are to become a sacred land, the order must be restructured. Henceforth, the ranking of family disciples will be abolished, and the heavenly and earthly rankings will be established anew. The heavenly ranking will allow challenges from those in the golden immortal realm, while the earthly ranking will be open to those in the celestial immortal realm. The position of Holy Maiden will be taken over by South Palace Yu, while the role of Holy Son remains vacant. The challenges for the heavenly and earthly rankings will take place 3 days hence. Do any of you have objections? Upon hearing this, the eyes of the crowd gleamed with excitement, and not a single voice rose in dissent. South Palace Haoyan nodded and added, in that case, prepare for the forthcoming matters. As for the news of the South Palace Sacred Land, we shall wait for South Palace Jinyi to fully recover before he makes the announcement. At that time, we shall host a grand feast and declare a general amnesty. A glint sparkled in South Palace Haoyan's eyes. The Divine Realm's Sacred Pavilion? Huh. He was eager to witness just how formidable this legendary institution truly was. If they were wise, he would let them be. However, if they proved to be obstinate, he would not hesitate to turn the divine wilderness upside down. Should no one maintain control over the divine realm, South Palace Haoyan would take matters into his own hands. Indeed, the assembly echoed in unison before retreating. I hope you do not disappoint me. Once they had departed, South Palace Haoyan rose and sighed softly. Since learning of the divine realm's sacred pavilion, he yearned to comprehend one more matter. the true extent of his own power. As it stood, the emperor realm felt akin to mere ants. Even those emperors who grasped the great Tao were but slightly larger ants in the grand scheme of things. Since the sacred pavilion of the divine domain possesses the resources of the entire vast wilderness, its profound heritage must be extraordinarily formidable. Chapter 22. Emergence of Talents. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. One morning, the disciples of the Nangong family stood gathered in the square. After 3 days of recuperation, Nangong Junyi had fully restored his cultivation. The vitality bestowed by Nangong Haoyan was akin to a sacred spring, cleansing his entire spiritual meridian and rendering his spiritual power even purer, with a significantly more powerful and stable aura. Nangong Junyi spoke aloud, his voice resonating among the disciples below, proclaiming the matters regarding the challenges for the heavenly and earthly rankings. The disciples below were brimming with excitement, their eyes ablaze with indomitable fighting spirit. After a considerable time, once Nangong Junyi concluded, he turned to Nangong Haoyan and respectfully inquired, "Ancestor, shall we commence now?" "Indeed." Nangong Haoyan nodded, then waved his hand. The figure of Gigu Huasher stepped forward, understanding the cue, and announced in a booming voice, "The first match of the earthly ranking is between Nangong Sunsheng and Nangong Yu." With that, Giga Huasher stepped aside, gesturing as a formation coalesced and settled upon the arena. "This sister, given your cultivation at the 5th level of the celestial realm, it would be wise to concede," remarked a handsome young man with a gentle smile, exuding a refreshing aura. He was the first to ascend the arena. Spare me your words," Nangong Yu retorted coldly, her azure dress billowing as she leaped onto the arena, attracting considerable attention and cheers. Giga Huasher solemnly declared, "The match begins. Then, I shall not hold back." Nangong Sunsheng chuckled. As his words fell, a glint of brilliance sparked in his eyes, and with a flourish of his right hand, a curved blade materialized. He swung the blade, and a surge of potent spiritual power rippled along its edge. Boom! The blade's shadow descended with a chilling radiance, akin to the glow of a clear moon, hurtling towards Nangong Yu. Unfazed, she gracefully turned her delicate hand, producing a long azure sword. With a slight quiver of her form, the sword emitted a melodious chime. Clang! Their weapons clashed, unleashing a resonant thunder akin to the clash of metal, sending powerful shockwaves across the arena. Had it not been for the reinforcement of the formation, that single impact would surely have shattered the arena beneath their feet. With a crash, both combatants were sent reeling backward. Nangong Yu's breath quickened. She inhaled deeply, her right hand trembling slightly, her grip on the long sword beginning to falter. As Nangong Sunsheng stood at the pinnacle of the 6th level of the celestial realm, just one step away from the 7th, Nangong Yu knew she was no match for him in terms of cultivation. "Concede." Nangong Sunsheng shook his head, a look of resignation on his face. The outcome is far from certain." Nangong Yu licked her lips, a glimmer of brilliance flashing in her eyes. Taking a deep breath, she summoned the spiritual energy within her. That energy surged forth like a tsunami, gushing from the blade of her sword. "How dull," Nangong Sunsheng remarked, shaking his head. "In that case, do not blame me for my lack of mercy." Sky-severing technique. As his words fell, a transformation occurred in Nangong Sunsheng's gaze. His formidable aura seemed to blend seamlessly with the heavens and earth, radiating a terrifying presence that resonated in the air. The blade in his hand gleamed with an unparalleled sharpness, as if the very sky was being torn asunder in that moment. Boom! The two forces collided head-on, unleashing a deafening sound, while waves of energy cascaded outward. Onlookers were left in awe at the spectacle. Both Nangong Yu and Nangong Sunsheng were prodigies of the Nangong family, and their duel promised an exhilarating clash. This sky-severing technique seems somewhat familiar. From a distance, Su Kong observed Nangong Sunsheng executing the move, surprise flickering in his eyes. He felt an uncanny sense of déjà vu regarding this technique, yet could not recall its origin. Hearing this, Nangong Haoyan secretly smiled, choosing not to elaborate. The sky-severing technique was undoubtedly familiar to the golden-winged Great Peng clan. Thousands of years prior, he had wielded this very move to vanquish numerous ancient races. Subsequently, it was inscribed on a stone wall within the Nangong secret realm for the descendants of the Nangong family to cultivate. Meanwhile, on the competition platform, Nangong Yu was jolted by the force. Steadying her mind, her beautiful eyes underwent a transformation. Her dark irises suddenly turned an exquisite blue, suffused with an aura of profound mystery. Boom! A terrifying power surged forth from Nangong Yu's eyes, rolling like an unstoppable river. Even separated by the formation, the other Nangong disciples felt a prickling sensation on their scalps. 7-colored divine eyes. Seeing this spectacle, Nangong Haotian murmured softly, astonishment flashing in his gaze, followed by a smile gracing his lips. He had not anticipated such extraordinary talent among the younger generation of the Nangong family. With the likes of Nangong Yu, who possessed the mystic body, and Nangong Sun Sheng, who could comprehend the sky-severing technique, and now Nangong Yu, who commanded the power of these three would be hailed as holy sons and daughters anywhere else. It was remarkable that the Nangong family had produced 3 such individuals. As the path of greatness unfolded, and the heavens vied for supremacy, Nangong Haotian mused to himself, his eyes gleaming with intensity, though his expression soon returned to tranquility. Boom! At that moment, the powerful force from Nangong Yu surged forth, causing Nangong Sun Sheng's expression to shift dramatically, filled with horror. He hastily drew his blade to defend. But the might was overwhelming, utterly uncontainable. Nangong Sun Sheng's body was propelled like a kite severed from its string, hurtling through the air before crashing heavily to the ground. His complexion turned as pale as paper, breath ragged, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood. I concede. Taking a deep breath, Nangong Sun Sheng compelled himself to regain his composure, subsequently offering a bitter smile. He had not anticipated that Nangong Yu could unleash such formidable power. After a moment of contemplation, he slowly inquired, "Might I ask what kind of technique this is, that possesses such immense strength?" Upon hearing this, the expressions of the clan disciples below were equally curious. They too wished to understand the nature of the power Nangong Yu wielded, capable of defeating Nangong Sun Sheng, who stood at the pinnacle of the 6th level of the celestial realm. In response, Nangong Yu shook her head and, parting her crimson lips, confessed, "I do not know. I awakened these eyes only after entering the immortal realm, and I have never utilized them until today. Therefore, I do not begrudge my defeat." Nangong Sun Sheng chuckled softly. Feeling somewhat unsteady, and with great effort, he managed to depart from the scene. As time flowed slowly by, the grand competition, which spanned nearly 5 days, finally came to a close. During this period, the disciples had indeed surprised Nangong Haotian on numerous occasions. For instance, Nangong Yu, the champion of the Earth ranking, dominated the competition with her mesmerizing 7-colored eyes, firmly securing her position at the top. Despite his defeat, Nangong Sun Sheng rallied and fought his way back to the 10th position. Moreover, Nangong Chunyu, a naturally gifted swordsman, clinched the 1st place in the heavenly ranking with his prowess at the 9th level of the golden immortal realm. Wan Long Yuan, possessing a formidable dragon lineage, narrowly fell to Nangong Chunyu and earned the 2nd position. Chapter 23. The Landscape of the Divine Domain. Upon the conclusion of the tournament, Nangong Haotian instructed Nangong Jun to announce that from this day forth, the Nangong clan would officially be recognized as the Nangong Sacred Land, inviting all of the great wilderness to come and celebrate. The news sent shockwaves throughout the entirety of the great wilderness divine domain. At the Li clan, the clan leader, upon receiving this information, smirked with a hint of scorn and sneered, "Humph, utterly arrogant. Do you truly believe that Nangong Jun can uphold the entire Nangong clan, aspiring to become the Nangong Sacred Land? How laughable." Just days prior, the Li clan had already allied with the heavenly wasteland sacred land of the western region. They felt no fear towards the Nangong clan, and the declaration of submission to the Nangong clan was dismissed with disdain. After this alliance, the Li clan's status in the western region had risen dramatically. "Clan leader, do we still plan to attend this invitation?" a man in the main hall ventured to ask. In response, the Li clan leader wore a derisive smile and replied, "Of course we shall go. I am eager to see what qualifications the Nangong clan possesses to be deemed a sacred land. When the various factions arrive to trouble them, we shall then reveal matters concerning the Nangong secret realm." The sinister smile of the Li clan leader held unspoken implications. Meanwhile, at another sacred land, the Northern Polar Sacred Land also received this news. The Great Wilderness Divine Domain is divided into 5 regions: the Western region, the Northern region, the Southern region, the Eastern region, and the Central region. In the sacred Arctic land, situated in the northernmost region, the seasons are marked by a relentless winter, accompanied by swirling snowflakes. Within the frigid palace, a middle-aged man listened intently to the report from the woman before him, a glimmer of brilliance flashing in his eyes. His fingers drummed lightly against the armrest of the chair as he pondered for a moment before speaking with an air of calm. Is what you say truly the case? Indeed, the woman replied, nodding. Her exquisite face bore an expression of icy indifference, radiating an aura of extreme coldness that reverberated through the air. If Qiu Xueqing were present, she would undoubtedly recognize this woman as her master, Han Shiyue. The middle-aged man was none other than the sovereign of the Arctic sacred land. Possessing a level of cultivation that transcended comprehension, none within the Arctic knew the true extent of his powers. Since Xueqing is also there, you should go and investigate. However, remember, should those individuals appear, do not engage them in hostility. The sovereign of the Arctic sacred land spoke slowly. Understood, Han Shiyue replied, nodding before vanishing within the frigid palace. Sighing, the sovereign suddenly expressed a sense of resignation. It seemed that the great wilderness divine domain was on the brink of a turbulent storm. It is essential to note that establishing a sacred land without the consent of the divine domain's sacred pavilion was a blatant challenge to their authority. Furthermore, the sacred pavilion might seize this opportunity to initiate a thorough cleansing of the great wilderness divine domain, ensuring their absolute dominion. Simultaneously, similar scenes unfolded across the great wilderness divine domain, akin to those at the Arctic sacred land and the Li family. Although the surface of the great wilderness divine domain appeared tranquil, the undercurrents of unrest were steadily brewing, perhaps destined to erupt on a fateful day. This entire situation held little interest for Nangong Haoyan, sitting within the Nangong's sacred land. In his eyes, not even the divine domain's sacred pavilion, nor the combined might of the great wilderness divine domain, posed a threat to him. Ancestor. At that moment, a figure appeared before Nangong Haoyan. Nangong, you spoke respectfully. Having witnessed the might of Nangong Haoyan and holding him in the highest regard. Previously, she had only observed him from afar, but now, standing so close. Her heart raced uncontrollably. Do you know the origin of your unique eyes? Nangong Haoyan inquired, nodding slightly. In response, Nangong Yu shook her head. It was indeed peculiar. During her initial foray into cultivation as a mortal, no matter how she absorbed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, she could not break through her limitations. Only later, through a fortuitous encounter, did she transcend her boundaries and gradually grow stronger. It was only after reaching the celestial realm that she acquired her extraordinary eyes. 7-colored divine eyes. Nangong Haoyan uttered, his gaze shimmering with intensity. As his words resonated, it was as if a thunderclap echoed in Nangong Yu's ears. Suddenly, her vision underwent a profound transformation. She seemed to behold a pair of colossal eyes, timelessly suspended in the firmament. Amidst the vast expanse of the starry cosmos, countless celestial bodies fell, erupting in resplendent brilliance. Yet those eyes remained ever radiant, seemingly penetrating the essence of all existence, reigning supreme over the myriad of beings. Suddenly, a terrifying aura descended with a thunderous force, leaving Nangong Yu in a daze, rooted in place. Her delicate visage turned ashen, beads of sweat cascading down her brow. As an overwhelming torrent of information surged through her mind. The 7-colored divine eyes. One of the 10 most extraordinary eyes of the ages. Once belonging to a celestial deity eons ago. That deity ultimately perished in a cataclysmic war, and the eyes transformed into a spectrum of light, vanishing into the annals of time. Upon receiving this revelation, Nangong Yu was profoundly shaken, her exquisite face rendering nearly stone-like, as she could scarcely fathom the terrifying origins of her own extraordinary eyes. It took her a considerable time to recover from her astonishment. Observing her stunned expression, Nangong Haoyan chuckled softly, a hint of emotion flickering in his gaze. After arriving in this unfamiliar realm, devoid of a transcendent physique or enigmatic techniques, he relied solely on sheer determination, diligently practicing the most ordinary methods, gradually progressing from weakness to invincibility. This is a technique I acquired in a secret realm. Cultivate it diligently, and the breakthrough to the emperor level will be as effortless as turning a hand, he remarked with a sense of nostalgia, handing her a tome. The Celestial Secrets. As Nangong Yu's consciousness perceived the essence of the technique, she whispered its name, her beautiful eyes shimmering with a kaleidoscope of colors. In half a month, the Nangong Holy Land will summon the world. Trouble is sure to follow. Therefore, cultivate swiftly, and you shall represent the Nangong family in battle, Nangong Haoyan advised calmly. Given that the entire great wilderness divine domain was under the dominion of the sacred pavilion, it was inevitable that the pavilion would send emissaries to confront them, particularly regarding the competition. Yes, Thank you, ancestor. Nangong Yu replied, then took her leave, vanishing from the grand hall. Subsequently, within the span of half a month, Nangong Haoyan meticulously trained all the disciples of the Nangong lineage, both on the heaven and earth rankings. In just a fortnight, the overall strength of the Nangong family had significantly increased. Chapter 24. The arrival of the coffin in the blink of an eye. Half a month had passed. One day, in the early morning, the disciples of the Nangong Holy Land began their bustling activities at dawn, adorning the sacred grounds with vibrant decorations, creating a lively ambience. Talents from both the heaven and earth rankings emerged, and an abundance of divine artifacts filled the air, drawing the attention of numerous cultivators. In this fervor, various factions, large and small, along with independent practitioners, flocked to observe. It was at this moment that an unexpected guest arrived at the Nangong Holy Land. The Li family from the western region had come to congratulate the Nangong family on their ascension to the status of a holy land, bringing with them a coffin as a token of their regards. As the call of the young attendant resonated through the entrance, the entire Nangong Holy Land fell silent, and an air of peculiar tension enveloped the surroundings. Ah, dear Jinyi, how delightful it is to witness after so many years that the Nangong family has ascended to the realm of the saints. A truly commendable achievement. At that moment, a hearty laughter echoed, and a middle-aged man appeared before the gathering. His face bore a smile, yet his tone was laced with mockery. This man was none other than Li Wanin, the head of the Li family. Pray tell, brother Wanin, what brings you to present me with a coffin from the Nangong sacred land? Nangong Jinyi's expression turned icy, aware that Li Wanin's intentions were far from benign. Yet he was taken aback by the audacity of presenting a coffin today. Ha ha ha, in recent days, my Li family has allied itself with the heavenly wilderness sacred land. And the people of that sacred land have informed me that to establish a sacred domain, one must secure the approval of the sacred pavilion. It seems the individuals at the sacred pavilion are quite unaware of this development, are they not? Li Wanin's smile was tinged with a sense of impending doom, causing the disciples present to feel a wave of irritation. And what of it? Nangong Jinyi's brow furrowed slightly. His tone remained unperturbed. Ha ha. Precisely for this reason, I present you with this coffin, perfectly suited for burying the entire Nangong family. As his words fell, silence enveloped the air. Those who had intended to congratulate the Nangong family now hastily retreated, realizing the gravity of the situation. After all, these prominent figures wield immense influence. Why would they risk themselves in such frivolity? The disciples of the Nangong family burned with fury, wishing fervently to extract vengeance upon him. I have heard that your Nangong family has produced quite a number of talents recently. Why not engage in a contest today? Li Wanin disregarded the wrathful gazes directed at him, casting a glance at Nangong Jinyi before speaking dismissively. How shall we compete? Nangong Jinyi's expression darkened. My son possesses the great completion divine body. His strength is at the pinnacle of the golden immortal realm, capable of contending even with a half-step emperor. I wonder, who from the Nangong family will step forth to battle? Li Wanin waved his hand, and a young man emerged from behind him. The young man was handsome, yet his eyes were shrouded in darkness, exuding an air of disdain. Who dares to challenge me? I shall. At this moment, Wan Longyuan, ranked second on the celestial rankings, spoke in a deep voice. As he spoke, he stepped forward, causing the ground beneath him to crack and shatter, his aura irradiating with a chilling intensity that filled the air. Li Hongfu smiled arrogantly, his eyes gleaming with derision. Merely an 8th-level golden immortal? You are no match for me. Where is Nangong Yu? In my view, she alone is worthy to be my opponent. Huh. Why must the Saintess personally intervene to deal with you? Wan Longyuan scoffed, channeling his draconic lineage and unleashing a resounding roar that echoed with fervor. The Saintess? What a splendid notion. To be the woman of Li Hongfu, the Saintess would be perfect. Li Hongfu laughed uncontrollably. In the past, when the Li family was merely a vassal of the Nangong family, he had long harbored affection for Nangong Yu. Now, as the Nangong family wanes and the Li family flourishes, Li Hongfu naturally views Nangong Yu as his destined prize. Such arrogance. The countenance of Wan Longyuan shifted dramatically, as the dragon vein within him surged with an overwhelming torrent of spiritual energy. He unleashed a powerful punch, accompanied by a resonant dragon's roar, manifesting a shadow of his fist that soared through the air, entwined with a spectral dragon, hurtling towards Li Hongfu. Upon witnessing this spectacle, Li Hongfu let out a cold chuckle, then extended his palm, conjuring a towering shadow that resembled a constellation, enveloping the surroundings instantaneously. The two forces collided head-on, erupting with a thunderous sound that reverberated through the atmosphere, unleashing a cataclysmic energy that rippled and shattered the very fabric of space. Is this all you have? After the exchange, Li Hongfu stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his expression rife with disdain. In stark contrast, Wan Longyuan was propelled backward several yards before finally regaining his footing. His complexion paled as he gasped for air, blood surging within him, forcing himself to swallow a mouthful of reverse blood. Again, Wan Longyuan bellowed, his eyes ablaze with indomitable fighting spirit. Dragon Elephant Suppression Technique. With a fierce roar, the dragon vein within him spiraled into a frenzy, emanating a torrent of dragon energy, coalescing into an ethereal dragon that shimmered with brilliance. Endowed with the dragon vein and mastering this technique, Wan Longyuan wielded it with greater finesse than his kin, amplifying its potency. He advanced another step, his spiritual energy roaring to life, as an ancient colossal elephant emerged from the ground, intertwining with the divine dragon. The roar of the elephant and the dragon resonated through the heavens and the earth, exuding an aura of unfathomable terror. Witnessing this, many visiting powers and cultivators were struck with astonishment, realizing the existence of such prodigious talent within the Nangong family. If I could possess this dragon vein, coupled with a perfected divine body, my path of cultivation would surely be unimpeded. Li Hongfu's eyes glimmered with avarice as he grinned wickedly, summoning a long sword into his grasp. Dark Sea of the Three Divine Techniques. With a low incantation, Li Hongfu swung the sword, his spiritual energy surging dramatically around the blade. An immensely formidable sword shadow surged forth from the sword body, transforming into a beam of light spanning several meters. Suspended in the air, surrounding the sword shadow, a churning sea of dark green spiritual energy erupted like tumultuous waves. Li Hongfu swung the sword shadow carrying the tidal wave of energy, crashing towards the colossal elephant and divine dragon. Boom! The forces collided once more, unleashing a sound that shook the very heavens. A terrifying aura surged forth, collapsing the surrounding air and revealing a pitch-black void, exuding a chilling presence. At that moment, Li Wanin waved his hand, conjuring a massive formation that enveloped both Li Hongfu and Wan Longyuan within its confines. Nangong Junyi's expression changed, intent on intervening, but suddenly, the voice of Nangong Haoyan resonated in his mind, prompting him to halt. Brother Junyi, do not be anxious. I merely fear they may damage the sanctity of the Nangong Holy Land. Li Wanin spoke with a smile, deliberately emphasizing the word sacred land. The sarcasm in his tone unmistakable. Chapter 25, The Secret Art of Nangong. Meanwhile, within the formation, countless forces intertwined and surged throughout the space. An unparalleled aura blossoming at that moment, radiant glimmers rising like ascending mushroom clouds. Even with the formation's enhancement, the ground trembled slightly. With a single strike, a torrent of spiritual energy obscured the figures of Li Hongfu and Wan Longyuan. After a considerable time, their forms gradually emerged. Li Hongfu burst forth, gasping for breath, his eyes glinting with a chilling light. The spiritual energy within him surged violently, akin to a boundless ocean, reverberating in the void. In the distance, Wan Longyuan was enveloped in spiritual energy, a golden dragon coiling around his body, exuding an aura of utmost majesty, as if a divine beast were protecting its master. Boom! Then, the two forces collided once more, the earth-shattering sound tearing through the surrounding air, dissipating into the vast emptiness, while the spiritual energy resembled countless stars, each thread containing boundless power. It seems your disciples from the Nangong sacred land are not as impressive as one might think, Li Wanin remarked coldly, as if envisioning his son slaying Wan Longyuan with a single sword strike. Nangong Junyi furrowed his brow deeply. Nangong Yu was still in seclusion, and among the younger generation. Only the saintess could possibly subdue Li Hongfu. However, at that moment, an unexpected scene unfolded. The wicked grin on Li Hongfu's face suddenly froze, replaced by an expression of disbelief. Wan Longyuan abruptly unleashed a palm strike, a golden dragon surging forth from the shadow of his hand, its roar echoing as it hurtled toward Li Hongfu. The latter was taken aback, attempting to draw his sword in defense, but it was evidently too late. A terrifying force struck Li Hongfu's chest, cascading down with dreadful might, his body plummeting to the ground like a meteor, stirring up a cloud of dust. Wan Longyuan's eyes brimmed with murderous intent. Seeing Li Hongfu fall, he did not relent, flipping his right hand to reveal a long sword, thrusting it toward Li Hongfu. How dare you? Witnessing this scene, Li Wanin's expression shifted dramatically as he bellowed in rage, taking to the air. His imperial-level strength radiated forth, and with a single palm strike, myriad phenomena erupted in the void, golden light shimmering and vanishing as it surged forward. Wan Longyuan remained undeterred. The dragon veins within him thrumming with vigor, a resounding dragon's roar reverberating through heaven and earth as a golden divine dragon materialized above him. Suddenly, a palm descended, shattering the divine dragon instantaneously. Wan Longyuan's complexion paled, the overwhelming shockwave propelling him away. His breath faltered, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Seeking death, Nangong Junyi let out a cold snort, brandishing his sword as he stepped forward. Whoever dares to harm a disciple of the Nangong's sacred land, even if it is the head of the Li family, I shall take your life today. As his words echoed, he swung his sword, and the blade's shadow resembled a radiant moon, timeless and eternal in the void, its icy aura intertwining and tearing through the sky as it surged towards Li Wanin with lethal intent. From a distance, Han Qiyue observed with keen interest as Nangong Junyi unleashed this technique, her beautiful eyes sparkling with curiosity. Li Wanin's gaze was filled with disdain. As the sword's shadow approached, he suddenly shouted, 10,000 Buddhas descend. With that proclamation, a torrent of energy surged forth from within him, and the ocean of spiritual power erupted. Countless golden-hued Moreau Buddhas materialized, chanting scriptures that resonated through the air. The sacred verses transformed into a golden barrier, adorned with cryptic characters that flowed within its confines. Boom! The sword shadow, with an unstoppable force, descended upon the golden barrier as if it sought to annihilate heaven and earth. In that moment, boundless spiritual energy erupted, and fierce winds arose, causing deep fissures to open in the ground beneath. Crack! The golden barrier began to fracture, countless tiny crevices appearing and spreading outward. Li Wanin's expression shifted, his eyes igniting with murderous intent. Kill! As he spoke, the Buddha figure moved, bearing an overwhelming aura of slaughter as it charged towards Nangong Junyi. Taking a deep breath, Nangong Junyi rotated the Nangong's sacred sword in his hand, which emanated an ancient and profound aura. The Nangong's sacred sword, passed down through generations of the Nangong family, contained unimaginable power. Even the mightiest of emperors would tread carefully in its presence. Nangong's secret art, divine punishment of the sacred sword, suspended in midair. Nangong Junyi's cold gaze was filled with boundless killing intent. He shouted, and the spiritual energy within him surged like an ocean, spreading across the firmament. At this moment, the entire sky was nourished by an infinite sea of spiritual power, bathing the world in a resplendent golden glow. Subsequently, countless bolts of lightning, transformed from sword shadows, coalesced within the ocean of spiritual energy. The roaring sword shadow thunder resembled a primordial beast, capable of rending the very fabric of existence. Countless forces intertwined and entangled, fracturing the entire space, as the vast heavens transformed into an endless void. Boom! At that moment, a celestial sword coalesced, a colossal sword shadow rising with an overwhelming presence. As if sacred chants echoed forth, and flowers from the other shore bloomed in the sky, the golden ocean serving as sustenance for the sword shadow. Suspended with a majestic aura, it lingered in the void, seemingly poised to obliterate the entire great wilderness divine domain upon its descent. Witnessing this scene, Han Qiuyue's delicate face was filled with astonishment. She found it hard to fathom that such a terrifying secret art existed within a mere small family like the Nangong. She even felt that, compared to this art, the most ancient techniques of the northern polar sacred land would pale in comparison, rendered insignificant and feeble. What manner of existence is the Nangong family? At this moment, Han Qiuyue's eyes brimmed with astonishment and inquiry. With a resounding boom, Nangong Junyi unleashed a sword strike directed at Li Wanin. The immense shadow of the sword, imbued with a force capable of obliterating all, rendered everything in its path utterly annihilated. Beneath the shadow of the sword, the myriad Buddha statues scattered across the sky appeared as mere illusions, easily toppled by a single hand. An aura potent enough to vanquish all enveloped Li Wanin, an overwhelming sense of impending doom nearly driving him to madness. Just as the sword shadow was about to descend upon him, Li Wanin, his face contorted in rage, suddenly bellowed into the void, "Master, save me." This cry summoned every ounce of spiritual power within him, its resonance penetrating an expanse of 10,000 miles, uprooting countless trees in the sacred ground with its force. Alas! At that moment, a sigh echoed from all directions, and as the sound faded, the towering sword shadow abruptly dissipated into nothingness. Chapter 26. How to choose. How could this be? Witnessing this scene, Nangong Junyi gasped in shock, his countenance shifting dramatically, disbelief flooding his eyes. It must be noted that the Nangong secret arts are renowned for their unparalleled dominance within the family. In the same realm, they are deemed invincible. Yet, reduced to dust by a mere sigh, the thought sent a chill coursing through him, his entire being trembling involuntarily. In the distance, Han Shiyue furrowed her delicate brows slightly. Within that sigh, she detected the essence of a great power, surmising that the hidden emperor was indeed a being of extraordinary might. Contemplating whether to intervene, she hesitated, realizing the saintess was still present. Should the concealed emperor unleash a rampage, it would prove difficult for her to locate the saintess thereafter. At that moment, a rift of immense proportions appeared in the heavens above. Then, a figure emerged, reminiscent of a divine ruler standing majestically, enveloped in crimson radiance. The gaze of this individual shimmered with a profound essence, suggesting that in his eyes, a single breath encapsulated the cycle of all existence. Indeed, it was the pathway of space. Han Shiyue was taken aback. The Emperor of the Great Path was already a rarity, and those who cultivated the path of space were even more scarce, akin to a phoenix amongst hens. It was unexpected that the Li family's benefactor would possess such an adept of the space pathway. It seemed that danger loomed over the Nangong's sacred ground. At this juncture, Han Shiyue resolved against intervening. The emergence of a space pathway emperor likely signified a matter far beyond the simple affairs of the Li family. This emperor was possibly acting on behalf of others. Should she take action, she would inevitably be viewed as an enemy by the various sacred grounds, thereby endangering the entire northern polar sacred ground due to her actions. Who are you? As the terrifying aura of the newcomer enveloped him, Nangong Junyi took a deep breath, forcing himself to regain composure. Who I am is of little consequence. Above the void, that figure slowly spoke, and with the resonance of his voice, countless extraordinary phenomena erupted behind him. I have come to declare that the South Palace sacred land cannot exist. At this juncture, the tone of that figure shifted abruptly, imbued with a chilling, murderous intent as he unleashed a formidable palm strike. In that moment, it seemed as though the very fabric of the void began to tremble. A colossal shadow of the hand overshadowed the heavens, casting the world into darkness. Boom! A deafening roar reverberated, carrying an annihilating force that surged towards the entire South Palace sacred land, intent on obliterating it in a single strike. South Palace secret technique, holy sword of divine punishment. South Palace Junyi's countenance darkened, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. Although this enigmatic figure's power far surpassed his own, as the head of the South Palace, he was resolute in standing with his family in life or death. With fervor, South Palace Junyi summoned the South Palace Holy Sword, and a tempest of spiritual energy surged forth, emanating waves of terrifying aura. A massive sword shadow erupted from the earth, golden sword waves resonating through the air, as though a giant sought to withstand the cataclysmic force descending upon them. Boom! The two forces collided head-on, the palm shadow sweeping aside all in its path. And in the blink of an eye, the sword shadow was utterly annihilated. South Palace Junyi's expression shifted dramatically. He roared and ascended, his vital energy igniting as he summoned all his spiritual power to launch a fist. Cycle of the sun and moon. Between his fists, the sun and moon appeared, their brilliance illuminating the heavens as the light of the sun and the essence of the moon bloomed forth in that moment. Accompanied by South Palace Junyi's strike, that force surged with the might of the heavens, crashing down. Formation, arise. South Palace Junyi called out again. The formations of the South Palace radiated a world-destroying aura, their brilliant light illuminating the firmament. The heaven-slaying sword formation, the 72 heavenly slaughter formation, the dragon elephant suppressing prison formation, and countless other formations hidden within the South Palace awakened in unison. A torrent of dreadful power amalgamated, the aura emanating from it causing the figure above the firmament to reveal a hint of astonishment. Yet, in an instant, the figure's expression returned to normal, and he unleashed another palm shadow that surged through the void. South Palace Junyi, undeterred, summoned countless forces to converge, striking against the palm shadow, but in mere moments, the palm shadow shattered. In the next instant, South Palace Junyi's aura began to waver, his spiritual energy nearly depleted. His eyes stained crimson as waves of reverse blood gushed forth. Yet, his countenance remained resolutely steadfast. He and the South Palace sacred land would surely share the same fate. Clutching this conviction, South Palace Junyi let out a furious roar, akin to a madman, charging towards the enigmatic figure. However, to the mysterious man, he was but an ant. A cold laugh escaped his lips. In his eyes, South Palace Junyi's actions were no different from a mere insect attempting to shake a tree. To harm him? Such thoughts were sheer folly. Subsequently, with a wave of his right hand, a void appeared, into which countless arrays of power were drawn. He then gently brushed his hand, causing the emptiness to vanish and the boundless array of power to be utterly obliterated. Witnessing this, Nangong Junyi felt an overwhelming despair rise within him. He had intended to confront the individual with a resolve to perish, hoping to inflict injury upon him, yet he found himself incapable of even approaching. The enigmatic figure struck again, delivering a fierce palm strike upon Nangong Junyi. The latter felt a sharp pain, akin to a shooting star plummeting to the earth, creating a massive crater upon impact, dust swirling chaotically around. "How utterly dull," remarked the mysterious man with a tone of disdain. As if he had merely crushed an insignificant insect, his expression devoid of any warmth. He gazed down upon the crowd, akin to locusts, and coldly uttered, "All shall perish." As his voice echoed, he unleashed another palm strike, a formidable force that filled the heavens and the earth. Should this strike land, none would escape unscathed. The crowd, like startled birds, instantly scattered in all directions. At that moment, a foreign voice suddenly resonated in Han Shuyue's mind. "Intervene, and I shall reveal to you the secret of the holy moon cold body." The voice reverberated like thunder in her thoughts, causing her delicate features to shift and her gaze to tremble. Who was the owner of this voice? How did he know of her possession of the holy moon cold body? Moreover, his tone suggested he understood it better than she did. Yet, if she intervened, she would be pitted against those individuals and the entire great wilderness divine domain. Was it worth the risk? Meanwhile, the shadow of the mysterious man's palm descended, eliciting anguished cries from the crowd below. Han Shue bit down on her crimson lip, steeling her resolve as a cerulean longsword materialized in her grasp. The azure sword shadow surged forth, colliding with the palm shadow. The two forces intersected, unleashing a power that astonished the world, as a formidable aura expanded into the boundless void. Chapter 27. A snap of the fingers can annihilate after the clash. A light exclamation escaped the mysterious man's lips from within the void. His gaze fell upon Han Shuyue, and in an instant, he appeared before the crowd with a light laugh, saying, "I did not expect the Empress Shuyue to resort to an ambush. However, your decision to act now is hardly a rational one." Recognizing Han Shuyue's aura, a smirk of mockery crossed his face. As she was the renowned Empress of the North Polar Sacred Land, she undoubtedly understood the existence of the sacred pavilion of the divine domain. Should she choose to act now, it would signify the North Polar Sacred Land's intent to oppose the entirety of the great wilderness divine domain. Humph. Han Shuyue's exquisite countenance shifted slightly before regaining composure, a cold glimmer flashing in her beautiful eyes. "My actions require no commentary from you. If you depart now, I shall spare you. Otherwise," her words were abruptly interrupted by the mysterious man's booming laughter. His mocking laughter was unrestrained, echoing in the ears of the crowd. "This statement should be directed at you, should it not? I, the supreme sovereign of freedom, shall not be hindered in my quest to slay whom I desire." As he spoke, the tone of the supreme sovereign suddenly turned frigid, a murderous intent swirling in his gaze. He then unleashed a palm strike, the shadow of his hand descending with an overwhelming force akin to a cascading river of stars. "Let us hope you remain true to your word," murmured Han Shuyue, her voice barely a whisper as she felt the chilling aura emanating from the supreme sovereign. If that voice she had just heard had deceived her, she would not hesitate to unleash a massacre upon the Nangguang sacred land. At that moment, the palm shadow surged towards her from all directions. Flash! Han Shuyue's crimson lips parted as she uttered a low command, her azure longsword slicing through the air, producing a cascading torrent of sword shadows that collided with the incoming palm strike. With a resounding boom, a tremor echoed through the void, and waves of tumultuous power surged outward. Outside the Nangguang sacred land, numerous fissures tore through the ground, an icy aura swirling in the air. Even amidst countless formations bolstering their defenses, the surroundings began to tremble precariously. It had long been rumored that a prodigious saintess had emerged from the North Polar sacred land, her master possessing unfathomable strength and an unparalleled physique. I once thought such claims exaggerated, but witnessing it firsthand today, I now believe it to be true. The supreme sovereign of freedom stepped forward, hovering in midair, a hint of admiration lacing his tone. Humph, Han Shiyue scoffed coldly, her expression frosty, choosing to disregard him. The Supreme Sovereign, unfazed, shook his head with a touch of exasperation. Alas, had you cultivated for another century, with your talent, I would undoubtedly be no match for you. However, he paused, a proud gleam in his eyes. Now, you cannot defeat me. As his words fell, the Supreme Sovereign extended a hand, conjuring golden formations that materialized from the ground, swirling in the air. A magnificent and imposing radiance enveloped the realm, casting dazzling light across a vast expanse. Boom. Within that brilliance, the aura of slaughter lay concealed, ensnaring Han Shiyue like a series of shackles, binding her tightly. I am eager to discover what this legendary, unparalleled physique truly entails, enabling you to ascend from the mortal realm to the level of sovereign in a mere century. The Supreme Sovereign licked his parched lips, a mix of trepidation and envy stirring within him. For ordinary sovereigns, even with exceptional talent, it typically requires a millennium to reach such heights, let alone the path to the great sovereign, which may take an entire lifetime to comprehend. Yet, Han Shiyue accomplished this feat in a mere 100 years, an anomaly that truly unsettled him. When you meet your end, I shall reveal the truth to you. Han Shiyue's voice was icy as she summoned the power of her Saint Moon cold body. In but a fleeting moment, the very air around seemed to solidify, suffused with a chilling cold that enveloped this realm. Intriguing. A flicker of fervor ignited in the eyes of the unfettered emperor. Within the frigid aura of Han Shiyue, a sacred essence blossomed, pure and enigmatic. Should she be refined into a furnace, perhaps his cultivation could ascend significantly. Contemplating this, a glimmer of avarice illuminated the unfettered emperor's gaze as he swept his hand, unleashing a terrifying intent of slaughter from the ethereal columns of energy. Within the radiance, myriad weapons and ferocious beasts materialized, surging towards Han Shiyue. Celestial Cold Sword Technique. Han Shiyue uttered, her ruby lips forming the incantation, before wielding her longsword. The power of the sacred moon's cold body within her surged like tumultuous waves, intertwining and crashing through the boundless ocean of spiritual energy. All the spiritual force coalesced around her sword, and then a towering shadow of a sword erupted forth from its blade. In an instant, the winds howled and icy rain cascaded from the heavens. The space itself became frigid, as if it had plunged into the depths of the Arctic. Boom! The dazzling, frigid sword shadow persisted through the ages, refracting a chilling arc under the sun's rays. Han Shiyue then swung her sword, the shadow resembling a bridge across countless voids. Tearing through the sky, wherever the sword's shadow traversed, all was encased in ice, an endless chill radiating with the power to annihilate worlds. Crashing against that golden column of light. Rumbling. The two forces collided head-on, their overwhelming energies spreading like an apocalyptic tempest. At this moment, the entire southern palace trembled, as countless cultivators who had gathered to celebrate prostrated themselves upon the ground, shivering uncontrollably, too fearful to move an inch. An endless aura erupted, causing Han Shiyue to retreat 1,000 paces, her delicate visage turning pallid. She inhaled deeply, the icy essence within her intertwining and surging, her once dark eyes transforming into a vivid blue. Worlds encased in ice. Han Shiyue cried out, her jade hand lifting slightly, unleashing waves of blue energy that blossomed in her grasp. This power morphed into countless orbs, swelling in the air before enveloping the entire firmament. The comprehension of the ice path revealed itself. Upon witnessing this scene, the unfettered emperor's eyes flickered with a hint of disdainful amusement. If Han Shiyue's strength surpassed his own, then his mastery of the space path would clearly be no match for her. Yet, it was now apparent. He could extinguish her with but a snap of his fingers. The unfettered emperor clapped his hands together. A rift in space materialized, gradually expanding like an unfathomable abyss, eternally devouring the ice path that Han Shiyue unleashed. This is dire. Han Shiyue's beautiful eyes flickered, a silent alarm ringing in her heart. Without hesitation, she unleashed several principles of the great path. The ice above the firmament instantly transformed into a long sword, poised in the void as if ready to plummet at any moment. Chapter 28. How do you wish to perish? The ant strikes the tree. The sovereign of carefree laughter let out a disdainful chuckle, his eyes brimming with contempt. His mastery over the path of space allowed him to devour all that exists within the world, rendering even Han Shiyue's chilling ice path incapable of withstanding his prowess. In but a fleeting moment, the brilliance of his sword illuminated the void, its overwhelming aura seemingly capable of shattering everything within the cosmos, freezing it in its tracks. With a thunderous sound echoing through the air, the rift in space resembled an abyss, as if it could consume the very fabric of the void. The sweeping shadow of the sword vanished into the emptiness, leaving no trace behind. Heaving a deep breath, the sovereign of carefree laughter acknowledged the sword shadow, a manifestation birthed from the essence of the path of the sovereign. While he could indeed devour it, he would inevitably suffer considerable backlash. However, he concealed this inner turmoil, a sardonic smile gracing his lips as he mockingly declared, "I wonder, Sovereign Shiyue, what other capabilities you possess. Do unveil them all." Regardless of the realm or the might of the path, he surpassed Han Shiyue, representing the entirety of the great wilderness divine domain, unafraid of her or the forces that stood behind her. Upon hearing his words, Han Shiyue's enchanting eyes flickered with a shadowy gleam. If she were to strike again, the outcome was uncertain even to her. Since Sovereign Shiyue chooses not to intervene, I implore you to stand aside. Perhaps I shall forget the events that have transpired. Observing Han Shiyue's silence, the sovereign of carefree laughter chuckled, his tone laced with derision. Boom. With a resounding crash, the countenance of the sovereign of carefree laughter shifted dramatically. Instantly, an immense surge of spiritual power emanated from him, transforming into a long spear, its tip ignited with searing flames. In an instant, a raging sea of fire engulfed the heavens, scorching the void for miles around. Kill! His eyes ablaze with murderous intent, he bellowed as the spear, engulfed in the tempest of flames, descended upon the South Palace Holy Land. Han Shiyue's expression tightened. She was aware that Xiao Xueqing bore the heart of the Arctic, rendering her impervious even to the path of the sovereign. Yet, gazing upon the cultivators below, her emotions became a tumultuous blend of complexity and helplessness. It was imperative to remember that the entire great wilderness divine domain was under the dominion of the sacred hall of the divine domain. No one dared defy the hall's decrees. At that moment, a chilling snicker reverberated from all directions. As the words resonated, a sword shadow shot forth from the depths of the South Palace's secret realm. This strike appeared to transcend time itself, spanning eons, and in the blink of an eye, the sword's shadow landed upon the boundless flames, unleashing a power that could astonish the heavens. In that instant, the long spear shattered completely, reduced to dust that wafted through the void. The might of the sword surged forth, howling as it bore down upon the sovereign of carefree laughter. His expression shifted abruptly, and he hastily clapped his hands to conjure a layer of spatial shield, intricate symbols swirling around it, radiating a mysterious and ancient aura. Boom! Yet, in the blink of an eye, the shield was obliterated, as the sword shadow descended with the ferocity of a thunderbolt, crashing down upon the sovereign of carefree laughter. In a moment of life and death, the sovereign of freedom once again opened a void, engulfing the shadow of the sword within. Nevertheless, the ferocious sword energy still inflicted significant damage upon the sovereign of freedom. His complexion instantly turned pale as snow, his eyes filled with terror. Suddenly, a surge of reverse blood flowed up within him, causing his countenance to change dramatically. He hastily summoned his spiritual power to halt it, lest the blood burst forth uncontrollably. A tempest of turmoil surged within the sovereign of freedom's heart. As a master of the great Tao, how could he, the exalted one, be tormented so miserably by a mere shadow of a sword? It was utterly incomprehensible. Amidst his astonishment, a flicker of anger crossed his face. Meanwhile, Han Shiyue was equally astonished. As another master of the great Tao, she understood the might of such a being. It was no easy feat to even graze an opponent, let alone inflict harm. Yet this shadow of a sword had accomplished that in the blink of an eye. What kind of mysteries lurked within this so-called Southern Palace sacred land? Curiosity filled Han Shiyue's eyes. How could a mere master of the great Tao dare to act so audaciously in the Southern Palace sacred land? In the next moment, a cold voice resonated once more, its indifferent tone echoing like a celestial hymn, traversing the void and surging forth from all directions. Who? The sovereign of freedom, adept at the spatial Tao, could perceive every movement within this world, yet at this moment, he found himself unable to discern the source of the voice. An inexplicable tension began to creep into his heart. To aspire to become a sacred land was not a matter for insignificant beings like these to dictate. What kind of hero hides in the shadows? Contemplating the divine domain's sacred pavilion, the sovereign of freedom steadied his mind and spoke coldly. What can a mere divine domain's sacred pavilion do? Not to mention the lord of the wilderness divine domain. Even the heavenly Tao would appear as an ant before me. What are you? The voice resounded again, and as the words fell, the heavens trembled, the sun and moon reversed, dark clouds gathered in the void, and thunder rumbled, suddenly unleashing a torrential downpour as if the heavens themselves feared what was to come. Witnessing this scene, all present trembled in awe. Who was this individual? Han Chiuyue whispered softly, suppressing her shock, her eyes filled with confusion. At that moment, amidst the heavens and earth, a brilliant light flickered, dispersing the dark clouds and allowing sunlight to pour forth. Then, a young man stepped forth from the void, each stride blooming with lotus flowers. Countless blossoms of the other shore unfurling behind him, radiating an overwhelming aura of sanctity. You, how do you wish to die? Nangong Haoyan appeared before the crowd, his plain gaze fixed on the sovereign of freedom, his tone neither heavy nor light, resembling a death sentence, with an expression of extreme indifference. The sovereign of freedom was profoundly shaken by this presence. However, upon hearing Nangong Haoyan's words, his expression darkened sharply, anger swirling in his eyes as he bellowed. Spatial execution array. As the voice faded, countless formations coalesced from the void above. This technique, a proud masterpiece of the carefree emperor, utilized the principles of spatial doctrine to conceal its deadly power within the fabric of space, thereby unleashing its full potential. Even Han Chiuyue, standing nearby, sensed the formidable threat emanating from it. Her delicate visage shifted slightly. Had she been confronted with this spatial slaughter array, she would surely seek to evade its sharp edge. Yet, how would the person who had just appeared confront it? In that fleeting moment of distraction, Nangong Haoyan made his move. He casually raised his palm, and in the next instant, it felt as though the very heavens trembled in response, coalescing into a single mighty strike directed at the spatial sand array. How absurd! The carefree emperor wore a mocking smile. He had mastered the spatial doctrine, yet this individual dared to rival him in his own domain. Chapter 29, The Fall of Carefree. Utterly foolish. However, in an instant, the mockery on his face froze, replaced by disbelief. How could this be possible? He could scarcely fathom that Nangong Haoyan had effortlessly unraveled his spatial killing array with a mere gesture. The imposing silhouette of his palm surged forth, unrelenting, toward the carefree emperor. The emperor's countenance shifted dramatically. With no time for contemplation, he summoned all his spiritual energy and the power of the spatial doctrine, transforming it into an abyssal void just in time to deflect the palm's assault. After the clash, he gasped for breath, his eyes filled with shock and fear. He realized that had he braved that strike, he would likely have been obliterated, his very essence extinguished. Alarmed, the carefree emperor pondered the identity of this enigmatic figure. He sensed no fluctuations of spiritual energy from him, yet the emanating power was enough to instill dread even in a being of his stature. The power of the doctrine? In the void above, Nangong Haoyan cast a fleeting glance, disappointment evident in his eyes as he shook his head and remarked, "Too weak." He had encountered true masters of the spatial doctrine before, whereupon their mere presence shattered the fabric of space with a flick of their wrists. Mere emperors were reduced to naught. In contrast, this carefree emperor barely qualified as a child in comparison, and Nangong Haoyan felt no desire to engage. Very well. Today I shall demonstrate what the spatial doctrine truly is. He spoke with an air of calm detachment. Having cultivated for millennia, he had grasped an immeasurable array of doctrinal powers. It is worth noting that countless cultivators spend their entire lives striving to comprehend the doctrines, while to Nangong Haoyan, they appeared as insignificant as wilted cabbage. With that, Nangong Haoyan swiftly made his move. He extended one hand, conjuring an abyssal void that materialized before him. Compared to the earlier manifestation of the carefree emperor's void, his was far purer and more terrifying. Even the entire great wilderness divine domain seemed inconsequential in the presence of this abyssal void. Impossible. This cannot be. Upon witnessing this scene, the Supreme Emperor of Freedom was nearly driven to madness, shaking his head in disbelief. He was certain that the person before him could not possibly possess the strength of an emperor. How had he comprehended the profound truths of the Tao? Unless his power had transcended that of the Tao Emperor. At this thought, the Supreme Emperor's pupils contracted, and his gaze towards Nangong Haoyan was filled with profound dread. He had believed that his own strength as a Tao Emperor was sufficient to reign supreme over the world. Yet, unexpectedly, there were realms beyond realms and beings beyond beings. The latter's power was unfathomably more terrifying than his own. Flee. At this moment, that singular thought consumed his mind. He needed to escape and convey this news to the sacred pavilion of the divine domain, so they could launch a siege against the Nangong sacred land. However, all these thoughts were swiftly captured by Nangong Haoyan. He chuckled softly, as if observing a hurriedly fleeing ant, his eyes devoid of sorrow or joy. With a single wave of his hand, the void abyss activated, and in an instant, it enveloped the Supreme Emperor of Freedom. In mere moments, the void abyss vanished, and thus, the Supreme Emperor met his demise. Meanwhile, in the Tianhuang's sacred land, the altar of the Supreme Emperor lay shattered, plunging the entire realm into unprecedented panic. Even the reclusive elders rarely seen were compelled to gather in the Grand Assembly Hall. Today's events must not be divulged, the elder intoned gravely, his presence radiating an aura that even the Tao emperors regarded with caution. The Supreme Emperor of Freedom was, after all, their esteemed elder. His demise would undoubtedly incite turmoil within the sacred land. But what about the matters entrusted to us by those individuals? One elder inquired. The senior elder replied solemnly, I shall personally report this to the sacred pavilion of the divine domain. You are to remain vigilant. As for the Nangong sacred land, regardless of the circumstances, they cannot evade responsibility for the Supreme Emperor's death. As he spoke, a flicker of murderous intent glimmered in the elder's eyes, his murky gaze seemingly piercing through the void towards the distant Nangong sacred land, hundreds of miles away. At that very moment, in the Nangong sacred land, after vanquishing the Supreme Emperor of Freedom, Nangong Haoyan furrowed his brow slightly, gazing into the void before him, then struck out with his palm. A colossal dragon elephant apparition materialized, crashing down upon the void and unleashing an overwhelming might. Far away in the Tianhuang's sacred land, the senior elder's body trembled, his expression turning furious. He took a deep breath, forcing himself to channel his spiritual energy to mitigate the catastrophic force brought forth by the dragon elephant. Soon after, the murderous intent in his eyes intensified, flourishing with vigor. After unleashing a palm strike, Nangong Haoyan's gaze fell upon Han Qiuyue, and he spoke coolly, Come with me. Han Qiuyue's countenance shifted slightly. She witnessed with her own eyes the moment when Nangong Haoyan executed the profound Emperor of Freedom. Should this news spread, it would undoubtedly create an uproar throughout the vast divine realm. At that point, the holy land of Nangong would find itself at odds with the entirety of the great wilderness. It is likely that Nangong Haoyan himself would prefer to avoid such a scenario. What would he choose to do? Han Qiuyue's pupils contracted in shock as a possibility crossed her mind. Would he eliminate her to silence her? Nangong Haoyan, seemingly attuned to her thoughts, spoke in a nonchalant tone. I merely promised to reveal to you the true secret of the holy moon-cold body. As for whether the matter of killing the profound emperor will be leaked, I am indifferent. In my eyes, even if the entire great wilderness united, they would not be my match. Upon hearing this, Han Qiuyue exhaled deeply, a flicker of confusion dancing in her beautiful eyes. How did he know she possessed the holy moon-cold body? Moreover, his piercing gaze seemed to strip away her defenses, leaving her feeling exposed and quite displeased. Clinging to such suspicions, Han Qiuyue followed Nangong Haoyan into the Nangong secret realm. Upon entering, they encountered Kyoksweeking, who was still immersed in her training. The Nangong secret realm was shielded by formations that isolated it from the outside world, so Kyoksweeking was unaware of the events that had just transpired. Upon seeing her master, Kyoksweeking was taken aback, but quickly understood. After all, the Nangong family's ascension to a holy land would undoubtedly stir significant waves, making the arrival of the North Pole Holy Land quite understandable. Master, Kyoksweeking said obediently. This revelation surprised Nangong Haoyan, as he had not anticipated their connection. How intriguing, he mused. Han Qiuyue nodded, her gaze filled with astonishment as she observed Kyoksweeking. In just half a month, the saintess's strength had remarkably reached the threshold of the half-step emperor realm, with faint signs of impending breakthrough. Moreover, the aura she exuded felt as if the power of the great Tao was intertwined within her, robust and formidable. It seemed that in the future, she too would become a master of the great Tao. Yet, it remained to be seen what insights this disciple, who was also the saintess of the North Pole Holy Land, would glean from the great Tao. The library holds numerous texts on the cultivation of the great Tao. You should visit there for further enlightenment, Nangong Haoyan suggested to Kyoksweeking. Chapter 30. Only through dual cultivation Nangong Haoyan sensed Kyoksweeking's burgeoning aura, clearly on the cusp of entering the emperor realm. In response, Kyoksweeking nodded and bid farewell to the two, departing the secret realm. At that moment, only Nangong Haoyan and Han Qiuyue remained in the secluded space. The atmosphere grew subtly charged, and Han Qiuyue's delicate features flushed with a hint of crimson. Nangong Haoyan, oblivious to her demeanor, spoke lightly. During this time, you must have encountered some bottlenecks in your training. Han Qiuyue nodded softly. Indeed, no matter how I strive, I find myself unable to break through to the 4th level of the Emperor realm. The obstacle feels insurmountable, akin to a chasm I cannot cross. As she spoke, Han Qiuyue's delicate face revealed a hint of helplessness. After stepping into the 3rd realm, she had employed countless methods, yet remained unable to break through to the 4th realm. Utterly perplexed about the reason behind her stagnation. It is due to your constitution, Nangong Haoyan suddenly interjected. Han Qiuyue's beautiful eyes froze momentarily, a look of confusion flickering across her face. Her constitution? She struggled to comprehend the meaning behind his words. It was well known that her ascent to the status of a great emperor within a mere century was attributed to her sacred moon-cold body. Without it, she would likely still be an ordinary cultivator, easily preyed upon by others. Your constitution enables your rise to the great emperor, yet simultaneously imposes limitations. These two truths are not contradictory, Nangong Haoyan stated calmly. Time flowed slowly, and after approximately half an hour, once Nangong Haoyan had finished his explanation, Han Qiuyue seemed to grasp the concept, her expression brightening with newfound clarity. Then, esteemed sir, how should I break through? Han Qiuyue was thoroughly captivated by Nangong Haoyan's words, even altering her form of address to him. However, at that moment, Nangong Haoyan found himself at a loss for words. In truth, breaking through was neither overly difficult nor easy. After a moment's contemplation, he inquired, might the great Emperor Qiuyue have a Tao partner? Han Qiuyue shook her head. Since I embarked on the path of cultivation, I have not sought a Tao partner. In my eyes, strength is the ultimate truth. Despite her exceptional beauty and numerous admirers within the polar sacred grounds, her heart was solely devoted to cultivation. As for a Tao partner, they were but fleeting clouds. Esteemed sir, is there a problem? Han Qiuyue asked in confusion. Then, as if struck by a sudden thought, her fair cheeks flushed slightly. You cannot possibly be suggesting that I become your Tao partner? The notion made her increasingly bashful. Yet, it was evident that she misinterpreted his intentions. Nangong Haoyan's question stemmed from the understanding that to break through the restrictions of the sacred moon-cold body, only dual cultivation could achieve such a feat. By converging yang energy into the Dantian, one could transcend limitations and enter the 4th realm. With this clarification, the atmosphere in the secret realm grew increasingly nuanced. Even Nangong Haoyan felt a flush of warmth on his cheeks. Despite his millennium of cultivation, he had maintained a certain naivety, having devoted himself solely to training within the secret realm, neglecting the more personal aspects of life. Now, discussing such matters, even the invincible Nangong Haoyan found himself somewhat embarrassed. Is there truly only this method? After a long silence, Han Qiuyue bit her crimson lip, her eyes filled with conflict. Indeed, Nangong Haoyan nodded. In truth, there was a second method. He could channel his spiritual energy into her. If sufficient energy were provided, she could break through the restrictions. However, they were merely acquaintances, and Nangong Haoyan would not extend such fervent assistance. Moreover, he had only intended to present her with one possible approach. The specific outcome ultimately depends on her own fate. Upon hearing Nangong Haoyan's words, Han Qiuyue's eyes were filled with inner turmoil and conflict. After a long moment, she took a deep breath and resolved to break through to the 4th level. As this thought crossed her mind, Han Qiuyue's charming face flushed crimson, resembling a perfectly ripened red apple, as she softly murmured, I implore you to be gentle, sir. By the end of her statement, her voice had dwindled to a whisper, too shy to continue. Nangong Haoyan, upon hearing her, paused momentarily and could not help but chuckle. You misunderstand. I merely intended to share the method to transcend your limitations, not to engage in such matters with you. After his words, Han Qiuyue's face turned a shade of deep embarrassment and shyness, her delicate fists tightly clenching her garment, wishing desperately to vanish into the wall. The awkwardness was palpable. Fortunately, Nangong Haoyan swiftly diverted the conversation, saying, although you cannot cultivate your realm, you can still refine your innate power. Every entity in the world possesses its own path, and what you must do is comprehend the essence of that power. Though your cultivation is currently restricted, you can still solidify your innate strength, and when you eventually break through, your capabilities will surely double. Nangong Haoyan's understanding of innate power had reached an extraordinary level. Perhaps no one in the vast desolation of the divine realm comprehended it better than he. Upon hearing this, Han Qiuyue's expression softened significantly, and she inquired softly, Then, sir, do you comprehend the path of space? Today, she had observed Nangong Haoyan utilizing the path of space, much like the esteemed Emperor of Freedom, leading her to believe that he had indeed grasped it. However, Nangong Haoyan's strength was shrouded in mystery, leaving her in a state of uncertainty. Nangong Haoyan smiled faintly, choosing not to respond. For reasons unknown. He was reminded of a film he had watched in his previous life, Ip Man, which seemed to resonate with the current situation. If there is nothing else, you may take your leave. As for your disciple, Nangong Haoyan spoke slowly, considering that the Nangong sacred land had become a target for many. If Qiu Xueqing remained here, it could prove detrimental to both her and the northern polar sacred land. Nangong Haoyan preferred to avoid complications, and if Qiu Xueqing stayed, he would inevitably have to intervene. All right. Han Shiyue, unaware of Nangong Haoyan's thoughts, nodded and subsequently departed the Nangong secret realm to find Qiu Xueqing. The latter appeared somewhat reluctant, clearly hesitant to part ways with Nangong Haoyan. He smiled gently. This tome of innate power is well suited to your constitution. With diligent practice, you might become a formidable force. Indeed, Qiu Xueqing fervently nodded, her eyes brimming with admiration for Nangong Haoyan. She instinctively clutched the book tighter, motivating herself to cultivate diligently, vowing that one day she would reach the same pinnacle as him, achieving a comparable level of strength. Observing the emotions displayed by Qiu Xueqing, Han Shiyue let out a slight sigh. Nevertheless, she did not intervene. After all, Nangong Haoyan was exceptionally outstanding, and within the vast desolation of the divine realm, she could scarcely find another who could rival him. In a moment of clarity, she suddenly perceived that the man before her possessed the extraordinary capability to alter the very fabric of the great wilderness divine domain. Chapter 31. The divine nation's chosen one-time flowed languidly. Several days after Han Shiyue and her companion departed, Nangong Junyi had completely restored his cultivation and remarkably ascended to the third level of the Emperor's venerable realm. Meanwhile, Nangong Yu was but a single opportunity away from stepping into the Grand Tao Emperor's domain. One day, Nangong Junyi arrived at the Nangong secret realm and found Nangong Haoyan still engrossed in his training. He paused, patiently awaiting the awakening of his ancestor. What brings you here? At that moment, Nangong Haoyan slowly opened his eyes, his gaze settling upon Nangong Junyi, and spoke in a measured tone. Nangong Junyi replied with utmost respect, "Esteemed ancestor, 200 years ago, when the Grand Elder journeyed across the seas, he aided the chosen one of the Tianyin divine nation and shared a pleasant conversation with its sovereign. The Grand Elder even extended an invitation for the divine nation's chosen one to come to the Nangong clan to cultivate the dragon elephant suppression technique." Before he could finish, Nangong Haoyan's eyes flickered with understanding. When is the chosen one expected to arrive? Nangong Junyi pondered for a moment, recalling that the Tianyin divine nation was also situated in the western region. He replied, "If we utilize the teleportation array, it should take no more than 3 days." Upon hearing this, Nangong Haoyan closed his eyes once more, exhaling a breath that reverberated through the heavens and earth, resonating like thunder. If the chosen one arrives, leave it to Giga Huasher. During this period, Giga Huasher had been diligently cultivating and had faintly touched upon the essence of the Grand Tao. It was believed that soon, the Nangong Holy Land would welcome another Grand Tao Emperor. Understood. Nangong Junyi responded respectfully before withdrawing. As he walked along the Grand Path, Nangong Junyi's spirit soared. For centuries, the entire Nangong clan had relied solely on the Grand Elder's support, who had vanished 50 years prior. At that time, the Nangong clan had fallen into utter despair, where any misstep could lead to irreparable consequences. Yet now, the Nangong Holy Land boasted 3 Emperor Venerables, alongside an ancient race that could rival them. Additionally, there were countless golden immortals, and the number of those beneath the golden immortal realm was beyond reckoning. All of this stemmed from the guidance of the ancestor. At this moment, Nangong Junyi gazed slowly at the Nangong secret realm, his eyes filled with admiration and reverence. Meanwhile, in the Tianyin divine nation, within the Grand Palace, a middle-aged man sat upon a dragon throne, surrounded by dazzling flames of celestial fire, fierce and terrifying. His majestic visage spoke with authority. During this journey to the Nangong Holy Land, my son must approach others with humility and must not act impulsively. The Nangong Holy Land is teeming with exceptional talents, particularly the Nangong Saintess, who, I have heard, has already reached the Emperor Venerable level. You must exercise utmost caution. A middle-aged man, adorned with a phoenix crown and resplendent in a dragon robe, was surrounded by intricate formations of lethal intent. As he spoke, a flicker of thunder seemed to flash within his gaze, a natural phenomenon that marked him as the Emperor's sovereign. "Child, heed my command." Below him stood a young man, draped in a serpent-patterned garment, though his tone was humbly submissive. An air of arrogance in his demeanor caused the monarch of the Tianyin divine nation to shake his head in lament. This child of mine possesses many virtues, yet his overwhelming pride leads him to regard even the court officials with disdain. While he may flourish within the Tianyin divine nation, I fear he may stir trouble upon his arrival at the Nangguang sacred land. Reflecting on this, the monarch's gaze fell upon the old crone beside him, which, "I must trouble you to look after Tianxi this time." "Rest assured, my lord, I shall not fail in my duty." The witch, with a rather unsettling appearance and a voice as sharp as a blade, possessed eyes shrouded in shadow. Upon leaving the palace, the divine son Yin Tianxi instantaneously adopted a different expression, his eyes brimming with haughtiness. What is this Nangguang sacred land but a mere speck of land? How dare they call it sacred? Truly laughable. His words dripped with disdain for the Nangguang sacred land. The witch spoke softly, "Divine son, you must not speak lightly. The Grand Elder of the Nangguang sacred land has rendered great service to the Tianyin divine nation. Not to mention, he has once bestowed upon you the immaculate divine body. Indeed, the Grand Elder of the Nangguang sacred land is a legendary figure, having fought countless battles without a single defeat, his cultivation transcending the heavens and the earth, with none knowing the depths of his realm." Upon hearing the witch's words, a flicker of fervor and curiosity ignited in Yin Tianxi's eyes. A life without defeat. Given sufficient time, I too shall achieve that. With an expression of pride, Yin Tianxi then turned his gaze towards the witch, inquiring curiously, "Witch, what is your level of cultivation?" In his memory, this witch had always been by his father's side, though she held no official position. Every minister and general in the court treated her with utmost respect, and even his father had never scolded her. He had always been intrigued by her identity. The witch chuckled lightly, teasingly replying, "I am but a mere sweeper. Without the Lord, I would have long ceased to exist." At her words, Yin Tianxi shook his head, refraining from further inquiry, and took a step to depart. The witch watched his retreating figure, and in her murky eyes, a spark of brilliance suddenly erupted, a sinister smile curling at the corners of her mouth, leaving her intentions unclear. In the blink of an eye, she vanished from sight. 3 days later, the witch and Yin Tianxi arrived at the Nangguang sacred land aboard the imperial vessel. The disciples and elders of the sacred land gathered to welcome the divine son of the Tianyin divine nation. Nangguang Junyi stood before them, hands clasped behind his back, his gaze fixed upon the sky, eyes narrowed as though piercing through the firmament itself. After a lengthy silence, the imperial vessel parted the clouds and revealed itself to the crowd. Then, 2 beams of light flickered, and as the light dissipated, the figures of Yin Tianxi and the witch emerged, with the imperial vessel being reabsorbed by the witch. The arrival of the 2 esteemed guests was met with considerable fanfare from the members of the Nangguang family. The witch sensed the formidable aura emanating from the crowd, her expression briefly reflecting surprise. However, she quickly regained her composure and stepped forward respectfully, stating, "The witch, accompanied by the divine son of the celestial flame kingdom, pays her respects to the holy master of the Nangguang family." Nangguang Junyi responded courteously, "There is no need for excessive formalities, as they are entrusted by the esteemed elder. They are friends of our Nangguang sacred land. Please feel free to reside here for the time being." He paused momentarily before continuing, "Elder Gigu." As his words fell, Gigu Huasher stepped forward, exuding a shadowy aura reminiscent of the witch. However, his chilling presence was even more potent, akin to a frigid essence extracted from the depths of hell. The leader of the combined cultivation sect? The sight of him astonished not only the witch, but also Yin Tianxi, who stood nearby. It is often said that good news travels slowly while bad news spreads like wildfire. The combined cultivation sect is notorious as a sect of evil cultivators, a fact well known throughout the western regions. The presence of the leader of such a sect as an elder in Nangguang's sacred land was indeed hard to swallow. From this day forth, this Giga Huasher shall be the mentor of the divine son of the celestial flame kingdom, Nangguang Junyi stated slowly. The decision to appoint this individual as the divine son's mentor was made decisively by Nangguang Haoyin. He was merely the messenger. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the witch and Yin Tianxi both shifted dramatically. Yin Tianxi was particularly incensed. As the divine son of the celestial flame kingdom, his majestic power was undeniable. How could he possibly accept an evil sect leader as his mentor? It was an affront to his dignity. He is unworthy of being my mentor, Yin Tianzi declared mercilessly, his eyes ablaze with fury. As the divine son, he could not tolerate such disrespect and humiliation. The witch, standing by, chose not to intervene, her silence speaking volumes. Oh, Nangong Jinyi responded, a glimmer of brilliance in his eyes. Elder Gigu possesses the cultivation of the third realm of the emperor and shows signs of comprehending the power of the Tao. His strength is unparalleled. Is that not sufficient to qualify him as your mentor? At this remark, Yin Tianzi's expression shifted slightly in surprise. The Tao Emperor. If he were merely of the Emperor's realm, Yin Tianzi would not regard him highly. It is known that in the entire Celestial Flame Kingdom, there are only 3 formidable Emperor-level beings. Yet, aside from the elusive Supreme Monarch of the kingdom, there were none other. However, Giga Huasher was still the leader of an evil sect. As the proud divine son, how could he allow himself to be so tarnished? Yin Tianzi gritted his teeth and insisted, he is unworthy. Upon hearing this, Nangong Jinyi's expression turned cold as he waved his sleeve dismissively, saying, in that case, I must trouble the witch to escort the divine son back, for our Nangong sacred land is too humble to accommodate such a grand figure. The witch, aware that Nangong Jinyi was infuriated, stepped forward and bowed respectfully, saying, Your Holiness, please do not be angered. My divine son meant no mockery. He has simply grown accustomed to the royal palace's service, leading to a somewhat arrogant demeanor. I humbly ask for your understanding. After speaking, her gaze fell upon Giga Huasher, and her words were filled with praise, acknowledging the elder's unfathomable cultivation, stating that even the most venerable of emperors would not match his prowess. The divine nation entrusted the divine son to the elder, which brought great reassurance. Her remarks softened the previously frigid atmosphere. Nangong Jinyi's expression eased considerably, his gaze retaining a hint of coldness as he spoke in a gentle tone. If that is the case, I shall trouble Elder Gigu. It is of no consequence. Suddenly, Giga Huasher interjected, his expression revealing no trace of joy or sorrow. At that moment, Yin Tianzi disdainfully scoffed, humph, and then turned his attention to Nangong Yu, whose resplendent form sparked a glimmer of greed in his eyes. I have heard my father mention the saintess of your Nangong sacred land. The saintess and I are betrothed as children. I wonder if this engagement still holds? Upon uttering this, a profound silence enveloped the square. Even the witch's countenance darkened. Had it not been for Yin Tianzi's status as the divine son of the Tianyin divine nation, she would have long since struck him down for his lack of decorum. What an oblivious fool! How dare he utter such words here? It is utterly shameful. As anticipated, upon hearing Yin Tianzi's words, the disciples of the Nangong sacred land displayed their fury, and Nangong Jinyi's expression grew increasingly frigid. Yin Tianzi's assertion was indeed accurate. There had been an agreement between the elder and the sovereign of the Tianyin divine nation. However, a century ago, when the Nangong sacred land's influence waned, the Tianyin divine nation had ceased to mention the matter. Now that the Nangong sacred land was rekindling hope, the Tianyin divine nation was attempting to ingratiate themselves once more, which naturally bred dissatisfaction among them. Are you attempting to renege on the agreement? Seeing the expressions of the Nangong sacred land's members, Yin Tianzi pressed on, his gaze filled with arrogance. Suddenly, a crisp sound echoed through the air. Nangong Yu, who had remained silent until now, struck out with a swift palm, landing it firmly against Yin Tianzi's cheek. His face flushed instantly, disbelief etched across his features. After a long moment, Yin Tianzi finally reacted, bellowing, You dare strike me? The witch's expression turned grim. Although Yin Tianzi deserved the slap, he was still a divine son, and such an act seemed akin to slapping the Tianyin divine nation itself, carrying significant implications. What of it? Nangong Yu replied, her expression indifferent. You are but a half-step emperor. How dare you boast before me? Utterly foolish. Fury ignited in Yin Tianzi's eyes as he let out a furious roar, reversing his crimson longsword. He swung it with lethal intent toward Nangong Yu, but merely an ant. Nangong Yu merely let out a cold snort and struck with her palm. Within the shadow of her hand, boundless spiritual energy surged forth, infinite and overwhelming, crashing down upon Yin Tianzi in the blink of an eye. He was sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground, his ceremonial robes torn and tattered by the dense spiritual force. Clenching his fists tightly, fury intertwined in his gaze. Do you think you are worthy to be my husband? Nangong Yu retracted her hand, casting a glance at Yin Tianzi, who resembled a wretched dog, her tone icy to the core. Without a backward glance, she departed from that place. Nangong Jun seemed oblivious to the scene, his attention resting upon the witch as he spoke calmly. In that case, you too may reside here. The witch replied with a heavy voice, her eyes shadowed with darkness. Gui Guahuasher tossed a communication talisman to the witch, his tone devoid of emotion. Meet me at the training grounds tomorrow. With that, he departed alongside the members of the Nangong family. A fleeting glimmer of resentment crossed the witch's eyes, though it vanished almost instantly. Nangongyu, I shall surely ride upon you. After a considerable time, Yin Tianci rose from the ground, the bitterness in his eyes exceptionally pronounced, foul words spilling forth without restraint, and murderous intent blossoming freely within his gaze. The witch sighed, pondering how this useless individual could ever hope to compare with the saintess of the Nangong sacred land. It was indeed laughable. Yet, she refrained from voicing her thoughts and instead said, Son of God, let us return to our quarters for now. Meanwhile, in the Nangong secret realm, before Nangong Haotian, Gui Guahuasher and Nangong Jun stood respectfully. After hearing their report, Nangong Haotian slowly opened and closed his eyes, a spark of brilliance igniting within. He spoke softly, I understand. You should keep a close watch on this witch. She likely harbors ill intentions. As his words fell, Nangong Junyi's expression shifted slightly, a glimmer of killing intent flashing through his eyes as he murmured, In that case, should we not? No need to rush. Nangong Haotian interrupted with a wave of his hand, expressing his curiosity regarding the witch's true motives. This son of God is likely just a pawn sent by the Tian Yin divine kingdom. The true mastermind is undoubtedly someone else. As he spoke, a subtle smile curled upon Nangong Haotian's lips. After a millennium of seclusion, he found himself too lonely. Now, having just emerged from his retreat, he was presented with the opportunity to engage in a game of cat and mouse, which was rather delightful. Chapter 33. The might of 10 whips Yin Tianci and the witch were assigned to a palace chamber, where the latter, for the sake of safety, set up layers of formations to guard against unforeseen events. How audacious of this insignificant Nangong family. Yin Tianci sat at the table, his anger still simmering as he brooded over the earlier incident. Hearing this, the witch pondered for a moment before speaking. The Son of God must not underestimate the Nangong family. The Nangong sacred land is far from simple. The group that welcomed us today comprised at least 3 formidable emperors, and that Gui Guahuasher has even brushed against the threshold of the great Tao. If the Son of God acts rashly, even I would be unable to save you. At this point, the witch sighed, astonished that within just a few decades, the Nangong family had burgeoned to such an extent that it could be described as formidable, not to mention the presence of powerful figures like the Grand Elder of the Nangong family. The current Nangong sacred land was no longer something the Tianyin divine kingdom could contend with. Otherwise, how could the monarch permit her to take the divine son to the Nangong sacred land to learn martial arts? However, these thoughts were lost on Yin Tianci, who was currently consumed by rage, longing to seize Nangongyu beneath him and revel in the moment. Observing Yin Tianci's avaricious gaze, the witch felt a flicker of disdain within her heart. Nonetheless, she did not reveal her feelings, instead speaking calmly, Divine Son, tomorrow marks the time for you to practice the dragon elephant suppression technique. This technique is exceedingly fierce, far surpassing even the pinnacle techniques of my divine kingdom. The witch understood the formidable nature of the dragon elephant suppression technique. Even at the same cultivation level, she might not be able to withstand its power without sustaining injury. However, Yin Tianci remained oblivious to this, impatiently interrupting her. I understand. I will memorize the technique and then present it to Father Emperor. Upon hearing this, the witch smiled, saying nothing further. In the blink of an eye, a day had elapsed. Yin Tianci's injuries from the previous day had already healed, and now he radiated with spiritual energy. His eyes sparkled with intensity, and a powerful aura surged around him. Just then, the voice of Gigu Huasher echoed from the transmission talisman. Hasten to the training ground. Hearing this, Yin Tianci smirked, casually discarding the talisman and returning to his slumber. Time passed, and eventually, Yin Tianci awoke from his beautiful dreams to find the sun high in the sky. He left his chamber and strolled leisurely to the training ground. Since early morning, Giga Huasher had been waiting at the training ground. After such a long wait for Yin Tianci's appearance, Giga Huasher displayed no anger. His expression remained indifferent, revealing no hint of emotion. Your Nangong sacred land is vast, hence the delay, Yin Tianci yawned, offering a flimsy excuse. Giga Huasher's demeanor remained unchanged as his cold voice resonated. For your breach of etiquette, 10 lashes. As the words fell, a black whip materialized in his hand, striking towards Yin Tianzi. Yin Tianzi's expression darkened abruptly, and he retorted coldly, "Old man, do you truly think I would grant you face?" With that, he flipped his right hand, summoning the Tianyin divine sword, and unleashed a crimson sword light. The blade surged like an endless torrent of flames, scorching the air around it as it rushed towards Giga Huasher. Boom! The two forces collided, producing a resonant sound that reverberated through the sky, sending shockwaves rippling outward. Yin Tianzi's body trembled, and he staggered back several steps before regaining his footing. Soon, his eyes turned crimson, a trickle of blood escaping the corner of his mouth, and the fury within him began to rise. "Old man, perish!" A roar erupted, and Yin Tianzi's body trembled as he raised his sword towards the heavens, invoking a cataclysmic force. "Kill!" With that command, the spiritual energy within him surged forth, transforming into a vortex of power that encircled the divine flame sword. In an instant, that energy coalesced into a crimson sword shadow, akin to molten gold, reflecting a blinding radiance under the sun. Boom! Yin Tianzi swung his sword. The rolling sword shadow, imbued with an overwhelming might, surged forth like a ferocious tiger on the hunt, leaving scorched earth in its wake and saturating the air with an inferno. Yet, Giga Huasher appeared unfazed, his indifferent gaze betraying no emotion. He coldly uttered a single word, "Scatter." As his voice fell, Giga Huasher lashed out with his whip, striking the air with a deafening crack that seemed to shake the very foundations of the world, unleashing boundless power. With a single strike, the sword shadow was reduced to mere dust. However, the force of the whip remained undiminished. Accompanied by a dull thud, the next lash struck Yin Tianzi, as if it had lashed at his very soul, leaving him with torn flesh and a bloody visage. In that moment, he felt his spirit falter, the excruciating pain contorting his once handsome face into a mask of agony. Crack! Another whip descended from Giga Huasher. Yin Tianzi let out a howl, nearly succumbing to unconsciousness. In a fit of rage and humiliation, he attempted to summon his power for defense, but the whip's might was too formidable and its speed too swift. He could not intercept the relentless barrage. After 10 strikes, Yin Tianzi's breath became shallow, his spiritual energy wavering as if it might dissipate into the ether at any moment. In the shadows, the witch observed the scene with a darkened gaze, devoid of malice, her expression inscrutable, leaving one to wonder what thoughts occupied her mind. Giga Huasher's demeanor remained unperturbed, as if he had merely swatted a fly. He retrieved a pill from his spatial ring and flicked it towards Yin Tianzi. Plop! The pill entered Yin Tianzi's mouth, and a surge of vitality blossomed within him, revitalizing his battered form. His grievously wounded body began to heal at an observable rate, ultimately rendering his spirit even more fortified than before. "Next time, if you are late, it will be 20 lashes." Giga Huasher's words sent a shiver through Yin Tianzi, leaving his face as pale as death. He never wished to endure such soul-wrenching pain again in his life. Contemplating this, Yin Tianzi fell silent, sparing Giga Huasher further trouble. However, unbeknownst to him, during this quiet period, his thoughts were consumed with plans for revenge against the Nangong Holy Land, rather than gratitude towards Giga Huasher for strengthening his spirit. A day has passed, and it must be acknowledged that Yin Tianzi, despite his obstinate temperament, possesses remarkable talent. In just a single day, he has managed to grasp the foundational techniques of the dragon-elephant prison art. It is worth noting that even disciples from the Nangguang sacred land typically require at least a year to master the rudimentary aspects of this technique. Devote yourself to your training. I shall return in half a month to conduct an assessment. Giga Huasher, astonished by Yin Tianzi's innate abilities, resolved to report his findings to Nangguang Haoyin. After all, Yin Tianzi's lack of gratitude and his troublesome disposition could lead him to betray the Nangguang sacred land once he acquires mastery. Chapter 34. The Blood Sea of the Crimson Moon. Though Nangguang Haoyin resided within the Nangguang secret realm, he was acutely aware of all occurrences within the Nangguang sacred land. He paid little heed to Yin Tianzi. Rather, he was intrigued by the witch who had been silently observing without intervening, allowing Giga Huasher to administer punishment. It seemed that not only the distant Tianin divine kingdom harbored its own schemes, but this witch, too, had her own agenda. A subtle smile graced Nangguang Haoyin's lips as he pondered the expectations these individuals held for the Nangguang sacred land. sufficient to entice a divine scion to risk his life. Boom. At that moment, a surge of fierce energy erupted before Nangguang Haoyan, and as the mist dissipated, a vast sea of blood appeared before him. The blood sea of the crimson moon had materialized. Nangguang Haoyan refocused his thoughts. He had gathered numerous celestial materials and sacred treasures for the disciples of the Nangguang sacred land to cultivate. This blood sea was replete with an overwhelming pressure of sacred power. Once one entered, the use of spiritual energy would be rendered impossible, relying solely on physical endurance. Should one practice the dragon-elephant prison art here, the results would be exponentially improved. With this in mind, Nangguang Haoyan used his divine sense to inform Nangguang Junyi to assemble the golden immortal disciples at the entrance of the Nangguang secret realm. In a short while, Nangguang Junyi arrived with the golden immortal disciples, including the proudly arrogant Yin Tianzi. Although Yin Tianzi could not match Nangguang Yu, who was of imperial status, he found dealing with these golden immortal disciples to be a trivial matter. Meanwhile, the witch had also arrived, surveying her surroundings. A glint of brilliance ignited within her murky eyes. This was indeed the Nangguang secret realm. It was rumored to harbor opportunities so exhilarating that even an imperial being would be thrilled. To seize such fortune would enable one to comprehend the power of the great Tao and attain the status of a great Tao emperor. At this thought, a glimmer of greed flickered in the witch's gaze. Suddenly, a streak of light shot forth from the secret realm, and Nangguang Haoyan appeared before everyone. "Greetings, ancestor." Upon seeing Nangguang Haoyan, the disciples spoke in unison, their voices resonating powerfully as they half knelt on the ground, their eyes filled with admiration, including Nangguang Junyi. Only Yin Tianzi stood tall, his demeanor replete with disdain and arrogance. Witnessing this, the witch concealed in the shadows inwardly cursed, "This fool. Should he provoke the wrath of Nangguang Haoyan and be barred from entering the secret realm, the essence concealed within him would also be rendered inaccessible. If that were to transpire, what course of action could she pursue next?" The witch's gaze turned icy, and a murderous intent radiated from her eyes. Wishing fervently to slay Yin Tianzi on the spot. "Why does the Son of God not kneel?" Nangguang Junyi scoffed, his voice brimming with dissatisfaction. "I am the Son of God. Aside from my father, I bow to no one, not even to the ancestors of your Nangguang sacred land. What business do they have with my Tianyin divine kingdom?" Unfazed by Nangguang Junyi's glare, Yin Tianzi met his gaze with indifference, his tone dripping with disdain and arrogance. He had always held the Nangguang sacred land in contempt. "This is disastrous." The witch gasped inwardly, aghast at the audacity of this scoundrel. How dare he speak thus to the ancestor of Nangguang? He truly seeks his own demise. No, this move is crucial. He cannot perish. With this thought, the witch took a deep breath, forcing herself to regain her composure. Just as she hesitated over whether to intervene and save Yin Tianzi, Nangguang Haoyan suddenly spoke. "It matters not, merely the arrogance of the younger generation, a disposition I find quite appealing." As he spoke, Nangguang Haoyan chuckled softly, the meaning behind his words elusive. Indeed. Upon hearing this, Nangguang Junyi nodded and withdrew. A flicker of disbelief crossed the witch's eyes. Was this truly the end? The cunning of this Nangguang ancestor was remarkable. However, she was perplexed. Despite observing Nangguang Haoyan for some time, she had detected no leakage of spiritual energy from him, appearing no different from an ordinary person. At that moment, Nangguang Haoyan surveyed the crowd and slowly continued. "In recent days, I have forged for you a blood sea of the red moon, within which you shall be unable to wield any spiritual power and must rely solely on your physical form to endure its might. Training in the dragon-elephant suppression technique to hone your physique to perfection." At this, everyone listened intently, fearful of missing a single word, save for Yin Tianzi, who remained utterly unconcerned. What blood sea of the red moon? He had never heard of such a thing within the imperial palace. There existed gravity chambers 100-fold more effective than this wretched place. Once Nangguang Haoyan concluded, he waved his right hand, and the Nangguang secret realm opened and closed. At this moment, even the witch felt an overwhelming excitement, silently murmuring to herself. With a flash of light, the crowd vanished from the entrance of the secret realm. When they regained their bearings, they found themselves in a cavernous space, resembling a basin, with towering mountains above and treasures scattered throughout. Before them surged a blood sea of the red moon, its waves tumultuous, exuding a terrifying and ominous might that sent chills down their spines. "Ancestor, is this truly the blood sea of the red moon?" asked one Long Yuan in a low voice. He had undergone considerable training under Nangguang Haoyan during this time. Now, he could unleash the full potential of the dragon veins within him, having long surpassed the pinnacle of the golden immortal stage. Just one step away from entering the realm of the Emperor. Indeed, Nangong Haotian nodded slightly, his gaze resting upon Wan Longyuan and Nangong Chenyu, and spoke. Both of you stand at the pinnacle of the golden immortal realm. One possesses a dragon vein, while the other embodies the innate sword body. Should you manage to transcend to the realm of Emperor today, our Nangong sacred land shall grow even more formidable. We understand. They responded in unison, their eyes alight with fervor. Wan Longyuan then turned to Nangong Chenyu, his spirit aflame with determination. Brother Chenyu, I was bested by you in the recent grand competition. How about we wager who can achieve a breakthrough first today? That sounds splendid, Nangong Chenyu replied. Exuding an air of scholarly elegance despite being at the apex of the golden immortal realm and possessing an innate sword body that rendered his combat prowess unparalleled. During the Celestial Rankings battle, he had defeated Wan Longyuan in merely 10 exchanges. Mere braggarts, scoffed Yin Tianzi, dismissing Nangong Haotian's assertions. It was widely known that dragon veins and innate sword bodies were exceedingly rare throughout the vast wilderness of the divine domain. How could such exceptional individuals possibly arise from the modest Nangong family? Impossible. With a hearty laugh, Yin Tianzi stepped forward, plunging into the crimson moon blood sea. In an instant, an immense power surged over him, and the terrifying pressure made his expression shift dramatically, leaving him unable to sense even a modicum of spiritual energy. The excruciating agony contorted his features, and he let out a thunderous roar, delightful. At his words, a collective gasp echoed through the crowd. Wan Longyuan, with his dragon vein and formidable martial physique, suffered immensely before the crimson moon blood sea. Just then, Nangong Chenyu also stepped into the blood sea. Feeling the overwhelming pressure it exerted, though gritting his teeth, he remained silent. Observing this, Nangong Haotian nodded appreciatively, forming a favorable impression of Nangong Chenyu. Subsequently, more disciples of the Nangong family began to leap into the crimson moon blood sea for their training. Lacking the robust martial physiques of Wan Longyuan and Nangong Chenyu, they were engulfed by a tremendous sense of tearing pain upon entry, prompting involuntary cries of anguish to escape their lips. Chapter 35. A bunch of monsters. A bunch of trash. Yin Tianzi scoffed disdainfully. His countenance radiated arrogance, for he was capable of training in a 100-fold gravity chamber. How could he fear this so-called crimson moon blood sea? Without a moment's hesitation, he leapt into the blood sea, but mere seconds later, his handsome visage twisted into a grotesque grimace, his screams echoing through the secret realm like that of a slaughtered pig. Observed Wan Longyuan with a cold chuckle, a flicker of disdain in his eyes. He had long held a grudge against this progeny of the divine kingdom. Had it not been for the strict rules of the sacred land, he would have already silenced this insufferable figure with a single strike. Nangong Haotian regarded the assembled crowd with a frosty expression, slowly instructing, "Now, focus your minds and activate the dragon elephant suppression technique." Yes, the crowd responded in unison. They concentrated their spirits, channeling the dragon elephant suppression technique. In but a moment, ethereal dragon apparitions blossomed above their heads, countless phantoms shattering the void, traversing the ages, and swirling the crimson sea of blood surrounding them. The blood tides surged, and the endless essence of the blood sea was absorbed by the disciples of the Nangong clan. In an instant, their martial physiques grew even stronger. At that moment, Wan Longyuan was astonished to discover that his dragon vein was unbound, allowing him to absorb the vital energy from the crimson blood sea, which filled him with immense joy. With a hearty laugh, he began to fervently channel his dragon vein. Above in the void, a colossal dragon apparition coalesced, its crimson form appearing almost tangible, the sound of its dragon roar shaking the very secrets of the realm. The dragon vein. Witnessing this scene, Yin Tianzi's eyes brimmed with disbelief. How could this fellow possess a dragon vein? Are they not exclusive to a certain place? His convictions crumbled, and a tempest of emotions surged within him. He had heard his father speak of the dragon race's bloodline as the mightiest of physiques, incomparable even to the holy bodies of the human race. Now, the fact that Wan Longyuan possessed a dragon vein suggested that his physique surpassed his own in terror. Impossible. With this thought, Yin Tianzi shook his head vehemently, a mask of skepticism and resistance etched upon his face. As the esteemed scion of the heavenly flame divine kingdom, endowed with an untainted divine body, he was destined to ascend to the status of an emperor of the great path. How could a mere practitioner of a dragon vein be considered in the same breath? Absurd. Utterly absurd. Yet, as these thoughts crossed Yin Tianzi's mind, the dragon apparition above him began to waver, fissures appearing as if mirroring the instability of his own Tao heart, teetering on the brink of collapse. Boom. At that moment, a thunderous sound erupted from the crimson blood sea. Following this, a colossal dragon fully materialized, radiating golden light, a six-clawed divine dragon soaring into the sky, unleashing a resounding dragon roar that shattered the space around it. Below the divine dragon, Wan Longyuan meditated with closed eyes, enveloped in an ancient, mystical radiance, resembling a deity, while the frenzied blood sea surged into his body, nourishing his cultivation. Outside the secret realm, in the void, numerous extraordinary phenomena manifested. Flowers of the other shore bloomed, each adorned with the apparition of a golden Buddha, chanting sacred verses and heralding auspicious signs. The other shore flowers and the golden Buddha's appearance heralded the emergence of another emperor. Witnessing this scene, the Nangong clansmen outside the sacred land rejoiced, dancing with elation. Henceforth, the Nangong sacred land shall possess 4 formidable emperors. But was that all? Within the secret realm, Nangong Haotian maintained a serene demeanor, letting out a soft sigh, a glimmer of brilliance flashing in his eyes, as if anticipating something. As his words fell, the aura of an emperor coalesced from the blood sea, entering Wan Longyuan's body, circulating throughout his limbs and bones, emanating a terrifying presence. His eyes opened and closed, a flicker of annihilation bursting forth, resonating through the void. And then he clapped his hands together, a vortex forming within him. Within the swirling vortex, strands of golden mist intertwined, emanating an overwhelming pressure that exuded an ancient and profound aura. The power of the great Tao. Witnessing this scene, Yin Tianzi's complexion turned pale, his voice trembling with disbelief. He could scarcely fathom that Wan Longyuan had not only ascended to the emperor's realm, but had also harnessed the power of the great Tao. Emerging as an emperor of the great Tao, what manner of beings resided within the South Palace sacred land? At this moment, Yin Tianzi stood with his mouth agape, his worldview being relentlessly reshaped until his expression became one of numbness. Boom. The fusion of the great Tao and the corporeal form of Wan Longyuan unleashed a force capable of obliterating the heavens and the earth, reverberating through the air, heralding the return of an emperor of the great Tao. 10,000 dragons Tao. Wan Longyuan spoke slowly, his eyes gleaming with brilliance. Upon hearing this, Nangong Haotian's gaze momentarily froze, a flicker of contemplation crossing his mind as he regarded Wan Longyuan, followed by a subtle smile gracing his lips. This was indeed intriguing. Who would have thought that this disciple of the South Palace sacred land was a descendant of that person? However, Nangong Haotian refrained from elaborating, knowing that Wan Longyuan would reveal the truth when the time was ripe. Rumble. Simultaneously, an imperial aura erupted from Nangong Chenyu. Was Nangong Chenyu also on the brink of becoming an emperor? The distant Yin Tianzi's resolve crumbled entirely. He had barely arrived to witness the emergence of 2 emperors. It was worth noting that the number of emperor-level powers in his heavenly flame divine nation was limited, yet in this modest secret realm, there existed beings that could rival them. Outside the secret realm, the extraordinary phenomenon that had just dissipated began to coalesce once more. Astonished, all the cultivators of the South Palace sacred land rushed over, as auspicious signs descended from the heavens, and purple chi rose in the east. Some cultivators even experienced sudden enlightenment, sitting cross-legged to commence their cultivation. Meanwhile, the witch, who had remained concealed, was struck with astonishment upon witnessing this spectacle. In her perception, she discerned the presence of 2 imperial auras within the secret realm, alongside the manifestation of the great Tao. The witch's heart trembled. She could hardly fathom the terrifying depth of the South Palace sacred land, realizing that there were already 3 emperors of the great Tao that she knew of. 3 emperors of the great Tao. Taking a deep breath, the witch forced herself to regain her composure. Although the South Palace sacred land was formidable, she was not merely a sheep to be slaughtered. She believed that even in the event of a conflict, she could extricate herself unscathed. As for Yin Tianzi, he was merely a pawn, and should he perish, the ruler of the heavenly flame divine nation would not lament his loss. With this thought, the witch's mind settled considerably, and she turned her attention to her own cultivation. Buzz. Meanwhile, within the secret realm, the spiritual energy within Nangong Chenyu surged, as a lotus blossomed in midair. Within the lotus, a long sword materialized. Any cultivator possessing an innate sword body could, upon awakening their sword embryo, nurture their own innate spiritual sword. The innate spiritual sword wielded by Nangang Chenyu radiated an aura of purity, emanating a chilling brilliance. Its formidable presence akin to a force that could shatter obstacles. The sword's edge gleamed fiercely, reverberating through the void, as if the very air were fabric, effortlessly sliced apart. The holy celestial sword. With a flutter of his eyelids, Nangang Chenyu unleashed a flash of brilliance, and the sword quaked with an ancient, profound energy. The might of the great Tao seemed to resonate with a celestial chant, an overwhelming sword power rising from the ages, descending upon the secret realm. Chapter 36. The Return of the Emperor Boom. The majestic aura of the great Tao surged forth, an unparalleled radiance of sword light, reminiscent of dazzling starlight. Blossoming within the secret realm, the path of the sword. Witnessing this scene, Nangang Haotian's lips curled into a slight smile. Today's Crimson Moon Blood Sea had bestowed upon the Nangang Holy Land 2 new Tao emperors, a most commendable gain. Yet, joy was not universal. Beside him, Yin Tianzi wore a numbed expression, shaking his head frantically. The dragon elephant phantom above him had shattered, much like his own Tao heart, leaving his eyes bloodshot, impossible. As his words fell, the dragon elephant phantom was destroyed. The essence of the immaculate divine body surged forth, and Yin Tianzi, in a frenzy, cried out to the heavens. His murderous intent swirling, spiritual power churning, creating tumultuous waves upon the Crimson Moon Blood Sea. Yunangang Holy Land must have conspired to deceive me. Just a horde of ants. How could you possibly wield the sword body and dragon vein powers? Let alone that ethereal Tao, you are utterly unworthy of possessing it. His eyes flared with murderous rage, and a phantom of a war god appeared behind him, grinning menacingly, whether it be the sword body or the dragon vein. They belonged solely to him, Yin Tianzi. Seeing this turn of events, the witch outside the secret realm darkened her expression, realizing the gravity of the situation. She had not anticipated that her aura would rebound upon Yin Tianzi, shattering his Tao heart and plunging him into madness. Before entering the secret realm, the witch had secretly infused a cold, energy into Yin Tianzi, intending to use it to glean insights within the realm. However, she had not foreseen Yin Tianzi's unstable mind, ultimately leading to her aura rebounding against him. Now, she could only hope that the madness would double his combat prowess, enabling him to withstand the young Tao Emperor. With a step forward, Wanlong Yuan's eyes brimmed with icy intent. Humph. I have long held disdain for you, and today, having just ascended to the Tao Emperor realm, I shall use you, this mere ant, to test my strength. As he spoke, a shadow of his palm trembled in the void, a dragon silhouette unfurling as Wanlong Yuan struck towards Yin Tianzi with a mighty blow. The great sun heavenly flame palm. In response, madness gleamed in Yin Tianzi's eyes, showing no fear towards Wanlong Yuan. Accompanied by the war god phantom behind him, he also unleashed a stunning palm strike. An endless inferno surged upon his palm, rolling and seething, incinerating all in its vicinity as it collided head-on with Wanlong Yuan's strike. Boom. The clash of their powers erupted with a deafening roar, shockwaves rippling through the surroundings. Yin Tianzi was sent flying backward, crashing to the ground, his body a mangled mess. His complexion pale, yet his eyes burned with an insatiable murderous intent. Though Yin Tianzi is indeed a prodigy, he is merely at the golden immortal realm, while before him lies the formidable Wanlong Yuan, an embodiment of the great Tao's emperor. Moreover, Wanlong Yuan wields the power of the dragon veins, rendering Yin Tianzi utterly outmatched. After a prolonged moment, Yin Tianzi rose from the rubble, his garments tattered and his form barely recognizable. Yet, he unleashed another ferocious roar, his eyes gleaming with the ferocity of a wild beast. He swiftly retrieved a pitch-black elixir from his spatial ring and swallowed it whole. The forbidden power surged within him, an excruciating agony akin to 1,000 ants gnawing at his flesh, twisting his visage into a mask of torment. In an astonishing turn, his cultivation level abruptly ascended to the Emperor realm, emanating a chilling aura capable of annihilating heaven and earth. With a hoarse chuckle, he revealed a predatory gaze that instilled terror in the hearts of onlookers. The 9-turn blood chi pill. Witnessing this spectacle, Wanlong Yuan narrowed his eyes, maintaining an expression of indifference. The act of forcibly ascending to the Emperor realm with a blood chi pill would inevitably result in a backlash once its effects wore off, condemning the user to a fate worse than death and capping their potential at the first level of the Emperor realm for life. Very well. It seems today is the day to test the might of my dragon elephant suppression technique. Although Yin Tianzi's strength is scarcely impressive, he has nonetheless reached the Emperor realm and serves as a perfect living target. Boom. An ancient colossal elephant materialized above, roaring with a sound that shook the heavens and earth, as if capable of shattering mountains and fracturing the void. Subsequently, the dragon veins surged wildly, coalescing into a divine dragon amidst the swirling dragon aura, the majestic elephant and dragon entwined, emanating a power sufficient to obliterate worlds. With the enhancement of the dragon veins bestowed by Brother Long Yuan, the might of the dragon elephant suppression technique intensified, making it likely that even practitioners of the same realm would find it impossible to withstand this assault. Witnessing this, the disciples murmured amongst themselves, their faces brimming with admiration and envy. Outside the secret realm, the witch marveled at the power of the dragon elephant suppression technique. After Yin Tianzi's study of it, she too had mastered this technique, yet she found herself only able to achieve a rudimentary level of success, with further advancement proving exceedingly difficult. It appears that this secret realm harbors unexpected revelations. The witch's murky eyes flashed with a fierce glint, and after murmuring softly, she vanished into the ether as though she had never existed. Roar. Within the confines of the secret realm, Yin Tianzi continued to howl like a ferocious beast, his back adorned with the ethereal figure of a war god, formed from his pristine divine body, radiating a chilling and formidable aura. In his hand, the Yin Tian divine sword manifested, and with a sudden, forceful swing, a streak of divine energy coursed along the blade, intertwining with an endless ocean of spiritual power, transforming into a shadow of the sword itself. In the ancient skies, a piercing aura resonated throughout the space, as if the very air around was being shattered. Boom. With a single stroke, a terrifying wave of sword energy surged forth, carrying the overwhelming sword intent towards Wan Longyuan with relentless ferocity. The latter remained expressionless, as the colossal elephant and divine dragon surged forth from behind, unleashing a thunderous roar before colliding with one another, producing a cacophony that reverberated throughout the secret realm, creating towering waves in the crimson moon blood sea. A resounding boom echoed. Following the impact, Yin Tianzi was forcefully thrown backward, crashing violently to the ground. A cloud of dust and chaos rising around him, his body a grotesque mess, and his breath shallow and labored, teetering on the brink of collapse. However, this was not the end. Observing this, Wan Longyuan retracted his hand, a flicker of disdain crossing his eyes. He had anticipated that this scion of the divine realm would possess formidable prowess, only to discover his utter inadequacy. Unable to withstand even a single strike from him, truly a worthless being. With a splutter, Yin Tianzi trembled violently, a mouthful of reversed blood gushing forth. His complexion growing increasingly pallid, the essence within him surging chaotically, leading to a moment of darkness before he succumbed to unconsciousness. Nangong Haoyan maintained a calm demeanor, waving his right hand, causing Yin Tianzi's figure to vanish from the secret realm. When the radiance faded, Yin Tianzi found himself lying before the witch, whose expression was grim, acutely aware that the aura lingering on Yin Tianzi had been exposed. Yet, she pondered if Nangong Haoyan had already discovered this presence. Why did he not eradicate it, instead allowing it to remain within the secret realm? Was it a ploy to entice her into action? The witch contemplated for a long while, letting out a sigh as she carried the unconscious Yin Tianzi back to her chamber. At this juncture, Yin Tianzi was gravely injured, compounded by the backlash of his own vital energy. Had he not absorbed the essence of the crimson moon blood sea, he would have perished long ago. Observing the aura of the crimson moon blood sea emanating from Yin Tianzi, a glimmer of greed flashed in the witch's eyes. It was a tremendous power wasted on him. However, if she wished to continue this game, he could not die. The witch inhaled deeply, suppressing the avarice within her. She produced a dark green pill, imbued with a potent life force yet tinged with a hint of coldness. With a sinister grin, the witch declared, "This 10,000 poisons vitality pill was obtained through immense effort from a forbidden zone. Should you, my pawn, prove to be disobedient, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy." As she spoke, she flicked her finger, sending the pill into Yin Tianzi's body. In an instant, an overwhelming surge of life energy erupted within his limbs, rapidly mending his wounds at a visible rate. In that final moment, a wisp of black mist escaped from his body, merging into his very marrow, while his eyes remained shut, the energy within him beginning to stabilize. It seemed necessary for me to venture into the secret realm. The crimson moon blood sea is vital for my needs. Should I absorb it, my strength could ascend to new heights. At that point, not only would these gifted disciples be of no concern, but the entire Nangong sacred land would also be powerless against me. Lost in thought, the witch's figure vanished from the chamber. Meanwhile, the disciples of Nangong, arriving at the secret realm, each bore considerable gains, departing with smiles upon their faces. Nangong Haoyan did not hasten to depart. Instead, he communicated with Gui Guohuashi, instructing him to guard the secret realm. If my conjecture is correct, that which will come to spy on this blood sea of the Crimson Moon. You should test her capabilities. Remember, it is better to concede than to annihilate. Yes, Gui Guohuashi responded respectfully. After conveying his instructions, Nangong Haoyan's figure shifted and vanished within the secret realm. In a short while, the witch appeared at the entrance of the secret realm. Under normal circumstances, she would not have been able to enter, but now she could traverse through the aura that lingered there. In a flash, her form slipped into the depths of the realm. Before her lay an endless expanse of the blood sea of the Crimson Moon, shimmering ominously, exuding a chilling and terrifying aura. Her face lit up with delight, her greed intensifying. If she could absorb all this power and then retreat to cultivate in seclusion, she would, in a century, ascend to the pinnacle of the 9th layer of the Great Tao, dominating the entire divine wilderness. At that time, who would dare to defy her? As the witch laughed maniacally, suddenly a beam of sharp light shot towards her. Instantly alert, she stepped aside, evading the murderous wave of energy. Who dares? She exclaimed, her eyes swirling with murderous intent. Just then, Gui Guohuashi approached, wielding a long whip. His gaze cold as ice. Intruders in the Nangong secret realm shall face death, without mercy. Upon hearing his words, the witch furrowed her brow slightly, then scoffed. I wondered who it was, merely a lackey of the Nangong sacred land. I have heard that after your sect, the Hishio sect, was obliterated by Nangong Haoyan. You turned to seek refuge with the Nangong sacred land? Both families are but slaves. Her voice dripped with cold disdain. Gui Guohuashi's expression remained inscrutable as he merely repeated, intruders in the Nangong secret realm shall be executed without mercy. As soon as his words fell, he swung his whip towards the witch. Boom! The shadow of the whip surged forth, fierce and unyielding, akin to a roaring dragon, stirring a chilling aura as it hurtled towards the witch. Having heard of the Hishio sect's practice of cultivating with female essence, she now witnessed it firsthand. Seeing the frigid energy approach, the witch sneered, her eyes devoid of fear, as if this cold power was inconsequential before her. Gui Guohuashi's gaze remained impassive, offering no rebuttal. As the whip shadow thundered toward her, the witch unleashed a palm strike. The immense palm shadow was infused with surging spiritual energy, its cold aura even purer, as if drawn from the depths of hell itself, plunging the entire secret realm into an abyss of chilling cold. Boom! With a deep, resonant sound, the two forces collided within the secret realm, creating tumultuous waves that shattered boulders into dust. In an instant, debris scattered, and the blood sea of the Crimson Moon roared and surged, raising waves several meters high. Crack! The palm shadow fractured, yet the whip shadow continued its relentless advance, carrying an overwhelming force that threatened to crush everything in its path, a tidal wave of spiritual energy. Witnessing this, the witch grinned wickedly, flower of evil fan. As her voice fell, an exceptionally dark fan materialized in her hand, emanating an aura of sinister chill, causing the surrounding spiritual energy to freeze. With a resounding crash, she swung the fan, unleashing a multitude of violent storms, the terrifying shockwaves reverberating throughout the entire secret realm, a majestic force surging forth. While the whip-like shadows were reduced to mere dust under this overwhelming might, producing a thunderous collision sound. After the strike, both combatants found themselves evenly matched. The aura within the Crimson Moon blood sea erupted, and the greed in the witch's eyes intensified. Without a moment's hesitation, she leaped into the depths of the blood sea, only to feel an overwhelming power that caused her expression to shift dramatically. Taking a deep breath, she forced herself to regain her composure. Subsequently, the witch began to absorb the essence from the Crimson Moon blood sea, laughing maniacally, her eyes filled with scornful derision, daring her opponent to descend and face her in battle. The witch was acutely aware that within the Crimson Moon blood sea, spiritual power could not be wielded, leaving only her physical prowess to rely upon, which was her greatest pride. With a thud, the man known as Gui Guohuashi stepped into the blood sea. Despite the overwhelming force pressing down upon him, he merely grunted, his expression unchanged, resembling a stoic sentinel devoid of any visible emotion. Seeing this, the witch bellowed in fury. You seek your own demise. She then unleashed a punch, void of any spiritual energy, driven solely by her physical strength. a strike so potent that even an emperor-level being would suffer grievous injury if hit. With no hesitation, Gui Guoshi met the punch head-on. The collision producing a sound reminiscent of clashing metal, both combatants being forced back several steps, their bodies rippling with the energy of the blood sea. Once more, after several exchanges, the witch sensed that she was on the verge of losing ground, compelling her to muster all her strength for a final strike, the Dragon Elephant Suppression Technique. With that, she activated her technique, summoning a phantom of the Dragon Elephant behind her, and unleashed a punch that pulled the Dragon Elephant apparition down upon Gui Guoshi. How dare you toy with stolen techniques before the South Palace Holy Land? You seek death. Gui Guoshi's expression turned fierce as he too invoked the Dragon Elephant Suppression Technique. The two divine beasts simultaneously appeared within the secret realm, their clash unleashing an unparalleled force, radiating an aura that instilled profound terror, the atmosphere trembling in response. With a rush, the energy billowed forth, causing the surrounding crimson moon blood sea to erupt like a tsunami, surging upward. Gui Guoshi's strike became even more ferocious, forcing the witch back several meters. Her aura now wavering and the color drained from her face. She understood that should Gui Guoshi strike again, even if she managed to escape, she would undoubtedly sustain severe injuries. No, I must find a way to flee. Gui Guoshi discerned her intent to escape. Although Nangong Haoyan had instructed him not to kill her, he could not simply allow her to flee unscathed. He swung his long whip once more, resembling a dragon emerging from the depths, exuding unmatched power as it hurtled toward the witch. Realizing the dire situation, the witch had no choice but to employ her final trump card. Her fate now rested upon this decisive technique, the three coffins of the dark sky. Chapter 38. A remarkable performance. With a low growl, the witch's body trembled, and a torrent of energy surged within her, akin to the vastness of the ocean. In the next moment, it erupted entirely. An endless sea of spiritual power unfurled, transforming into three coffins. The three coffins of Heavenly Een is my signature technique. I wonder if the Elder of the Ghost Valley can withstand it. The witch's eyes glowed crimson, her smile sharp with malice. The three coffins of Heavenly Een comprised the human coffin, the earth coffin, and the heavenly coffin. She had devoted nearly a century to mastering this technique, with each coffin wielding the power to obliterate worlds, emanating a palpable aura of murderous intent. Witnessing this, the calamity of Ghost Valley ceased to hold back, releasing the ocean of spiritual power from within, which coalesced into a blinding radiance. An ancient, rich purple light radiated an aura of death, as if it could rend the very fabric of the void, instilling terror in the hearts of all who beheld it. The technique of annihilation. The two forces collided, unleashing a cataclysmic energy that shook the entire secret realm. The oppressive aura of oblivion permeated the atmosphere, and even the mightiest of emperors could scarcely endure such terrifying power at that moment. We shall meet again. After the strike, a tumultuous wave surged, and the witch dared not linger. Propelled by the rising energy, she took a step and vanished into the secret realm. As the wave subsided, only the calamity of Ghost Valley remained. Well performed. At that moment, the voice of Nangong Haoyan resonated, having observed the entire encounter from the start. Sir. Upon seeing Nangong Haoyan, the calamity of Ghost Valley spoke with reverence, a flicker of confusion in his eyes as he inquired, Sir, why did you not allow me to detain her, instead permitting her escape? And what of the actions of the divine son of the divine nation today? Why do you not pursue the matter? Nangong Haoyan chuckled softly. I simply found it rather mundane and desired to indulge in a game of cat and mouse. There must be others behind that witch. The divine nation of Tianyan is restless. If their monarch learns that the divine son is gravely injured and their envoy is severely impacted, they will surely retaliate against the Nangong sacred land. Upon hearing Nangong's words, the calamity of Ghost Valley suddenly grasped the situation. You intend to draw them all out? Nangong Haoyan smiled enigmatically. If we only draw out one faction of the divine nation of Tianyan, what would that be called? Meanwhile, the witch returned to her chamber, her complexion somewhat pallid, her blood and energy roiling within her. The strike from the calamity of Ghost Valley had delivered a significant shock. Had she not possessed the body of Heavenly Een, she would have certainly suffered a backlash. Taking a deep breath, she sought to regain her composure. Subsequently, she cultivated her dantian, continuously absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy. And after a while, she felt considerably better. As for the figure beside her, Yentian Ci, he was in a state of disarray, his flesh and blood a gruesome sight, his aura exceedingly feeble. Had she not intervened to keep him alive, this wretch would have long perished beneath the grasp of the 10,000 dragons abyss. Were it not for the fact that our plan remains unfinished, I would have cast you into the furnace long ago. The witch scoffed coldly, a glimmer of murderous intent swirling in her gaze. Yet she was acutely aware that Yin Tianxi could not perish at this moment, should he meet his demise. All her previous endeavors would not only dissolve into nothingness, but she would also face accountability. Very well, I shall endure you a while longer. With a flick of her hand, a golden elixir materialized in her palm. Any master alchemist who beheld it would undoubtedly be left in awe. The primordial Xianhuang pill. Crafted from the essence of primordial Xianhuang energy and refined with divine flames, is an imperial-grade elixir. Just a single pill could drive countless individuals into a frenzy. Alas, as the imperial-grade elixir fell into the witch's grasp, she displayed no reluctance. With a deft flick of her finger, a streak of luminescence flashed, and the pill vanished into Yin Tianxi's mouth. Instantly, a wave of primordial Xianhuang energy surged forth, coursing through his limbs and bones. Its powerful essence akin to a raging river breaching its banks, cleansing his very being. Then, with a resounding thud, a faint golden radiance enveloped Yin Tianxi. The aura was ancient and profound, accompanied by ethereal chants resonating in the air, as if the void itself were engaged in a contest. The backlash that once threatened him not only subsided but became a source of strength. This untainted divine body was indeed intriguing. Observing this, a glimmer of brilliance flickered in the witch's eyes as she murmured, "Alas, how unfortunate! The collapse of his Tao heart and the seed of demonic influence have been sown. Even with the restoration afforded by the primordial Xianhuang energy and the untainted divine body, he shall never advance another inch. The seed of demonic influence is the bane of practitioners. Once sown, the outcome is nearly always madness, a fate worse than death." However, the witch remained indifferent to such matters. He was merely a tool to her. As long as her mission could be fulfilled, the fate of the tool mattered little to her. And as for the son of the divine kingdom, merely a title devoid of substance. Time passed languidly, and approximately 3 days later, Yin Tianxi awoke from his slumber. He surveyed his surroundings, an aura of malevolence subtly emanating from his depths, unnoticed even by himself. The witch entered the chamber, and upon seeing Yin Tianxi awake, she coldly remarked, "Today marks the opening of the trial tower of the Nangong Holy Land. The son may venture forth. Perchance he shall acquire some commendable legacy. When it comes to familial heritage, the entire Tianyin Divine Kingdom pales in comparison to the Nangong Holy Land. Otherwise, how could the monarch of the Divine Kingdom permit a son of his realm to train in the dragon-elephant suppression technique?" Very well, Yin Tianxi nodded. Upon awakening, he sensed a significant enhancement in his power, accompanied by a mysterious aura lingering within him, undoubtedly the witch's doing. As he felt this enigmatic energy, a surge of murderous intent surged forth. He vowed silently to dismember the Wanshijian. "Wanshijian, await your reckoning." At that moment, the witch called out to Yin Tianxi, handing him another elixir while whispering something into his ear. Upon hearing her words, Yin Tianxi's expression shifted in surprise as he focused on the pill in his hand. After considerable contemplation, he seemed to resolve himself and accepted the elixir before departing the chamber. The trial tower was a divine artifact acquired by Nangong Haoyan thousands of years prior. Once, there was a time when he traversed the seas, amassing a plethora of rare treasures, which he subsequently stored within this divine tower, establishing countless formations and naming it the trial tower. This edifice was specifically designed for the disciples of the Nangong sacred land to cultivate their skills. The trial tower stood majestically in a desolate area of the Nangong sacred land, rising high into the clouds as if it connected heaven and earth, emanating an ancient and weathered aura, as though it had traversed the void from antiquity to settle here. Suddenly, a void was torn open in the air, and the figure of Nangong Haoyan emerged before the crowd. He surveyed his surroundings and spoke calmly, stating that the trial tower was divided into 9 levels, with rewards granted upon the successful breakthrough of each tier. Should one reach the 9th level, they would undergo the baptism of the Great Tao. The mere mention of this phrase ignited fervent excitement in the eyes of all the disciples of the Nangong sacred land. Those who had experienced the baptism of the Great Tao could plant a mark of the Great Tao within themselves, which would blossom into the essence of the Great Tao upon their breakthrough to the Emperor realm, transforming them into a Great Tao Emperor. And for those who were already emperors, they would directly ascend to the status of a Great Tao Emperor. However, how arduous was the baptism of the Great Tao? Even in the vast wilderness of the divine domain, such events had occurred only a handful of times. Yet here was a mere trial tower, which promised the opportunity for such an experience upon reaching the 9th level. How terrifying was that? Chapter 39. The Trial Tower begins. At Nangong Haoyan's command, Nangong Yu, Nangong Chenyu, Wan Long Yuan, and others transformed into streaks of light, swiftly vanishing into the Trial Tower. Although Yan Tianxi was skeptical of the great Dao baptism proclaimed by Nangong Haoyan, he could not afford to miss out on the potential benefits. Consequently, he too stepped forward and entered the Trial Tower. Boom. Upon entering the Trial Tower, Nangong Yu found herself enveloped in an expanse of nothingness, indicating that this was an independent space, likely transporting each individual to a different realm. She flipped her right hand, summoning the purple smoke sword, which resonated with a melodious chime that echoed through the cosmos. At that moment, the entire void trembled as if the heavens were collapsing and the earth was splitting apart. A tumultuous energy swirling around, and a blinding light pierced through, prompting Nangong Yu to close her eyes. When she opened them again, the sight before her was nothing short of astounding. An endless sea of flames engulfed the entirety of the space, scorching the heavens and boiling the seas. And although she had attained the great Tao Emperor status, she still felt the perilous nature of the flames. The sea of flames, capable of incinerating all, held the profound essence of the great Tao, and those who could comprehend its significance would master the celestial flame of annihilation. Just then, an ancient voice whispered in Nangong Yu's ear. As the words faded, the scene before her transformed once more. A Qilin emerged, its ancient form towering amidst the sea of flames, surrounded by endless fire, letting out a resounding roar that shook the very heavens, causing the entire void to tremble in response. Upon witnessing this scene, Nangong Yu was taken aback, her emotions lingering in turmoil for an extended period. Gazing at the towering Qilin, she whispered softly, "What manner of existence is the ancestor?" The higher her cultivation, the more she perceived the ancestor's formidable nature. Nangong Yu pondered that the magnificent display before her must surely be the work of the ancestor. With this thought, she involuntarily took a deep breath, compelling herself to regain her composure. If this was indeed the ancestor's design, it was undoubtedly intended to nurture the descendants of the Nangong family into towering trees. This opportunity must not be squandered. "Come forth," Nangong Yu declared with conviction, as her purple smoke sword emitted a clear and resonant cry, brimming with unyielding battle intent. Despite its diminutive form, it concealed immense power, and a glimmer of brilliance flickered in her eyes, akin to a sword emerging into the world, its sharpness laid bare. With a roar, the Qilin seemed possessed of sentience, its colossal body stepping forth, shaking the heavens and the earth, causing the very world to tremble. Nangong's secret technique. A sword to tilt the heavens. As her voice resonated, the spiritual energy within her surged like a tidal wave, and from the sword's body, a colossal shadow of the blade intertwined and arose, accompanying her strike. The resounding sword shadow loomed across the void, its azure hue resembling a rainbow, stretching endlessly for thousands of miles. The sword shadow surged mightily. Wherever it passed, an incessant roar erupted, shattering the fabric of the void. As it descended upon the Qilin, it resembled a cascade of star rivers, radiant and illuminating the entire realm, with waves of energy rolling forth, fracturing the space for miles. The magnificent sword shadows might unabated. After a lengthy moment, the energy of the sword shadow dissipated. Yet, the Qilin remained steadfast above, its unparalleled pressure descending, causing all things to collapse, engulfed in an inferno. Nangong Yu's expression shifted dramatically as she raised her voice to the heavens. Heavenly punishment of the sacred sword. The Nangong's secret technique comprises a total of 9 forms. This was the second form she unleashed, an endless ocean of spiritual energy surging forth again, transforming into a sword shadow that loomed in the void, exuding supreme presence. This strike was far more terrifying than the previous one. The power of the great Tao enveloped her, emanating from the sword shadow, shimmering with golden light, akin to a radiant star. Boom. An aura potent enough to annihilate worlds crashed down upon the Qilin, the immense force radiating outward. In the next moment, the entire void trembled. As the sea of flames receded, the Qilin let out a roar, gradually fading from existence. Once the Qilin vanished entirely, the boundless void reappeared before Nangong Yu. Dong! A chime resonated as if traversing from antiquity, echoing in Nangong Yu's ears, reverberating within her very soul. First layer passed. The profound voice from before resounded once again, reaching her ears. Subsequently, a scorching aura materialized before her. Heavenly flame of annihilation. Witnessing this spectacle, she swallowed hard, striving to steady her spirit. In the next moment, before Nangong Yu could react, The heavenly annihilation divine flame, as if endowed with sentience, surged into her body, unleashing a searing warmth that enveloped her being. Yet at that very instant, another force within her also began to stir, the essence of the profound Yin. As a bearer of the profound Yin physique, Nangong Yu was the epitome of ultimate darkness, while the heavenly annihilation divine flame represented the pinnacle of extreme yang. The clash of these two opposing forces within her would inevitably result in a backlash from both. A piercing agony akin to being devoured by countless ants erupted from within, causing her to cry out in distress, her once delicate visage contorting into a ghastly expression. The duality of ice and fire. The two forces incessantly gnawed at her corporeal form, their presence flickering and unstable. Outside the tower, Nangong Haoyan furrowed his brow slightly, casting his gaze towards the trial divine tower, muttering to himself, "It seems I have overlooked something." With that, his figure vanished from sight. When he re-emerged, he was already inside the tower. "Steady your mind," he instructed calmly. "Yes, ancestor." Fortunately, with Nangong Haoyan's timely reminder, Nangong Yu managed to momentarily regain her composure. With a flourish of his right hand, a stone appeared within his grasp. If a powerful being from a sacred realm were present, they would undoubtedly be struck dumb with astonishment, for this seemingly unremarkable stone was, in fact, the seven-colored divine stone. Legend has it that this sacred artifact was left behind by a deity who mended the heavens. If one could fathom its mysteries, they could attain longevity akin to that of the heavens themselves. Nangong Haoyan's gaze darkened as he struck the stone several times with his palm, each impact resonating with a powerful energy. The stone then hovered in mid-air, emanating a kaleidoscope of colors and an endless sacred force that illuminated the entire void. With a muffled thud, the seven-colored divine stone was absorbed into Nangong Yu's body. This force possessed an enigmatic potency that quelled the tumultuous yin and yang energies, allowing them to coexist harmoniously within her martial physique. Boom! In the next instant, a resounding roar echoed as boundless spiritual power surged into her being. Second layer of the Emperor's realm, Nangong Haoyan remarked with unhurried assurance. Typically, an Emperor of the Great Tao could contend across several levels. And given Nangong Yu's current cultivation and prowess, he surmised that even a late-stage ordinary Emperor would likely not be her match. Only those with divine physiques or late-stage Great Tao Emperors could stand on equal footing with her. After all, the enhancement granted by the heavenly annihilation divine flame and the seven-colored divine stone was nothing to be dismissed lightly. As the brilliance faded, Nangong Yu fully ascended to the second layer of the Emperor's realm, her entire being resonating with power, as if a single punch could shatter the void itself. Looking up, she realized that Nangong Haoyan had long since vanished. Time passed, and several hours slipped by. The majority of disciples from the Nangong sacred land struggled to breach the first layer, while the most talented among them barely managed to enter the second layer before being eliminated. As the foremost figures of the Earth ranking, Nangong Yu and Nangong Sunshing persevered to the third level. Upon their exit, they were enveloped in an aura of formidable power. Both exhibited faint signs of a breakthrough to the golden, immortal realm, and it was only a matter of time before they could contend for a position on the heavenly ranking. Chapter 40. The seven-colored divine stone. At this moment, the trial divine tower still radiated with brilliance. Suddenly, a beam of light erupted from the tower. The fourth level. Witnessing this scene, someone exclaimed in astonishment, their eyes wide with shock. As the words fell, all eyes turned towards the source of the sound. Within the trial divine tower, a light burst forth from the fourth level, reverberating in the air, and moments later, a celestial chant seemed to resonate, waves of energy surging forth. Uncertain of who had stepped into the fourth level, Nangong Sunshing could not help but sigh in admiration, his eyes filled with envy. He had undoubtedly gained considerable benefits within the trial divine tower. Should he thoroughly refine these, he believed that within a month, he could ascend the heavenly ranking. Beside him, Nangong Yu mirrored his sentiments, her beautiful eyes sparkling with vibrant hues. To reach the fourth level of the divine tower must surely be the work of a saintess. Outside the trial divine tower, a multitude engaged in fervent discussion. Perhaps it was Nangong Chinyu, for he possessed the innate sword body, an existence of boundless talent. It was equally plausible that it could be Wan Longyuan, who bore the legacy of the dragon vein, an ancient lineage whose talent made even Nangong Chinyu and Nangong Yu wary of his brilliance. The chatter outside grew increasingly boisterous. Despite the debate, there was an underlying joy, for regardless of who the prodigy of the Nangong family was, their future held immense potential for enlightenment. Could it be that divine son from the divine kingdom? Upon this utterance, an immediate silence fell around. The crowd's expressions grew solemn, reluctant to contemplate this possibility. Meanwhile, within the trial divine tower, Yin Tianzi, utilizing his pure divine body and innate Xian Huang Qi, had successfully breached the fourth level. Within the boundless void, a tempest of thunder roared, echoing within his very soul. The fourth level, what rewards could await him here? A glimmer of greed flickered in Yin Tianzi's eyes. In the first level, he had acquired the complete innate Xian Huang Qi, fully restoring the backlash of his martial physique, rendering his body even more refined and profound, elevating his realm to the second tier. In the second and third levels, he had obtained a pocket dimension and a mysterious technique, either of which could shake the entire great wilderness divine domain. With these thoughts, his anticipation for the fourth level intensified, wondering what rewards might lie in store. Suddenly, from the heavens, an ocean of boundless thunder coalesced into a colossal thunder dragon, its eyes crackling with lightning as it unleashed a cacophony of roaring thunder. A dragon's roar reverberated through the void. The thunder dragon loomed majestically, obscuring the sky and casting shadows upon the earth as it surged towards Yin Tianzi, wreaking havoc in its wake. The dragon elephant suppression technique. Unfazed, Yin Tianzi harnessed the power of the dragon elephant suppression technique, unleashing an ocean of spiritual energy that surged like a tempest within him. A spectral dragon elephant emerged behind him, coiling gracefully in the air as the two divine beasts entwined, roaring in unison as they charged towards the thunder dragon. Having undergone the baptism of the divine tower, Yin Tianzi's understanding of the dragon elephant suppression technique had deepened significantly. With merely a single strike, he could unleash a force rivaling that of a late-stage emperor. Boom! The clash of two formidable powers resonated with an earth-shattering roar, sending waves of overwhelming energy rippling outward, saturating the entire void with boundless spiritual force. Thunder rumbled and the ocean surged, resembling a cataclysmic end of days. Boom! Yet, the sheer ferocity of the impact hurled Yin Tianzi backward for thousands of feet, barely allowing him to regain his footing. His attire lay in tatters, bloodied and his visage pale as a ghost. Taking a deep breath, the avarice in his eyes remained undiminished as he let out a sinister laugh. Heavenly flame divine sword. As the words fell from his lips, a long sword materialized in his grasp, enveloped in a seething aura of heat, akin to a volcanic eruption, its flames intertwining and resonating in the void. With a powerful incantation, he declared, "Heaven and earth triumvirate, heaven/earth's annihilation." A torrent of spiritual energy coalesced atop the fiery sea, transforming into a sword silhouette that hung suspended in the air. The searing flames incinerated all in their path, their might so astounding that the very fabric of the void seemed scorched. Boom! With a sweeping motion, the colossal sword silhouette plunged downward, akin to a cascade of stars, radiating a resplendent dawn of light. Its brilliance enveloped the surroundings, obliterating the air itself, cleaving the entire space as if it were being torn asunder. Whoosh! The magnificent sword light surged forth, intertwining with an endless array of luminous brilliance, saturating the heavens, rendering the entire world a mere reflection of dazzling light. Boom! A thunderous roar echoed as the thunder dragon unleashed a furious bellow, the tempestuous sea of thunder above roiling ominously. Morphing into a colossal shadow of a hand that blotted out the sun, that shadow advanced with an overwhelming force, leaving destruction in its wake. Upon colliding with the sword's silhouette, the hand's might was insurmountable. In the blink of an eye, the sword silhouette was reduced to dust, dissipating into the infinite void. No. In Yin Tianzi's eyes, the hand shadow grew ever larger, and he gasped in horror. Boom! As the shadow descended, he instinctively shut his eyes, and when he opened them again, he found himself outside the trial divine tower. Is that the son of the divine kingdom? Someone exclaimed, pointing at Yin Tianzi in astonishment. Simultaneously, the brilliance of the fourth layer of the divine tower dimmed, confirming to the onlookers that this was indeed the son of the divine kingdom. They had not anticipated that this individual possessed such terrifying talent. Although Yin Tianzi failed to pass the challenge, the disciples of the Nangong sacred land did not mock him. Instead, they displayed a rare expression of admiration. While they disdained the arrogance of this son of the divine realm, they could not help but envy and appreciate his remarkable talent and strength. Upon overhearing the discussions among the disciples, Yin Tianzi's restless emotions calmed significantly. He then raised his head to gaze at the divine tower, his demeanor still imbued with pride. "I had thought you were formidable, yet it seems you have not surpassed my achievements." Yin Tianzi unabashedly laughed, his mocking words echoing in the ears of the Nangong disciples. Upon hearing this, their expressions shifted, and those filled with rage were on the verge of confronting him, only to be restrained. What do you mean by that? Am I mistaken? Yin Tianzi cast a scornful glance at them, his face adorned with derision. If you truly possess any skill, then strive to reach the 5th level, or defeat me. He continued to provoke. The highest strength among this group of minor characters barely reached the golden immortal realm, while he himself was at the 2nd level of the Emperor's realm, enhanced by the celestial aura of the Tianguang Huanqi. This group was hardly worthy of honing his skills. Chapter 41. The talent of the Son of Heaven. Though the disciples of Nangong's sacred land were furious, they refrained from wasting their breath on him, patiently awaiting the proceedings. As time flowed slowly, approximately a quarter of an hour later, the 4th level of the trial tower suddenly burst forth with radiance. The 4th level. A disciple of our Nangong sacred land has entered the 4th level. This time, it must be Nangong Yu. The saintess must strive diligently and deliver a resounding blow to this son of the divine realm. Voices converged, and Yin Tianzi furrowed his brow, opening his eyes. Upon witnessing the brilliance emanating from the 4th level, his expression darkened considerably. To himself, he thought, what of entering the 4th level? I do not believe you can conquer the Thunder Dragon of the 4th level. Yin Tianzi's countenance was grim, doubting Nangong Yu's qualifications to challenge the 4th level. Suddenly, another wave of light erupted from the trial tower's 4th level. Someone else has entered the 4th level. Seeing this, Yin Tianzi began to lose his composure. If only one person had entered the 4th level, he could have accepted it, but now, Yin Tianzi's expression turned frigid, his fists clenched tightly, a murderous intent swirling in his eyes. Boom. Soon after, the light from the 4th level shone once more, lasting for a considerable duration before it ceased. Ha. So many have entered the 4th level. It seems our Nangong's sacred land will soon produce countless divine dragons. At that moment, one of the disciples of Nangong's sacred land laughed heartily, his expression filled with elation, as if he himself had entered the 4th level. I wonder how much pain that son of the divine realm is feeling. Someone remarked, casting a mocking glance at Yin Tianzi. Yin Tianzi snorted coldly. What of entering the 4th level? That thunder divine kingdom is not something you ants can contend with. Yet, as soon as the words left his mouth, his expression froze. Before him, the light of the 5th level blossomed, radiating brilliantly in the eyes of the onlookers. On a sweltering day, Yin Tianzi's expression shifted dramatically. His eyes filled with disbelief as he shook his head vehemently, proclaiming, impossible. How could they have defeated the Thunder Dragon? This cannot be. Observing the almost frenzied Yin Tianzi, the disciples of Nangong's sacred land were filled with unparalleled delight. At that moment, the 5th layer of light erupted once more, signaling that another had stepped into the 5th tier. Witnessing this scene, the entire Nangong's sacred land erupted in excitement. Though they were unaware of the rewards that lay within these layers, the benefits from the first 2 layers had already been substantial. If someone were to reach the 9th layer and undergo the baptism of the Great Tao, the rewards would be even more extraordinary. I refused to believe it. While some rejoiced, others despaired. The more jubilant the disciples of Nangong's sacred land became, the more frantic Yin Tianzi grew, his eyes bloodshot and his face contorted with rage. The sight of this only heightened the joy among Nangong's disciples. For days, Yin Tianzi had been insufferably proud, looking down upon them. And the Holy Master had decreed that they must show him respect, leaving them no choice but to endure. Now, this was the backlash that Yin Tianzi rightfully deserved. Divine Son of the Tianyan Kingdom, do you dare to question whether our geniuses from Nangong's sacred land can ascend to the 6th layer? One disciple of Nangong's sacred land, a smile playing on his lips, inquired with a hint of mischief. Poof! Upon hearing this, Yin Tianzi's heart trembled slightly, his complexion turning pale as he spat out a mouthful of blood. The disciples of Nangong's sacred land found even greater amusement in Yin Tianzi's instability. Some even exclaimed, keep going, your output is far too little. A mere Tianyan kingdom, just a small pond, daring to be arrogant in our Nangong sacred land? Truly laughable. As taunts echoed around him, Yin Tianzi felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. It was as if cracks had formed in his heart's resolve. The cacophony in his ears roared, and it took some time for him to regain his composure. Meanwhile, Nangong Haoyin observed everything from a distance, yet he refrained from intervening. In his eyes, Yin Tianzi was merely digging his own grave. Having reaped the benefits, he ought to learn humility instead of flaunting his arrogance, and if not him, who else would they strike down? Ultimately, He was just a pawn for those behind the scenes. As Nangong Haoyan contemplated this, the witch lurking in the shadows watched with a visage of deep discontent. This useless fool. The witch seethed with anger, her greed intensifying. Although she was unaware of the divine treasures Yin Tianzi had acquired within the trial tower, the aura of his breakthrough to the second realm suggested he had grasped some fortuitous opportunity. Even if he were not a pawn, she would refine him and seize the chance he had obtained. Boom. At that moment, a powerful aura surged into the sky, and before everyone could react, the sixth layer of the trial tower erupted with an earth-shattering radiance. Bang! In the next instant, golden clouds appeared above, and a voice resonated like the tolling of a great bell, reverberating through the hearts of all present, as celestial melodies sang down, heralding auspicious tidings. Buzz. Subsequently, a pure aura enveloped the surroundings, and the onlookers felt as though they had transcended their limits. The barriers of their realms shattered, with some practitioners immediately sitting cross-legged to break through. Even the witch hidden in the shadows sensed this pure essence swirling within her, filling every sinew and bone. She had broken through. The witch's heart soared with delight as she realized this aura had aided her in surpassing her realm's limitations. Ascending to the fifth level of the Emperor's realm, it seems I must express my gratitude to the South Palace Sacred Land. After her elation, a sly smile crept onto the witch's lips, her eyes gleaming with a ruthless light. Since this opportunity had presented itself, it was time to put her plans into action. She was determined to uncover the secrets of the South Palace Sacred Land. Suddenly, the divine tower emitted a radiant glow once more. In the next moment, the expressions of the crowd shifted dramatically, gasping in astonishment. Someone had entered the sixth level. The trial tower was a treasure trove of opportunities. It was unimaginable what fortunes awaited those who stepped into the sixth level. Meanwhile, Yin Tianzi's countenance darkened, madness flickering in his eyes. Impossible. It must be a deception. How could the South Palace Sacred Land's talents surpass my own? It has to be false. You are all deceiving me. Yin Tianzi erupted into wild laughter, his face turning pale, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood. The onlookers regarded him with pity, akin to watching a clown. Simultaneously, within the trial tower, Nengongyu found herself in a mysterious space. Is this the sixth level? Here, mountains embraced waters, and the scenery resembled a watercolor painting, vastly different from the previous realms, leaving her astonished. Yet, she wondered what kind of challenges and fortunes awaited her here. The opportunities in the earlier levels had significantly enhanced her strength. Boom. As she pondered, a voice resonated. The void trembled, and the sun and moon emerged together, radiating dazzling brilliance. This world contained the profound truths of all existence. Should one comprehend them, they could achieve sanctity and ascend to the imperial throne. The voice of the Tao reverberated across the ages, shaking the very fabric of the void. Achieve sanctity and ascend to the imperial throne. Hearing this, Nengongyu's expression shifted, her beautiful eyes igniting with fervor. Chapter 42. Jealousy. The principles of the Tao are already deeply enigmatic. Achieving sanctity and ascending to the imperial throne is as challenging as scaling the heavens. It is unfathomable what energies this space harbors. Regaining her composure, Nengongyu began to contemplate. Before her lay a crystal-clear lake, surrounded by towering mountains that stretched endlessly. The songs of birds filled the air, a continuous melody. The boundless vitality washed over her, refreshing her spirit. Softly, Nengongyu spoke, her heart seemingly unlocked by an unseen force. At that moment, her body was enveloped in a faint azure aura, an endless stream of vitality flowing into her being like an inexhaustible lake. Rumble. Meanwhile, a resounding roar echoed from above the skies. The path of the Tao unfolded, golden auspices breaking through the void, enveloping Nengongyu in their divine embrace. Countless divine beasts transformed, and sacred lotuses bloomed, exuding a pure and holy aura. A thunderous sound erupted as an extraordinary phenomenon emerged, with vast spiritual energy pouring forth like an ocean, nourishing Nengongyu's body. Under this infusion of spiritual power, her realm continuously advanced. Peak of the Second Emperor Realm. Early stage of the Second Emperor Realm. Peak of the Second Emperor Realm. After a considerable time, Nengongyu's realm stabilized at the pinnacle of the Fourth Emperor Realm, just one step away from entering the Fifth Emperor Realm. Taking a deep breath, Nengongyu slowly opened and closed her beautiful eyes, a glimmer of brilliance igniting within them. The vibrations resonated through the void, as if capable of tearing the heavens and splitting the earth, the great Tao roaring and all things flourishing. The sacred eyes of the great Tao. At this moment, the earlier voice resonated again, thundering mightily. As the words fell, a golden light suddenly erupted from Nangongyu's eyes. Within her gaze, the vitality of all things surged. As divine lotuses blossomed, their essence boundless, as if the cycle of all existence had quietly passed by. Such formidable power made Nangongyu gasp in awe, forcing herself to regain her composure. This power was overwhelmingly terrifying. She vaguely sensed that her martial body could not withstand such force. Should she utilize the sacred eyes of the great Tao, it could very well lead to her demise. Nangongyu believed that to initially harness the sacred eyes of the great Tao, one would need to reach at least the peak of the Ninth Emperor realm, or even attain the status of a saint. Boom. With the vitality of all things extinguished, the surrounding world began to collapse. Nangongyu chose not to linger and prepared to ascend to the seventh layer. However, in the next moment, her expression changed drastically. A force enveloped her entire being, rendering her immobile, her delicate face shifting in alarm. Suddenly, a brilliant light engulfed her, and when she opened her eyes again, she found herself outside the Trial Divine Tower. Lady Saint. Upon seeing Nangongyu's appearance, Nangongchenyu and Wan Lonyuan approached her. Nangongyu nodded and inquired, "Have you all been transmitted out?" "Indeed," Nangongchenyu replied, sharing their experiences within the tower. "It seems you all acquired significant treasures within the Divine Tower." Just then, Nangong Haoyan approached, his gaze landing on Nangongyu, a rare look of astonishment flickering in his eyes. Each layer of the Trial Divine Tower generated landscapes and opportunities at random, and the strength of challenges and fortunes depended on the innate talent and capabilities of the martial artist. That Nangongyu could attain the trial of the sacred eyes of the great Tao on the sixth layer was a feat that even the most arrogant prodigies might struggle to achieve. Ancestor. Upon seeing Nangong Haoyan, the group spoke in unison, their eyes filled with admiration. Their extraordinary talent and strength were gifts bestowed by Nangong Haoyan. Without him, their present achievements would be impossible. You have just broken through your realms. Take your time to rest and solidify your foundations, Nangong Haoyan said calmly. Understood. Upon hearing these words, everyone spoke in unison. At that moment, a piercing voice rang out. Nangongyu, I challenge you. As the words fell, the entire Nangong Holy Land fell into silence, only to erupt in uproarious laughter, with all the cultivators casting scornful glances at Yin Tianzi. To challenge the saintess? Truly absurd. Nangongyu furrowed her brows. Although she was unaware of the means by which Yin Tianzi had restored his martial physique and ascended to the pinnacle of the second level of the Emperor realm, such accomplishments alone were insufficient to render her a worthy opponent. What's the matter? Are you afraid? Seeing Nangongyu remain silent, Yin Tianzi sneered, his eyes filled with disdain. With the complete innate Xianhuang Qi at his disposal, his combat prowess was unparalleled, and he sought to challenge Nangongyu to trample upon the dignity of the Nangong Holy Land. Humph. Do you really think the saintess needs to dirty her hands with someone like you? Wan Lonyuan stepped forth, his tone icy. Having comprehended many opportunities within the Divine Tower, he had been eager for a worthy opponent. Last time, I was merely careless. Upon seeing Wan Lonyuan, Yin Tianzi's heart quivered, and he instinctively retreated a few steps, steadying his mind as he coldly declared, Today, you shall witness the might of this divine sun. As his words faded, the heavenly flame divine sword materialized, its scorching light emanating with an aura capable of rending heaven and earth. Just as Wan Lonyuan prepared to strike, Nangongchenyu approached and spoke calmly. This time, I shall take the lead. With that, the sacred heavenly spirit sword appeared in her grasp, radiating a pure brilliance that shattered the void, twisting the surrounding air into fabric-like shreds, forming gaping voids. No one can stand against this divine sun, Yin Tianzi retorted coldly, his eyes alight with murderous intent as the heavenly flame divine sword emitted waves of terrifying energy, cold sword shadows swirling from its blade. Heaven and earth, three styles. Heaven's severance and earth's destruction. The blazing sword shadow, ancient and sharp, surged through the air toward Nangongchenyu. All swords returned to their origin. Unfazed, Nangongchenyu swung her sword, summoning an ocean of boundless spiritual power that enveloped the void. Countless sword shadows coalesced, resembling a rain of blades as they descended upon the earth. With a thunderous roar, the two forces collided, unleashing a cataclysmic sound wave that reverberated like a tsunami, erupting in all directions as a pillar of light soared from the ground, shattering the surrounding terrain. After the clash, both combatants were propelled backward. Yin Tianzi appeared pale, his blood surging tumultuously within, his face contorted in agony. In stark contrast, Nangongchenyu maintained a calm demeanor, seemingly unscathed. Once more, Yen Tianzi bellowed, his eyes swirling with murderous intent, the waves of energy intertwining as the ocean of spiritual power surged relentlessly. The aura of the Emperor Realm trembled the void as he wielded the heavenly flame divine sword, filling the sky with sword radiance, transcending the ancient expanse. Heaven and Earth's three forms, the 9 transformations of the sword god. As the words echoed, an infinite ocean of spiritual energy transformed into 9 sword shadows, coalescing in the void. Each sword shadow radiated with the power capable of annihilating the heavens and the earth. Boom. One sword shadow descended with an unstoppable momentum. Chapter 43. I come to battle you. The sword shadows surged like a tempestuous sea. Wherever they passed, the air was obliterated, the void shattered. The sun and moon plunged into darkness, and mountains and rivers were inverted. Countless phenomena of nature surged forth, and Yin Tianci let out a sinister laugh. This 3 forms of heaven and earth is an unparalleled secret art of the divine country of heavenly flame. His father, the Emperor, could wield enough power to slay those at the pinnacle of the Emperor realm. Boom. The towering sword shadow obscured the sky, its overwhelming might descending like a collapsing galaxy, dazzling with brilliance, flooding the world with radiant light. The dragon elephant prison subduing technique. Nangong Chinyu retracted the holy heavenly spirit sword, channeling the ocean of spiritual energy within, and then unleashed a fist. Behind him, the phantasm of the dragon elephant rose into the sky, its form shattering the void. With its trunk swirling, the surrounding space disintegrated, and an immense pressure descended like falling stars, warping the entire expanse. Roar! Amidst the roar of the elephant and the dragon's chant, the 2 divine beasts trod upon the void. Where they passed, all things were annihilated. Boom! In the next moment, the 2 forces collided, erupting with a sound that shook the heavens and the earth. The sword shadow shattered instantly, turning to dust, vanishing into the void. Again, Yen Tianci bellowed, and the 8 sword shadows that lingered in the ancient void descended like meteors, waves of energy surging, tearing through the sky with tremendous might, crashing down upon the dragon elephant phantasm. Bang! The dragon elephant phantasm emanated a golden radiance, akin to a divine shield, deflecting the sword shadows. As the shield shattered, the sword shadow disappeared once more. Witnessing this scene, Yen Tianci was driven to madness, his face contorted in a grotesque manner, roaring, I want you dead. 9 transformations of the sword god, kill. With a furious roar, the remaining 7 sword shadows descended directly, their supreme might carrying an aura capable of destroying the heavens and the earth. The air was pierced, the world trembled, mountains and rivers crumbled, and the ground beneath revealed bottomless chasms. Boom! A sound like thunder erupted, rolling with overwhelming might, like a force that could crush everything, bearing down upon the dragon elephant phantasm. Come! Nangong Chinyu also shouted, his eyes igniting with brilliance. The dragon elephant phantasm roared, treading through the void, swirling the surrounding energy, warping the entire space before shattering entirely. Boom! Thereafter, the dragon elephant phantasm collided with the 7 sword shadows, creating a formation resembling a mushroom cloud that soared upwards, enveloping this realm, the aura rolling as if it connected the entire heavens and earth. An endless surge of power radiated forth, a terrifying force akin to tumultuous ocean waves. The void trembled, mountains and rivers were reversed, and an overwhelming spiritual energy engulfed the sky, casting the world into darkness. Hiss! Witnessing this spectacle, all present drew a sharp breath, their eyes wide with astonishment. They had not anticipated that these 2 individuals could unleash such dreadful might. The formidable energy cascaded down like a waterfall, resonating throughout the void, as an immense force howled through this realm, tearing the very air apart as if it were mere fabric. Boom! Following a single strike, Yin Tianzi was violently propelled backward, traversing thousands of meters through the emptiness before finally regaining his footing. He inhaled deeply, his complexion slightly pale, fury swirling in his eyes. In contrast, Nangong Chinyu, although also forced back 100 paces, remained unyielding, his demeanor calm, raising his sword with one hand poised. Humph! Yin Tianzi's cold snort echoed, his murderous intent surging within him, as the spiritual energy within him roiled like an ocean, enveloping the void, an oppressive force spreading forth as if heralding the apocalypse. Heavenly flame sea. With a furious roar, Yin Tianzi stepped forward, his figure suspended in the void, then struck with a palm. Boom! The void was engulfed in a sea of flames, covering the entire world. A shadow of a hand, vast enough to obscure the sky, coalesced from the inferno, shattering the air in an instant, annihilating space, and bringing suffering to all living beings. Primordial Xianhuang Qi, arise. Once more, Yin Tianzi proclaimed. A torrent of golden energy emanating from within him. Like chains, it entwined around the shadow of his palm, an endless aura flooding forth. The shadow expanded once more. And in the next moment, it seemed as though the entire universe was filled with that colossal hand. Now, this is intriguing. Nangong Chenyu's eyes narrowed slightly, a smirk gracing his lips as he chuckled softly. Subsequently, the sacred heavenly spirit sword in his grasp emitted a resonant and stirring sound. A sacred aura wrapped around the blade, and behind him, 3 golden Buddhas emerged, their sacred chants resonating. Divine lotuses blossomed. A torrent of spiritual energy surged like a tidal wave, converging upon the sacred heavenly spirit sword. Then, with a sweeping motion, he unleashed a strike. A sword shadow stretching thousands of feet shattered antiquity, traversing the void and crossing the realms. Wherever it passed, space fractured, the void roared, and all things seemed to disintegrate into dust. Rumbling, like the sound of divine retribution, the sword shadow, entwined in golden light, revealed the visage of a Buddha. Its unstoppable momentum sweeping away all obstacles, colliding fiercely with the sky-obscuring palm shadow. Boom. Immediately after, a thunderous sound echoed, plunging the entire world into an infinite tremor. The boundless void collapsed, the mountains of this realm dissolved into nothingness, and the seas reversed, transforming into vapor rising in the air. The earth-shattering wave of energy surged forward, breaking through the void, akin to an overwhelming tide, reverberating throughout the entirety of space. After a considerable period, the tumultuous energy finally began to dissipate. The tumultuous surge of energy crashed down upon Yin Tianzi's form with an icy ferocity. He was sent hurtling through the air, akin to a meteor plummeting from the heavens. His body drenched in blood, a sight most gruesome. In the shadows, the witch observed this scene, her brow furrowing in disdain as she scoffed, "Useless. Very well. Allow me to lend a hand." With a languid sigh, an insatiable greed flickered in her eyes. As her words fell, she brought her hands together, radiant light swirling around her fingertips. Softly murmuring, as if reciting an ancient incantation, a mysterious and profound purple aura emanated from her being. The purple energy transformed into a stream of light, merging with Yin Tianzi's heart of Tao. Boom. Subsequently, an immense, oceanic aura erupted from Yin Tianzi. He let out a furious roar, his visage twisted in rage, his body ensnared by dark demonic energy. After a prolonged moment, tranquility returned to Yin Tianzi's form. Abruptly lifting his head, his obsidian eyes glimmered with a bloodthirsty sheen, resembling a primordial beast poised to devour its prey, sending shivers down the spine of any who met his gaze. The seed of demonic intention within the heart of Tao? Nangong Haoyin murmured, lifting his gaze toward the void. He had not anticipated the witch's ruthlessness in implanting a demonic seed within Yin Tianzi's heart. Once the seed takes root, it would lead to madness, transforming him into a beast of pure slaughter. Chapter 44. The seed of demonic intention, however, once the aura calmed. The backlash of the demonic seed would ultimately consume its host, leaving behind only a desolate force that would vanish into the fabric of the world. Let us engage in battle. Only now can you realize your utmost potential. Do not let me down. In the void, the witch grinned with avarice. It was this desolate power she truly coveted. Although the seed of demonic intention appeared fearsome, implanting it within a cultivator, especially an emperor-level being, was nearly a Herculean task. Yin Tianzi, with his inherent arrogance, had sustained such a blow within the Nangong Holy Land, making his heart of Tao susceptible to fractures. Thus, the witch seized the opportunity to plant the demonic seed within Yin Tianzi. Furthermore, the complete innate Xianhuang energy, if she could possess both. A millennium of seclusion could lead her to become the legendary sage. At that time, the old relic would be powerless against her. As this thought crossed her mind, the witch erupted into manic laughter, her eyes brimming with murderous intent, her entire being pulsating with a terrifying power. Roar. Consumed by the seed of demonic intention, Yin Tianzi had fully transformed into a beast of slaughter. In the next instant, he lunged forward, a torrent of force akin to colossal waves, distorting the very fabric of space. In the blink of an eye, Yin Tianzi charged forth, propelled by an overwhelming momentum, aiming to crush Nangong Chenyu beneath his might. Humph! Nangong Chenyu scoffed, unyielding in the face of the oncoming storm, unleashing a powerful fist, imbued with an icy ferocity. Nangong Chenyu, born with a body akin to a divine sword, stood resolute and undaunted as he engaged in a fierce clash. Yin Tianci, with a single hand clenched into a fist, drew the surrounding spiritual energy towards him, manifesting a golden fist imprint that surged towards Nangong Chenyu. In an instant, Nangong Chenyu unleashed his formidable defenses, the light spirit shield, body technique, and the 8 desolate sword array. With a thunderous boom, as Yin Tianci's power intensified, Nangong Chenyu's defenses ultimately crumbled under the onslaught. He was struck from afar, blood gushing from his mouth, his complexion as pale as parchment. Yin Tianci commanded the lethal formation, unleashing waves of dark purple light towards Nangong Chenyu. Undeterred, Nangong Chenyu roared, channeling the surging spiritual energy within him to form a protective shield that enveloped his being. The air crackled with countless radiant energies, a tempest of force crashing against the shield. In a heartbeat, the spiritual shield shattered, prompting a swift change in Nangong Chenyu's expression as he drew his sword in defense. However, the overwhelming might sent him reeling, akin to a grasshopper tossed by a gale. Just then, a figure descended, palm extended, blocking the lethal strikes of the formation. Ancestor. Nangong Chenyu's face illuminated with joy, yearning to rise and greet him, yet his grievous wounds rendered him immobile. I shall borrow your sacred heavenly spirit sword. Nangong Haotian addressed him with a glance. With a simple acknowledgement, Nangong Chenyu extracted the sacred heavenly spirit sword from the earth. However, he stumbled and collapsed. With a wave of his right hand, Nangong Haotian channeled a pure energy into Nangong Chenyu's body. Grasping the sword, he intoned, the spirit sword originates from the primordial, returning to the vastness. The bearer of the sacred heavenly spirit sword may vanquish all beings and eradicate the wicked of the world. The sacred heavenly sword brings forth creation, devours the extremes, and dominates the realm. Sacred heavenly sword technique, slay all under heaven. Suddenly halting, he continued, sacred heavenly sword style, first form, sacred soul sword shadow. Instantly, thunder roared in the heavens, cascading in all directions, gradually consuming the entire sky. Meanwhile, the sacred heavenly spirit sword absorbed the lightning, transforming it into spiritual power, forming the sacred soul sword shadow around it. As time flowed, the sword shadow expanded to immense heights, eventually reaching 10,000 zhong before gradually coming to a halt. Nangong Chenyu swallowed hard, his eyes wide open, his mouth agape enough to fit 3 eggs. With a resounding crash, the colossal sword shadow struck the lethal formation, its overwhelming force obliterating it entirely. Waves of residual energy from the sacred heavenly sword shadow shattered a significant portion of the surrounding space, showcasing the sheer ferocity of this strike. After a prolonged moment, as the dust settled, in the sweltering heat of summer, Yin Tianzi was a grotesque sight. His voice feeble and laced with venomous resentment. You of the Nangong sacred land shall all perish. Cough, cough. Which, please annihilate them. Despite his severe injuries, he was not yet slain by the sacred heavenly sword shadow. With an indifferent gaze, Nangong Haotian unsheathed his sword, unleashing a radiant blade that cleaved through the air. Crashing downwards, with a resounding thud, Yin Tianzi exploded into a mist of blood, dissipating into the void. Nangong Haotian's expression remained impassive, as if he had merely squashed an insignificant insect, his demeanor tranquil and unruffled. Suddenly, applause erupted, and the witch's silhouette streaked across the sky, materializing before the onlookers. A smile graced her lips, her raspy voice grating. The Nangong ancestor truly lives up to the title of Calamity, exhibiting extraordinary prowess. The individuals she referred to were undoubtedly those from the Divine Domain's Sacred Pavilion. It had been nearly a month since any news from the Divine Domain's Sacred Pavilion had surfaced. Had the witch not brought them up, Nangong Haotian might have forgotten them entirely. However, Yin Tianzi was the son of the divine in their kingdom, and to see him so ruthlessly eliminated by the Nangong sacred land left the witch with a dilemma to address. With a smile still lingering on her lips, the witch's gaze fell upon the primal power and innate yellow energy, her eyes gleaming with avarice. Observing this, Nangong Haotian let out a cold chuckle, narrowing his eyes slightly. Remaining silent, the witch continued, perhaps I could take this primal power and innate yellow energy to present to the sovereign of the divine kingdom, thus fulfilling my obligation. Upon her words, a profound silence enveloped the Nangong sacred land. A multitude of presences, equal to the witch's own, surged forth, their eyes fixated upon her. Should the witch attempt any treachery, they would act without hesitation to eliminate her. A stifling tension blanketed the Nangong's sacred land. Even the witch, possessing the cultivation of the 5th level of the Emperor realm, felt an overwhelming pressure. Taking a deep breath, she forced herself to regain composure, curling her lips into a semblance of calm as she declared, "In that case, I shall take my leave with these." As she spoke, the witch's figure flickered, reaching for the primal power and innate yellow energy. Just then, a brilliant light sliced through the void, severing her outstretched arm. Chapter 45. The yellow sparrow lurks behind the witch's countenance shifted dramatically, her chest heaving, fury igniting in her eyes. At their level of cultivation, regrowing flesh and reattaching severed limbs was merely a fleeting moment's endeavor. Yet, such humiliation would be etched in her memory for a lifetime. "You shall not overstep your bounds," she voiced coldly, her aura of the 5th level of the Emperor realm erupting, shaking the very fabric of the void. In her fury, she swiftly discerned an avenue of escape. The Nangong sacred land was no longer the feeble entity she had once imagined. Even the younger generation of prodigies was beyond reckoning. The realm is indeed populated by numerous formidable beings, not to mention the transcendent Grand Emperors and the enigmatic elder of the Nangong clan. At this thought, a radiant glow emanated from the spatial ring, drawing in 2 formidable powers. Subsequently, a surge of spiritual energy erupted within, propelling the figure forward with the swiftness of lightning. With a howling rush, he vanished into the void. Could he escape? Nangong Haoyan lifted his gaze, a subtle smile gracing his lips, and with a flick of his wrist, the sacred celestial sword in his palm shot forth like a crossbow bolt into the emptiness. The speed of the sword was unparalleled, tearing through the void with a thunderous roar, and in the blink of an eye, it pierced through the witch's body, resulting in a catastrophic explosion, blood splattering everywhere. As the Emperor fell, his essence transformed into a torrential downpour of crimson rain, drenching the heavens and the earth. Suddenly, an extraordinary phenomenon occurred. A fissure in the void rent the heavens, a colossal hand appearing before all, exuding an overwhelming presence that grasped the 2 powers, subsequently vanishing into the abyss. Though the hand had disappeared, its essence lingered timelessly within the cosmos. The sacred grounds trembled, and the path of the Great Way resonated. It was only when Nangong Haoyan intervened to seal the rift that the cataclysmic aura was subdued. For a long while, the onlookers remained in a state of shock. Just the shadow of that hand had instilled such trepidation. Had its true form manifested, even their combined efforts would likely have been futile against its master. Gasp! Recognizing this, the crowd's eyes widened in astonishment, inhaling sharply. They were all formidable emperors, some having transcended the great path and forged the laws of existence. Yet in the presence of that aura, they felt as insignificant as ants. It seemed that only a legendary sage could withstand such power. "I can offer you all that you desire, yet I sincerely hope you do not disappoint me, for otherwise, my displeasure shall be palpable," Nangong Haoyan remarked, his gaze as tranquil as the stillness of the void. Had he wished it, he could have retained not only that hand, but its master as well. However, such an endeavor would have been rather tedious, prompting him to allow this individual to claim the 2 powers. Nangong Haoyan surmised that if these 2 powers were thoroughly refined, they might withstand several of his strikes, which would not be an insignificant feat. Meanwhile, in a hidden sanctuary, a dim cavern was suffused with an aura of desolation and gloom. A figure clad in purple sat upon a mat, with several crystal spheres hovering before her, emanating a formidable energy that seemed to nurture something, sending ripples through the surrounding void. Boom! Her eyes suddenly opened and closed, sending shockwaves through the air, causing the very fabric of space to unravel. "This desolate power and primal essence have indeed saved me considerable time," she spoke slowly. If any disciples of the Nangong sacred grounds had been present, they would have been utterly astounded, for this figure bore a striking resemblance to the recently fallen witch. "The greedy doppelganger of mine, merely an insignificant creature at the Emperor's realm, dares to escape my grasp? Utterly laughable." The figure spoke again, its tone laced with disdain and mockery. It turned out that the witch residing in the western region was merely a manifestation of this figure. In her quest to cultivate her mysterious powers, she had created countless avatars, starting her training from the mortal realm, dispersing them throughout the vast divine wilderness. Having encountered numerous fortuitous events, the witch harbored ambitious desires to liberate herself from the control of her true self. Little did she anticipate that what she believed to be a foolproof plan was, in the eyes of the true self, nothing short of absurd. Astonishingly, this diminutive South Palace had attracted such a multitude of talented individuals, and the Trial Divine Tower must surely harbor many hidden opportunities. At that moment, a voice echoed from beyond the secret realm. Ancestor, the people from the Divine Domain's sacred pavilion have arrived. Upon hearing this, the figure in purple robes curved a subtle smile at the corner of his mouth, departing the secret realm to greet them. Meanwhile, in the Divine Flame Kingdom, the sovereign Yin Wuji, upon learning of his son's demise in the South Palace, maintained an expression as tranquil as water, devoid of any trace of sorrow or indignation. However, the sovereign's wife stood beside him, engulfed in despair, her eyes brimming with boundless murderous intent, her voice hoarse from weeping. As she declared with fierce resolve, "We must avenge our fallen son. My dear, we must remain composed. The South Palace is teeming with formidable beings. Although their esteemed elder is missing, his unparalleled cultivation is not something our Divine Flame Kingdom can provoke." Yin Wuji sighed, his tone tinged with resignation yet devoid of desolation. Yin Wuji, hearing this, the sovereign's wife, Yang Baiyu, with a chilling glare, retorted with a voice laced with unrestrained fury, "Do not assume I am unaware of your thoughts. Let me make it clear, he is my son. Whoever is responsible for his death shall face obliteration." Yang Baiyu hailed from the illustrious Yang family of the Western region, a lineage steeped in history and profound heritage. Logically, the Yang family's standing would render them indifferent to the trifling Divine Flame Kingdom. However, Yin Wuji wielded the sacred fire of the kingdom. According to legends, this sacred fire originated from antiquity, eternal and indestructible, containing boundless principles of fire. Yet no one had deciphered its mysteries throughout the ages. Strangely, the fate of the Divine Kingdom was intricately linked to that of the Divine Flame Kingdom. Thus, anyone seeking the sacred fire would be compelled to avoid provoking Yin Wuji. Otherwise, the sacred fire would extinguish, leaving no chance for revival. To obtain this sacred fire, the Yang family had arranged for Yang Baiyu to be wed into the Divine Flame Kingdom. As the ruler of a nation, Yin Wuji possessed a ruthless temperament and was acutely aware of the implications behind the Yang family's maneuvers. He devised a cunning plan to exploit the discord between the Yang family and the South Palace, intending to observe from a distance and reap the benefits. "My dear, I shall not see you off," he remarked as Yang Baiyu stormed away in indignation. With a soft chuckle, his expression shifted dramatically, darkening as he gazed into the void. Speaking solemnly, "What has become of that witch?" As the words fell, an ethereal ripple resonated through the hall, followed by a raspy voice. "Your Majesty, the witch has perished in the South Palace sacred land." "Humph." Yin Wuji scoffed disdainfully, his eyes reflecting utter contempt. With such feeble power, they dare to covet the divine nation's sacred fire? Truly laughable. Chapter 46. The underflow of dark currents. Yin Wuji continued. "I have heard that the South Palace sacred land has produced numerous prodigies, and the saintess possesses a mysterious Yin body. You shall personally deliver the Yin Shi to the South Palace sacred land. Inform them that Yang Baiyu intends to unite with the Yang family to bring misfortune upon the South Palace sacred land. Remember, no matter what they say, you must not engage in conflict with them." With his hands clasped behind his back, a smirk played upon Yin Wuji's lips, as if everything lay within his grasp. "Understood." As the words echoed, the void once again fell into tranquility. Gazing at the serene sky, Yin Wuji sneered. "The divine nation's sacred fire is not something you can pry into. Once I comprehend its essence and break the sacred fire's restrictions, you shall all be beneath my heel." The vast wilderness of the divine realm appeared peaceful, yet it was rife with hidden currents and concealed murderous intent. Only the South Palace sacred land remained tranquil, having endured since the fall of the divine nation's sun. One day, in the early morning, as Nangong Haoyin was immersed in his cultivation, he heard the voice of Nangong Junyi. "Ancestor, there is a messenger from the heavenly flame divine nation seeking an audience." Upon hearing this, Nangong Haoyin opened his eyes. In a flash, he appeared before Nangong Junyi. "Do they wish to wage war?" he inquired, his tone calm. "The heavenly flame divine nation is but a trifling realm, easily extinguished." Nangong Junyi pondered for a moment before responding. "I have heard they come bearing gifts." Quite intriguing. A glimmer of amusement flickered in Nangong Haoyin's eyes. He had anticipated that the ruler of that divine nation would be furious and come to declare war against the South Palace sacred land. As they spoke, the duo entered the grand hall, where a middle-aged man clad in a gray robe awaited silently. "You are the messenger from the heavenly flame divine nation?" Nangong Haoyin stepped forward, speaking indifferently. The messenger turned to face Nangong Haoyan, noting his striking features and graceful demeanor, devoid of any discernible aura. Were it not for Nangong Junyi standing respectfully behind him, he might have mistaken the young man for a mere child who had wandered into the hall. After a moment of contemplation, the messenger replied, "Indeed, although our divine nation's son has met his demise in the South Palace sacred land, he was guilty of numerous transgressions and deserved his fate. In an effort to quell the sacred land's wrath, the ruler has sent me to deliver the Yin Qi as an offering to the Saintess. I hope you will graciously accept it." As the words fell, the messenger retrieved the Yin Qi from his spatial ring. Instantly, the entire grand hall felt as though it had been frozen, exuding an unbearable chill that even powerful golden immortals found difficult to endure, their faces betraying terror. One should not accept a reward without merit. What does your divine nation's ruler intend by bestowing such a precious gift upon our sacred land? Nangong Junyi inquired coldly, his brow furrowed. He was all too familiar with the Yin Qi. The essence extracted from the 9 Yin sacred spring nestled within the Tianyin mountain range was refined by the Emperor's formidable powers, enabling instantaneous enlightenment and a profound understanding of myriad martial arts and esoteric techniques. Such a remarkable artifact, one would expect, would not be so freely relinquished by the sovereign of the divine nation. Naturally, Nangong Junyi was skeptical. Upon hearing his words, the envoy's lips curled into a faint smile as he remarked, "Indeed, you are the holy master of the Nangong clan. Nothing in this world escapes your discerning gaze." Enough of this triviality, Nangong Junyi interjected, his brow furrowing with cold disdain. The envoy continued, "Our sovereign wishes to extend an invitation to the ancestors and the holy maiden of the Nangong Holy Land to visit our divine nation. To demonstrate our sincerity, we are willing to offer the sacred fire of our nation for the holy maiden's observation." At the envoy's proposition, Nangong Junyi scoffed. "How generous of your Tianyin divine nation to allow outsiders to witness the very foundation of your realm." It was well known throughout the entire western region that the Tianyin divine nation relied heavily on the sacred fire as its cornerstone. Were it not for the multitude of factions vying for this sacred flame, the Tianyin divine nation would have long faded into the annals of history. Instead, the unique nature of the sacred fire allowed the Tianyin divine nation to seize this opportunity, quietly developing and expanding its influence. The sacred fire. A glimmer of brilliance flickered in Nangong Haoyan's eyes as he softly murmured. He was well aware of the fire's origins. Legends spoke of it descending from the outer realms, purportedly from the furnace of a great deity, having fallen into the great wilderness divine domain, eternally ablaze and existing since time immemorial. Very well. With a casual wave of his hand, Nangong Haoyan summoned the Tianyin essence, speaking in measured tones. Now that Nangong Yu's strength has surely solidified at the pinnacle of the 4th level of the Emperor's realm, this Tianyin essence could indeed assist her in breaking through to the 5th level. Upon hearing Nangong Haoyan's agreement, the envoy's countenance brightened with excitement, and he eagerly inquired, "When shall we depart?" Nangong Haoyan raised an eyebrow, replying, "Refining the Tianyin essence will require some time. It will not be too late when that moment arrives." Of course, the envoy, recognizing the authority in Nangong Haoyan's words, dared not voice any dissent. Without further ado, Nangong Haoyan departed from the grand hall. Shortly thereafter, he arrived at Nangong Yu's chamber. Pushing the door open, he relayed the recent developments to her. Joy illuminated Nangong Yu's features as she declared, "Ancestor, I am willing to go. Patience. First, you must refine the Tianyin essence." As he spoke, Nangong Haoyan waved his hand, conjuring a swirling mass of Tianyin essence before Nangong Yu. The chilling aura resonated harmoniously with her innate constitution. With Nangong Haoyan's guidance, within mere days, Nangong Yu successfully refined the essence, her aura surging forth like a poised arrow, brimming with invincibility. Boom! A formidable presence rippled through the chamber as Nangong Yu emerged from her cultivation, a smile gracing her lips. Although she had yet to step into the 5th level of the Emperor's realm, the ceaseless energy within her was far more terrifying than that of a 5th-level emperor. Nangong Yu felt that in her current state, she could contend with a practitioner at the 7th level. Upon reaching the 5th level of the Emperor's realm, every stage becomes a watershed. The prospect of engaging in battles beyond one's rank escalates into an arduous challenge. Yet, South Palace reign, possessing such formidable prowess even at the 4th level, is truly astonishing. As the door swung open, she beheld South Palace Haoyan standing there, awaiting her arrival. Overjoyed, Her delicate face lit up with delight, akin to a child savoring sweet syrup, as she softly uttered, "Ancestor." Indeed. South Palace Hao Yin raised his gaze, noticing the deepening intensity of South Palace Rain's aura, and chuckled, "Your progress is remarkable. You truly live up to the title of Saintess. You harbor the celestial flame of extermination within you, and having just absorbed the essence of heavenly Yin, should you acquire the sacred fire of the divine kingdom, your combat prowess will become unparalleled." As he spoke, South Palace Rain's enchanting eyes shimmered with a radiant gleam. Though she was unaware of the full extent of the sacred fire's might, the ancestor's description instilled a profound sense of trepidation within her. If she could integrate it into her being, perhaps she too could ascend to the same heights as her ancestor. Lost in such thoughts, the ripples of her beautiful eyes sparkled, causing her to miss the subsequent words of South Palace Hao Yin. "Let us proceed." At an unknown moment, this simple command from South Palace Hao Yin pulled South Palace Rain back to reality. She quickly nodded and followed him. Chapter 47. Journey to the Divine Kingdom. Outside the South Palace Sacred Land, the envoy had been patiently awaiting the two. Just then, a piercing cry echoed as a golden-winged roc materialized before them. To ride such an ancient beast, who could this individual be? The envoy stared in a daze, struggling to comprehend the scene before him. One must understand the arrogance of ancient races. Taming such a creature as a mount is no simple feat, even with great strength. The envoy vaguely sensed that the identity of this South Palace ancestor was far from ordinary. "Let us go." South Palace Hao Yin spoke calmly atop the golden-winged roc. Days later, the trio arrived at the imperial palace of the Celestial Flame Divine Kingdom, where flight was strictly prohibited. Any violators would be executed under the pretext of provocation. Thus, South Palace Hao Yin had initially transformed the Void into human form to accompany them. As the envoy was a figure close to the monarch, their passage was unimpeded, swiftly bringing them to the heart of the palace. South Palace Hao Yin discerned the presence of numerous powerful entities, their auras concealed in the shadows, including several emperor-level beings. He smiled faintly, choosing not to elaborate. No matter how many emperor-level cultivators there were, they were but mere ants in his presence. As such thoughts crossed his mind, the four arrived at the grand hall of the palace. The ruler of the divine kingdom, Yin Wuji, and his consort, Yang Baiyu, sat upon their thrones. The envoy approached with the trio, respectfully announcing, "Your Excellency, the guests have arrived." Hearing this, Yin Wuji waved his hand and replied, "Very well, you may withdraw now." "Yes." The envoy clasped his hands and stepped back. Yi Hao Yin, Lin Qingyu, Su Kong. South Palace Hao Yin and South Palace Rain spoke in unison. On their journey, the messengers had already informed them that Yang Baiyu, in alliance with the Yang family, sought to eliminate the forces of the Nangong sacred ground. To avoid unnecessary complications, the two decided to adopt new names. The members of the Yang family, familiar only with the names, were unaware of their true identities. Thus, the appearances of the three remained unchanged. Upon hearing this, Yin Wuji nodded slightly and remarked, "You have all worked hard. Please, take your leave to the side hall and wait for a moment. I shall join you shortly." As his words fell, Yang Baiyu furrowed her brow. Noticing that Nangong Yu and Su Kong's auras were anything but weak, indicating at least their status as golden immortals, she spoke up. "What matters require discussion in the side hall? Are you plotting something behind my back?" A flicker of murderous intent flashed in Yin Wuji's eyes, but it vanished almost instantly, replaced by a smile. "My dear lady, you are unaware that these individuals are descendants of friends I made a century ago. Since we aim to assault the Nangong sacred ground, we naturally require allies, and they are all exceptionally talented individuals who may lend us their strength." "Let us hope so," Yang Baiyu replied coldly, though her mind was already calculating. The Nangong sacred ground was replete with powerful beings, and even the Yang family found it challenging to contend with them. Nevertheless, they possessed the audacity to attack the Nangong sacred ground and seize control of the Tianan divine kingdom, claiming the sacred flames for themselves. With this thought in mind, Yang Baiyu chose to say no more. After all, they were merely golden immortal cultivators. Even if something went awry, it would hardly lead to significant chaos. Yet, there lingered the question of whether Yin Wuji, when cornered, might decide to drag the Yang family down with him. At that moment, a voice echoed from outside the grand hall. "Aunt, when shall we launch our attack on Nangong?" Accompanying the voice was a handsome young man who approached. Upon seeing Nangong Yu's visage, he momentarily froze, his expression betraying a glimmer of greed, his breath quickening. "Beauty, Truly, she was breathtaking. Like a celestial being stepping forth from a painting, her beauty eclipsed all else. One smile can captivate a city, another can enchant a nation. This phrase surfaced in his mind, perfectly encapsulating the woman before him. Although the young master of the Yang family extended a greeting, his arrogance was unmistakable, further irritating Nan Gongyu. Lin Qingyu, she replied, refraining from extending her hand and speaking in a detached manner. Upon witnessing this, Yang Wanli's expression soured, his smile evaporating, and his voice turned cold. It seems that Lady Lin does not favor me. This was, after all, the Tianyin Divine Kingdom, and Nan Gongyu wished to avoid unnecessary trouble for her ancestor. She replied, Young Master Yang has misunderstood. It is only that you hold a lofty status, while I am but a humble concubine, unworthy of such heights. Ha ha. Yang Wanli suddenly burst into laughter, his greed intensifying as his gaze roamed over Nan Gongyu. Licking his parched lips, his voice, now hoarse, suggested, In that case, shall we become better acquainted in bed? The lewd words fell upon Nan Gongyu's ears like a thunderclap, causing her expression to darken, rage swirling in her eyes. She is the saintess of the Nangong clan, who would dare utter such despicable words in her presence. Just as he was about to take action, Yin Wujia suddenly interjected with a chilling rebuke. Presumptuous. These three are my friends, esteemed guests of the heavenly flame divine kingdom. Should you dare to utter another word, I shall ensure you regret it for the rest of your life. His voice was frigid, laced with a palpable intent to kill. Yet, Yang Wanli paid no heed, his eyes filled with scorn as he contemptuously remarked, At this moment, you are but a hollow monarch. Within the palace, all are disciples of the Yang family. What authority do you claim? This remark was mercilessly incisive. Upon hearing it, veins throbbed on Yin Wujia's forehead, his fury igniting within. Were it not for the larger picture, he would have already struck down Yang Wanli, allowing him to continue his insolence. My lady, do you share this sentiment? Yin Wujia spoke sternly, his eyes aflame with wrath, his tone steeped in darkness. Nangong Baiyu raised her gaze, responding with measured calmness. Wanli, you may withdraw for now. Yes. Yang Wanli replied with a knowing smile, casting a lingering glance at Nan Gongyu before stepping back. Humph. Yin Wujia scoffed coldly, vowing that once he refined the sacred fire, the Yang family would pay dearly, 1,000-fold. I am weary. If my lord has matters to discuss, it is best done in the main hall, Nangong Baiyu said lightly, chuckling as she departed the grand hall. Once she had left, Yin Wujia sighed deeply, his expression riddled with helplessness. It seemed that a sovereign of a nation was now beset by internal strife and external threats. At this moment, Nangong Haotian spoke up, his tone devoid of inflection. Hearing this, Yin Wujia offered a wry smile. An innocent man suffers for possessing something precious. Their covetous gaze upon the sacred fire of the divine kingdom was insatiable. Even without the Yang family, the Li and Zhao clans would pursue it relentlessly until the heavenly flame divine kingdom was no more. In the inner chamber, Nangongyu was still mulling over Yin Wujia's words, her delicate brows furrowing as she inquired, Ancestor, I do not comprehend. The sacred fire is the essence of the heavenly flame divine kingdom. Why would we be tasked with infiltrating the divine kingdom? Chapter 48. The innocent suffers for possessing treasure. In response, Nangong Haotian remained composed, calmly stating, It is merely a sign of desperation. Yin Wujia seeks to incite conflict between us and the Yang family, hoping to reap the benefits. However, no matter how he schemes, he cannot anticipate that the divine fire of judgment resides within you. The two are of the same origin, and your martial physique is more than capable of refining it. With that, Nangong Haotian closed his eyes to meditate. Upon hearing his words, Nangong felt a surge of sweetness in her heart, her lovely face blossoming with a radiant smile. Suddenly, a dull thud echoed through the air. The door exploded open, splintering wood flying in all directions. Several figures entered, and at the forefront stood a man with a smile playing on his lips, his gaze fixed on Nangong, unabashedly revealing his greed as he sneered, Fairy Lin, my young master requests your presence. As his words fell, the atmosphere in the chamber became tense and stagnant. Nangong's countenance resembled a frost-laden visage, while her heart surged with unbridled fury. Taking a deep breath, she compelled herself to regain composure. Were it not for the overarching circumstances, she would have already unleashed her sword upon them. What are you? Get the hell away from me. However, beside her, Zukong seethed with rage, daring anyone to insult the revered saintess. Seeking death. You think you're someone of importance? Upon hearing this, the leading man's expression darkened. his eyes ablaze with wrath as he coldly retorted, "I am a favored figure before the young master. Do you dare speak to me in such a manner?" "Humph." Zukong scoffed disdainfully, dismissing the notion of the young master. In terms of lineage and status, he possessed the bloodline of an ancient race, an existence that towered above all beasts. How could they even consider provoking him? Zukong acted decisively, with a resounding crash. The leading man soared through the air before crashing to the ground, his body a grotesque mess, blood spilling profusely. Stepping forward, Zukong's face remained as cold as ice as he proclaimed, "This serves merely as a minor lesson. Utter another word, and I shall take your worthless life." "You." Upon hearing this, the members of the Yang family altered their expressions, but under Zukong's frigid gaze, they averted their eyes, unwilling to meet his stare. "Begone." Zukong's voice thundered, reverberating through the hearts of all present. The Yang family members, akin to startled birds, hastily dragged the unconscious man away, fleeing the scene. "Saintess, forgive me for your indignation." Zukong's icy demeanor melted into one of utmost respect as he turned to Nangongyu. She merely shook her head, her heart unperturbed, and resumed her cultivation as if nothing had transpired. Meanwhile, in Yang Wanli's chamber, he listened to the reports from his subordinates, his countenance darkening to an extreme. With a single kick, he sent the person before him sprawling to the ground, his expression as frigid as ice, his eyes alight with murderous intent. "Is what you say true?" The subordinate, trembling and kneeling, dared not hesitate as he stammered, "Absolutely, without a doubt." "Humph." Yang Wanli scoffed, his eyes glinting with coldness, his heart ablaze with fury. He had acted with impunity throughout his life, and never had anyone dared to belittle him in such a manner. Today, Lin Qingyu had repeatedly undermined his dignity. It was a toast to the disrespectful. Since it has come to this, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. With that, a cruel smile crept across Yang Wanli's lips as he instructed those around him, "Bring the martial madman to me. I wish to see just how audacious the person that the worthless monarch has brought is. To dare act upon my territory is akin to courting death." Within the palace, the edict forbidding violence loomed large, yet Yang Wanli exhibited no reverence towards Yan Wuji, treating him as though he were merely a dog of the Yang family, to be commanded at will. Yes, the subordinates, fearing to show any signs of reluctance, nodded vigorously and swiftly set about summoning the martial madman. Wu Qi, a guardian specifically trained by Yang Wanli, stood at the pinnacle of the golden immortal realm, unmatched in combat prowess. Born solely for battle, unwaveringly loyal to but one, Yang Wanli. Before long, Yang Wanli, accompanied by the martial enthusiast, arrived at the palace of Nangongyu, his voice reverberating throughout the imperial residence. "Lin Qingyu, come forth." With a decisive step, Yang Wanli unleashed a strike with his sword. The sword's radiance, piercing and fierce, cleaved through the void, crashing towards the palace. Bang! At that moment, a beam of sword light emerged, colliding with his attack, resulting in a thunderous explosion that echoed through the air, sending shockwaves rippling outward. Subsequently, Nangongyu emerged from her chamber, garbed in azure, resembling an ethereal being untouched by the mortal world. Her beautiful visage bore an icy countenance, her grip firm around the Xian sword, her eyes ablaze with fury. "Wretched harlot, I called you Lin Xianzi out of respect, yet you failed to recognize your place. Today, I shall show you my might." Gazing upon Nangongyu's enchanting beauty, Yang Wanli's eyes glimmered with avarice. As his words fell, Nangongyu's expression turned frigid, and she swung her sword once more, the brilliance of her blade rivaling Yang Wanli's, slicing through the air with a series of thunderous roars. Yang Wanli's expression shifted as he attempted to withdraw his sword, but it was too late. In a moment of shock, the martial enthusiast stepped forward, bracing himself against the sword's radiance, blood spilling forth, yet his expression remained unchanged. Witnessing this, Nangongyu's eyes widened in astonishment. She had not anticipated that this robust man's physique would withstand her strike, merely breaking the surface of his skin. With a deep breath, Yang Wanli's face contorted in horror. Once he regained his composure, his expression filled with rage, he commanded, "Martial enthusiast, tear this wretched harlot apart." At his command, the martial enthusiast surged into action, his body akin to a rampaging tiger unleashed from its cage. He tore through the air, a cacophony of sound trailing in his wake. Charging towards Nangongyu. "Dare to lay hands on my lady? You seek death." Just then, a furious roar emanated from within the palace. Immediately, Zuwukong manifested, delivering a powerful palm strike, the shadow of his hand soaring through the air, landing upon the martial enthusiast. Bang! The clash of fists resonated with a sound akin to clashing metal. The resulting shockwave shattered the surrounding stone bricks and tiles, warping the very air itself. After the impact, Zhu Kong appeared before Nangong Yu and spoke. "My lady, Mr. Nangong requests that you return to your quarters. I shall handle everything here." "Understood." With a nod, Nangong Yu turned and re-entered her chamber. "Martial enthusiast, eliminate him." Upon seeing Nangong Yu depart, Yang Wanli's gaze ignited with fury as he coldly commanded. At his utterance, the martial enthusiast sprang into action. His internal energy surged forth like a tsunami, radiating a faint glow from his palm, piercing the air with a shrill, whistling sound. Zhu Kong, undeterred, countered with a palm strike of his own, summoning a colossal wave of energy, imbued with a destructive force, hurtling towards the martial enthusiast. Bang! A deeply resonant sound echoed as the shockwave rippled outward. After a single strike, the two were evenly matched. Chapter 49, The Sovereign of Holy Fire. The formidable aura of his palm hovered over Yang Wanli's form. A mouthful of reversed blood erupted forth, sending him crashing backwards, whereupon he fell unconscious upon impact with the ground. Witnessing this scene, the expressions of the Yang clan members shifted dramatically. A peak, golden, immortal warrior bellowed in fury. "How dare you? Do you wish to follow in their footsteps?" Shukong's demeanor was icy, and he spoke in a cold, detached tone. Upon hearing his words, the warrior's expression faltered, and the flames of rage within him extinguished, replaced by a palpable sense of trepidation. It was known that Wuchi was a peak golden immortal, his combat prowess far exceeding that of his adversary. Even so, engaging him would be tantamount to courting death. "Since no one wishes to contest with me, then be gone." Shukong scanned the surroundings, noting the silence that had fallen over the crowd, and prepared to return to his chamber. At that moment, a chilling voice echoed from the heavens. "Dare to harm a member of the Yang family? I shall see you dead." With a whoosh, a shadow of a sword cleaved through the sky, cutting across the void and hurtling towards Shukong. His expression changed abruptly. The ocean of spiritual power within him surged fiercely, forming a protective shield around his body. However, the ferocity of the sword shadow was overwhelming, rendering the spiritual shield as fragile as parchment, which was obliterated in an instant. The strike landed squarely upon Shukong, propelling his body through the air before crashing to the ground, bloodied and mangled. Lord Baiyu, the Yang clan members, upon seeing those figures, were filled with joy, kneeling upon the ground in excitement. Yang Baiyu nodded, retracting her long sword, her gaze falling upon the unconscious Yang Wanli, filled with concern. "Wanli is a treasure of unparalleled worth. How dare you inflict harm upon him? Kneel before me." Yang Baiyu's expression was icy, and with a sharp command, her imperial sovereign cultivation radiated throughout the surroundings, locking onto Shukong with a terrifying aura. Shukong's countenance shifted, yet his resolute form remained unyielding, devoid of fear. "This mere Yang clan thinks they can compel me to kneel?" As his words echoed, the entire world fell into silence. In response, Yang Baiyu's eyes blazed with fury, her intent to kill palpable. "Kill him." With a rustle, the hidden members of the Yang clan sprang into action, ready to strike. When a rift in space appeared above them, from within, the figure of Yen Wujia emerged, clad in golden armor and donned with a crown, his icy voice resonating. "Let us see who dares." Yang Baiyu's expression darkened. Yen Wujia's arrival seemed to challenge the Yang clan. "Madam, they are my friends and esteemed guests of the heavenly flame divine kingdom. Do you not owe me an explanation?" Yen Wujia's imposing presence fixed upon Yang Baiyu, his tone indifferent. "An explanation?" Yang Baiyu scoffed. "They have harmed Wanli, and as her aunt, I come to settle the score. What issue is there?" A faint smirk played upon Yen Wujia's lips as he coldly replied, "Is that so?" As the words fell, Yen Wujin struck with ferocity. The sky was engulfed in flames, which coalesced into a shadowy hand, hurtling towards Yang Wanli. The latter's body plummeted like a kite severed from its string, crashing into the ground and leaving a deep crater in the earth. "You." Yang Baiyu's expression changed dramatically, her delicate features contorting in rage. Yen Wujin withdrew his hand, his gaze indifferent. "Madam, this is the divine nation of Tianyin, not your Yang family. Should your family remain blind, do not blame me for my ruthlessness." His voice was icy, laced with a menacing undertone, resonating in Yang Baiyu's ears. Infuriated, her body trembled, her fingers turning pale, and the fire in her eyes blazed fiercely. Taking a deep breath, Yang Baiyu forced herself to regain her composure. She understood that succumbing to anger would bear no fruit and could jeopardize her opportunity to acquire the sacred fire. Once she mastered the divine nation's sacred fire, to her, Yin Wujin would be akin to a lamb awaiting slaughter. With this thought, a murderous intent flickered in her eyes as her voice returned to tranquility. I apologize for my abruptness. However, before we embark on our assault on the Nangong's sacred land, Wanli must first comprehend the sacred fire of the divine nation. As she spoke, her tone was commanding, her gaze unwavering as it locked onto Yin Wujin's in the void. Very well. After a lengthy pause, Yin Wujin's voice echoed. The sacred fire of the divine nation is the fortune of my Tianyin divine nation, imbued with unimaginable opportunities. His voice faltered momentarily as his gaze shifted to Nangongyu. Since Lin Xingyu is my friend, she too is qualified to seek enlightenment. At this, Yang Baiyu's expression darkened, her fury surging. She understood Yin Wujin's intentions, yet, as he had stated, this was not the Yang family. Should she provoke him further, the consequences were unpredictable. Despite her anger, Yang Baiyu refrained from erupting. With a flick of her wrist, a vibrant medicinal pill appeared in her hand, which she then administered to Yang Wanli. In a short while, his wounds began to heal, and his vitality was notably restored. Casting her gaze upon Yang Wanli, she admonished, the sacred fire of the divine nation is of utmost importance. You must fuse with it at all costs. Even if Yin Wujin changes his mind, I will ensure your safe escape from here. Yes, Aunt, Yang Wanli replied earnestly, his eyes glinting with avarice as he looked at Nangongyu. This time, he sought not only the sacred fire of the divine nation, but also Nangongyu herself. Observing this, Yang Baiyu merely smiled. As long as Yang Wanli could acquire the sacred fire, a mere woman could be relinquished. The sacred fire was paramount to the Tianyin divine nation, and Yin Wujin would certainly employ myriad formations and divine artifacts to conceal it within the palace's secret realm. Before long, the group arrived at the palace's secret realm. Before them, flames raged, boiling the seas and scorching the skies, exuding an immense aura. At the heart of the inferno lay an original stone, radiating an endless energy. Even a formidable being at the emperor's level would feel as insignificant as an ant in the presence of such power. Upon witnessing this scene, every onlooker's eyes glimmered with avarice. Yang Wanli was particularly affected, his throat constricting as if his gaze were fixated solely upon the raw stone. Is this the sacred fire of the divine realm? Murmured Nangongyu softly. For reasons unknown, a sudden tremor coursed through her heart, as if an enigmatic force were beckoning her. This is indeed the sacred fire of the divine realm. Anyone who approaches it and comprehends its power will gain its acknowledgement, ultimately becoming the revered master of the sacred fire. At that moment, Yin Wuji spoke, the revered master of the sacred fire. As his words resonated, the greed in the crowd intensified. Yang Baiyu had previously heard Yin Wuji mention that this sacred fire did not belong to the great wilderness divine domain. It not only harbored terrifying power, but also represented a certain status. Should the sacred fire acknowledge its master, that individual would bear the weight of their destined fate. Chapter 50. The Chosen One. After Yin Wuji imparted a few words, Nangongyu and Yang Wanli stepped into the blazing sea of flames. Whoosh! In the next instant, endless flames enveloped Nangongyu, visions sweeping past her eyes. Ultimately, the fiery ocean collapsed, revealing an infinite staircase before her. The stairway of sacred fire. Outside the secret realm, Yin Wuji had mentioned that to touch the sacred fire of the divine realm, one must traverse the stairway of sacred fire. This staircase exuded immense authority. A careless misstep would result in eternal downfall, never to reincarnate. Taking a deep breath to steady herself, Nangongyu took a step forward. Instantly, the staircase responded. A faint divine aura permeated the air, and extraordinary phenomena began to manifest in the void. Within the emptiness, the great Tao reverberated, and celestial sounds traversed the cosmos, reaching Nangongyu's ears. Buzz! In the following moment, a tremendous presence rippled through the air. Subsequently, a towering figure materialized, seemingly connecting heaven and earth, exuding an overwhelming aura that obscured the sky and sun. The sacred eye of the great Tao, the divine flame of heaven, is intriguing. At that moment, the figure spoke, its voice resonating like a mighty bell, tearing through the heavens and transcending eons. Nangongyu's countenance turned solemn. These were her most profound secrets. Apart from the ancestor, no one in the great wilderness divine domain was privy to them. As she merely stepped onto the stairway of sacred fire, it felt as though her every secret had been laid bare. Who was this figure? At this instant, Nangongyu was filled with trepidation. Young one, if you can withstand my strike, you shall be deemed successful, the figure proclaimed once more. As soon as the words fell, the figure moved. sweeping its formidable arm to deliver a powerful blow. The force of that strike was overwhelming, as if the very heavens were being rent asunder. The shadow of the palm eclipsing the sun, plunging the space into darkness. Nangongyu had no time to be awed. The purple smoke sword manifested, and her inner spiritual energy surged forth like a gushing spring. With a single swing, the sharp sword shadow glimmered like a radiant moon, emanating a chilling aura as it hurtled towards the palm's shadow. Yet, compared to the shadow of the palm, the sword strike unleashed by Nangongyu was but a mere drop in the ocean, instantly reduced to dust. The momentum of the shadow of the palm remained undiminished as it bore down upon Nangongyu. The latter's expression shifted, and the ocean of spiritual power within him surged violently. In response, he delivered a palm strike, conjuring the illusory form of a dragon elephant, which let out a resounding roar, its boundless might reverberating through the air, shattering the void above. In the next moment, the entire expanse was rent asunder. As the two forces collided, a deafening sound erupted, causing the very steps beneath them to tremble as if on the verge of collapse. Boom! In the following instant, the shadow of the palm shattered. Above the void, a voice inquired, "Dragon elephant suppressing prison technique?" A formidable youth indeed. Upon finishing, the figure vanished without a trace. Upon hearing this, Nangongyu's expression turned to one of astonishment, his gaze reflecting confusion. This figure seemed intimately familiar with the dragon elephant suppressing prison technique. Did the owner of this figure have an acquaintance with the ancestor? However, Nangongyu recalled that the technique was not pinned by the ancestor. If so, who could it possibly be? With a sigh, he shook his head, deciding to seek clarity from the ancestor once he emerged. Meanwhile, in a mysterious location, the atmosphere pulsated with a different essence than that of the great wilderness divine domain. Suddenly, an elder clad in a Taoist robe opened his eyes, unleashing a torrent of power that rippled through the void. A smile graced his lips, and with a mere gesture, he emanated an aura potent enough to annihilate the heavens and the earth. In just a century, to witness the dragon elephant suppressing prison technique again. It seems that fate has intertwined my path with the Nangong clan, he mused, laughter erupting from him, shaking the very ground and distorting the air around him with an overwhelming presence. On another front, within the holy fire steps, Nangongyu had traversed countless steps and encountered numerous obstacles, each of which she overcame with determination. As she reached the final steps, her internal spiritual energy was nearly depleted, her delicate visage pale. Were it not for the unwavering conviction within her heart, she would have collapsed to the ground in faintness. Buzz. After an indeterminate time, as Nangongyu took a step forward, the entire holy fire steps erupted with a resounding roar. Countless steps radiated a celestial golden light, intertwining and enveloping her form, exuding a crystal-clear aura akin to a sweet spring, flowing into her very being. Boom! That life-giving essence coursed through her limbs and bones, revitalizing her nearly exhausted dantian as if drenched in nourishing rain, restoring her vitality and coloring her cheeks anew. Is this the holy fire of the divine kingdom? At that moment, she suddenly noticed a raw stone materializing before her, emanating an aura of supreme power. Filled with immense joy, she prepared to reach out and touch it, when a chilling voice suddenly rang out, "Stop!" As the words fell, Yang Wanli appeared before Nangongyu, his expression greedy, his voice hoarse as he declared, "The holy fire of the divine kingdom belongs to me. You have no right to touch it." With that, Yang Wanli unsheathed his sword, executing a swift strike. A radiant beam of light surged forth with an imposing momentum, hurtling towards Nangongyu. Her delicate countenance remained frigid. How audacious could one be? Even at the pinnacle of the 9th stage of the Golden Immortal? With a swift stroke of her sword, the two beams of light collided, resonating with the clash of steel as shockwaves rippled outward. In the aftermath of the encounter, Nangongyu was astonished to discern the peculiarly formidable aura emanating from Yang Wanli. Despite being merely at the 9th stage of the Golden Immortal, the force he unleashed rivaled her own. Was he concealing his true strength? Observing her astonished expression, Yang Wanli erupted into laughter, exclaiming, "Ha! I am the chosen one, bestowed with the recognition of the sacred fire steps. Here, my power is boundless. Lynching you. If you are wise, you shall become my submissive, otherwise at this juncture." Yang Wanli's eyes glinted with insatiable greed, not only for the sacred fire of the divine kingdom, but for Nangongyu as well. "You seek death," she retorted, her expression shifting to one of cold fury. Nangong's secret technique, heavenly sword judgment. With a single stroke, her immense spiritual energy surged forth, radiating unparalleled might. Within this ocean of power, a sword shadow materialized, tearing through the heavens as if it were an ancient force suspended in the void. Boom! The sword shadow descended, cleaving the very fabric of the void in two, reminiscent of a cascading river of stars, illuminating the heavens. An ant shaking a tree. Yang Wanli bellowed with laughter. Unconstrained by any limitations within the sacred fire steps, the magnitude of his unleashed power was beyond Nangong Yu's imagination. With a cold snort, he gestured with one hand, summoning a colossal hand of spiritual energy that obscured the sky. When their powers collided, an aura potent enough to annihilate the heavens and the earth erupted, causing the steps to tremble as if they might collapse, with the surrounding void shattering. Lin Qingyu, I shall make you my plaything. With a sinister grin, Yang Wanli swung his sword again, unleashing a tempest of sword shadows that surged towards Nangong Yu like a violent storm. Chapter 51. The sacred flame of heaven's judgment. Nangong Yu's expression was impassive as her ruby lips parted. Her voice cold and resolute. Nangong's secret technique, radiant sun of the firmament. As her words fell, she wielded her sword with grace. The blade shimmered with resplendent light, akin to an overflowing river, an inexhaustible tide of spiritual energy enveloping the heavens, transforming into an oceanic expanse of power. Boom! A thunderous sound erupted, shaking the very fabric of space as a sun emerged, eclipsing the sky. In that moment, the ocean of spiritual energy ignited, becoming a vast sea of flames that scorched the firmament. The third form of the Nangong secret technique. This ancient and forbidden art of the Nangong family comprised 9 forms, each representing a new celestial realm. This strike bore the might to challenge the heavens, its flames even fiercer than those conjured by the sacred fire of the divine kingdom. Yang Wanli's expression shifted dramatically, yet it was quickly replaced by a malevolent grin. Outside the confines of the secret realm, this technique would undoubtedly spell his doom. However, within the sacred fire steps, he is invincible. With this thought, Yang Wanli roared, Mountain and River 10,000 Swords Technique. As his voice echoed, an overwhelming surge of spiritual power erupted from within him. The spiritual energy enveloping him expanded outward, extinguishing the flames in an instant. A small world formed within a radius of 10,000 feet, where high mountains and flowing waters intertwined, and countless sword shadows danced ominously. Each sword shadow concealed supreme power, capable of unleashing forces comparable to those of an emperor. With a thunderous roar, innumerable sword shadows blotted out the sun as they surged toward Nangong Yu. She thrust her sword, causing the sun to radiate a blinding brilliance. In that moment, the entire space was engulfed in white light, followed by an explosion of boundless waves of energy that reverberated through the void. The atmosphere roared, and the overwhelming might surged forth. The very fabric of this world was relentlessly torn and shaken by their unleashed power, causing even the mightiest of emperor-level beings to feel a shiver of fear. As the space fractured and the energy rampaged, Yang Wanli stood as the epitome of invincibility within this realm. With a sinister grin, he struck with even greater ferocity, his colossal spiritual power crashing forth like a tidal wave, mercilessly barreling toward Nangong Yu. With a thunderous boom, the force surged, and Nangong Yu's delicate face paled, her internal energy nearly depleted. With a cough, Nangong Yu was sent flying back 1,000 feet, spitting out a mouthful of blood, her complexion as pale as parchment. Within the sacred fire steps, the power Yang Wanli wielded was utterly terrifying, rendering her no match for him. Was this truly her fate? As the thought crossed her mind, Nangong Yu forced a bitter smile, never expecting to fall at the hands of a mere golden immortal cultivator. Suddenly, from her eyes, a mysterious power surged forth, radiating an aura of majesty and sanctity. In an instant, all her wounds healed, her spiritual energy replenished, and an ancient, profound essence enveloped her gaze. The sacred eye of the Tao. Nangong Yu was taken aback, astonished that she had awakened the power of the sacred eye of the Tao. Since acquiring it, she had never once utilized its abilities, yet now, the power was being released autonomously. Sensing this overwhelming force, Yang Wanli's expression darkened momentarily, but he quickly regained his composure. Within the sacred fire steps, he was the invincible one, and no one could defeat him. Boom! At that moment, a dazzling light erupted from Nangong Yu's eyes, resembling 2 radiant beams piercing the void, shattering the very fabric of the world. As the world fractured, an endless void emerged, threatening to consume Yang Wanli, obliterating his very soul. With a gasp, the backlash from the sacred eye of the Tao proved even more terrifying. Blood surged forth as Nangong Yu felt her strength waning. her body slowly aging, her features visibly withering in an instant. Witnessing this, she was engulfed in a profound terror, her entire being trembling uncontrollably. As the void consumed everything, Nangongyu was engulfed in despair, fervently wishing for her ancestor to come to her rescue. However, Nangong Haoyin seemed to have vanished without a trace. Suddenly, as the void threatened to engulf her, the sacred flame of the divine kingdom erupted with dazzling brilliance, transforming into a miniature world that enveloped Nangongyu. An endless aura of life surrounded her, akin to a silkworm cocoon, rejuvenating her appearance. After a considerable duration, a tremendous force surged forth, akin to a dam breaking. Radiating outward, this boundless energy instantaneously stabilized the entire space. Upon introspecting her body, Nangongyu's delicate visage was painted with astonishment. The sacred flame of the divine kingdom had remarkably merged with the heavenly extermination flame. She gasped in disbelief, recalling her ancestors' words that these two flames shared the same origin, hence her ability to fuse with the heavenly extermination flame. Intertwined like an intricate Bagua diagram, the flames exuded an ancient and profound aura. Thus, she named this newfound flame the Holy Flame of Heavenly Extermination. Taking a deep breath, a flicker of excitement crossed Nangongyu's face. The power of the Holy Flame of Heavenly Extermination propelled her directly into the 5th level of the Emperor's realm. Now, she was closer to her ancestor than ever before. With this thought, an indefinable emotion rippled in her eyes, her heart fluttering with joy. Without the support of the sacred flame of the divine kingdom, the space around her was destined to collapse entirely. A piercing sound echoed, and as she opened her eyes again, she found herself outside the secret realm. Where are we? Upon seeing this, Yang Baiyu's expression shifted, and she swiftly approached Nangongyu, demanding an answer. In response, Nangongyu furrowed her brow. She now possessed the power of the great Tao's sacred eye, the holy flame of heavenly extermination, and the profound Yin body. Having just broken through to the 5th level of the Emperor's realm, her combat prowess was not inferior to Yang Baiyu's. Nangongyu lifted her gaze and met Yang Baiyu's eyes, declaring, "I killed him." With her words, it felt as though a thunderclap resonated within Yang Baiyu's mind. Her expression morphed into one of shock, fury intertwining with disbelief, ultimately transforming into an overwhelming killing intent as she lunged at Nangongyu with a palm strike, exclaiming, "I will make you pay." Unfazed, Nangongyu retaliated with a palm of her own, and their powers clashed in a stalemate. "Kill her." Yang Baiyu retreated 100 meters, her murderous intent undiminished, bellowing in fury. In an instant, numerous powerful figures concealed within the void erupted forth, unleashing their most formidable attacks. A myriad of lethal strikes descending upon Nangongyu. Her delicate face shifted slightly as she realized that, having just merged with the sacred flame of the divine kingdom and still stabilizing her realm, she was somewhat unprepared for such a multitude of adversaries. At that moment, a towering shadow of a sword emerged, slicing through the void, as if transcending time itself. With a single strike, all forces were thwarted, followed by a chilling voice resonating from all directions. "Who dares to harm her?" As the words echoed, a figure materialized before Nangongyu. Upon seeing this, Nangongyu's delicate face brightened, exclaiming, "Ancestor." Chapter 52. There must be a fate upon the appearance of Nangong Haoyin. Yang Baiyu's brow furrowed momentarily, but it soon relaxed, revealing a hint of disdain in her gaze. Her expression remained indifferent, her voice frigid as she commanded, "Kill them." At her command, the hidden guards of the Yang family surged forth, their ominous aura roaring towards Nangong Haoyin. Boom. Nangong Haoyin's expression was placid as he waved his right hand, unleashing a torrent of energy that surged forth like a colossal wave, sending them crashing away. Then, Nangong Haoyin struck again. His palm transformed into a fist, and the spiritual energy within him erupted in resplendent brilliance, enveloping him in a golden glow akin to armor. With a mighty punch, a shadow of his fist coalesced, resembling a roaring azure dragon, slicing through the air and reverberating into the void. Boom. A dull thud echoed as the fist shadow exploded in the emptiness. And in that instant, countless powerful beings were reduced to blood mist. Gasp. The survivors, witnessing this scene, changed their expressions, drawing in a sharp breath. Yang Baiyu's countenance darkened. She had not anticipated the terrifying strength of this individual. In that moment, a sense of retreat began to stir within her. "If you dare utter another word, I shall ensure your demise without a burial place." Nangong Haoyin's voice was icy, his gaze brimming with murderous intent. "Humph." In response, Yang Baiyu snorted coldly. yet did not dare to advance even a step further, though her murderous intent remained undiminished. Just then, the air quivered with the presence of Yin Wuji, who appeared before Nangongyu in an instant, his expression grim. Sensing the sacred fire within Nangongyu, his power surged forth as he spoke with a heavy tone. You have fused with the sacred fire of the divine realm. As his words fell, the entire palace fell into a hush, all eyes fixated on Nangongyu. Yang Baiyu's countenance shifted, her gaze towards Nangongyu filled with astonishment. She has fused with the sacred fire of the divine realm? Yang Baiyu's breath caught in her throat, her eyes ablaze with murderous intent. The sacred fire was the key to the Yang family's ancestor breaking through to a higher realm. Without it, the ancestor could not ascend, and the Yang family could not evolve into a holy land. Nangongyu must die. As this thought crossed her mind, the intensity of the murderous intent in Yang Baiyu's eyes escalated, her longsword materializing as her spiritual energy surged, poised to deliver a lethal blow to Nangongyu at any moment. However, Nangongyu remained undaunted, her countenance resolute. Now at the 5th level of the Emperor's sovereign realm, even if she were unable to defeat them, escaping would be effortless. Not to mention, she had her ancestor to protect her. Upon hearing these words, Yin Wuji's aura reverberated through the void, his eyes betraying a fierce and ruthless demeanor, with murderous intent swirling around him, causing the very space around to collapse. The sacred fire of the divine nation was the lifeblood of the Tianyin divine nation. Without it, the nation would cease to exist. Moreover, without the sacred fire, how could he comprehend the profound truths of the Tao? How could he trample the Yang family underfoot? He had initially intended to activate the sacred fire through the hands of the Nangong sacred land, inciting conflict between the Yang family and the Nangong sacred land, thereby positioning himself to reap the benefits. Yet, unexpectedly, he found himself with nothing to show for his efforts. Taking a deep breath to suppress the violent rage within, he forced a smile onto his aged face and said, "The sacred fire of the divine nation contains supreme power. If Lady Lin were to recklessly merge with it, it would undoubtedly harm her martial physique. In a few days, I, the ancestor of Tianyin, shall personally visit the Tianyin divine nation, at which time I can assist Lady Lin in calming the backlash of the sacred fire. Therefore, I hope you all can stay in the Tianyin divine nation for a while longer, if you would be so kind." Yin Wuji understood that with his current strength, he could not stop these individuals, especially with the Yang family watching from the sidelines. The ancestor of Tianyin would soon return, and then he would unleash his power to eliminate them all. As his voice faded, Nangong Haoyin and his companion maintained calm expressions. Yet Yang Baiyu found it increasingly difficult to remain composed. The ancestor of Tianyin was returning. Had he not perished in the land of oblivion? Though Yang Baiyu appeared nonchalant, tumultuous waves churned beneath her surface. The ancestor of Tianyin was not a figure of this era. It was said that his cultivation was beyond the heavens and the earth, far surpassing even the might of an imperial sovereign. Even her own ancestor could not contend with him. Otherwise, the Yang family would not have gone to such lengths to covet the sacred fire of the divine nation. However, she was puzzled. Yin Wuji had once claimed that the ancestor of Tianyin had perished 5,000 years ago. If that were not the case, he would not have fallen into such a dire state. Yet now, were his words merely a ruse? Amidst her confusion, Nangong Haoyin nodded, then turned to Nangongyu, saying, "Let us depart." "Yes," Nangongyu replied, and together they left the premises. Yin Wuji watched their departing figures, his eyes filled with lingering murderous intent, his chest heaving with suppressed emotions. The sacred fire of the divine nation was a necessity for him. No one could impede him. Yang Baiyu spoke coldly. "What are you looking at? They have already left." At her words, Yin Wuji snorted coldly and departed in a swirl of his robes. Once he captured Nangongyu and merged with the sacred fire, both the Yang family and the Nangong sacred land would be reduced to mere ants. On the way, Nangong Haoyin suddenly spoke. "Remember, the power of the Tao's sacred eye must never be used at any time." Pausing, he fixed his gaze on Nangongyu before adding, "Not even when life and death are at stake." Seeing the seriousness in Nangong Haoyin's expression, Nangongyu felt a flutter of apprehension. And although she did not fully grasp the meaning of her ancestor's words, she obediently nodded in agreement. The backlash from the sacred eye of the great path bestowed upon her was utterly terrifying. Had it not been for the holy fire of the divine kingdom, she might have perished upon the steps of that sacred fire. Although Nangong Haoyin's expression remained serene, a torrent of thoughts silently coursed through his mind. The sacred eye of the great path was something he had acquired during a battle in a foreign realm. Even after centuries, he had yet to fully comprehend it, nor did he know its origins. What surprised him further was that the sacred eye had seemingly chosen Nangongyu. Surely, fate must be at play. Nevertheless, Nangong Haoyan did not dwell on it excessively. Regardless of any fate, should anyone dare to harm a member of the Nangong family, even the heavenly Tao would find itself trampled beneath his feet. Amidst his thoughts, a sense of indifference erupted from within him, reaching into the heavens, shattering the void, and transcending the ages. In that moment, countless dimensions within the vast universe trembled. Even the mightiest of emperors could only prostrate themselves in silence. After a prolonged silence, this aura finally dissipated. Suddenly, from an unknown location, a pair of enormous pupils sprang open, radiating an otherworldly glow that swept across the myriad realms. Yet, it was but a fleeting moment. As the light faded, the pupils closed once more, as if nothing had transpired at all. Chapter 53. Waiting for opportunity. The Tianyin Imperial Palace was vast. Even a powerful being from the celestial realm would require several days to traverse its entirety. As they walked, Nangongyu's delicate features displayed a hint of surprise. It was known that her ancestor never traveled such long distances. Curiously, she inquired, "Ancestor, where are we headed?" "To the underground fighting arena," Nangong Haoyan replied nonchalantly. "The underground fighting arena?" Nangongyu softly echoed, her curiosity piqued further. The underground fighting arena was an exceptionally unique force, akin to a treasure trove, scattered throughout the great wilderness divine domain. It was a place where the wealthy would gamble on fights between slaves they had purchased. Cultivators who came could also place bets and watch the matches. It was undeniably a realm of darkness. Although she was uncertain why her ancestor wished to visit such a place, Nangongyu chose to follow him nonetheless. Before long, the two arrived at the entrance of the underground fighting arena. To gain entry, one had to become a VIP, requiring a payment of 100,000 spirit stones as an admission fee. For Nangong Haoyan, spirit stones were as trivial as pebbles. He possessed them in abundance, beyond measure. Upon entering the underground fighting arena, the layout resembled that of the ancient Roman Colosseum in his previous life. It was akin to a basin, with numerous fighting platforms below, intricately inscribed with arrays and mysterious runes, rendering them impervious even to formidable golden immortals. Thus, the cultivators present had no need to fear attacks. After finding a place to sit, Nangongyu asked, "Ancestor, who do you think will win?" Upon hearing this, Nangong Haoyan cast his gaze in that direction and spoke with certainty, "A white-robed practitioner." As soon as his words fell, a mocking laughter echoed in his ears. "Is this level truly an ancestor? How laughable! Young man, I benevolently inform you that the red-robed practitioner is famously known as the Bloodhand Butcher. Even a golden immortal would not last a mere quarter of an hour in his presence. That white-robed practitioner is nothing but refuse." The speaker was a young cultivator adorned in splendid attire, brimming with treasures, his aura suffused with the essence of a golden immortal. At this moment, his gaze was fixed hungrily upon Nangongyu. Nangong Haoyan furrowed his brow, choosing to ignore him. Nangongyu, even more so, disregarded the young man entirely, producing millions of spirit stones, which she offered entirely to the white-robed practitioner. Witnessing this, the young cultivator's expression shifted, fury igniting in his eyes as he coldly snorted, short-sighted. He then turned to his guard, instructing, "Keep a close watch on them. Once we exit, bring that woman to me, and as for the man, kill him." With a resolute tone, the guard replied, "Understood." Their entire exchange reached Nangong Haoyan's ears, yet he remained composed, as if he had not heard, closing his eyes in quiet contemplation, seemingly awaiting an opportune moment. On the martial stage, the Bloodhand Butcher, clad in crimson, regarded the white-clad man with disdain. "Lu Bai, I advise you to concede. Perhaps I may show you mercy." Upon hearing this, Lu Bai's countenance darkened with murderous intent as he bellowed, "Ning Hung, you have slain my kin. I shall not rest until I avenge this wrong. Prepare to die." As he spoke, Lu Bai brandished his longsword, unleashing a barrage of sword energies towards Ning Hung. "Humph." Ning Hung scoffed, his expression dripping with contempt. "An ant shaking a tree. Since you seek your own demise, join your deceased family in the afterlife." With a maniacal laugh, Ning Hung swung his long knife, unleashing a shadowy blade that cleaved through the air with devastating force. Boom! A surge of energy erupted from all directions, reverberating through the atmosphere as Lu Bai was sent reeling, his face paling considerably. "If this is all you can muster, it is woefully inadequate." Ning Hung sneered, his voice dripping with derision. By the way, I must say, I rather enjoy the taste of your partner. I wonder when Brother Bai will find another companion for my amusement. Ha ha. Ning Heng's demeanor was brazen, his laughter echoing unabashedly in Lu Bai's ears. Ah! At these words, Lu Bai's eyes turned crimson, his heart consumed by a tempest of vengeance, his blood boiling as his features contorted into a grimace of rage. I will make you pay with your life. At this moment, Lu Bai resembled a ferocious beast poised to devour its prey, his internal spiritual energy surging forth, transforming into a myriad of sword shadows that flickered with golden light, exuding a chilling aura as it surged towards Ning Heng. Bloodthirsty sword technique, wrathful soul. Ning Heng's voice was brazen as he let out a low growl, the long knife in his hand ablaze with fierce flames, its terrifying presence resonating across the arena. Even the spectators outside felt a heart-stirring energy, as if they were on the verge of being consumed by the boundless flames. Humph. A mere first-level golden immortal dares to act recklessly before the blood-hand butcher. How laughable. At this moment, a wealthy young man cast a glance at Nangong Haoyan, his expression replete with disdain. Upon hearing this, Nangong Yu's countenance turned icy as she coldly retorted, "If you dare make another sound, I shall sever your tongue." As she spoke, a flicker of murderous intent shone in Nangong Yu's eyes, causing the young cultivator to pale in shock. "You seek death." The young cultivator's face flushed with rage, his muscles quivering violently as murderous intent coiled within his gaze. Had it not been for the underground boxing arena's prohibition against private combat, he would undoubtedly have overpowered Nangong Yu without hesitation. Meanwhile, upon the arena, a tempestuous aura swirled like a dark vortex. Within this maelstrom, a black long knife materialized, suspended in the void, its presence instilling dread in countless cultivators. Lu Bai, perishing beneath the wrathful soul, is not unjust. With a sinister grin, Ning Heng swung his knife. The blade tore through the void, cleaving the arena in two. An immeasurable force surged forth, enveloping Lu Bai and rendering him immobile. Boom. In the next instant, torrents of power cascaded down upon Lu Bai. Instantly, a wave of energy erupted, dust swirling chaotically. The ocean of endless spiritual energy roared, producing a sound that shook the heavens. Even with the formation in place, the audience felt an overwhelmingly fierce energy crashing over them, compelling them to shut their eyes. In this world, no one can withstand my wrathful soul. As he gazed at the billowing dust, Ning Heng murmured softly. His eyes shimmered with light, as if he could already envision Lu Bai dissipating into nothingness. Yet, in the next moment, his smile froze, replaced by an expression of profound disbelief. What? How is this possible? Chapter 54. The heavenly transformation body as the dust settled, a scene that left the crowd in astonishment unfolded. They beheld Lu Bai, enveloped in an azure glow. Ancient and profound runes etched within it, resonating throughout the arena. At this moment, expressions of astonishment surfaced among the spectators. They never expected Lu Bai to unleash such a mysterious power. Indeed, it is the heavenly transformation body. In the distance, Nangong Haoyan, witnessing the energy emanating from Lu Bai, wore a subtle smile. Ancestor, what is the heavenly transformation body? Beside him, Nangong Yu observed Nangong Haoyan's exuberance with a glimmer of astonishment flickering in her beautiful eyes. Until this moment, she had never witnessed their ancestor smile with such joy. Upon hearing Nangong Haoyan's words, her perplexity deepened. Could it be that this man in white possessed some extraordinary constitution? In response, Nangong Haoyan offered a gentle smile and began to elucidate. The so-called Tianyin body is a constitution born solely for the purpose of formation arrays. For ordinary cultivators, the aptitude to learn the intricacies of formations is of paramount importance. The Tianyin body is, in fact, one of the 10 innate formations birthed during the primordial era. With the human as the eye and all things as the array, with a mere wave of the hand, the formation is complete. At the conclusion of his explanation, Nangong Yu's delicate face appeared almost frozen in disbelief. Just by listening to Nangong Haoyan, she could envision a cultivator effortlessly conjuring countless formations with a mere gesture, descending upon the world and subduing eternity. What a terrifying existence this was. She sensed, vaguely, that the Tianyin body of the man before her surpassed her own Taoist sacred eye, if not equal to it. Nangong Haoyan's eyes sparkled with brilliance, as if he were gazing upon a treasure. Such a genius was indeed a rare find. Missing this opportunity could mean an indefinite wait for another. Meanwhile, on the martial stage, Lu Bai was equally astonished by the mysterious power coursing through him. Mysterious energies filled his limbs, and in that moment, he felt an inexhaustible strength capable of annihilating all things in the world. Ning Hung, I shall exact vengeance for my family. As his thoughts crystallized, boundless killing intent surged within Liu Bai. With a cold snort, he raised his hand and unleashed a punch. His internal spiritual power surged forth, manifesting as a shadow of his fist, enveloped in a faint golden aura. The atmosphere crackled with a fierce energy, radiating an overwhelming might. Oomph. Observing this, Ning Heng's expression darkened. How dare such a trivial skill be displayed before him? Seeking death. In a fit of rage, Ning Heng's blade transformed into an ocean of raging flames, the terrifying fire seeming capable of incinerating all in existence, while the surrounding void was utterly obliterated. Great annihilation technique. Ning Hung swung his blade, using it as a conduit to unleash a brilliant beam of light. Where the light traversed, the air shattered. Torrential spiritual power surged like an endless tide upon the martial stage, crashing toward the golden fist shadow. Boom. The clash of power erupted in a thunderous roar. Waves of energy rolled tumultuously within the formation, as radiance burst forth in a dazzling display. Is this the power of the Tianyan body? Nangang Yu exclaimed in astonishment. It was important to note that at this moment, Liu Bai was merely at the early stage of the Golden Immortal realm. Yet he could unleash power rivaling that of the pinnacle of Golden Immortal. Should one reach the pinnacle of the Emperor's realm, how terrifying it would be. Upon hearing this, Nangang Haoyan offered a faint smile, choosing not to elaborate further. Although he had never encountered the celestial body, he had once befriended a master of formations. With a mere gesture, the formation coalesced, rendering the Emperor-level beings before him as insignificant as ants, easily annihilated in an instant. Yet, that formidable figure eventually vanished within the vast wilderness of the divine domain, leaving no trace behind. Boom. Following a thunderous strike, a torrent of energy surged forth, creating ripples that spread in all directions. Ning Heng's expression shifted dramatically as he retreated hastily, barely managing to steady himself. In stark contrast, Liu Bai remained steadfast, exuding an aura of dread akin to that of a god of slaughter, instilling fear in all who beheld him. How is this possible? Witnessing this scene, Ning Hung inhaled deeply, disbelief etched across his face. It was unfathomable that just moments ago, Liu Bai had seemed no more than an ant, easily crushable at will. Yet now, he felt as though he were standing before a deity, his heart trembling with trepidation. Ning Hung declared, to take a life is to repay with a life. It is the natural order. Today, I shall avenge my family. At that moment, Liu Bai stepped forward. Enveloped in an aura that struck terror into the hearts of those present, his murderous intent palpable. Hearing this, Ning Hung let out a sinister laugh, his eyes swirling with lethal intent. Humph, deluded. Do you think that obtaining a chance will allow you to contend with me? Such arrogance is utterly laughable. You are but an initial stage golden immortal in my eyes, merely an insect. As he spoke the final words, Ning Hung appeared almost frenzied, his countenance grotesque, his aura turbulent, and the long blade in his hand emitted a low, menacing growl. Boom. A dreadful energy swept through the arena, its icy presence reverberating within the minds of the onlookers. Then, in his grasp, a shadowy figure materialized, dark and chilling, resembling a malevolent spirit emerging from the depths of hell. Its ghastly howl sending shivers down the spines of those present. Kill. With a deafening roar, Ning Hung unleashed a powerful strike. The malevolent specter behind him radiating an overwhelming force, unstoppable and bearing down upon Liu Bai with the might to obliterate all in its path. Observing this, Liu Bai's expression remained unchanged. With a powerful tremor of his arms, he emanated a golden radiance, resembling a deity descending to the mortal realm. Rumbling, the golden energy swirled around him, forming a radiant array that enveloped the very heavens and earth. Divine figures coalesced, and celestial hymns echoed through the air, an endless stream of spiritual energy cascading forth. Then, under the astonished gazes of the crowd, the two forces collided, unleashing cataclysmic power capable of shattering the very fabric of existence. The air rippled violently, rising to great heights. An immense force surged above the arena, transforming the formation into a brilliant blue barrier, upon which boundless energy rained down. The formation creaked ominously, as though on the brink of collapse. Bang! After a prolonged moment, the force dissipated, followed by a muffled thud. Then, to the astonishment of the onlookers, Ning Hung's body, akin to a kite severed from its string, soared through the air before crashing violently to the ground. Hiss! Witnessing this scene, The crowd collectively drew a sharp breath, their expressions filled with astonishment. A cultivator at the initial stage of the Golden Immortal realm had actually defeated Ninghong, a pinnacle Golden Immortal? It is well known that the latter is a notorious figure, the Bloodhand Butcher. Even a half-step emperor would find it challenging to contend with him. In this moment, such a result left the onlookers in disbelief. Suddenly, a voice as cold as ice pierced through the air, declaring, seeking death. Chapter 55. The ancestor strikes. As the words fell, a tremendous force surged toward Liu Bai with ferocity. Boom. The pressure enveloped Liu Bai's form. His complexion turned pale as the ground beneath him collapsed, flesh and bone mangled. Yet, his eyes sparkled with an indomitable spirit. Oh, after the initial strike. Seeing Liu Bai's unyielding stance, the figure let out a soft gasp of surprise. As the dust settled, a silhouette emerged before the crowd. It was the Blood King. Upon sighting this figure, the expressions of the onlookers shifted dramatically, some gasping in shock. The Blood King. This individual is indeed infamous. It is said that he has long dwelled amidst bloodshed, his cultivation reaching unfathomable heights, making even the most formidable emperor a mere rival. Furthermore, it is rumored that behind the Blood King lies a force that instills terror throughout the western regions, the Sky Butcher Pavilion. The world speaks of the Harmonious Cultivation sect as the most nefarious power in the western regions, yet before the Sky Butcher Pavilion, they are but minor players. Although the members of the Sky Butcher Pavilion are few, each one is a figure that sends shivers down the spines of the entire western region. The Blood King, in fact, is the eldest disciple of one such member. Thus, when the crowd beheld the Blood King, panic washed over them. Wherever he tread, blood stained the earth, and corpses lay strewn about. As they anticipated, when the crowd realized what was unfolding and sought to flee, the space around them seemed to be sealed. Not even Golden Immortal cultivators, let alone Emperor-level powers, could break free. In that moment, the crowd's faces turned ashen, their eyes filled with terror. It was over. Everything was finished. The young cultivator who had previously mocked Nangong Haoyan and his companion now bore a look of dread, fully aware of the Blood King's formidable nature given his own status. To think the Blood King would appear here, he would never have come under any circumstances. To dare slay my furnace, how audacious! As he spoke, the Blood King's body trembled, a chilling aura of blood emanated, engulfing the entire underground arena. The formation that had shielded the arena shattered in an instant. The oppressive aura descended upon Liu Bai. He winced in pain, his complexion growing even paler. Yet he remained steadfast, his eyes ablaze with battle intent, inciting the Blood King's wrath. Since you are so resolute, I shall refine you into a furnace. Then all the secrets you possess shall be mine. As the words fell, a glimmer of greed ignited in the eyes of the Blood King. He had witnessed the fierce battle between Liu Bai and Ning Hong, astonished by the terrifying power residing within Liu Bai. However, the more formidable the being he refined, the more potent his own strength would become upon absorption, potentially surpassing even his master. With this thought, a fleeting glint of murderous intent flashed in the Blood King's eyes, quickly replaced by a maniacal grin. Become my sustenance. He cackled, striking forth with a palm. The terrifying shadow of his hand surged forward, imbued with overwhelming force, aimed directly at Liu Bai. Sensing the imminent danger, Liu Bai's heart trembled, prompting him to channel his energy and unleash a sword strike. The flickering sword shadow manifested, consuming the air around it. When the two forces collided, a deep, thunderous sound erupted. The Blood King's palm shadow, colossal and imposing, overshadowed the feeble blue sword shadow, which disintegrated into mere dust, vanishing into the void. Yet, the palm shadow's momentum remained unyielding, crashing forward with an overwhelming ferocity. Liu Bai's expression shifted dramatically as he unleashed several palm strikes, enveloped by a blue shield that flickered around him. However, these defenses proved futile against the onslaught. In an instant, his barriers shattered, and he was sent careening backward, bloodied and nearly devoid of strength. Huh, such arrogance. The Blood King cackled with disdain, his aura instilling terror in all present. The Blood King was a force to be reckoned with. Even the assembled Empyrean experts could not contend with him. In that moment, their only hope was to preserve their own lives from his grasp. Fortunately for the Blood King, the prospect of Liu Bai's body serving as a furnace brought him great joy. He proclaimed loudly, "Today, I am in a generous mood. I shall spare your lives. Now, be gone." His voice resonated from all directions, echoing in the hearts of the crowd. Upon hearing these words, the spectators felt as if a weight had been lifted from their shoulders, unleashing their utmost strength to flee in every direction. The Blood King reveled in their panic, relishing the scene before him. Suddenly, amidst the chaos, a figure moved against the tide, swiftly alighting upon the arena. Nangong Haoyan stood with his hands clasped behind him, his demeanor indifferent as he declared, "Release him, and I shall spare your life." As his words rang out, an eerie silence enveloped the space. Disbelief filled the eyes of all, their escape momentarily forgotten, faces etched with horror. At these words, the Blood King was momentarily taken aback, before erupting into a chilling smile. The entire realm trembled as dark clouds gathered overhead, and thunderous beasts emerged from the depths of the storm. Ethereal figures manifested, as if colossal eyes were materializing from the ominous clouds. "You dare to speak to me in such a manner?" he thundered, his voice resonating like a storm, his power surging to unprecedented heights, causing the very air to shatter around him. Nangong Haoyan's demeanor remained tranquil. In his eyes, the Blood King, whom others feared, was akin to an insignificant ant. "Come to your demise." As he spoke, the Blood King swung his hand, casting a shadow that blotted out the sun, surging from the void towards Nangong Haoyan. As the palm descended, everything in its path was reduced to nothingness. The crowd, realizing the peril, gasped in horror and hastily scattered in all directions. The young cultivator, trembling with fear, abandoned even his own guards and fled frantically into the distance. Undeterred, Nangong Haoyan responded with a strike of his own. As his palm swept forth, myriad phenomena erupted in the void, radiant golden light illuminating the heavens, while the ominous clouds above dissolved into nothingness, vanishing into the air. The force of his strike resonated with earth-shattering power, transforming the surrounding expanse into voids of emptiness, each one manifesting like gaping chasms. Boom! A deafening roar echoed, shaking the very fabric of this realm, as a colossal mushroom cloud surged from the ground, expanding outward as if it connected the entire universe. For a long time, tranquility eluded them. The might of the ancestor was indeed terrifying. Witnessing this spectacle, Nangong Yu trembled, her eyes filled with astonishment. She had believed that her current strength had brought her close to the ancestor's level, yet before him, she felt as childlike as ever. Chapter 56. The stellar art of all realms. Lu Bai, upon witnessing this scene, was rendered utterly speechless. It was unimaginable that such a young cultivator could unleash such formidable power. Contemplating this, a glimmer of determination sparked in Lu Bai's eyes as he urgently implored, "I beseech you, Master, take me as your disciple." Upon hearing this, a smile graced Nangong Haoyan's lips as he replied nonchalantly, "Oh, why should I accept you as my disciple?" Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Bai boldly asserted, "If you did not wish to take me as your disciple, you would not have intervened to save me." At this, Nangong Haoyan chuckled softly, recognizing the young man's perceptiveness. Truly, one with a heavenly transformation body possesses an extraordinary talent. "What is your name?" he inquired, casting a glance at him. "Lu Bai," came the response. Nangong Haoyan nodded thoughtfully, observing the fearful gazes of those around him, as if they beheld a monster. After a moment of reflection, he suggested, "Let us speak elsewhere." Thus, Nangong Haoyan led Nangong Yu and Lu Bai away from the scene. Along the way, Lu Bai and Nangong Yu engaged in lively conversation, quickly finding common ground. This sight brought a sense of satisfaction to Nangong Haoyan. As time flowed by, it wasn't long before the trio arrived within the inner sanctum of the imperial city. "Master, are you from the kingdom of heavenly flames?" Lu Bai asked, his eyes reflecting a complex mixture of emotions as he observed Nangong Haoyan's unimpeded passage. He initially believed that his master and another individual had come here for leisure, but to his astonishment, they were pivotal figures within the divine kingdom of Tianyan. It is essential to understand that entry into the imperial city is strictly forbidden to anyone other than the core members of the divine kingdom. Otherwise, one would be deemed an enemy of the entire kingdom and pursued relentlessly. Upon hearing this, Nangong Haoyan shook his head and subsequently revealed their purpose for being here to Lu Bai, who then appeared to grasp the situation at last. This ruler of the divine kingdom had, for his own selfish desires, mercilessly slaughtered countless citizens, all in pursuit of the sacred fire blood to initiate the sacred fire ladder. Upon learning of Nangong Haoyan's intentions, the complexity in Lu Bai's eyes finally dissipated. Nangong Haoyan frowned upon realizing there was such a story intertwined within the events. Meanwhile, Nangong Yu, upon hearing this, was filled with indignation, wishing fervently to raze the Tianyan imperial city to the ground. As they conversed, the group arrived at the royal chambers. Nangong, you took the lead in resting, while Nangong Haoyan prepared to address the unique physique of Lu Bai, the Tianyin body. Since you have addressed me as your master, I shall bestow upon you a grand gift. With that, Nangong Haoyan waved his hand, and a void materialized within the space. When Lu Bai regained his senses, he found himself in a mysterious realm, the Nine Heavens. This was an independent space established by Nangong Haoyan a millennium ago, consisting of 9 distinct worlds. Each layer represented a unique principle. As he listened to Nangong Haoyan's narration, Lu Bai felt as if struck by lightning, utterly astounded. And it took him a long while to process the information. In the depths of his being, Lu Bai sensed that he had aligned himself with the right individual. Perhaps the path to his imperial ascendance would commence today. This thought filled Lu Bai with immense excitement. You should still recall the mysterious power you felt today. Nangong Haoyan spoke softly. Upon hearing this, Lu Bai promptly replied, "Disciple remembers. Were it not for that power, I would have perished at Ningheng's hands." Strangely enough, I had some understanding of formations before, but since awakening that power, my comprehension of formations seems to have deepened significantly. Lu Bai, filled with curiosity, waved his right hand, conjuring a palm-sized golden formation that radiated an aura so formidable that even late-stage golden immortals would dare not approach. Nangong Haoyan nodded, uttering, "This is because you possess the Tianyin body." He then proceeded to explain the origins of the Tianyin body to Lu Bai, who became overwhelmingly excited. His eyes brimming with longing, and quickly implored, "Master, please impart to me the supreme techniques regarding the Tianyin body." Conjuring formations with a wave, vanquishing the emperor. These mere 8 words nearly overturned his understanding of martial arts. However, Nangong Haoyan cautioned, "Remember, on the path of martial arts, avarice is the greatest taboo. One must understand that to row against the current is to advance or regress. Haste makes waste. Disciple shall heed your teachings." Upon hearing this, Lu Bai reined in his emotions. Yet an overwhelming joy surged within him. Nangong Haoyan observed this but chose not to elaborate, merely stating, "Though you have awakened the Tianyin body, your current realm is insufficient to harness its power. Should you manage to transcend to the Array Emperor realm through the Tianyin body, your martial prowess shall inevitably ascend to the level of the Emperor. At that juncture, you will be able to wield the might of the Tianyin body." In the great wilderness divine realm, practitioners do not solely cultivate martial arts. They also specialize in various disciplines such as alchemy, artifact forging, and array formations. Mastering these arts is often more arduous than martial cultivation, particularly in the case of array formations, which demand exceptional mental fortitude and spiritual strength from the practitioner. Even a novice array master must possess spiritual strength several times that of an ordinary cultivator at the same level. The spiritual strength required for the Array Emperor is comparable to that of an Emperor-level adept. At that moment, Nangong Haoyan suddenly spoke. In the vast expanse above, countless stars shimmer, their brilliance permeating the ether. As he spoke, he waved his right hand, and an ancient tome materialized in his grasp. He continued, "Eons ago a sage, through daily observation of the stars and moon, devised an unparalleled mental technique. With a flick of his finger, the tome transformed into a beam of light and merged into Lu Bai's being. Within Lu Bai's mind, he envisioned an elder seated upon a colossal stone. The heavens were adorned with innumerable stars, radiating boundless luminosity. Suddenly, the elder's eyes opened, a flash of brilliance erupting forth, rending the sky asunder, causing the entire void to tremble. In that instant, the stars shattered, coalescing into myriad beams of light suspended in the cosmos. The 9 revolutions star technique. Countless cryptic characters inscribed themselves in his consciousness, enveloping him in a gentle silver glow. At that moment, Lu Bai seemed to transform into a star, illuminating the world as if it were day. Time flowed by, and he lost track of its passage until he finally awakened. His eyes opened and closed, sparkling with brilliance, reverberating through the void. "Master, I have comprehended the first revolution," Lu Bai exclaimed, his expression brimming with exhilaration. The 9 revolution star technique unfolds layer by layer. Having merely grasped the first revolution, his spiritual strength had more than multiplied several times. Furthermore, the array he now laid down would instill a sense of mortal peril even in those at the half-step emperor level. He was confident that it would not be long before he comprehended the second revolution, thereby stepping into the Array Emperor realm and fully awakening his Tianyin body. Chapter 57. The ancestor returns to court. As time passed, several days went by. Lu Bai's realm solidified completely. The following day, the news of the return of the Tianyan ancestor reverberated throughout the divine kingdom. Yan Wuji was filled with elation, leading the palace officials to welcome the ancestor. It is known that the Tianyan ancestor has traversed multiple eras, his power transcending earthly bounds, rendering his true might unfathomable. With the Tianyan ancestor presiding, all treacherous ministers and traitors shall be eradicated. Some rejoice, while others lament. Yang Baiyu's countenance was shrouded in darkness, his heart beset by an overwhelming sense of dread. Should Yan Wuji reveal his misdeeds, given the temperament of the esteemed Tianyan ancestor, his fate would undoubtedly be grim. Contemplating this, a wave of anxiety washed over Yang Baiyu. Welcome back, ancestor. In the imperial palace, Yan Wuji was the first to kneel, his voice resounding. Following his lead, countless subjects bowed in unison, their voices merging into a thunderous chorus that echoed through the heavens. As the final syllable lingered in the air, a fissure appeared in the void. A tempest roared, and a formidable pressure enveloped the hearts of those present, creating an atmosphere of palpable terror. Soon after, a figure stepped forth from the abyss, exuding an overwhelming aura, radiating brilliance, with eyes that seemed to gather the cosmos' splendor, embodying an ethereal grace. This figure was none other than the Tianyan ancestor, Yan Wangchen. Beside him walked a young cultivator, whose sharp gaze and proud demeanor surveyed the assembled crowd. A faint, mocking smile graced his lips as he addressed his master. Is this your realm of subjects? His tone dripped with disdain, and an aura of power swirled around him, reminiscent of the might of dragons. Had Lu Bai been present, he would have been astonished, for this young cultivator emanated an unmistakable force of formation. In response, Yan Wangchen chuckled softly, his eyes filled with affection. In my view, the subjects of the Tianyan divine kingdom are but nourishment for the sacred flames of our realm. Once I extract the sacred fire, assisting you in your fusion, I believe it will not take many years for you to transcend into the realm of formation sovereigns. This young cultivator was named Zhang Ruojuan, a disciple not from the western regions, but one taken under Yan Wangchen's wing during his sojourn in the eastern regions. His prowess in formations was nothing short of terrifying. At such a tender age, he had already reached the realm of formation master. His presence here was not only to assault the Nang with sacred land, but also to facilitate Zhang Ruojuan's fusion with the sacred fire, thereby fulfilling his promise to the Zhang family by unearthing the hidden opportunities within their sacred ground. As they spoke, the duo approached the assembly, and Yan Wangchen surveyed the surroundings before speaking gently. You have all toiled diligently. The welcoming ceremony may now conclude. Please, disperse. Yes. The crowd responded in unison. In the blink of an eye, the throng of subjects, once as dense as locusts, had thinned to a mere handful. At this moment, Yan Wuji approached, casting a glance at Zhang Ruojuan, a flicker of surprise crossing his features, though it vanished almost instantaneously. He had heard the ancestor mention acquiring a remarkably gifted disciple. Surely, this was he. Ancestor, Wuji has urgent matters to report. After a moment of contemplation, Yan Wuji spoke earnestly. Indeed, Yan Wangchen nodded, gesturing that they move to the main hall for discussion. Understood, Yan Wuji replied, leading the two into the grand hall. Yan Wangchen sat upon the dragon throne, while Zhang Ruojuan took her place beside him, her gaze sweeping the surroundings with an air of disdain. Indeed, this western region was a land of savagery, characterized not only by its murky spiritual energy, but also by its dilapidated state. Had it not been for her master's intent to bestow upon him the sacred fire of the divine kingdom, he would never have ventured into such a desolate locale. Observing the young cultivator's contemptuous demeanor, Yan Wuji's eyes darkened momentarily before he concealed his feelings and spoke in a grave tone. Ancestor, the sacred fire has been fused by outsiders. What? Upon hearing this, Yan Wangchen's expression shifted dramatically, and with a resounding crash, the armchair before him disintegrated into dust. Fury surged within him, casting an icy pall over the entire hall. Witnessing this scene, Yan Wuji trembled, his face filled with terror as he recounted the events of the previous days. As his words fell, Yan Wuji felt an invisible force constricting his throat, rendering him breathless. It was unimaginable that a sovereign of the divine kingdom would appear so lowly, akin to an ant, before Yan Wangchen. Such incompetence, I am already aware of this matter. You may leave now, Yan Wangchen scoffed, granting Yan Wuji a reprieve with a wave of his hand. Relieved as if granted a pardon, Yan Wuji hastily departed. Once he had gone, Zhang Ruojuan spoke coldly. How dare these lowly commoners covet the sacred fire of the divine kingdom? They are truly courting death. In her eyes, the sacred fire already belonged to her, Any who dared to touch what Zhang Ruojuan desired was equivalent to seeking their demise. After her words, Yin Wangchen did not rush to respond. Instead, a glimmer of brilliance flickered in his murky eyes. After a long silence, he finally spoke. There is no need for haste. The ability to fuse with the sacred fire of the divine kingdom, coupled with a body unscathed, indicates that this individual possesses divine artifacts within. If that is the case, it presents a significant opportunity for you. What do you mean by that, master? Zhang Ruojuan inquired, her eyes betraying her confusion. Yin Wangchen chuckled softly and replied, as far as I know, there exists a pearl within the Nangong sacred land that can separate a cultivator's power. If this individual indeed harbors strength equal to or surpassing that of the sacred fire, then the power within her will become yours. Upon hearing Yin Wangchen's words, Zhang Ruojuan's eyes brimmed with excitement. If this were truly the case, achieving the status of a Ray sovereign within a year would be unnecessary. He was confident that a single year would suffice. At that moment, Yin Wangchen continued solemnly. Moreover, according to Yin Wuji, that Yi Haoyan brought along a disciple who possesses considerable skill in formations. I surmise that this individual may be an array body. If you can fuse with them, it would lay a solid foundation for your future in the realm of formations. As Yin Wangchen spoke, Zhang Ruojuan's eyes gleamed with avarice. The sacred fire of the divine kingdom, the array body, and the treasures within the Nangong secret realm, he desired them all. Thank you, master. Zhang Ruojuan exclaimed eagerly, her face alight with exhilaration. There is no need for thanks. We are bound as master and disciple. It is only natural for me to assist you in overcoming the obstacles on your path to cultivation, Yin Wangchen replied with a smile. Yin Wangchen chuckled softly, his tone imbued with affection. Yet, beneath the surface, a glimmer of sharp insight flickered in his eyes as another thought crossed his mind. If you do not step into the realm of the Array Emperor, how shall I penetrate the sanctum of the Zhang family to seize what rightfully belongs to me? Given a century, I shall undoubtedly transcend that limitation and become the legendary sage. Chapter 58. Rune Master. Meanwhile, the venerable Tian Yin returned to the court, and Nangong Haoyan had caught wind of it, though he paid it little heed. The moment Yin Wangchen arrived, Nangong Haoyan sensed the formidable power he emanated, an apex sovereign of the great Tao. However, to ascend to the realm of a sage, or even a half-sage, remained an exceedingly arduous endeavor. Thus, Nangong Haoyan speculated that the venerable Tian Yin returned with the intention of acquiring the divine nation's sacred fire. Reflecting on this, a faint smile touched Nangong Haoyan's lips, his expression laced with intrigue. He had not anticipated that their arrival in the Tianin divine nation would spark such fervor. How delightful, master! Amidst his contemplation, Lu Bai strode forth, his presence radiating an aura that even ordinary sovereigns would instinctively shy away from. It was noteworthy that he was merely at the initial stage of the golden immortal realm. Should he step into the realm of the sovereign, he would be invincible against those of the same level. Acknowledging Lu Bai with a nod, Nangong Haoyan handed him a slip of paper. Upon reading its contents, a fervent gleam ignited in Lu Bai's eyes as he declared, Master, I am prepared to accept the challenge. With those words, the flames of combat burned brightly within Lu Bai. The paper was indeed a challenge issued by Yin Wujia, inviting Lu Bai to confront the array set by the venerable Tian Yin. Coupled with the presence of that young cultivator today, Nangong Haoyan surmised that the venerable Tian Yin had taken a liking to Lu Bai's exceptional physique. If that were the case, a meeting was inevitable. Nangong Haoyan smiled lightly, curious about their intentions in seeking to claim Lu Bai's extraordinary physique. Lost in thought, Nangong Haoyan guided Lu Bai to the designated location. Present there were only Yin Wujia, the venerable Tian Yin, and his disciples. Upon seeing Nangong Haoyan's arrival, Yin Wujia's weathered face broke into a smile. I presume this young man is the disciple of my friend Yi. Truly a fine specimen, gifted beyond measure. Yin Wujia regarded Lu Bai, who was merely at the initial stage of the golden immortal realm, chuckling softly. Though his tone bore an ambiguous blend of praise and mockery, surely, the individuals spoken of by the master cannot be them? Beside them, Zhang Ruojuan observed Nangong Haoyan, noting his lack of cultivation, and a wave of disappointment washed over her. What kind of disciple could a master without any cultivation possibly teach? To pit him against this person would surely be an affront to her dignity. With that thought, her desire to compete evaporated in an instant. Yin Wangchen chuckled softly and remarked, These matters are of little consequence. Rather, it is that young cultivator. Even I cannot fully fathom his physical constitution. Yet it is undoubtedly an extraordinary array body. Junior, Once I set up the formation, you shall remain within it, seizing and absorbing his array body. As for that master of his, even if he conceals his cultivation, before me, he is but an ant." Upon hearing Yin Wangchun's arrogant proclamation, Zhang Ruojuan nodded in agreement, his eyes gleaming with avarice, as if Lu Bai were merely a lamb awaiting slaughter, devoid of any formidable strength. "Come now, young one, willingly approach your demise." When Yin Wangchun established the formation, Zhang Ruojuan stepped forward, casting a haughty glance at Lu Bai, his voice laced with derision. Upon hearing this, Lu Bai furrowed his brow and exchanged glances with Nangong Haoyan, who nodded in affirmation. He too stepped forward, causing the ground beneath him to crack as he fell into the formation. Boom! In the next moment, the formation set by Yin Wangchun erupted in resplendent light, with beams connecting heaven and earth. Beneath their feet, a golden array spun, inscribed with mysterious and ancient characters. The bloodthirsty soul-locking formation? Witnessing this scene, Nangong Haoyan's brow furrowed as he grasped the reason behind Yin Wuji and his companion's challenge. They intended for this young cultivator to seize Lu Bai's Tianyin body. However, it was evident that they were destined for failure. Setting aside Lu Bai's current mastery of formations, which was beyond Zhang Ruojuan's imagination, even a minor success would be futile before Nangong Haoyan. Within this formation, their spiritual energy was used to launch attacks against one another. Whoever fell would be the loser. The victor would obtain the Array Master's staff. Yin Wangchun's gaze fell upon the two, and he spoke slowly. As he spoke, he twirled his right hand, revealing a brown staff, inscribed with formidable array power, which was truly astounding. The Array Master's staff is an exceedingly rare imperial artifact. By producing this item as a wager, it was clear he was betting heavily. After speaking, Yin Wangchun's eyes shifted to Nangong Haoyan, a mocking smile gracing his lips, anticipating what wager the latter would present. Seeing this, Nangong Haoyan raised an eyebrow, surprised by the meagerness of the heavenly flame divine kingdom. In contemplation, he produced a talisman, the life and death talisman. Seeing the talisman in Nangong Haoyan's hand, even the ancient relic of the Tianyin ancestors wore a shocked expression. In the vast wild divine domain, besides array masters and spirit artifact masters, there existed a unique profession, the rune masters. If array masters are rare, then rune masters are akin to phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. Throughout the wild divine domain, even the weaker rune masters hold a status that rivals that of a sect leader. The ancient rune masters, each one of them, is a sanctified entity. This underscores the formidable stature of rune masters. How could he possess the death talisman? Could he possibly be a rune master? Unthinkable. If he were indeed a rune master, he would never find himself in this desolate region of the West. How, then, did he acquire such an enigmatic talisman? Yin Wangchun inhaled deeply, forcing himself to regain composure. The death talisman, true to its name, allows one to substitute themselves with another when faced with the threat of death, akin to a sleight of hand. Such a talisman is undeniably terrifying. The mere fact that this individual is willing to wager such a precious item proves that he does not hail from a prominent family. For if he did, he would certainly not gamble with a life-preserving talisman. With this realization, a greedy desire surged in Yin Wangchun's eyes. If he could obtain this talisman, his advantages would multiply. My beloved disciple, you must secure victory for me in this duel. A smirk curved Yin Wangchun's lips as a chilling glint flickered in his gaze. With a decisive command from Yin Wangchun, the duel commenced. He, I advise you to concede, for in my eyes, you are merely a stepping stone on my path to supremacy. At that moment, from within the formation, Zhang Ruojuan's sinister laughter echoed. As his words fell, he waved his hand, unleashing a torrent of mental energy akin to a vast ocean. From his fingertips, it erupted, coalescing into a massive sphere of light surrounding him, then spreading towards Lu Bai, the Seven Stars battle array. Upon witnessing this, Lu Bai narrowed his eyes, exclaiming, "So it is the Seven Stars battle array." Zhang Ruojuan's grin widened. "Indeed, you recognize it. Thus, you should understand the terror that lies within the Seven Stars battle array." His voice dripped with malevolence as he declared, "Submit and become my nourishment, and I may grant you a swift death, otherwise." The implications hung heavily in the air. "Let us fight." Lu Bai, undaunted, shouted, intertwining his hands as a formation materialized from his palms, radiating outward. Zhang Ruojuan's expression darkened, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. "Activate the killing array." With a cold laugh, Zhang Ruojuan struck forth, summoning 7 stars from the heavens. their brilliance illuminating the darkness, each one radiating a chilling luminescence. Boom! In an instant, the 7 stars revolved, transforming into 7 formidable figures, exuding an overwhelming presence. The surging energy filled the bloodthirsty, soul-locking array. A torrent of power erupted, with the 7 figures emanating a palpable aura of slaughter. The force of their killing intent rippled through the void, utterly terrifying. Clang! The sound of clashing weapons rang out as the 7 figures moved, weaving a tapestry of power that enveloped the sky, resembling a convergence of galaxies, countless stars twinkling. Boom! Amid Zhang Ruojuan's sinister laughter, an onslaught of energy surged towards Liu Bai, ready to obliterate him. The heavens were adorned with a multitude of stars, seemingly cascading downwards. Their brilliance was dazzling, a force capable of obliterating the very fabric of the void. In an instant, the entire formation trembled, engulfed in a blinding white haze, obscuring all visible scenery. After a prolonged silence, as the radiance gradually subsided, Zhang Ruojuan's smile abruptly froze, her eyes filled with disbelief. How could this be possible? Upon witnessing that Liu Bai remained unharmed, Zhang Ruojuan could not help but exclaim, her countenance clouded with dismay. A smirk curled at the corner of Liu Bai's lips, his voice dripping with disdain as it rolled forth. Is that all you have? As his words fell, the formation around him shimmered with resplendent golden light. The golden gleam in his eyes intertwined, exuding an air of divinity, imperious and unassailable. Your 7-star dual-killing formation? Merely a third-rate array. At this juncture, Liu Bai spoke again, his tone laced with further ridicule. Today, I shall unveil to you the true power of the stars. With that declaration, he unleashed a palm strike, his spiritual energy surging forth like a flood breaching its dam, overwhelming in its might. An infinite tide of spiritual force coalesced in the heavens, simultaneously enacting the 9-turn star technique. In that moment, the tumultuous spiritual energy transformed into a celestial panorama, an expanse of brilliance interwoven with blinding radiance. A resounding cascade of silvery light descended, adorning the ground with a crystalline luster, forming a silver array. It enveloped the entire bloodthirsty soul-locking formation, its terrifying power far surpassing that of Zhang Ruojuan's 7-star dual-killing formation. The force of slaughter rendered the very space around them seemingly frozen in time. How could this be? Zhang Ruojuan was rendered speechless, struggling to fathom Liu Bai's capacity to wield such horrifying strength. Meanwhile, Yin Wangshan outside the formation wore a grim expression, his eyes filled with perplexity. The Taiyin 9-star technique. How could he possibly master the Taiyin 9 formation? The Taiyin 9-star technique comprised 9-star formations, and the 7-star dual-killing formation employed by Zhang Ruojuan was derived from the 7th star of the Taiyin 9-star formation. Most crucially, the Taiyin 9-star technique was one of the 3 supreme arts of the Taiyin sacred land. How could he possess the complete version of the Taiyin 9-star technique? Could it be that he was a disciple of the Taiyin sacred land? Yet, the Taiyin sacred land was not located in the western regions. The various domains maintained a delicate balance between them. If he were to wreak havoc in the western regions, he would face a collective assault from the sacred lands there, along with the sanctions from the divine domain's sacred pavilion. But if he was not a disciple of the Taiyin sacred land, how could he wield the Taiyin 9-star technique? Lost in contemplation, 7 stars materialized within the formation. Upon witnessing this scene, Zhang Ruojuan's expression was one of utmost shock. There was no mistaking it. This formation was precisely the 7-star dual-killing formation she had just employed. How could this be possible? In that moment, Zhang Ruojuan was overwhelmed with astonishment, her voice trembling. How could he utilize the 7-star dual-killing formation? It was a technique imparted to her by her master. Moreover, Zhang Ruojuan could sense that Liu Bai's execution of the 7-star dual-killing formation was exponentially more terrifying than her own. Most importantly, the individual before him was merely at the initial stage of the golden immortal realm. Boom! Amidst his astonishment, 7 figures blotted out the sun, akin to deities descending from the heavens, their brilliance flickering and boundless power engulfing all, submerging the past within the bloodthirsty soul-locking array. After a considerable duration, the cataclysmic force dissipated, and Zhang Ruojuan was hurled backward, his body a gruesome sight, his breath shallow, and his eyes filled with terror. Witnessing this scene, Yin Wangshan outside the array bore an exceedingly grim expression. Through a mental transmission, he urged, Junior, I shall now mobilize the power of the killing formation. You must cooperate to strip this individual's strength from within, As for his master, leave that to me. As his words fell, a ray of light erupted from Yin Wangchun's fingertips, merging into the formation. Subsequently, streams of crimson energy enveloped the entire bloodthirsty soul-locking array like endless pillars of blood. A torrent of murderous intent surged forth, akin to a flood breaching its dam. A chilling aura reverberated throughout the space. Boom. In the next moment, the blood pillars surged into Zhang Ruojuan's body, and his injuries miraculously healed in an instant. His eyes glowed a deep crimson, reminiscent of an ancient beast poised to devour its prey, emanating a terrifying aura. Kill. A smirk tugged at the corners of Zhang Ruojuan's mouth as a hoarse voice resonated from all directions. As his words echoed, he swept his hands dramatically, and the blood pillars in the space seemed to gain sentience, charging towards Liu Bai. Seeing this, Liu Bai's expression darkened. He summoned his mental energy, and the 10,000 realm star technique surged into action. The heavens were filled with stars radiating brilliant light. Soon, a golden bell materialized before him, enveloping him within its protective embrace. Beneath his feet, a golden formation intertwined, exuding overwhelming power. Boom. The vast blood pillars, like arrows, pierced through the air and struck against the golden bell, producing a deafening sound that caused the entire bloodthirsty soul-locking array to tremble, as if it were on the verge of shattering. Buzz. On the surface of the golden bell, mysterious runes flowed, radiating boundless brilliance. As if a sacred chant echoed through the air, and the stars above sparkled with resplendence, each seemingly possessing overwhelming might. The 9 stars of the Tying technique. The Great One's bell array. Outside the array, Yin Wangchun could no longer remain composed, his eyes gleaming with insatiable greed. At this moment, his breath quickened. In the next instant, Yin Wangchun was certain that the white-robed man before him had mastered the complete 9 stars of the Tying technique. Should they acquire it, paired with the opportunity from the Zhang family's sacred grounds, he believed it would not be long before they could touch upon the legendary Saint realm. It seemed that this visit to the heavenly flame divine nation had brought immense delight to the old man. Murmuring to himself, Yin Wangchun had already devised a strategy to obtain the 9 stars of the Tying technique. Chapter 60. He still lives after a single strike. Radiant light erupted, and the array's power surged through the air. The bell resonated, its sound transcending the void, breaking through the ancient and echoing from primordial times. Boom. Amidst the shimmering golden light, the stars glistened brilliantly. A sacred aura surged forth from the resounding bell, manifesting into a figure that obscured the heavens and veiled the sun. The formation world, emanating an inexhaustible essence, as beams of light intertwined and cascaded within the array. The figure surged, the overwhelming might of the formation coalescing into a single palm, striking towards Zhang Ruojuan with unstoppable force. With a thunderous roar, a sound that reverberated through the heavens and earth erupted, the ground beneath cracking into countless fissures as the bloodthirsty, soul-locking array trembled and numerous blood pillars collapsed, releasing a dense aura of blood that enveloped the sky. Zhang Ruojuan's figure was propelled backward, soaring through the air, drenched in blood. The blood essence within the formation seemed to influence Liu Bai's consciousness, causing a flicker of murderous intent to flash in his eyes. With hands forming a seal, he struck the ground with immense force. A tempest arose from the array, the silvery formation expanding outward. Subsequently, a colossal sword materialized at the heart of the array. The immense silver blade, bathed in starlight, refracted a faint glow, as if capable of rending the very fabric of heaven and earth. Execute, Liu Bai declared, his long hair billowing in the tempest, his eyes ablaze with killing intent as he swung his hand. The silver longsword resonated with a cry, channeling the power of the formation, illuminating the sky with a resplendent glow as it hurtled towards Zhang Ruojuan. Witnessing this, Yin Wangchun's countenance shifted dramatically as he bellowed. How dare you? In an instant, he unleashed a palm strike, the force immeasurable. The collision with the silver sword erupted into a cataclysmic sound. With a gasp, Liu Bai's complexion paled, his body retreating violently as he spewed a mouthful of reverse blood. Kneel before me, Yin Wangchun declared, his fury mounting. Zhang Ruojuan, the son of the Zhang family from the eastern domain, could not afford to be harmed. Otherwise, he too would bear the consequences, and the coveted opportunity would slip from his grasp. Thus, Zhang Ruojuan must not encounter peril, at least not until he had secured that opportunity. Suddenly, a figure emerged, intercepting Yin Wangchun's formidable strike. Nangong Haoyan stepped forth, hands clasped behind his back, his gaze as tranquil as a still well. As a peak emperor, it was irrational to target a mere initial stage golden immortal. His voice was devoid of emotion, revealing neither joy nor sorrow. With these words, Yin Wanchen's eyes narrowed, astonished that this seemingly ineffectual master could withstand his attack. It appeared this individual possessed strength at least at the pinnacle of the golden immortal realm. Nonetheless, a smirk crossed Yin Wanchen's face. He was a peak emperor, having comprehended the path of fire. To him, a mere golden immortal at the pinnacle was akin to an ant seeking death. Yin Wanchen sneered, his right hand flipping to summon a spiritual sword. The jet-black blade, illuminated by the sun, reflected a chilling gleam. The piercing sword intent seemed capable of slicing through the very fabric of the void. The sound of the sword resonated, reverberating through the air and tearing apart the heavens. Yet, in the presence of Nangong Haotian, such displays were far from sufficient. Just as he prepared to take action, the figure of Yin Wuji unexpectedly approached. Lowering his voice, he whispered something to Yin Wanchen, who then visibly relaxed. Retrieving his long sword, his gaze darkened, and he turned to assess the injuries of Zhang Ruojuan. We have triumphed. The formation's essence should rightfully belong to us, Nangong Haotian declared suddenly. As his words echoed, the entire palace fell into a profound silence. Yin Wanchen's chest heaved, his fists clenched tightly, and a murderous intent flickered in his eyes. Taking a deep breath, he forced himself to regain his composure. He tossed the formation's essence aside, lifted the unconscious Zhang Ruojuan, and departed. Yin Wuji did not linger, following closely behind. Let us go, Nangong Haotian said as he handed the formation's essence to Liu Bai. Meanwhile, upon returning to the grand hall, Yin Wanchen cast a cold, piercing glance at Yin Wuji and asked icily, "Are you certain of your claims?" "Absolutely." Yin Wuji responded hastily, not daring to conceal a single detail. It turned out that just as Yin Wanchen made his move, Yin Wuji had received news from his subordinates. The Supreme Elder of the Nangong Sacred Land had appeared. Days prior, in a desolate region of the Western Territories, a sword mark had been discovered. Yin Wuji could ascertain that this mark had undoubtedly been left by the Supreme Elder of the Nangong Sacred Land. That individual never anticipated still being alive. The mere thought of the Supreme Elder sent a wave of discomfort through Yin Wanchen. Having traversed several eras, he understood the sheer terror embodied by that elder. Although not a saint, even saints treated him with utmost reverence, not daring to defy him. If he were indeed to manifest in the great wilderness divine domain, the assault on the Nangong Sacred Land would likely need to be postponed. However, Yin Wuji interjected, "Ancestor, in my humble opinion, this presents an opportune moment to strike at the Nangong Sacred Land." "On what grounds do you assert that?" Yin Wanchen inquired, furrowing his brow in confusion. Yin Wuji chuckled softly, but his expression suddenly shifted as he uttered a few words. "Saint Fire Steps. If I am not mistaken, the Supreme Elder of the Nangong Sacred Land once lingered within the Saint Fire Steps, though it remains unclear how he managed to emerge from them. That sword mark may very well have fallen to the Western Territories after the steps collapsed." Hearing Yin Wuji's words, Yin Wanchen's countenance darkened. That individual actually ventured into the Saint Fire Steps? One must understand that the Divine Kingdom's Saint Fire harbors unfathomable secrets. Although the fire was not stolen, it does not imply that the mysteries behind it were unraveled. "Did you permit him to enter?" Yin Wanchen's gaze turned frigid as he fixed it on Yin Wuji. As his words fell, an invisible pressure enveloped Yin Wuji. The atmosphere was thick with murderous intent, and the latter's expression shifted dramatically as he reluctantly replied, "Yes." The presence of the Supreme Elder from the Nangong Sacred Land on the Sacred Fire Steps is indeed the scheme of Yin Wuji. Centuries ago, Yin Wuji fortuitously encountered that Supreme Elder and lured him to the Sacred Fire Steps using the pristine divine body of Yin Tianxi as bait, seeking to unravel the secrets of the divine nation's sacred fire. However, Yin Wuji later lost track of how that Supreme Elder managed to escape from the Sacred Fire Steps. Yet the sacred fire of the divine nation remained untouched, which did not concern Yin Wuji. Upon hearing Yin Wuji's words, Yin Wanchen let out a cold huff, his inner aura surging, forcefully repelling Yin Wuji, his gaze flashing with lethal intent. "Fool, that individual is shrouded in mystery. How can you possibly control him? Should there be a next time where you act behind my back, I shall end you." Chapter 61. Assault on the Sacred Land. Yin Wuji dared not speak further. Bowing his head, a flicker of murderous intent crossing his eyes. Now that the Supreme Elder has made his appearance, why does it present an opportune moment to assault the Nangong Sacred Land? As his fury subsided, Yin Wanchen slowly began to speak. As his words fell, Yin Wuji cautiously replied, Reporting to the ancestor, the sacred fire steps connect countless realms. Although he escaped from the steps, it does not necessarily mean he resides within the vast wilderness divine domain at this moment. Upon hearing this, Yin Wangshan pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement with Yin Wuji's assertion. The sacred fire steps are incredibly enigmatic. Despite his experiences across multiple eras and perusing countless ancient texts, he had yet to uncover the origins of the sacred fire steps. He only knew that the sacred fire of the divine nation did not originally belong to the vast wilderness divine domain, containing unimaginable opportunities within. Yet, before the integration could occur, it was seized by outsiders. With this thought, Yin Wangshan's gaze turned icy, his murderous intent palpable. Thus, once the Yang family arrives, we shall proceed to assault the Nangong sacred land. Yin Wangshan rose, issuing commands. You go summon the various forces of the divine nation to join in the campaign. Yes, Yin Wuji responded, clasping his fists respectfully. With that, he retreated. At this moment, the Grand Hall was left with only Yin Wangshan. To covet the opportunities within the Nangong secret realm, they are still far too inexperienced. Yin Wangshan glanced at the sky outside, a cold snort escaping his lips as greed enveloped his eyes. He was acutely aware that both the Yang family and Yin Wuji sought to claim not only the sacred fire of the divine nation, but also the secrets of the Nangong realm for themselves. However, in Yin Wangshan's eyes, these treasures already belonged solely to him. No one else was permitted to lay claim. Time passed, and within just a few days, the supreme elder of the Yang family, accompanied by the members of the Yang family, arrived at the royal palace. Grandpa Qiuan, spotting the supreme elder of the Yang family, Yang Baiyu hurried over, her face brimming with joy. Ever since Yin Wangshan returned to the court, Yang Baiyu had feared that Yin Wuji would expose all her deeds. Keeping herself hidden until now, finding the courage to appear only with the arrival of the supreme elder. Yang Qiuan nodded slightly, his gaze then settling upon Yin Wangshan, followed by a faint smile. Brother Wangshan, it has been a long time. Haha, junior brother, you appear increasingly youthful. Today, Yin Wangshan was clad in a black robe, exuding a formidable aura, causing the surrounding space to tremble with his words. Witnessing this spectacle, Yang Qiuan felt a deeper astonishment. It was unimaginable that after a century apart, Yin Wangshan's strength had notably escalated. Truly an extraordinary individual. Contemplating this, Yang Qiuan wore a smile and remarked, Before you, brother, how could I dare to claim youth? It is you, brother, who has traversed through several eras while your essence remains profound. Your strength must have significantly improved. Merely fortune, Yin Wangshan waved his hand dismissively. This time, in the assault on the Nangong sacred land, the Tianyin divine kingdom leads a coalition with the Yang family and numerous other divine forces, with several powerful emperors among them. The number of golden immortals is innumerable. Their might is overwhelming. Consequently, Nangong Haoyan had already contacted the sacred land to ensure they were well prepared. Observing this scene, Nangong Yuhui's beautiful eyes brimmed with fury, her tone icy. We are not acquainted with them, yet they come to besiege the Nangong sacred land. Do they truly think us easy prey? If you command it, master, I can set up formations right now to annihilate them. I share the same sentiment, Nangong Xianxing. Not only Nangong Yuhui, but also Lu Bai and Su Kong beside her bore expressions filled with wrath, their gazes toward the approaching cultivators suffused with murderous intent. However, Nangong Haoyan waved his hand and said, No need for concern. They are merely a horde of ants. If we were to crush them now, how would the forces behind them be able to attack the Nangong sacred land? As his words fell, several faces displayed confusion. Nangong Yuhui was the first to comprehend. Speaking up, does the ancestor mean the divine domain sacred pavilion? Nangong Haoyan nodded. During this time, the divine domain sacred pavilion had remained silent, seemingly tacitly allowing them to become the sacred land. However, if this were the case, how could Nangong Haoyan fully enjoy the unfolding game? Thus, only through their joint assault on the Nangong sacred land, followed by being subdued by the sacred land, would the divine domain's sacred pavilion intervene to stop them. After all, the Tianyin divine kingdom was capable of mobilizing such numerous forces, leading the divine domain's sacred pavilion to implicitly approve of the actions of the divine kingdom. Boom. Just then, a rift in space manifested in the sky, and a group of figures emerged from the distance. It is him. Nangong Yuhui exclaimed upon seeing a familiar silhouette among the group. Father, it is them. That figure had evidently recognized them as well, coldly addressing Nangong Yuhui. his expression filled with avaricious desire. This individual was none other than Zhao Xuesen, the young cultivator with whom they had quarreled at the underground boxing arena. The Zhao family was a vassal force of the Tianyin Divine Kingdom. The family head, Zhao Dingsheng, possessed initial-stage emperor-level cultivation, standing out among the vassal forces and vaguely indicating signs of becoming a branch of the Divine Kingdom. Zhao Dingsheng's son was exceedingly arrogant, showing no regard even in the presence of the emperor's might, bolstered by the Zhao family's reputation. Little did they expect to cross paths once more today. Upon hearing this, Zhao Dingsheng cast a gaze filled with murderous intent. During their time at the underground boxing arena, Zhao Xuesen had abandoned his guards and fled, deceitfully claiming before his father that Nangong Haoqian had instigated trouble and sought his demise. Upon learning this, Zhao Dingsheng was consumed by rage. As soon as he landed, he unleashed a powerful strike aimed at Nangong Haoqian and his companions. Witnessing this, the onlookers were taken aback but refrained from intervening. After all, the sovereign of the divine nation held Zhao family in high esteem, and they were reluctant to provoke them at such a moment. Moreover, since Yin Wuji had yet to voice his opinion, why should they stir the pot? On the other side, Yin Wuji noticed the unfolding scene but merely scoffed. Choosing not to take action, the Zhao family was courting their own demise, and it was of no concern to him. However, to challenge Nangong Haoqian and his companions with such audacity, especially as a mere early-stage emperor, was tantamount to courting death. As he pondered, Zhao Dingsheng's strike came crashing down. Nangong Yu's expression darkened as she prepared to retaliate. Yet, before she could act, Lu Bai summoned a formation, enveloping them in a radiant azure light. The palm shadow descended with a thunderous roar. Once the dust settled, Lu Bai retracted the formation, revealing that they were all unscathed. This spectacle astonished everyone present, even Zhao Dingsheng, who was momentarily taken aback. Although he had not exerted his full strength, an emperor's strike should not be withstood by a mere early-stage golden immortal. The fact that they remained alive was astonishing. Meanwhile, upon seeing Lu Bai intervene, Zhao Xuesen looked as though he had seen a ghost, his expression filled with shock. He had thought Lu Bai had perished in the underground boxing arena, vanished without a trace. Chapter 62. The Forbidden Land. We harbor no enmity towards you. So why unleash your wrath upon us? Nangong Yu's beautiful eyes glimmered with fury as she spoke coldly. In response, Zhao Dingsheng sneered. Is there a need for reason when exterminating ants? Prepare to meet your end. With that, he struck again, conjuring a shadow of his palm that shimmered with a faint golden light, hurtling towards Nangong Yu. Oomph! Nangong Yu's fury surged. With a flick of her wrist, she summoned the purple smoke sword and slashed through the air. The sword's shadow cut through the void, infused with immense spiritual power, racing towards Zhao Dingsheng. Boom! The collision of their powers unleashed a cataclysmic sound, sending shockwaves rippling outward. After the clash, both parties stood their ground, seemingly even in their exchange. The onlookers were left in utter disbelief. Zhao Dingsheng was a renowned emperor, known throughout the Tianyin Divine Nation. Yet, to their astonishment, this young female cultivator had managed to match him blow for blow. Could it be that she, too, was of the emperor's caliber? Upon this realization, the crowd retracted their previous disdain, their eyes now filled with envy. To attain the realm of the emperor is to exist in unparalleled greatness. Once more, witnessing Nangong Yu deflect his palm strike, Zhao Dingsheng's face was a tumultuous blend of shame and fury, and he bellowed with indignation. In the next instant, a long spear manifested in his hand. Dragon's fury. As his words echoed, Zhao Dingsheng brandished the spear, unleashing a surge of spiritual power that reverberated through the heavens. Transforming into an ethereal spear shadow, its form akin to molten gold, emanating an awe-inspiring aura. Below the emperor, all are but ants. Even the mighty golden immortals felt an overwhelming sense of lethal intent, retreating 100 meters, their eyes brimming with shock. With a thunderous roar, the spear was thrust forward, the shadow quivering as if the galaxy itself were collapsing, radiating brilliance and boundless power, its momentum shattering all that stood before it, bearing down upon Nangong Yu with colossal force. In response, Nangong Yu's delicate visage turned frostbitten. Unified sword technique. Being within the realm of the heavenly flame divine kingdom, she refrained from employing Nangong's secret arts. With a single stroke of her sword, her inner spiritual force surged violently, manifesting countless sword shadows. Ultimately, these shadows converged, forming a blade that obscured the very sun and sky. The power atop the sword shadow roiled, an unstoppable torrent reminiscent of a flood breaching its banks, splitting the heavens asunder. Then, the two forces collided. A cataclysmic sound erupted from the epicenter of their clash, a mushroom cloud unfurling into the atmosphere. The surrounding earth cracked, tremors shaking the ground, billowing waves of energy stirring the dust into a blinding haze, obscuring the scene from view. Boom! Following the impact, Zhao Dingxing was hurled violently backward, crashing into the ground, which fractured beneath him, revealing a bottomless pit before the astonished crowd. Gasp! Witnessing this spectacle, the onlookers inhaled sharply, their eyes wide with disbelief. How could Zhao Dingxing, a master of the Emperor realm, be so utterly bested by a young cultivator? This is inconceivable. Even Yin Wuji found himself at a loss for words. He had not anticipated that the Saintess of Nangong, infused with the sacred flame of the Divine Kingdom, could unleash such terrifying power. Thankfully, he had discreetly informed Nangong Haoyin the day prior that the heavenly flame Divine Kingdom would not engage with the Holy Land, merely to deceive the Yang family and the various affiliated forces of the Divine Kingdom. Currently, those affiliated forces were rich in resources. Now that the heavenly flame Divine Kingdom had lost the sacred flame, should they continue to indulge in such recklessness? It was only a matter of time before these factions would rebel against the Divine Kingdom. At that point, the heavenly flame Divine Kingdom would likely find itself unable to withstand the impending storm. Thus, seizing this opportunity served as a means to settle accounts with the affiliated factions, ensuring the supremacy of the Divine Kingdom. However, he had not disclosed this to Yin Wangchen. Should the latter choose to act recklessly, it would not concern him. Moreover, Yin Wangchen was at the pinnacle of the Emperor realm, having comprehended the essence of the Great Tao. Yin Wuji did not believe that anyone in the Nangguang sacred land, aside from the Grand Elder, could be compared to the ancestor. As he pondered, Nangong Yu stepped forward, her beautiful eyes brimming with murderous intent. She had long harbored a tempest of rage with no outlet, and now presented with a target, she unleashed it. With a swift motion, she drew her sword, unleashing a brilliant blade of light that surged forth with overwhelming force, aimed directly at Zhao Dingxing. This strike was executed with merciless precision. Zhao Dingxing's expression shifted dramatically. He attempted to resist, yet under the shadow of her sword, his power felt feeble and inadequate against Nangong Yu. A dull thud echoed as Zhao Dingxing's body was reduced to a mist of blood. Witnessing this scene, the onlookers were rendered utterly speechless, their shock profound. It was only after a considerable pause that Zhao Xuesen's frantic roar broke the silence, his eyes ablaze with fury, his reason lost to an overwhelming desire for vengeance. He launched a fist towards Nangong Yu, who furrowed her brow in preparation to counter. However, before she could act, a force surged forth to dissipate his attack. The sovereign of the Divine Kingdom. The crowd gasped in astonishment upon recognizing the figure who had intervened to block the blow. Yin Wuji regarded Zhao Xuesen with an indifferent gaze, slowly uttering, "Enough." As his words fell, a torrent of mental energy descended upon Zhao Xuesen. The latter's expression changed in an instant. Clarity returned, only to be replaced by pallor and cold sweat, fear etched in his eyes. In that fleeting moment, he had glimpsed a horrifying vision of a sea of corpses and rivers of blood, a figure slaughtering all in its path, terrifying beyond measure. This was the manifestation of Yin Wuji's mental arts. At his level of power, a mere thought could conjure such illusions. "My lord, forgive my rudeness." The sovereign of the Divine Kingdom realized that no amount of anger would change the situation, especially since his father had perished in this chaos. Finding the long-lost ancestor of the Zhao clan was the only path forward. Otherwise, all would be in vain. Indeed, Yin Wuji nodded, saying no more, though a glimmer of keen insight flickered in his eyes. While he was a sovereign with countless vassals, they did not heed his command. Instead, they listened to the Tianyin Divine Kingdom, or rather, to Yin Wangchen. With the loss of the sacred fire, he understood the necessity of forming a faction that truly belonged to him, a means to ensure survival within the divine realm. It was said that the Grand Elder of the Zhao clan had vanished, perhaps having fallen. Yet Yin Wuji knew the truth. The ancestor of the Zhao clan had not perished, but was imprisoned within a forbidden domain. Moreover, locating him was deceptively simple. It required only the blood of their descendants. This explained Yin Wuji's indifference to Zhao Dingxing's demise, while he chose to save Zhao Xuesen. Lost in thought, Yin Wangchen suddenly declared, "Let us march against the Nangguang sacred land." With his words, the crowd regained their focus, following the Tianyin ancestor into the teleportation array. Chapter 63. The unprecedented battle at the Southern Palace, a dense curtain of black clouds loomed over the city as Nangong Junyi stood resolutely before the Southern Palace. The Southern Palace, sword manifesting in his grasp. His eyes narrowed slightly, and his robe billowed as if stirred by an unseen wind. Suddenly, figures emerged behind him, Nangong Chenyu and his companions from the Valley of Demons, exuding an overwhelming aura filled with fierce battle intent. Though no words were spoken, Nangong Junyi understood their unspoken resolve. With a faint smile, he chose silence. At that moment, a deep, resonating sound shattered the heavens, and a colossal rift in space appeared above, teeming with figures akin to a swarm of locusts, radiating an overwhelming and chilling presence that reverberated throughout the realm. They had arrived. Witnessing this scene, the eyes of the assembled narrowed, cold glints flashing within, as murderous intent surged forth. South Palace Junyi. A voice, frigid to the core, echoed from all directions. Yin Wangchen was the first to speak, his peak emperor-level aura pressing down upon the entire Southern Palace. Boom. In the next instant, the Southern Palace erupted in a blaze of light, countless formations intertwining to form a silhouette that obscured the sun, an endless ambience collapsing and permeating the skies. Sensing this aura, Yin Wangchen's brow furrowed. He had not anticipated the Southern Palace's formations to be so formidable, and this essence felt vaguely familiar, as if he had encountered it before. Without further contemplation, Yin Wangchen's icy voice resonated once more. Let those from my divine nation kill, without mercy. As his words fell, Nangong Junyi stepped forward, his black hair cascading midair. His words dripped with sarcasm, that Yin Tianxi is merely a pawn of your heavenly flame divine nation. If you wish to challenge my Southern Palace, feel free to try. During this period, Nangong Junyi had ascended to the 5th layer of Emperor Realm, his cultivation boundless. Even in the face of the ancestor of heavenly flame, he remained unafraid. At these words, fury ignited in Yin Wangchen's eyes. Just as he prepared to strike, Yin Wujie beside him suddenly proposed a strategy. Ancestor, why wield a sledgehammer to crack a nut? The Yang family has been excessively arrogant lately. Let them take the first move to temper their fervor. Yin Wangchen paused, a glimmer of brilliance igniting in his eyes. Nodding, he turned his gaze to Yang Qiuwen and remarked coolly, Junior brother Yang, I have heard that decades ago, the Yang family produced an invincible emperor-level powerhouse of the same realm. I hold great admiration for that. With a light chuckle, Yin Wangchen's eyes sparkled with meaning beyond words. Upon hearing this, Yang Qiuwen's face darkened considerably. However, he understood the terrifying might of Yin Wangchen. Not only he, but the entire Yang family stood no chance against this formidable opponent. Move foam. Yang Qiuwen called out solemnly. Here, father. At that moment, a man approached from behind the crowd, enveloped in the aura of the 3rd layer of Emperor Realm, his presence imposing and his gaze somber. Yang Mufeng, the current head of the Yang family. Rest assured, uncle, a mere Southern Palace is no match for me. Yang Mufeng cast a sidelong glance at Yin Wuji, who reveled in his misfortune, and spoke in a deep voice. Upon hearing this, Yang Qiuwen nodded and cautioned, exercise caution. Indeed, Yang Mufeng replied, and as his words fell, he appeared before the sacred land of the Nangong. His somber gaze fixated on Nangong Junyi, and a chilling voice rumbled from his throat. Do you remember me? Nangong Junyi chuckled lightly, stepping forward with confidence. Of course, a defeated foe. A century ago, the two clans had clashed over a spiritual stone mine, resulting in the loss of many clan members, culminating in Yang Mufeng's defeat at the hands of Nangong Junyi. For this reason, Yang Mufeng harbored a seething rage for 100 years, and today he had come to exact vengeance. After a century, I am no longer the same. Today, I shall use your blood to honor the spirits of my fallen kin from a century past. With a cold snort, Yang Mufeng struck first, his longsword whirled, and with a single sweep, a radiant sword light erupted forth. Is that all you've got? Nangong Junyi smirked disdainfully. He horizontally wielded the Nangong sacred sword, its blade shimmering with an icy brilliance. Bang! The clash of their swords erupted in a cloud of dust. The ground around them fractured and spread outward. After the initial exchange, the two stood evenly matched. Yang Mufeng's eyes blazed with fury as he swung his sword again, a sword that pierces the heavens. As the words left his lips, a dazzling beam of sword light, akin to stars illuminating the world, surged forth with devastating power toward Nangong Junyi. The force of the sword was overwhelming, cleaving the very air in its path. Dragon Elephant Suppression Technique. Nangong Junyi remained unfazed, retracting his longsword. His eyes sparkled with intensity as he unleashed a powerful palm strike. A torrent of spiritual energy surged forth, coalescing above into the ethereal forms of the dragon and elephant. The two divine beasts were awe-inspiring. The elephant's trunk stirred the heavens, shattering the vast space around them. The dragon roared mightily, casting a shadow over the land, dimming the entire realm. As the sounds of the elephant's trumpet and the dragon's roar reverberated, an inexhaustible force descended. The void shattered beneath this immense power, and the sword's shadow, fragile as parchment, was obliterated in the emptiness. Meanwhile, the ethereal forms of the dragon and elephant maintained their formidable might, crashing down upon Yang Mufeng with relentless force. The overwhelming strength was too much for him to endure. After a single strike, Yang Mufeng was sent hurtling through the air, crashing violently to the ground, his body a mangled mess, his breath shallow. Nangong Junyi withdrew his hand, his expression one of indifference. Then, with another swing of his sword, a torrent of power erupted upon Yang Mufeng, reducing him to a mist of blood. His consciousness attempted to flee, only to be struck down by Nangong Junyi's blade. Thus, Yang Mufeng was extinguished, his essence dissipating into the ether. Gasp! Witnessing this scene, the forces that had come to assault the sacred land of Nangong drew in a sharp breath, stunned by the spectacle. The esteemed Yang Mufeng, at the pinnacle of the third realm, fell at the hands of Nangong Junyi. How could this be possible? In an instant, doubt began to creep into the hearts of many. Yet those who entertained such thoughts were met with a swift demise at the hands of Yin Wangchen, their souls extinguished. How dare you? In the void, Yang Qiuan's eyes blazed with fury as he bellowed, delivering a powerful strike. A shadow of his palm, vast enough to obscure the heavens, surged forward with unbridled might toward Nangong Junyi and his companions. Nangong's secret technique, the divine sword of heavenly punishment. Witnessing this spectacle, Nangong Junyi refrained from arrogance. A torrent of spiritual energy surged into the Nangong sacred sword, and with a single thrust, a brilliant beam of sword light, radiating an icy luminescence, emerged from the void. Boom! The cascading sword shadows, extending thousands of feet, rendered the expanse of heaven and earth insignificantly small. With a swing of his sword, the immense shadow cascaded down like the Milky Way in reverse, cleaving the world in twain. Upon colliding with the palm shadow, a cataclysmic explosion of power erupted, threatening to obliterate the very fabric of existence. Chapter 64. Fearless in life and death, a mushroom cloud erupted, sending tremors throughout this realm. The overwhelming force connected heaven and earth. Boundless spiritual energy surged through the atmosphere, causing the very air to collapse. A tempest of energy swept forth, and in that moment, mountains reversed and the sun and moon dimmed. After a lengthy pause, as the dust settled, countless chasms appeared before the gathered crowd. Yet, what was even more astonishing was Yang Qiuan, his garments tattered, his aged face pallid, gasping for breath, his eyes wide with disbelief, unable to fathom the terrifying prowess of Nangong Junyi. In stark contrast, Nangong Junyi stood resolute, his body rooted like an ancient tree, with hands clasped behind his back. His expression remained indifferent, the glint of murderous intent flickering in his eyes as he spoke in a chilling tone. A century ago, your Yang clan conspired to harm my Nangong disciples, and now you dare to attack the Nangong sacred land? Your greed renders you mere ants in the presence of my sacred domain. If you seek death, then I shall grant it. Upon finishing his words, Nangong Junyi raised his sword. Within the sacred sword surged boundless power, causing the entire Nangong sacred land to tremble. Golden rays of light twinkled like stars scattered across the skies, illuminating the surroundings. Countless beams converged upon the Nangong sacred sword, from which a terrifying sword shadow erupted. Embodying ancient might, Nangong's secret technique, the divine sword of heavenly punishment. The golden sword shadow flowed like molten gold, slicing through the heavens. With a single swing, the thousands of feet of sword shadow surged forth like a flood breaching its dam, unleashing overwhelming power that illuminated the entire world. Boom! Where the sword shadow struck, heaven and earth were cleaved apart, yin and yang separated, and all creation succumbed. This strike bore the will of the sacred land. Witnessing this scene, Yang Qiuan's face was a canvas of shock. In a flurry of panic, he unleashed several palm strikes. The might of his palm shadows surged forth like a ferocious tiger descending a mountain, an unstoppable force. Yet, before the will of the sacred land, everything appeared so pale. In an instant, the shadow of the palm shattered. Boom! The golden sword shadow fell like a starry river, its brilliance erupting forth. And a torrent of power was unleashed at that moment, crashing down upon Yang Qiuan. After a single strike, Yang Qiuwen lay bloodied and breathless, crashing heavily to the ground. His fate uncertain. Witnessing this scene, the entire void fell into a profound silence. The sound of a needle dropping could be heard. The crowd was left in utter shock, their hearts stirred by tumultuous waves. It was unfathomable that Nangong Jinyi's power was so terrifying. Even the esteemed elder of the Yang clan was no match for the sacred land of Nangong. With this in mind, how could they still dare to assault the sacred land? It was utterly impossible. In that moment, the crowd regained their senses. The Nangong secret realm was filled with countless opportunities, but they must have their lives to seize them. They were not fools, realizing that the sacred land of Nangong was not something they could provoke. Meanwhile, Yin Wangchun, observing this scene, wore an exceedingly grim expression. His eyes swirling with fury, a bunch of useless fools. He had anticipated that Yang Qiuwen, after a century of seclusion, would have greatly improved his strength. Yet he proved to be so inadequate. I implore the ancestor to take action. Yin Wujia, standing beside him, bowed and spoke. Yet, beneath his calm exterior, a glint of brilliance flickered in his eyes. He understood that within the sacred land of Nangong, the strongest combat power still resided among their ranks. At this rate, it seemed that Nangong Haoyin's strength was even greater. Even if the ancestor were to triumph over Nangong Junyi, facing Nangong Haoyin. With this thought, Yin Wujia couldn't help but sneer inwardly. Though he maintained an air of tranquility, his expression exceedingly sincere. Humph. Hearing this, Yin Wangchun scoffed coldly, stepping forth, causing the entire void to warp. In an instant, dark clouds gathered, thunder rolled, resembling the end of days. Upon witnessing this, Nangong Junyi narrowed his eyes, knowing that the true threat was approaching. The sacred sword of Nangong emitted a resonant clang, brimming with battle intent. The others behind him showed no fear, brandishing their weapons, preparing to confront him in a decisive showdown. Boom! Yin Wangchun landed, the void around him fracturing, the ground beneath him collapsing, transforming the surroundings into a realm of silence. With a chilling gaze fixed upon the crowd, Yin Wangchun contemptuously declared, "You all, come at me together." His words echoed with extreme arrogance. Yet they knew, this man had reached the pinnacle of the emperor's realm and had vaguely stepped into the semi-holy domain. They could not afford to underestimate him. Together, we will strike. Nangong Jinyi's eyes shifted, his sword piercing forth with a sharp gleam. Invoking the sacred technique of Nangong, one sword shakes the heavens. The sword's shadow surged through the heavens, its might overwhelming. Following this, Wan Longyuan also unleashed a palm strike, dragon elephant suppression technique, 10,000 calamities whip technique. The holy sword chi, Gui Gu's calamity and Nangong Jinyu also made their moves, and in that moment, the shadows of swords trembled through the void. Divine beasts breaking through the ancient barriers, howling forth. The entire world seemed to tremble as if caught in a convulsion. The heavens shook, the earth quaked, mountains crumbled, and an overwhelming surge of spiritual energy permeated the firmament. Countless forces surged forth, aimed at Yin Wangchun with lethal intent. Weak, too feeble. Yet, these formidable powers, which could instill fear in the hearts of many, appeared utterly trivial in Yin Wangchun's eyes. With a maniacal laugh, he unleashed the torrent of his own power, as if an overflowing river rushing toward the sky. With his words barely uttered, he struck forth with a single hand. A terrifying force surged incessantly, tumultuous and fierce. Stirring the air above, an image of a Buddha materialized, vast enough to obscure the sun, as if it were a bridge connecting heaven and earth. With a resounding crash, the Buddha's hand descended, casting a shadow that bore an awe-inspiring might upon the gathered crowd. The impact was cataclysmic. The hand's shadow shattered everything in its path, colliding with the spectral beasts of swordplay, resulting in a cacophony that resounded across the land. In an instant, all existence was reduced to dust, drifting away into the abyss, and the entire universe succumbed to this chaos. With a single blow, Yin Wangchun's power proved overwhelmingly terrifying, rendering his adversary powerless. Spitting blood, he was sent flying a distance of 10,000 meters, barely managing to regain his footing. The gaze of Wan Longyuan was filled with astonishment. Having ascended to the ranks of the emperor and possessing the might of the dragon vein, his strength was unfathomable. Yet before Yin Wangchun, he felt as insignificant as an insect, utterly defenseless. Step back. South Palace Jinyi commanded, taking a deep breath. No, we share life and death with the Holy Master. South Palace Jinyi retorted with a laugh. Wan Longyuan stepped forward, affirming, indeed, we shall not retreat. From the side, Giga Husher declared, My life belongs to Master Haoyan and to the South Palace Sacred Land. Upon hearing this, South Palace Junyi smiled faintly, but his expression soon shifted, locking his gaze upon Yin Wanchen as he proclaimed, "If that is the case, then we shall strike." With that, the power of the sacred sword surged in his hand, a murderous intent radiating from his eyes. With a thunderous roar, he, alongside the others, summoned their most potent abilities, charging toward Yin Wanchen with all their might. Chapter 65. The fierce battle. Dark clouds loomed over the South Palace family, and a fierce battle was imminent. The power of South Palace Junyi's sacred sword surged directly toward Yin Wanchen's face, who responded with a slight smile. I did not expect such a formidable figure to emerge from the South Palace family. As he spoke, he waved his hand, conjuring a massive shield that withstood the onslaught from South Palace Junyi. Is this truly all the strength you possess? Such a waste of the South Palace's treasures. Yin Wanchen remarked, a mocking grin upon his countenance, his thoughts drifting to the family's secret realms and treasures, revealing a glimmer of greed in his eyes. Seeing this, South Palace Junyi hesitated momentarily before casting the sacred sword. The blade hovered above Yin Wanchen, manifesting countless sword shadows that interwove and spiraled through the skies. A stunning arrival. South Palace Junyi roared, as innumerable sword shadows converged upon Yin Wanchen, cascading down like a torrential rain. Yin Wanchen did not dare to be negligent. His hands formed seals continuously, and countless inscriptions, akin to flames, surged forth. These transformed into fiery dragons, entangled in a fierce struggle with numerous sword shadows. Nangong Junyi's body trembled incessantly, sweat pouring down, while Yin Wanchen, though bearing a serious expression, appeared considerably more at ease than Nangong Junyi. Wan Longyuan and Nangong Chenyu hurriedly came to lend their aid. Wan Longyuan struck with a palm, dragon elephant suppression technique. Sacred Spirit Divine Sword. The combined might of their spiritual energy and sword aura manifested as a divine beast, adorned with scales of sword, charging towards Yin Wanchen. Humph, mere trifles, Yin Wanchen scoffed. And then a colossal dragon, wreathed in magma, emerged from his hand. The dragon devoured the divine beast in a single bite, and without losing momentum, it charged directly at the two. They attempted to block it, but their efforts were in vain, as they were sent soaring thousands of meters into the air. The dragon then transformed into a fireball, crashing the two back down to the ground. Ripples appeared in the space beside them, and the sky darkened ominously. The wounds of the two were already a gruesome mess, and they were taken aback by the disparity in strength, eventually succumbing to unconsciousness. Yin Wanchen's assault intensified, with countless fire dragons converging to form a fiery sword, aimed directly at the sacred sword. Nangong Junyi spat out a mouthful of blood, sent flying hundreds of meters before collapsing, drenched in blood. "Ancestor, save me!" Nangong Junyi cried out. "Haha, no one can save you, just be my nourishment." Yin Wanchen laughed maniacally, swinging the fiery sword down. What is happening? Yin Wanchen felt the sword halt mid-swing, unable to descend further. As the smoke dissipated, a graceful youth suddenly appeared, pinching the sword between his fingers, regarding Yin Wanchen with disdain. "Ancestor," Nangong Junyi exclaimed. "Humph, so it's you. You'll accompany them to the grave." Yin Wanchen retorted angrily. The newcomers were none other than Nangong Haoyan, Liu Bai, Nangong Yu, and Su Huokong, who had followed closely to support the Nangong family. Seeing his attempts to eliminate the head of the Nangong family thwarted, Yin Wanchen's fury reached a boiling point. He swiftly swung his sword, and the sword aura transformed into countless galloping cavalry, each a fearsome sight, wielding curved blades and clad in heavy armor, exuding an imposing presence. "Old ancestor, I shall send you to your end today," Yin Wanchen sneered. "Be careful, ancestor. Do not worry about me. You were," Nangong Haoyan replied, gazing unflinchingly at the oncoming cavalry. Unbeknownst to him, he retrieved a brush from his robe and began to draw. "Humph, little brat, are you preparing to write your will? Rest assured, I'll give you time to do so shortly, huh?" Nangong Haoyan remained silent, his brush dancing across the canvas, and in no time, a formidable figure emerged. Depicted was the guardian of the gates, Qin Gong, and Wei Qigong from Nangong Haoyan's world. "What? Impossible. How could you summon such a powerful entity?" Before them stood two formidable gatekeepers, clad in resplendent golden armor, their brows furrowed with fury as they gazed upon the approaching tide of soldiers. With a mere flick of his mighty staff, the ancient Qin lord obliterated the multitude as effortlessly as one might shatter dry twigs. What an overwhelming force of the great Tao! What manner of being is this venerable ancestor? A deity, perhaps? It was evident that these gatekeepers were manifestations of two exalted powers of the great Tao. The onlookers murmured in terror, and Yang Jiayang Chuan felt a profound dread, beginning to regret their presence in this place. If the venerable ancestor could dispatch Yin Wanchen with but a stroke of a brush, what fate awaited the Yang family? With Yin Wanchen's spells undone, he collapsed, spewing blood. In truth, Nangong Haoyan need not be so ostentatious, for Yin Wanchen was far too weak. However, today's display served a singular purpose: to establish authority. Only through such a demonstration could the various sects be compelled to submit. Could the sacred pavilion of the divine realm take heed, and could the entire great wilderness divine realm be made to tremble in fear? Wait, do not slay me. I am willing to bestow all my treasures and techniques unto you, and I can ensure the submission of the heavenly flame divine kingdom to the Nangong sacred land. Yin Wanchen was genuinely terrified, realizing the magnitude of the formidable foe he had provoked. A half-finished painting had brought him to the brink of death. How could he possibly compare? It was far too late for him to plead for mercy. Nangong Haoyan smiled, dismissing the plea with a wave. Suddenly, the massive sword of Weiqi Gong descended with a thunderous crash, like an unstoppable flood. The crowd could only hear the sound of space tearing as Yin Wanchen's agonized screams filled the air. Alas! The culmination of thousands of years of cultivation met a tragic end with a heart-wrenching cry. Silence enveloped the scene as the spectators were engulfed in an overwhelming shock. Yin Wuji was particularly stricken, filled with regret too late. Yet, amidst the crowd, a man in a black robe stepped forth, his face etched with admiration. With a sudden intensity, he emerged from the throng. The sacred pavilion of the divine realm has decreed, the Nangong family possesses immense power, with both virtue and talent in abundance. Henceforth, they shall be sanctified, and Nangong Jinyi shall be named the Holy Lord, destined to embody the will of heaven above and rescue the people below. Today's battle is not one of injustice. The sacred pavilion wishes for all to withdraw and mend old ties. The crowd's hearts raced with conflicting emotions. On one hand, they were spared from calamity. On the other, they were compelled to bow before the Nangong family. It was not fear of rejection that troubled them, but rather the dread of retaliation. Before this venerable ancestor, they were but insignificant insects. We humbly pay our respects to the Holy Lord. They all knelt in unison, their voices resounding high. Just moments ago, they had glared defiantly. Now they prostrated themselves in submission. Observing this, Nangong Haoyan could not suppress a cold smile. Sir, our heavenly flame divine kingdom is willing to submit to the Nangong sacred land. I shall immediately decree that Nangong you be enshrined as a holy maiden, to be honored across generations. What say you, sir? Yin Wuji cautiously approached, his tone respectful. Agreed, but you must remain within the Nangong family, not venture to your heavenly flame divine kingdom. Of course. Today's events are indeed the result of that old fool Yin Wanchen. I shall bring no gifts today, but I will make amends on another occasion. YNWJ, upon noticing that Ning Hodn did not express any reproach, was overwhelmed with joy and hurriedly returned with his companions. The others bid their farewells one by one, leaving only the Ying family to glare in anger for a prolonged moment before departing. The two guardians transformed into paintings affixed to the gates of the North Ng family estate, destined to become the protectors of the great wild divine domain in the future. As snowflakes danced in the air within a secluded loft, an elderly man savored his tea with deliberate slowness. Xiaomei, simmer it longer. Haste will ruin the flavor. It seems a storm is brewing in the western regions. Chapter 66. Departure to the eastern continent. At last, tranquility returned. Following the upheaval, the disciples matured significantly, diligently training without the slightest hint of negligence. They aspired to be of service should any future calamities arise, as the celestial rankings shifted daily. The recruitment office for the Ng family's outer disciples was nearly overwhelmed, as the family's reputation in the western regions flourished, attracting the admiration of countless young aspirants. The disciples' cultivation required further enhancement, alongside the procurement of resources and equipment for the Ng family. Moreover, it was essential to renovate the estate, for the last group of ruffians had caused considerable damage, and we needed to enroll new disciples. After all, we are a sacred ground. Ning Hodn meticulously conveyed instructions regarding the affairs of the sacred ground to Ning New York. Report. What is it? To inform the sacred lord, emissaries from the northern Wu dynasty of the eastern continent have come to visit. Ininging J. New York cast a surprised glance at Ininging Hodn. The eastern continent was vast and abundant, with a multitude of sects wielding far greater influence than those in the western regions, and their foundations ran deep. It was the most prosperous area of the great wild divine domain, historically looking down upon our humble states. Even among sacred grounds, we were regarded with condescension. Why would they initiate a visit? Ah, the eastern continent, indeed, mused the elder. What are you saying, ancestor? Oh, nothing of consequence. Come, let us meet the northern Wu emissary. With that, Ininging Hodn rose slowly and made his way to the council hall. The northern Wu envoy Lu Helling pays his respects to the sacred lord. A slender, snow-haired elder gradually stood and performed a deep bow. There is no need for such formalities, dear sir. The distance from our western regions to the eastern continent spans 1,000 miles. Your journey has been arduous. Pray tell, what brings you here? Ah, venerable one, I am here on behalf of His Majesty, who has long held you in high esteem. This visit is to invite the sacred lord to our northern Wu dynasty for a discussion with His Majesty. We also extend a warm welcome to the Ininging family to relocate to our northern Wu dynasty. Ininging J. New York was taken aback by the revelation. Feeling a twinge of temptation, for the eastern continent indeed offered far greater prospects than the western regions. Let us not rush to a decision. Allow me to ascertain the veracity of this proposal. It is the ancestor's communication talisman. Ininging J. New York steadied his thoughts, preparing to speak. But Ininging Hodn interjected. Sir, you may not be aware that with the establishment of the sacred ground, my father is preoccupied with affairs and may not have the time to venture to your esteemed nation. If His Majesty does not mind, I would be willing to represent my father in this diplomatic mission. Ininging J. New York was momentarily stunned, uncertain how to respond, and glanced towards his son. Ininging Hodn, Jun E, please agree. I will embark on a mission to the northern Wu dynasty, and I shall take the opportunity to visit an old friend. Since the esteemed ancestor has spoken, I have no choice but to acquiesce. Though a shadow of concern lingers in Nangong Junyi's heart, what the young one just stated is indeed true. Moreover, recent affairs have been exceedingly busy. I shall send my son as an envoy to your esteemed nation, and I promise to pay my respects in person at a later date. The elder, taken aback, gazed at the composed Nangong Hodn with admiration. Although he did not bring back Nangong Junyi, securing this young lad is not a poor consolation. Very well, I shall return in 3 days to escort the young master to northern Wu. Following this, the Nangong residents held a grand banquet, both to honor the envoy and to bid farewell to the esteemed ancestor. Ancestor, are you truly going to the northern Wu dynasty? Nangong Yu inquired with wide eyes, brimming with reluctance. Indeed, you must diligently cultivate at home and refrain from idleness. I shall return to check on your progress. When will you return, ancestor? Soon. Why? Do you already miss me before I've even left? With that, he affectionately ruffled Nangong Yu's hair. Not at all, she retorted, turning away and darting off, leaving behind the hearty laughter of Nangong Hodn. Great Moon Deity, please ensure the safe return of our esteemed ancestor. A lovely girl knelt by her bed, praying to the moonlight, none other than Nangong Yu herself. At last, the moment of departure had arrived, and the Nangong family gathered to bid farewell to their esteemed ancestor. Old Hodn, you must return soon. Nangong Yu nearly let slip her words. Nangong Jun shot a furious glare at her and whispered, How dare you address the ancestor so familiarly? He won't be angry with me, you little rascal. Before he could finish his reprimand, a voice echoed from the airship above. Father, I am leaving now. Take care and manage the Nangong family well. Upon hearing this, Nangong Jun nearly staggered, cold sweat trickling down his brow. Certainly, rest assured, he shouted in response. The airships of the Northern Wu dynasty are renowned throughout the vast divine wilderness, fully equipped with amenities ranging from restrooms to bathing halls. The offerings aboard could enchant even the sovereign of the Tianyin divine nation, Yin Wu Ji, let alone those of the Northern Wu imperial palace. Contemplating this, Nangong Hodn felt a surge of anticipation, and he then retrieved a mirror. Goodness, why is this young master Nangong so vain? Even if he is somewhat handsome, does a grown man truly need to gaze into a mirror? Shoo, be quiet and perform your duties as a guard, or you shall lose your livelihood. As the mirror revealed every corner of the Nangong estate with crystal clarity, Nangong Hodn chuckled to himself, realizing he had established a form of remote surveillance. This would serve as a means to stay connected with Nangong Jun and Yuer. reminiscent of video calls from another world. Suddenly, a piece of paper floated out from Nan Gongyu's room, prominently displaying a large turtle with the word ancestor inscribed upon it. Nan Gonghao Tian turned pale, witnessing Nan Gongyu hurriedly retrieve the paper. This mischievous girl grows more impish by the day, he mused. Subsequently, he forcefully withdrew the mirror. Ah, behold, the more handsome one becomes, the more self-conscious and troubled one feels. At this moment, one truly understands the advantages of being less attractive, does one not? You are indeed a chatterbox. Had I known, I would not have brought you along to serve in the military out of our shared hometown. Be careful, or you may lose your head, without even engaging in battle. The guard instinctively recoiled, daring not to utter another word. Outside, colorful clouds drifted by, having secluded himself for an eternity. Witnessing the clouds in the sky after what felt like a millennium was truly a revelation. Contemplating this, he couldn't help but feel a surge of emotion and paused for a considerable time before returning to the cabin. Nan Gonghaoyan and Lu Helling were engaged in animated conversation. Lu Helling was astonished by Nan Gonghaoyan's vast knowledge and profound understanding. It was as if he had personally experienced the events he described so accurately. Little did she know, he was indeed a first-hand witness. The airship traveled at remarkable speed, reaching the Liaoshan Pass of Baiwuguo in just half a day. Old Lu, your airship is remarkably swift. Young master, you jest. This is merely a slow pace. Were we to use a military airship and were urgency required, we could arrive in merely an hour. If your esteemed family wishes to visit our Baiwuguo, I would gladly gift you a few vessels. Upon hearing this, Nan Gonghaoyan nodded thoughtfully, contemplating how to acquire a few ships to bring back for Yuer and Junyi to enjoy. Atop Wulong Mountain, blanketed in snow, within a concealed cave, a woman of unparalleled beauty awakened. You have finally chosen to come, Haoyan. Chapter 67. Arrival in Anjing, in the capital of Baiwuguo, Anjing City. Bustling streets were teeming with small vendors, and shops of all varieties filled the alleys, the sounds of haggling merging into a vibrant chorus. The commercial prowess here was undeniably superior to that of the western regions, which left Nan Gonghaoyan reflecting deeply. Please follow me. Anjing City is vast, and its streets complex. Do not lose your way. The first order of business upon arriving in the capital is to pay homage to the emperor. Nan Gonghaoyan had prepared for this. Dongzhou was divided into 3 regions, the northernmost inhabited by the Wuxian tribe, the central region comprising Baiwuguo and its smaller nations, and the southern region occupied by Nanxing and its affiliates. Baiwuguo and Nanxing were once united under the Dewu dynasty, but due to subsequent turmoil, they had separated into these 2 nations along with several smaller states. Baiwuguo had previously attempted to subjugate Nanxing multiple times without success and had since maintained a truce. It was likely that the emperor of Baiwuguo intended to rally forces for another southern expedition against Nanxing. If that were the case, Nan Gonghaoyan would not acquiesce to the emperor's request. Finally arriving at the royal palace, upon entering the grand hall, civil and military officials were already lined up on either side, waiting patiently. From the Nangong family of the western regions, I, Nan Gonghaoyan, pay my respects to your majesty. After speaking, Nan Gonghaoyan knelt and performed the customary gestures of reverence, exclaiming, "Long live the emperor." The emperor, named Yuan Ci, appeared remarkably youthful, with a striking presence. His gaze often drifted into the distance, revealing glimpses of restlessness and arrogance. Pleased by Nan Gonghaoyan's display of decorum, the emperor nodded in satisfaction. It is indeed commendable for the envoy to travel such a great distance to visit. The young man dared not express his thoughts. He had long heard of the northern martial emperor's remarkable talents, and upon meeting him recently, he was indeed impressed. Being summoned personally by his majesty left him in awe, and he felt undeservedly honored. Haoyan did not dare to voice any complaints. Yuan Ci smiled and nodded, evidently pleased with the envoy from the western regions. Following this, some polite exchanges ensued, and a grand banquet was held to welcome Nan Gonghaoyan. The following day, Nan Gonghaoyan awoke in the royal in Yingzhan Pavilion. Outside the window, the towering mountains and pines of the western regions had been replaced by the familiar sight of verdant woods and bamboo. Haoyan gazed longingly out the window, reminiscent of a similar world, pondering how his grandfather was faring. Who would have thought that a young master would possess such refined tastes? A eunuch entered, carrying toiletries and breakfast, chuckling as he spoke. "Do you also enjoy this?" Haoyan inquired with curiosity. "Ha ha, to speak frankly, I was once a scholar myself. But due to repeated failures in the examinations and a lack of family fortune, I became a eunuch. That is indeed pitiable," Hao Yin responded, "Please, young master, do not dwell on the past. With such beautiful scenery, why not compose a poem?" The eunuch assumed that the Western envoy was uncultured and unfamiliar with the nuances of poetry, intending to challenge him. Morning breaks in the bamboo pavilion, and leisure fills the air. The coolness of dawn seeps through the windows, and the solitary moon illuminates the rivers and valleys. The traveler feasts on humble fare, while thoughts of home linger like sweet grass. "Should I find a place akin to this, I would sing with abandon." Nangong Hao Yin recited, the words not his own, for he was not well versed in poetry and felt like a literary thief. The eunuch was taken aback, his eyes sparkling with admiration as he hurriedly finished his tasks. Shortly after breakfast, he was summoned by the emperor. Upon entering the emperor's study, devoid of the grandiosity of the main hall, he found it exuded an antique charm. "Hao Yin, you truly composed a magnificent poem. Ha ha ha, your majesty flatters me. It was merely a casual scribble, hardly worth mentioning." Hao Yin was startled, realizing that the eunuch had been sent by the emperor to assess him, and he was relieved that he had said nothing inappropriate. Hao Yin is indeed modest. Even our court's poetic genius would feel humbled in his presence, Yuan Ci remarked, pleased, and offered Hao Yin a seat. "May I inquire why the entrance to this esteemed academy is located to the south instead of the north?" Upon seeing the entrance, Hao Yin chuckled inwardly, deciding not to undermine the emperor. "I am but a simpleton, unaware of what your majesty means. Ha ha ha. This entrance was originally on the north side, but I moved it to the south to embrace the southern territories, unifying the nation under northern martial rule. Your majesty is truly wise. Yet I fear that a singular focus on warfare may undermine the nation's strength and the people's morale. Why do you echo the sentiments of those old-timers? They lament the failed campaigns against the Wuxin to the north and the southern incursions that, though unsuccessful, still pressed toward the southern capital. Why is it that I cannot accomplish anything? Your majesty, a ruler must conquer territories to establish hegemony while embodying virtue to reign over all. History shows that without wisdom, even the mightiest can fall. Such utter nonsense. Only with vast territory can one reign supreme. I, the emperor, am resolute in my campaign against the southern Shun. To be candid, I wish to unite the great holy lands in a joint expedition against the southern Shun. This audience with you is merely a prelude. I aspire for further collaboration in the future." Nangong Hao Yin spoke no more, exchanging a few pleasantries before taking his leave. The intent of Yuan Ci was unmistakable, to send Nangong Hao Yin back with a message urging the Nangong Holy Land to join forces with Beiwu. Fortunately, Nangong Junyi was absent. Nangong Hao Yin paid little heed to this matter, eager instead to explore the bustling streets and savor the limited opportunities for leisure. The streets were still vibrant with life. Yet there were dissonant occurrences. Step aside. Do you not see it as the Heavenly Will sect? A group of men clad in Eastern Continent martial attire approached with an air of dominance, brazenly shoving others aside, their attire emblazoned with a fiery red wheel. Nangong Hao Yin sighed internally. Such individuals could be found anywhere. Why must they not conduct themselves with decency? He chose to ignore them, as such incidents were far too common, and settled down in a tea house for a drink. "Esteemed sir, you are evidently an outsider. I am the little informant of Anjing, well-versed in news." "Oh, is that so? Pray, enlighten me about this Heavenly Wheel sect." "Ah, my lord, you have indeed asked the right person." The little informant rubbed his fingers against his thumb, a sycophantic smile adorning his face. Nangong Hao Yin chuckled, tossing a few medicinal pills his way. Such low-grade elixirs were abundant. Yet for a practitioner of the ethereal realm like the little informant, they were treasures. He, my lord is truly generous. The Heavenly Will sect arose in Xingwu City, ostensibly to alleviate the suffering of the world, to uphold justice like the heavenly wheel suspended in the sky. In reality, it is utter nonsense. They tyrannize the local populace under the guise of righteousness, committing all manner of atrocities, yet they wield considerable power. Not only do they possess formidable cultivation, but there are also their minions among the court's high officials, especially that national teacher, who is a leader of the Heavenly Wheel sect. Nangong Hao Yin could not suppress a cold chuckle. How could they dare to embark on a southern expedition under such circumstances? He then inquired further about other matters concerning Beiwu, gaining a deeper understanding of the relationship between Beiwu and Anjing. After all, the western regions were merely a temporary abode. The Nangong family must dominate the great wasteland divine realm, which necessitated their presence in the eastern continent, for the foundation in the west was too fragile. However, that was not the immediate concern. They must first establish their reputation. The Heavenly Wheel sect seemed a promising beginning. Suddenly, a loud commotion erupted outside, followed by voices of onlookers and the desperate cries of a young girl. Help! Is there anyone to save me? Please, spare me. Chapter 68. A disturbance on Schwana Street. On Schwana Street, adjacent to a small tavern, several burly men clad in heavenly will sect attire surrounded a young girl. Though she wore a coarse hemp dress, her eyes sparkled with a hint of delicacy. Hey, young lady, this rent has been overdue for several months now. It is unseemly to delay any further. Please, esteemed sirs, grant me a few more days. My family is on the brink of starvation. As the conversation unfolded, the young woman was visibly terrified, her face paling and tears streaming down her cheeks uncontrollably. If a mere cry could absolve one from rent, would I not be left to subsist on the winds of the northwest? She lamented. Please, grant me a few more days. I truly cannot produce the funds. With that, she bowed her head and began to sob softly once more. How about this? One of the burly men suggested with a sinister grin. Why don't you spend the night with us, and we shall overlook the rent? Upon hearing this, the muscular men chuckled wickedly, their hands instinctively reaching towards the young girl. Good sirs, might I inquire how much rent this young lady owes? South Palace Hao Yin had appeared on the street, a smile gracing his lips as he approached, for he had an aversion to the bullying of women. Who is this dandy, interrupting my good fortune? Take a good look. It's the Heavenly Wheel sect. One of the men scoffed. Huh, do not flaunt that broken will too brazenly, or you might find yourself in a carriage without a wheel. Laughter erupted, but upon witnessing the furious countenance of the muscular man, the amusement was quickly stifled. Seeking death, the brutish man strode forward, his fist whistling through the air, aiming directly at South Palace Hao Yin's face. The young woman, terrified, shut her eyes, unwilling to bear witness to the impending violence. Yet, South Palace Hao Yin stood his ground, hands clasped behind his back, unfazed. The burly man, emboldened, assumed that his opponent was paralyzed with fear. Since joining the Heavenly Wheel sect, his strength had surged remarkably, reaching the pinnacle of true body realm. However, just as the brute's fist was about to make contact, he found himself inexplicably unable to strike. Just then, a thunderous sound erupted, and the man was sent flying, becoming deeply embedded in the wall. Are you unharmed, my lady? Please rise. What is your name? He inquired gently. The young woman, her cheeks flushed, murmured softly. I am well. Thank you for your assistance, kind sir. My name is Wang Fangyun, courtesy named Xuansu. Xuansu, do rise quickly. South Palace Hao Yin urged, assisting her to her feet, her face still aglow with embarrassment. Xuansu, are you all right? Suddenly, a youth came rushing from a distance, panting heavily. Wielding a stick, his hair disheveled and his clothes covered in dirt. As he neared, he lost his footing and fell clumsily, creating an awkward scene. Quickly regaining his composure, the youth shouted, You ruffians of the Fiery Wheel sect, do not harm her. Upon seeing Wang Fangyun being supported by a stranger, he rushed to attack South Palace Hao Yin without discerning the situation. Yet, South Palace Hao Yin deftly seized the stick, rendering the boy unable to extract it, prompting him to abandon the weapon in favor of fists and feet. Stop, Helan. This gentleman has saved me. He is the one who rescued me. Upon hearing this, the youth froze, and upon noticing the burly man embedded in the wall, he hurriedly apologized. I beg your pardon, sir. I truly apologize for my haste. His face flushed with embarrassment, yet upon seeing the hand that supported Wang Fangyun, a twinge of discomfort stirred within him. By the way, I have yet to inquire about your esteemed name, sir. I truly appreciate your assistance earlier. I am Nangong Hao Yin, a humble man from the western regions. It was merely a trifling matter, no need for gratitude, he replied modestly. I am Helan Chuanming, with the courtesy name Yu Tsai. I am sincerely grateful for your timely rescue. Helan Chuanming spoke earnestly. Nangong Hao Yin, observing the exchange, offered a faint smile and chose to remain silent as he prepared to take his leave. Thank you once more for your help. I assume you have yet to dine? My humble abode may offer only simple fare, but if you do not mind, I invite you to my home. As she spoke, Wang Fangyun's cheeks flushed, her enchanting gaze momentarily dropping. Is that really appropriate? Then let us indeed go to my home. Helan Chuanming interjected enthusiastically, pulling Nangong Hao Yin along, revealing that they were neighbors. Sun Tzu, please entertain our guest while I procure some wine. Excuse me. Have you perhaps seen my purse? Ridiculous. I have been conducting business here for many years. I have no need for your meager coin. Helan Chuanming, taken aback by the outburst, lowered his head, muttering, Very well, I shall search again. In truth, Helan Chuanming was a rather naive individual, somewhat timid. He had never denied a request from his fellow villagers. Yet, when it came to matters concerning Wang Fangyun, he found a reservoir of courage and conviction within himself. Having failed to locate his purse, Helan Chuanming dared not return home, instead sitting dejectedly by the roadside. "Sir, what is this?" Nangong Haoyan, who had appeared unbeknownst to him, retrieved a purse from the shopkeeper's cabinet. "Ah, my purse. How was I to know it belonged to you?" "Oh, you claim ignorance? Humph, what concern is it of yours?" "I simply do not know." Nangong Haoyan, having already heard of the incident, had rushed over, employing his keen perception to discern the truth. "Let it be, Brother Haoyan. Let us depart." Helan Chuanming led Nangong Haoyan back, while the shopkeeper's eyes glinted with malice behind them. At the table, Wang Fangyun and Nangong Haoyan engaged in lively conversation, the air thick with jealousy. Once the meal concluded, Nangong Haoyan hastily vacated this tumultuous scene, leaving Helan Chuanming to awkwardly converse with her, though it was evident her thoughts were elsewhere. Nevertheless, Helan Chuanming remained undeterred in his enthusiasm. Days later, upon exiting the inn, Nangong Haoyan spotted Wang Fangyun selling wontons. Her face lit up upon seeing him, and she generously offered him a bowl for free. Just as he was savoring his meal, the sound of drums and gongs suddenly resonated from behind, heralding the approach of an imposing procession. A grand banner fluttered in the breeze, emblazoned with Lu, leader of the Tianluan sect, Anjing branch. The entourage showed no regard for the common folk beneath their wheels, threatening to trample anyone in their path. "Step aside. The esteemed leader graces us with his presence. Any fatalities will not be our responsibility." A nearby lackey echoed this arrogance, brazenly seizing goods from the populace. Even during breakfast, "We are plagued by flies." With that, he brazenly positioned himself before the oncoming carriage, yet Nangong Haoyan stood resolute, unyielding. Suddenly, with a swift motion, he overturned the carriage, which crashed to the ground, shattering into pieces. The onlookers were frozen in shock, while Wang Fangyun stood there, utterly dazed. "You seek death." The individuals within the carriage swiftly emerged, forming seals with their hands, behind them gradually manifesting a blazing fire wheel. "Holy flames, incinerate!" the captain bellowed, as countless fire serpents erupted from the wheel, hurtling towards Nangong Haoyan. "Humph, mere trifles are still trifles. Your strength pales in comparison to that old man Yen." With that, he struck out with his palm, and a colossal dragon surged forth, devouring the fire serpents and the captain himself. Thus, this golden immortal captain met his demise. Chapter 69. Journey to headquarters. None had witnessed such a scene before. They had only heard tales of celestial beings battling with lightning speed, unaware of the peril that loomed. "My lord, are you unscathed?" Wang Fangyun cautiously inquired, her heart filled with uncertainty. "Do I appear to be harmed?" Nangong Haoyan replied with a smile, making his way to the carriage, which contained the credentials and tokens of the Firewheel cult. "Is that truly the case? In the Imperial Academy of the Northern Wu Palace, what? Such a matter transpired under my very nose?" Yuan Ci expressed disbelief, struggling to comprehend how his authority could allow the populace to be endangered, and how the Firewheel cult could be so vile. "If your majesty doubts me, please observe." Nangong Haoyan produced the items belonging to the captain. "When did I grant them imperial credentials?" The situation was graver than Nangong Haoyan had imagined. He promptly retrieved a mirror to display the events on Xuana Street. A dark hand slammed onto the table, reducing it to dust in an instant. "This is intolerable. Summon the court. Issue an edict for a nationwide curfew and apprehend the scoundrels of the Firewheel cult." "Your Majesty, wait. I have heard there are ministers of the Firewheel cult within the court. This emperor is only too impulsive and indolent, neglecting the plight of the people and failing to investigate their conditions. Alas, it is my folly to have believed those treacherous words. I trusted them too readily." It became evident that the Firewheel faction within the court was indeed a pro-war faction, favored by the emperor. I, though lacking in merit, wished to personally visit the headquarters of the Firewheel cult. Such a venture is perilous. Moreover, as a distinguished guest from the western regions, it would be wiser for the San Si Wei to undertake this task. No, if the San Si Wei intervenes, it will surely alert the enemy. Though I lack prowess, I hail from a sacred lineage and am willing to share your Majesty's burdens. "Very well. Yet I have an ungracious request. Your Majesty, please speak freely. Might you allow me to accompany you?" Upon returning to the inn, Nangong Haoyan began to pack his belongings, realizing he would be bringing another along, and feared it may prove challenging to attend to. As he gathered his things, a mischievous smile played across his face as a plan materialized. It was time to bid farewell to Wang Fangyun, but upon arriving at her residence, he found her also preparing for departure. Miss Sun Su, what are you doing? I must return to my hometown, Keiling, for a few days. The firewheel cult is simply too terrifying. Wang Fangyun's eyes brimmed with reluctance. It seemed she had already developed feelings after these few days of interaction. Oh, I too have matters to attend to at Keiling. Shall we journey together? She jested. But Keiling is the headquarters of the Heavenly Wheel sect. A visit there could spell disaster. Yet, she added, you must wait for me a moment. I still need to pick someone up. By the way, where is Heelan? I don't know. Perhaps he has matters to attend to as well and has returned home. Upon hearing that she could spend more time with Nangong Haoyin, Wang Fangyun's face brightened, her previous gloom dissipating, replaced by anticipation and dreams. Nangong Haoyin, without further thought, went to fetch Yuan Ci, knowing that the Heavenly Will sect had already taken note of both Wang Fangyun and himself. In the cerulean sky, a large wooden board soared freely, the wind whistling around them. Haoyin truly excels. He flies both high and fast, an eye-opening experience. Indeed, Yuan Ci had been unable to find a reliable giant sword and, on a whim, decided to dismantle the door of a grand hall. If Kuka thinks it's too high, he can lower it a bit. Kuku, an ancient term from the western regions, also means Your Majesty, but considering Wang Fangyun's presence, he opted for a different title to avoid startling her. Wang Fangyun perceived this handsome, yet pallid young man as a friend of the gentleman. Brother, you are afraid. Look at your trembling legs. After saying this, Wang Fangyun couldn't help but giggle, covering her mouth. Not at all. Yuan Ci shot her a glare, choosing not to engage further with a simple village girl. After all, an arduous battle awaited them at the Heavenly Wheel sect headquarters. Suddenly, the clear azure sky darkened with ominous clouds, and fierce winds whipped the wooden board up and down. In a moment of carelessness, Yuan Ci fell off. But Nangong Haoyin remained unfazed, continuing onward. Young master, your friend has fallen. Wang Fangyun exclaimed in alarm. No worries, he has reached his destination. This is his unique way of disembarking. With that, Nangong Haoyin gave a thumbs up. Wow, your friend is truly remarkable. A celestial being indeed. Wang Fangyun gazed enviously below, her face alight with expectation, for the journey ahead would be shared solely between them. Meanwhile, Yuan Ci landed directly in a river, his emperor-level cultivation unexpectedly restrained. This was the doing of Nangong Haoyin. The despicable Heavenly Wheel sect. They dared to ambush even me. Enraged, Tian Ci lost consciousness. Devoid of spiritual power to protect himself, Nangong Haoyin and Wang Fangyun chose not to enter the city directly. Instead, they settled into a modest inn in Huanqing. Is there truly only one room left? Dear guest, please refrain from asking. This is indeed the last room available. Unlike the Imperial City, this is the only inn within 100 miles. You should stay. Young master, we might as well stay. It is quite late, Wang Fangyun suggested. Resigned, Nangong Haoyin conceded to sleeping on the floor that night. Upon reaching their room, he took the initiative to request a blanket from the innkeeper, spreading it on the ground. He then cast a protective seal on the door to prevent any thieves from disturbing their rest, and only after all arrangements were made did he allow himself to sleep. Young master, did you descend from the celestial mountains? Are there dragons atop the mountains? Can one ride a dragon? Do ghosts exist in this world? Wang Fangyun, having flown throughout the day, was now on the verge of slumber, yet her mind was still brimming with questions. Nangong Haoyin had never been so vexed even during his cultivation in the secret realm of no thoughts. Had he known, he would not have brought her along. With a casual gesture, a paper figure soared forth, transforming into the likeness of Nangong Haoyin, subsequently taking the place of the real Nangong Haoyin. You are so eager to converse. Go ahead and talk to him. I shall step outside for some tranquility, Nangong Haoyin mused. He then leapt into the darkness, disappearing from sight. Eventually, the incessant chatter of Wang Fangyun waned as she succumbed to fatigue and drifted into a dream. This Huanqing is truly small. Nangong Haoyin stood on the city wall, hands clasped behind his back, gazing down upon Huanqing and beyond to Keiling. Oh well, it has been ages since I last slept. I shall return to rest. The moonlight cascaded like water, illuminating Wang Fangyun's delicate features. Yet it could not obscure her tendency to kick off the covers. Alas, this girl, Nangong Haoyin muttered to himself, before tucking her in and returning to his own slumber. In his dreams, he found himself amidst icy mountains, where a stunning beauty clad in a crimson robe wielded a sharp sword, striking towards him. Nangong Haoyin awoke abruptly. sighing deeply. Hey, keep your voice down, or we shall be discovered. I reckon that pretty boy inside is quite wealthy, hee hee. Brother, once we enter, you take care of that pretty boy, and I'll handle the woman, hee. Two small-time thieves whispered conspiratorially outside the door, stifling laughter as they grew increasingly animated. Completely disregarding Nangong Haoyan. Truly, trouble seemed to befall him. With a sudden whoosh, the door swung open, and the two thieves stood in stunned silence before Nangong Haoyan. Hands up, hand over everything, or else we shall make you regret it. Nangong Haoyan simply chuckled, feeling a twinge of pity for the foolish pair. In the court of Huanqing, two thieves found themselves bound together, shedding tears of remorse. A figure clad in black lurked in the shadows, chuckling ominously before vanishing without a trace. Chapter 70. The misfortunate Emperor Yinzi awoke from a deep slumber to find himself in a humble abode with earthen walls. Upon touching the surface, he felt the coarse straw beneath his fingers. You are awake. A voice, as melodious as silver bells, echoed near him. Though Yuanci remained in a semi-conscious state. Bring me my garments and prepare my wash. Alas, poor soul, your mind seems to be muddled. Quickly, drink your medicine. A girl, clad in rough hemp attire, stood at the window, holding a steaming bowl of medicine. Where am I? And where is that boy, Haoyan? Yuanci glanced at the filthy bowl, feeling reluctant to accept it, and inquired further. This is Piaomiao town, and I know not of any Haoyan. How did I end up here? Enough questions. Drink the medicine first, and then I will explain. Initially resistant, Yuanci ultimately succumbed to his parched throat and reluctantly drank the medicine. He recalled that it must be the wheel sect, and a surge of quiet anger welled up within him, only to be swiftly replaced by the realization that his spiritual power had been shackled. In a state of panic, he inquired about the distance to Anjing. Anjing, where is that? I am unfamiliar with it. I shall ask the village chief and others. Yuan Ci wished to go, but discovered that his clothes were missing. Flushing with embarrassment, he then noticed his garments were drying nearby, and beside them lay a suitable coarse cloth outfit, which he clumsily donned before rushing outside. The girl dashed out, and Yuan Ci followed, soon realizing that they were in a village nestled amidst mountains. His heart steadied upon seeing the flag of the Northern Wu Kingdom. There are wolves, tigers, and leopards on the mountain. Without cultivation, crossing over would be fatal. The elderly village chief cautioned. How dare you? I am the current emperor of Northern Wu. Command your local officials to dispatch guards to escort me back to the capital at once, and swiftly kneel to receive my decree. My apologies, village chief. This person has just awakened and suffered a head injury. I shall take him back immediately. The young girl, frightened, hastily pulled him back. Wait, release me. I possess the imperial seal, he exclaimed, searching for the seal, only to realize he had deemed it too heavy before and had placed it in his storage pouch. Now, bereft of spiritual power, he could not access it. What a calamity! Without the imperial seal, he was nothing more than a commoner. Hey, fool. My name is Lo. What is yours? I am no fool. A commoner is unworthy to know my name. Are you truly foolish or merely pretending? Lu observed the obstinate youth of her age. Feeling a deep sense of helplessness, she sighed and returned to her tasks. Before long, Yuan Ci's stomach grumbled in hunger. He realized that merely sitting there was not a viable solution and ventured outside. The enticing aroma of rice wafted into his nostrils. Ah, how delightful. Ha, fool. Do you wish to eat? Tell me your name, and if you obediently call me sister, I shall grant you some. Looking at the rice porridge, he pondered why he felt drawn to such simple fare. Yuan Ci began a mental struggle. Humph, my name is Yuan Ci. And what else? Sister. Ah, quickly drink up. Yuan Ci grasped the bowl and began to devour the food ravenously. Stripped of his spiritual power, he had become an ordinary person. And what is your surname? Sister's fate is unfortunate. The Wheel sect proclaimed that in my previous life, I committed numerous wrongs and am unworthy of a surname. I must toil for a lifetime to atone. Suddenly, Yuan Ci set down the bowl, his eyes aflame with indignation. He was filled with fury. The Northern Wu dynasty governed the realm with filial piety, placing great emphasis on the transmission of bloodlines. To strip someone of their surname was to undermine the very foundation of the dynasty. How dare you? You need not worry. I bestow upon you the imperial surname. From now on, you shall be known as Yuan Lo. Ha 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 ha. You are truly amusing. Do as you wish, but do not refer to yourself as I when we go out. You may call me us. After you finish your meal, return to work. Yuan Ci scoffed internally, yet us did sound rather pleasant. For now, he had no choice but to acquiesce. Over the past few days, he had truly experienced the hardships of common folk, understanding the arduous journey of food production, witnessing the oppressive taxation imposed by the authorities, and observing the tyranny of the wheel sect that relied on governmental power to assert its dominance. In recent days, Yuan Ci has scolded many, including himself. After several days of confinement, he has managed to loosen the shackles of his effort and return, albeit with difficulty, to the realm of the celestial beings. However, the quality of his storage bag is too exceptional, suitable only for those in the heavenly realm. Yet, onlookers mistakenly believe he is lost in thought. This poor child, despite possessing decent looks and strength, is merely a fool. Yuan Ci, upon hearing these comments, felt a surge of anger within, but the villager's kindness kept him from exploding. Suddenly, Dongzi shouted in a frenzy, "A tiger!" The villagers hastily dropped their farming tools and rushed home. A large tiger appeared at the eastern edge of the village, likely a wild beast descending from the mountains. Yet, Yuan Lu remained there. Upon seeing this, Yuan Ci realized the gravity of the situation and rushed over, discovering it to be a tiger of the celestial body realm. As the tiger spotted Yuan Ci, it charged at him, its formidable size suggesting certain doom for the young man. 9 turns holy decision. A longsword materialized from thin air, slicing through the atmosphere with a swift movement, piercing the tiger's heart in an instant. This girl has stumbled upon a celestial master. No wonder she seems so erratic. Yuan Lu, are you unharmed? Through their time together, Yuan Ci and Yuan Lu had grown as close as family, experiencing a warmth absent in the capital of Anjing. Humph, that tiger belonged to me. You dare slay my tiger? Speak, how much will you compensate? A brazen young man with a yellow head swaggered forward, wielding a ghostly knife and carrying a large fire wheel on his back. How dare you speak that way? The tiger was about to harm someone. Why didn't you mention that? Yuan Ci, upon hearing this, was filled with rage and instinctively considered ending the young man's life. Yuan Lu hurriedly stepped in to intervene, softly comforting Yuan Ci, while the villagers stood up for him. What? Do you wish to fight? The young man, now surrounded by a dark aura, had a ghastly visage above his head, brandishing a sickle with blood-red eyes fixed on Yuan Ci, revealing his cultivation at the late stage of the profound immortal realm. Hee. I would be satisfied with your little lady as compensation. He greedily licked his lips, squinting at the crowd as if observing ants. Yuan Ci could not endure this affront. With steely determination, he summoned his treasure, the Wushan seal. A palm-sized, exquisite mountain instantly transformed into a colossal mountain, crushing the young man beneath it. The youth had no chance to cry out before meeting his demise, leaving behind only a layer of flesh and a shard of iron. This was the Wushan seal, a closely guarded imperial treasure of the Baiwucheo dynasty, brought forth only in dire circumstances. At this moment, within the Hall of 100 Ghosts, an ugly, bald, middle-aged man inquired in a deep voice, "Where is my son?" Beside him lay the glinting, ghostly knife. Reporting to the hall master. The young master, he was killed. One of his subordinates, trembling in fear, buried his head in his arms. What? You worthless lot. The hall master, Higu, erupted in fury, dark energy surging forth, transforming into countless iron chains that dragged several individuals into the abyss of darkness. Humph. The national master has commanded the collection of the blood essence of 100,000 souls to aid his breakthrough. It seems we are now on the right path. I sincerely hope your majesty can flourish and not disregard my good intentions, while also wishing for no unforeseen complications. Nangong Hao Yin fiddled with a mirror, having spent the past few days investigating the situation at Keiling, eagerly awaiting Yuan Ci's arrival. Chapter 71. The fulfillment of the Great Path since their last encounter. Yuan Ci has been plagued by unease, fearing the retribution from the forces behind that yellow-haired youth, especially since his own cultivation had yet to be restored. Hey, fool. Hurry up and come eat. We still need to head into the city later. Why are we going into the city? To purchase some fabric. Your clothes are ill-fitting. Upon inspecting his attire, Yuan Ci noted the tattered state it had fallen into after months of wear. After finishing their meal, Yuan Lu rummaged through a cabinet beneath the bed. After peeling away layers of seals, a few shiny silver coins came into view, from which Yuan Lu extracted several. Here. Be frugal. If you spend it all, just wait and see how I deal with you. Sister, you are truly stingy, with just this. Who knows if we'll even make it to the city? You little rascal, utter another word, and I shall send you to beg in the streets. Yuan Lu pretended to strike Yuan Ci, but then reached into the bag again and pulled out another piece. Thank you, sister. I shall go at once. Though the county town lacked the splendor of Anjing, the marketplace was bustling with activity. However, the presence of the Tianluan sect stationed there filled Yuan Ci with indignation. Yet he felt powerless to act. Before long, Yuan Ci completed his purchases and prepared to return home. Hey, why didn't you go to Pyongyang town? Didn't your left righteous ghost king take people there? Ah, don't mention it. Last night, those from Third Brother S group insisted on drinking with me. And as a result, I was captured. A couple of minions adorned with firewheel tattoos and ghostly markings were idly chatting nearby. Yuan Ci, hiding in the shadows, felt his anger boiling within. I must return. Yuan Lu and the others are in danger. Without hesitation, Yuan Ci raced toward Pyongyang town. Upon reaching its outskirts, he was met with a small town shrouded in ominous black clouds. A sense of foreboding enveloped his heart. Yuan Lu, where are you? What lay before him were ruined houses and withered corpses hanging from crumbling walls, each figure familiar to him. Ah! Yuan Ci let out a furious roar, quickening his pace as he searched frantically for Yuan Lu. When he arrived at the familiar house, he fell to his knees, overcome with grief. Yuan Lu, the village chief. Everyone, I am so sorry. I will avenge you. I swear it. The memories played vividly in his mind like a movie. The once beautiful times now only deepening his heartache. Ha ha ha. That little girl you brought earlier was quite something, though her temper was a bit fiery. What? Is she still alive? She must die? With that, Yuan Ci bit his finger and smeared the blood onto the Wushan seal, which immediately radiated with golden light. A colossal magical array manifested in the sky, and in an instant, 2 disciples of the 100 Ghosts Hall were annihilated. Yuan Ci desperately raced along a familiar path, soon discovering Yuan Lu lying disheveled on the ground. Yuan Ci, run. Yuan Lu gasped out a few words through her clenched teeth, her strength rapidly waning. Seeking death. How dare the 100 Ghosts Hall's people kill? With that, He swung his ghostly blade towards Yuan Ci, having reached the pinnacle of the golden immortal realm. Just as the blade was about to cleave Yuan Ci, a figure suddenly rose to shield him. Yuan Lu. Yuan Lu was engulfed by ghostly flames. Turning to Yuan Ci with tear-filled eyes, as if she wished to say something. Yet, before her words could escape her lips, she was reduced to ashes, perhaps a farewell. Or perhaps a cry of vengeance. Ah, I shall slay you all. Yuan Ci completely lost control, invoking the power of the Wu Mountain Seal to retaliate. Oh, what a precious treasure, yet its master is a mere wastrel. Humph, the weak are unworthy to possess it, let alone to live. He deftly evaded the beam of light from the Wu Mountain Seal, seizing it in his grasp. Thank you for your treasure. Now, you shall perish. With that, he struck out, sending countless specters to hurl him away, crashing into a mountain. Yuan Ci spat blood, collapsing to the ground, on the brink of death, his head lolling to one side. Suddenly, he glimpsed a stream, the very place where he and Yuan Lu had once washed clothes and frolicked. The moonlight shimmered upon the water, revealing a peculiar stream with countless branching paths, each adorned with a bright moon. Yuan Ci gazed at the scene in a daze. Is it truly so? Is there really only one moon? Understanding dawned upon him, and the energy within him surged wildly. It was the power of the Tao. The shackles binding him were lifted. Yet he felt dizzy and disoriented. No, I must save Yuan Lu. Yuan Ci abruptly opened his eyes, finding himself once again by that river, unchanged. Yet he had ascended to the status of Tao Emperor. The Yuan Lu who might have rescued him was nowhere to be found. Was it all a dream? Hastily, he flew towards the ethereal town, where he found a group of people dismantling a ruin. Elder, where is the ethereal town? Alas, you are too late. It was destroyed by those from the 100 Ghosts Hall a month ago. Over 3,000 souls perished in the town. What? A month ago? What then was my experience? Do you know of a girl named Lu? Ah, yes, she perished within as well. Such a tragic fate for a good soul, cursed by fate. To the 100 Ghosts Hall, to the Celestial Will sect, none shall be spared. If you were a friend of Lu, I know her grave. The poor girl was all alone, without parents. Guided by the elder, Yuan Ci reached the grave, the very place where he had comprehended the power of the Tao. Oh, this piece of cloth must belong to her. Here, take it. This cloth was indeed the very one Yuan Ci had purchased upon entering the city, now a bit soiled. Yet he recognized it immediately. Yuan Ci's hands continually caressed the fabric as he gazed upon the gravestone. You promised to craft me new garments. Why then do you renege on your word? The wooden gravestone bore the inscription Grave of Lu. Yuan Ci discovered a massive stone nearby and chiseled it into a square block. With a resounding clang of his sword, he engraved a few words and, after a moment's contemplation, added a few more before turning to depart. The elegant characters grave of my beloved Lu were etched upon the stone. Yuan Ci turned away without glancing back. You asked, if I were to marry you, how would you address me? My beloved? Oh no, it should be Empress. You've lost your senses again. You truly are a fool. With that, Yuan Lu, fuming, slammed the door and stormed off, prompting Yuan Ci to hastily pursue her. My lady. My beloved. He called out loudly, his voice resonating. Why are you shouting so loudly? I truly regret rescuing such a fool. She retorted, delivering a swift kick to Yuan Ci, her face flushed with embarrassment. Yuan Ci merely chuckled, choosing silence as he gazed at her. Memories of their past danced vividly in his mind, twisting his heart with anguish. Now, vengeance consumed Yuan Ci's thoughts. He sprinted into town and made his way to the 100 Ghosts Hall. Who dares to intrude upon the 100 Ghosts Hall? Have you lost your senses? Chapter 72, The Emperor's Fury. Within the 100 Ghosts Hall, countless shadows of swords materialized, all converging upon the hall's disciples, a bloodbath ensuing. Help! Oh my! Cries of terror. Wails of despair and groans of agony echoed relentlessly, yet Yuan Ci's eyes remained unmoved. This was the wrath of an emperor. Spare me, my lord. Higu trembled, kneeling on the ground, tears and snot mingling as he begged for mercy. Humph! Even if I were to spare you, the citizens of Piaomiao town would not. Nor would the people of this realm. This is not my affair. It was a task commissioned by the court. We are merely following orders. You lie? Yuan Ci could scarcely believe that he was the cause of Yuan Li's demise. If you do not believe me, behold. Higu retrieved an imperial edict from his bosom, prominently featuring Yuan Ci's seal alongside that of the national advisor. That treacherous Wang Ruizun. How could I have trusted him so much? Yuan Ci was shattered. The national advisor he had relied upon turned out to be such a person, though the edict had not undergone his scrutiny. The vivid crimson seal clung to his heart like the restless souls of Piaomiao town. He had foolishly believed the deceptive words of the Heavenly Will sect, not only appointing a cultured leader, Wang Ruizun, but also entrusting him with significant matters of the court. Meanwhile, he remained like a fool in his study, dreaming of conquering the world, ultimately bringing ruin to countless innocent lives. Forgive me, Yuan Lu, I am but a fool, a monumental fool. My lord, spare me. My son and I are willing to serve you as loyal subjects. Your son? Is that golden-haired youth not dead? Yuan Ci stared blankly at the golden-haired youth, his thoughts in disarray. Upon witnessing Yuan Ci's lack of response, a surge of joy filled his heart, compelling him to hastily instruct his son to kneel and acknowledge their master. Return the Wu Mountain seal to me. What seal? I know not, my lord. Yuan Ci reached for his waist, discovering to his astonishment that it was still there. What is happening? Was it not taken from me? Could this be a dream? Do you recognize me? I do not, my lord, but now I do. You are my master, and I am your most loyal servant. Before he could finish his words, Yuan Ci swiftly silenced the father and son with a single strike to their throats. Something was amiss. The constraints and experiences he endured could not have originated from the Celestial Will sect. Could it be the handiwork of the young Master Haotian? Yuan Ci hastened towards Kei Ling, determined to seek clarity from Nangong Haotian. My lord, are you certain your friend will return today? Indeed, his tasks are complete. He shall surely return. So soon? Hasn't it barely been a day? He possesses remarkable efficiency. I've heard he works even in his dreams. Suddenly, the door swung open with a bang, revealing none other than Yuan Ci himself. Your Majesty, you have located me rather swiftly. Could it be otherwise? It turned out that Nangong Haotian had inscribed his presence in the skies above Kei Ling using his spiritual energy, accompanied by an arrow indicating his location. Explain this to me, Yuan Ci demanded. Without answering, Nangong Haotian removed an iron ring from Yuan Ci's person. All those you have encountered have existed, and many events have transpired. However, this is the present. Perhaps it bears connection to the past, or perhaps it does not at all. What do you mean? I do not comprehend. A month ago, the inhabitants of Piaomiao town perished, and it is the work of this life and death ring. They are unwilling to depart, endlessly reliving the same torment. And what are my experiences? You merely became an actor in their narrative, altering the plot slightly, yet the conclusion remains unchanged, nothing more. Has the story begun anew? Indeed, Your Majesty. The only remedy now is to eradicate the Celestial Wheel sect. Only then will they be willing to depart. Yuan Ci. still reeling from the absurdity of the revelations, was equally astounded by Nangong Haoyin's prowess. There are many such life and death rings, and the Celestial Wheel sect exploits this resentment to cultivate their power. Gazing at the ring, Yuan Ci was filled with profound regret, contemplating the countless innocent souls who had fallen victim and remained trapped outside the cycle of reincarnation. Let us, sir, proceed to annihilate the Celestial Wheel sect. Yuan Ci's address shifted as he acknowledged the extraordinary man before him. Very well, let us depart. Wang Fangyun, standing nearby, was taken aback. Yet the title of Your Majesty resonated clearly in her ears. After repeated inquiries, Yuan Ci once again displayed the jade seal, prompting her to hastily kneel. Observing this, Yuan Ci rushed to assist her. Do not bow to me. I am unworthy of the title of emperor. With that, he rose and turned away, heading straight for the headquarters of the Celestial Wheel sect. With a resounding crash, the gates of the Celestial Wheel sect were shattered, leaving its followers stunned. Who dares? I am the one who shall bring your demise. Yuan Ci's words were frigid as he instantaneously activated the Wu Mountain seal, summoning a colossal formation that resembled a grand cycle of life and death, swirling above the headquarters of the Tianluan sect. Countless blades cascaded downwards, slaughtering all beneath the emperor's realm. This was the judgment of the great Tao, where right and wrong were discerned with utmost clarity. Your Majesty, cease this at once. Do not be deceived by the traitors from the western regions. Wang Ruizun suddenly emerged, braving the onslaught of blades while shouting fervently. Oh, National Master, were you not unwell? You appear to be in fine spirits. I appreciate your Majesty's concern. I have come to assist in preparing for the southern expedition. Preparing? At the cost of the lives of the common people? Your Majesty should not heed the deceitful words of that western demon. Wang Ruizun was abruptly pierced by 1,000 arrows, while Nangong Haoyin merely observed, refraining from intervening. Seeing that all outside had perished, Yuan Ci turned his wrath towards the main hall, where the followers of the Tianluan sect scrambled to take refuge. Great martial might, Yuan Ci bellowed, shattering the hall into rubble, leaving only a handful of those at the emperor's realm. Quickly summon the ancestor, the Grand Elder cried, as the others hastily shattered their jade tokens to call forth the ancestor of Tianluan. As the sky grew dark and ominous clouds gathered, a massive black wall began to rotate slowly, echoing with piercing wails and maniacal laughter. The cycle of Tianluan. Those who follow shall prosper, while those who oppose shall perish. A figure with disheveled hair, razor-sharp fangs, 6 arms, and 4 heads emerged from the celestial wheel, clutching an iron wheel and a ghostly axe. You wretches! You cannot even handle this trivial matter, disturbing my meditation. He glared at Yuan Ci and the others, his eyes ablaze with fury. Ah, so terrifying. The crowd turned in unison towards the corner, where Wang Fangyun stood. I truly cannot believe this. Nangong Haoyin slapped his forehead, a look of distress on his face. Humph. No matter how many there are, they are all mere scraps. Prepare to meet your end. With that, he hurled a black orb from his waist, from which a figure enveloped in dark mist emerged. Is that you, Mo Ko? Nangong Haoyin was both astonished and amused, questioning how this was someone from the small island when it was evidently from the divine land. Wang Fangyun, standing beside him, wore a look of sheer astonishment as she gazed at the figure cloaked in dark mist. Brother Heelan, how did you end up joining the Tianluan sect? You must be quite happy together. It truly is Brother Heelan. How have you transformed into this? Emerging from the black orb was indeed Heelan Chuanming, whom they had not seen for several days. Chapter 73. The turmoil persists. K Ling, headquarters of the Tianluan sect. Heelan Chuanming, clad in armor and wielding a spear, was surrounded by swirling black mist, his expression a complex blend as he regarded Wang Fangyun. Brother Heelan, how did you come to join the Tianluan sect? Wang Fangyun asked, her face a canvas of shock and confusion, ready to inquire further when Heelan Chuanming suddenly lunged into combat with Yuan Ci. I have no desire for idle chatter. Let us engage in battle. Heelan Chuanming was revealed to be yet another master of the great Tao. Just days prior, he had been a mere mortal. As the 2 Tao emperors clashed, the heavens and earth shifted in response. Heelan Chuanming's spear thrust forth with a ferocity akin to a phantom, creating ripples in the air as it moved. The celestial wheel turned boundlessly, and the dragon roared. With that, the shadows of the spears transformed into countless dragons, entangling with the sword shadows of Wu Shanyin. Suddenly, Wu Shanyin fell, for Heelan Chuanming had directly pierced the eye of the formation with his spear. Yuan Ci showed no sign of retreat, grasping firmly as Wushan Yin morphed into a spear of its own. Rather than a contest of two spears, it resembled a duel of two dragons. The point of their intersection resonated with waves of spatial ripples, compelling the elders of the Emperor's realm to stagger backward repeatedly. Each move and stance manifested the might of the great Tao. Yuan Ci thrust forth with his spear, Helan Chuanming, intending to evade. Caught sight of Wang Fangyun behind him and chose to take the blow from Yuan Ci head-on. Helan Chuanming was sent flying, crashing heavily against the wall, which crumbled in response. Wang Fangyun, in a flurry, attempted to assist him but was repelled by Helan Chuanming's strike. Get away! Helan Chuanming suddenly rose, re-engaging Yuan Ci in combat. You worthless fool, to be swayed by a mortal. It seems there's no need for you to continue. Perish. The grand ancestor of the celestial wheel bellowed, waving his hand, causing Helan Chuanming to transform into a sphere and return to the ancestor's waist. You possess great strength. Join us, and I shall appoint you as my deputy leader. The grand ancestor spoke slowly. In your dreams. With that, Yuan Ci thrust his spear, aiming directly at the ancestor's heart. Lacking discernment. The grand ancestor unleashed his aura, revealing a power approaching semi-saint level. Nangong Haoyin had not encountered an adversary of such high cultivation for quite some time, and his interest was piqued. The grand ancestor struck with a palm, shattering Yuan Ci's spear, sending him crashing to the ground, bloodied and battered. Nangong Haoyin hurriedly stepped forward, infusing Yuan Ci with a surge of pure energy. You, a mere mortal, are quite vexing. Your lack of charm has stirred my subordinates' affections. It would be best to eliminate you. With that, an iron will shot forth toward Wang Fangyun, who, terrified, shut her eyes. With a resounding clang, she did not perish. As she slowly opened her eyes, she discovered it was not Nangong Haoyin, but Helan Chuanming. Nangong Haoyin was equally astonished, not expecting Helan Chuanming to break the seal. What are you still doing here? Quickly leave. Helan Chuanming spat blood, having broken the seal. He was already at the end of his strength and had blocked the Grand Ancestor's attack, fearing he was on the verge of demise. Brother Helan, why? You too are a fool. Have you forgotten how she treated you? The Grand Ancestor seethed with rage, delivering a lash toward Helan Chuanming. Suddenly, the lash was caught by someone. It was Nangong Haoyin. You little brat, you are truly bothersome. Your noise is most irritating. Nangong Haoyin's form rapidly expanded, transforming into an elder. As he swung his sword toward the Grand Ancestor of the Celestial Wheel, the Heavenly Wheel Ancestor wielded his axe in defense, yet, astonishingly, it shattered like paper upon impact. He was cleaved in two, and the immense force of the blow instantly annihilated the nearby elders. In the sacred land of Nangong, all knelt in reverence towards the east, while Nangong Yu murmured gazes towards the north, as the great wilderness divine realm trembled. The Heavenly Wheel Ancestor had fallen. His final breath surged forth towards Helan Chuanming, who was sent sprawling to the ground, reverting to his former self. After expressing his gratitude, Yuan Ci took his leave, hastening back to the capital to orchestrate the eradication of the remnants of the Heavenly Wheel sect. However, Nangong Haoyin, clutching a pearl that had fallen from the Heavenly Wheel Ancestor, found himself in a state of profound unrest. Young master, please save him, Wang Fangyun cried. As Helan Chuanming lay motionless in her embrace, his arms severed and blood oozing from his lips. Quickly, take him to the inn. Nangong Haoyin wished to heal him, but was thwarted by an enigmatic force. Upon returning to the inn, he endeavored once more, yet to no avail. It was the power of the laws of heaven. Nangong brother, cease your efforts. I am content merely to glimpse her once more. I have strayed from the path. Helan Chuanming recounted his harrowing experience that day. It turned out that Wang Fangyun had returned to her stall the day after meeting Nangong Haoyin. Unexpectedly, the scoundrels of the Heavenly Wheel sect, unrepentant, assaulted her in the streets. Just as her life hung in the balance, a cloaked figure appeared, claiming he could save her. However, the price was her allegiance to the Heavenly Wheel sect, and Helan Chuanming's arm would be required as a catalyst for the remedy. In that moment, consumed by rage, I acquiesced to his demands. As he spoke, Helan Chuanming coughed up blood once more, while Wang Fangyun wept uncontrollably beside him. He deceived you. Those of such cultivation can accomplish this without such measures. He merely sought to turn you into a puppet. Soon after, Sun Tzu recovered, yet incessantly called out your name. Overcome with indignation, I contemplated leaving, but instead left behind a note falsely claiming I had returned to my homeland. Ah, if heaven grants me another chance, I would do the same. Chuanming, do not speak further. Young master, please save him. I will grant you anything you desire. Nangong Haoyan shook his head, letting out a heavy sigh. Helan Chuanming, originally a mere mortal, had attained his abilities through the heavenly wheel ancestor. Now that the ancestor had perished, a mortal's lifespan is limited and fixed. His time was at an end, for the laws of heaven are inexorable. It is unimaginable that there are indeed individuals whom even the young master cannot rescue. Upon finishing her lament, Wang Fanyun clutched Helan Chuanming, sobbing quietly. Helan Chuanming tenderly stroked her hair, gazing gently at Nangong Haoyan. Young master Nangong, I have 2 requests. Pray, speak, brother Helan. First, please take good care of Sun Tzu. Secondly, this is the royal seal of the Uxian kingdom. I am the 5th prince of the Uxian clan, but due to a twist of fate, I encountered Sun Tzu. In a moment of mischief, I fled the palace and journeyed to Beiwu, seeking refuge in the countryside. Inform my father that his son has been unfilial. After speaking, Helan Chuanming coughed up blood incessantly, his hand clutching Wang Fanyun tightly. He let out 3 hearty laughs, and shortly thereafter, he drew his last breath. It turned out he was not boasting. He often claimed to possess the bloodline of the Wuxian tribe, boasting great strength and courage, frequently assisting me with labor. You could see him drenched in sweat, yet he would deceitfully insist he was not fatigued at all, ultimately tricking me into believing he had returned to his hometown. A consummate liar. Wang Fanyun surprisingly ceased her weeping, her beautiful eyes staring vacantly at Helan Chuanming. However, Nangong Haoyan understood that this was the most profound sorrow. What does the young lady intend to do? The young woman has her own plans. The young master should refrain from interfering. Upon hearing this, Nangong Haoyan sighed deeply, assisting Wang Fanyun in laying Helan Chuanming to rest. And he did not pry further into her intentions. He swiftly rose to return to the capital, as he had other pressing matters to attend to. Chapter 74. Farewell to Beiwu. After bidding farewell to Wang Fanyun, Nangong Haoyan immediately proceeded to Nanjing. Within the city, a palpable anxiety gripped the populace, as local officials scoured the streets in search of members of the Tianluan sect. Some citizens applauded in relief, while others, bearing offerings, wept bitterly at their family graves. Who exactly is Nangong Haoyan? Have you 3 divisions of the guards inquired thoroughly? Your Majesty, it has been clarified. Nangong Haoyan is the venerable ancestor of the Nangong sacred land and is not the son of Nangong Junyi. What? Is this truly the case? I would not dare deceive your Majesty. A tempest of emotions surged within Yuan Ci, for Nangong Haoyan was indeed the illustrious ancestor of the Nangong clan. Yuan Ci had long heard of this esteemed figure in the Beiwu dynasty, lamenting his inability to summon him. Now, the ancestor stood before him, yet they did not recognize one another. Yuan Ci was greatly astonished, relieved that he had not offended him, as the ancestor had even aided him in attaining the great Tao and imparted governance wisdom. Your Majesty, Nangong Haoyan requests an audience. Quickly let him in. Your Majesty, how have you been lately? Have you thought of this humble one? The Emperor of Beiwu, Yuan Ci, bowed before the venerable ancestor, expressing gratitude for the guidance he had received while reforming the state. Yuan Ci entirely cast aside his royal demeanor, kneeling before Nangong Haoyan. The Beiwu dynasty held a custom where the emperor, as the king of men, must kneel before the king of law, the sacred land's ancestor. Ah, your Majesty is aware. How dull. Please rise. We are old acquaintances. Thank you, venerable ancestor. Although Yuan Ci knew of his amicable relationship with Nangong Haoyan, he dared not show disrespect, all the while feeling immense joy. Does your Majesty still intend to wage war to the south? No. For those who govern must ensure that the people live in peace and prosperity, regardless of the land's expanse. That is the essence of a strong nation and the emperor's responsibility. Your Majesty possesses truly profound insight. However, I have come to bid you farewell. What? Is it due to our inadequate hospitality? No, it is because I must attend to a crucial matter. May I inquire if your Majesty knows the current whereabouts of Wulong Mountain? Yuan Ci, evidently reluctant to part with the venerable ancestor, pleaded several times but could not retain him. Very well, I shall have the Talented Persons Institute investigate. With that, Yuan Ci rose and personally penned a letter of passage. We shall appoint you as the imperial mentor, for you have imparted to me the knowledge that even the most venerable sages could not convey. Nangong Haoyan did not decline, for this matter pertained to whether the Nangong family could ascend to the eastern continent. The ancestor held the tome, exclaiming that it was as if we were present in person. Your Majesty, it is I. I must refrain from using we, as that is the language of a rustic peasant. What of the rustic peasant? Are they not our subjects? In the illusory realm of Piaomiao Town, Yuan Ci, who referred to himself as I, faced an onslaught from Yuan Lu and ultimately became we. A smile tugged at Nangong Haoyan's lips, though his heart brimmed with joy. The Emperor has matured. Your Majesty, before I depart, I have a gift for you that you are certain to cherish. Nangong Haoyan produced a life and death ring from within his garments, which emitted a resounding roar upon encountering Yuan Ci. Ancestor, the Tianluan sect has been vanquished. Retaining this item would be a calamity, so I implore you to destroy it swiftly. Do not rush, Your Majesty. Please observe. With a flick of his hand, the iron ring rotated, revealing a person, none other than Yuan Lu. Sister. Yuan Ci could scarcely believe his eyes, as he had personally erected her tombstone. Nangong Haoyan offered a slight smile. Your Majesty, en route back to the capital, I encountered a soul bound by tenacity, unable to reincarnate, and learned it was connected to you. Fool, I am here to be your beloved wife, not your sister. Nangong Haoyan, witnessing the reunion of the two, excused himself to inquire about directions at the Talented Scholars Academy. I report to you, esteemed ancestor, that Wulong Mountain currently resides within the borders of the Uxian Kingdom, known as Heart Mountain. Upon returning to the inn, Nangong Haoyan began to pack his belongings but realized he had not contacted the sacred land in quite some time and decided to inquire about the situation first. Hello, Yor. What are you doing over there? Upon using a mirror to establish contact, he was met with the visage of a large turtle, its face contorted in anger. Ah, ancestor. I am merely practicing diligently. Yunnan hurriedly tucked away her drawing of the turtle, her face alight with mischief. Nangong Haoyan had no recourse but to summon Nangong Junyi to inquire about the recent happenings at the Nangong sacred land. It turns out that in recent times, all surrounding sects, sacred lands, and nations have come to pay their respects, and the Nangong sacred land has regained its former glory. I shall not return just yet. Junyi, manage the sacred land well, and Yor, devote yourself to your training. I will address you upon my return. No, ancestor, I wish to find you. Upon declaring this, Nangong Yu shook the talisman in her hand, a triumphant smile gracing her features. 1,000-mile step talisman. Nangong Junyi's expression darkened as he reached out to snatch it. But Nangong Yu, agile in her movements, eluded him effortlessly. What folly! Is this something you can possess? As the talisman radiated brilliant light, Nangong Yu vanished from sight, leaving behind a more troubled Nangong Junyi, as this was a treasured heirloom of the Nangong family, now stolen by her. Yor, return at once. But Nangong Yu clung to Nangong Haoyan's leg, tears brimming in her eyes, refusing to let go. Nangong Haoyan immediately regretted his connection with the sacred land. He had learned a lesson. Bringing an extra person only meant additional trouble. No. Yor has never ventured outside the western regions. If the ancestor does not take me along, I shall not let go. With no choice, Nangong Haoyan relented. Along the way, Nangong Yu ran about wildly, indulging herself in excess, leaving Nangong Haoyan utterly exasperated. Ultimately, he had to tie a simple rope to her hand as a makeshift tether, threatening to send her back if she strayed too far. The two finally arrived at the border between the Baiwuguo and Wuxian countries, where winter had blanketed the Tianlang Pass in white snow. Esteemed ancestor, I can only escort you this far. Here is the map of Wuxian, said General Yan. As Nangong Haoyan accepted the densely written map, he gazed anxiously at the snow-laden distance. Thank you, General Yan. This is sufficient. My granddaughter and I shall continue on our own. After bidding farewell to General Yan, Nangong Haoyan and Nangong Yu vanished into the vast expanse of snow. Along the way, Nangong Yu insisted on hearing stories, prompting Nangong Haoyan to recount his recent experiences. Initially, she laughed heartily, but eventually, she was reduced to tears, leaving Nangong Haoyan in distress as he had to console her. Stop. This mountain is mine, and this tree is mine. If you wish to pass, leave behind a toll. Nangong Haoyan was astonished. He had not expected to encounter bandits in such a frigid and desolate place. Brother, there are neither trees nor roads here. Silence. You talk too much. Wasn't it because of you last time? Upon closer inspection, Nangong Haoyan burst into tears of laughter. The two were none other than the two foolish thieves from Huanqing. Ah, it's you again. Brother, run. It turned out that these habitual robbers had been expelled by the authorities and had fallen to this place to commit their misdeeds. Humph, you truly know no bounds. Even daring to rob from the ancestor. Nangong Yu took immediate action, unleashing a massive pillar of fire that sent the two bandits flying. Who dares harm my servant? Chapter 75, The Heartless Imperial Family. Nangong Haoyan followed the voice and saw a red-haired woman clad in Wuxin battle armor, riding a horse and exclaiming, "You claim those two foolish thieves are your servants? Thieves? They are not thieves, are they not? They have come to rob me." Nangong Yu regarded the unexpectedly appearing woman, who possessed an exquisite figure and delicate features, with great caution. Nangong Haoyan promptly produced a mirror to show her the earlier scene. "These despicable rascals deceived me. Who are you?" "I am Lin Chuanyi, and this is my granddaughter Lin Qinyu. We are envoys from Baiwuguo." Nangong Haoyan preferred to keep a low profile and found it convenient to use a false name. "Humph, words alone are insufficient. Produce the imperial edict from the Emperor of Baiwuguo." The woman brandished her spear, positioning it before Nangong Haoyan, as her soldiers drew their swords in unison. "This is our imperial edict. Please examine it, General." Nangong Haoyan intercepted Nangong Yu, who was about to act hastily, and retrieved the edict from his bosom. "What is this?" "The prince's seal. It belongs to the fifth brother." While handling the edict, the seal belonging to Helan Chuanming was accidentally revealed by Nangong Yu, leaving the red-haired woman in utter astonishment. "You are the fifth brother? You have returned? My dear lady, I apologize, but I am not your fifth brother. I am merely his friend. Chuanming is no longer with us," Nangong Haoyan replied, extending the prince's seal to the red-haired woman as he prepared to depart with Nangong Yu. "Wait, allow me to escort you to the imperial city. It is not far from here." The emperor of the Wuxian kingdom, known as the Great Khan, had no fixed capital. It shifted with the emperor's movements. Thus, Nangong Haoyan and his companions climbed onto her carriage, where he recounted the tale of Helan Chuanming. "Who would have thought that our last parting would be our final farewell? My fifth brother was an ordinary man from birth, yet he was inherently honest and timid, rarely daring to venture outside the tent. However, he mysteriously vanished 7 years ago, and despite our prolonged search, we failed to locate him. Only to learn of his departure now. It turned out that Helan Chuanming's true name was Helan Walla, a mortal who, due to his gentle nature, was often bullied by others." Nangong Haoyan sighed, realizing the immense courage he must have possessed at that time. Within the grand tent of the Wuxian kingdom, an elderly man, weathered yet imposing, sat solemnly. "What? Walla is dead?" A woman beside him wept uncontrollably. She was Helan Chuanming's mother, and the old emperor was consumed with rage. "Because of you, Walla was tormented daily, leading to this tragic end. Are you satisfied now?" The old emperor remained silent, merely gazing at Nangong Haoyan, who had cast aside the prince's seal in disgust. "Cease this clamor. Guards, remove her from my sight." Helan Chuanming's mother was forcibly dragged away by several soldiers, and Nangong Haoyan could no longer bear the sight. "How can you treat her this way? He was, after all, your son." Nangong Yu stood up indignantly, her beautiful eyes ablaze with fury. Although she had never met Helan Chuanming, she understood that he was a good man. "Humph, merely a waste. His death is of no consequence. Moreover, as envoys, this is a matter of our family." The old emperor scoffed disdainfully, while the other princes nearby shared his contemptuous laughter. Yet he ultimately attained the status of Great Tao Emperor. The one who ended his life was his half-advanced saintly superior, the ancestor Tianluan. Nangong Haoyan could no longer tolerate the slander against Helan Chuanming, not even from his father. "What? Envoy Lin, this is no jest." The Helan clan was astounded. How could a talentless mortal ultimately become a Great Tao Emperor? "I refuse to believe it. Produce evidence." The crown prince bellowed, for he, despite his exceptional talent, had only reached the pinnacle of the golden immortal realm. He could not bear the thought of a man he had bullied surpassing him. Nangong Haoyan remained unperturbed as he retrieved a fragment, the very piece of armor belonging to Helan Chuanming. The black plate still emanated dark energy, yet it also unleashed the power of the Great Tao alongside Helan Chuanming's essence. Greed flickered in the eyes of all present. The old emperor had only just begun to glimpse the Great Tao and had not yet attained the status of a Tao Emperor. "Since this was a relic of the Flayla, we shall ensure its preservation. Alas, my son from Flayla met an unjust fate." Suddenly, Nangong Yu unleashed her cultivation, leaving all the Helan clan members astounded. A mere young girl was indeed a Tao Emperor. Nangong Haoyan then exerted his oppressive aura, and the old emperor realized he could not fathom Nangong Haoyan's realm. The crowd found it difficult to breathe under the weight of his pressure. "You rascal ancestor!" Nangong Yu chided playfully from beside him. "Humph, who told you to annoy me incessantly?" Nangong Haoyan retorted with satisfaction. subsequently lifting the pressure and casting a disdainful glance at the Heelan family. This fragment was merely a scale from his own armor. Furthermore, Chuanming only entrusted me to return the prince's seal to you, nothing more. Inwardly, Nangong Haoyan felt a pang of sympathy for Heelan Chuanming. That final remark about unfilial children truly resonated. Haha, Messenger Lin, this is a misunderstanding. This armor is a treasure of the Wuxian clan. In returning, it would be a restoration of rightful ownership. Do you think you can deceive me? Do you take me for a fool? Nangong Haoyan's expression darkened. Your Majesty, this is a relic of the notorious Heavenly Wheel cult, the foremost evil sect of Beiwu. Are you, perchance, a follower of this cult? Ah, no, certainly not. I was merely muddled and mistook it. This unfilial child has joined an evil cult. He deserves no pity. What a jest. The vast wilderness of the divine domain harbors a deep-seated hatred for the Heavenly Wheel cult. To admit such a connection would render the Wuxian clan a target of scorn. Sometimes, hypocrites are more loathsome than true villains. In that case, we shall take our leave. Nangong Haoyan grasped Nangong Yu's hand and departed without looking back, leaving the Wuxian clan in a state of trepidation. Years prior, Beiwu had utterly vanquished the Wuxian clan. Now, arousing the displeasure of a Beiwu messenger would spell disaster. You must be Heelan Fleila's mother. Come with us. Nangong Haoyan directly produced the echelon, noting the striking resemblance between mother and child. Yuer, take Chuanming's mother back to Beiwu and hand her over to this lady. He gestured towards Nangong Yu's head, and all pertinent information regarding Wang Fanyan flooded into Nangong Yu's mind. Yes, ancestor. May I stay in Beiwu for a few days? As you wish, be swift. I have more pressing matters. With her objective accomplished, Nangong Yu vanished in the blink of an eye, carrying Chuanming's mother with her. The red-haired woman surprisingly followed, shedding her armor to reveal an astonishing beauty. I apologize for my father's reckless behavior. I have heard that the messenger has affairs to attend to, and I, Heelan Saren, am willing to offer my humble assistance. Nangong Haoyan bore no disdain towards this princess. However, it seemed her aid would be of little use. Yet it could still be beneficial. Very well, prepare the carriage. We are bound for Huanqi Heart Mountain. Chapter 76. Ice sculpture. Several carriages traversed the snow-laden expanse of Uxian. As a small entourage of over 20 individuals set forth, the vehicles creaked upon the ice, while within the carriages, a furnace burned brightly, radiating warmth. What pressing matter brings forth such a distinguished envoy, one whose cultivation surpasses even that of the great Tao Emperor? Heelan Saren felt a profound curiosity about what could compel this eminent messenger to make the journey personally. Do you truly wish to hear? Nangong Haoyan gazed dreamily out at the swirling snow, which fell in abundant flurries. Let me first share a tale with you. Heelan Saren widened her eyes, listening intently, her inquisitive demeanor endearing. The story unfolded thus. A young cultivator, in pursuit of enlightenment, ventured alone to a snow-capped mountain for arduous training. After several years, he had achieved naught, yet he encountered a delightful spirit of the mountain, who became his sole companion amid the icy solitude. The cultivator generously imparted to her the secrets of cultivation, and while her prowess flourished, his stagnated. Soon, the cultivator realized that his thoughts were consumed by her during meditation, prompting him to seek a new locale for his practice. However, the spirit was reluctant to part ways, and he, too, found it difficult to leave her behind. Yet the desire for cultivation prevailed. He deceived her, promising that upon attaining the rank of Great Tao Emperor, he would return, with no parting gift to offer. He presented her with a cherished treasure and bestowed upon her a name. From that moment forth, he never returned. What a heartless wretch he was. Heelan Saren was captivated by the tale, gazing blankly at Nangong Haoyan, while the snowfall intensified. Is the messenger that cultivator? Your Highness, we have arrived at Huanqi City. Yet, the streets of Huanqi City lay desolate, shrouded in an icy veneer, the tents and homes encased in frost, as the relentless snow continued to fall. The city gates were buried beneath the snow, resembling a diminutive snow-capped mountain from afar. What has transpired? Heelan Saren urged. Go investigate at once. Yes. Huanqi City was one of the few prosperous cities in Uxian, now transformed into a ghost town, a considerable blow to the nation. More envoys have arrived. An elderly man emerged from his home, and, upon seeing Heelan Saren and her companions, sighed deeply before retreating indoors. What is the matter with this elder? Heelan Saren inquired, leading her retinue to take refuge in his abode, with Nangong Haoyan also finding shelter there. Those who have perished and those who have fled, this is the wrath of the snow god. The snow god? Nangong Haoyan asked, perplexed. I know not who they are. I only understand that the snow has fallen without cease for a month. The townsfolk have succumbed to a strange affliction, babbling incoherently about where are you. Within days, they become encased in ice and perish. Nangong Haoyan stepped outside to survey the sky, and with a sudden wave of his hand, the snowfall abruptly ceased, allowing sunlight to cascade down. A miraculous being. Even the envoys sent by the Great Khan have proven ineffective. They have all succumbed. Helan Sa-rin was taken aback. For upon her arrival in the city, she had been unable to dispel the snow, and there were no fluctuations of spiritual energy. She believed it was fate. Could it be that a snow god truly resided here? One by one, the townsfolk emerged, kneeling before Nangong Haoyan, continuously expressing their gratitude. The sunlight bathed the solemn figure of Nangong Haoyan, rendering him as divine. Helan Sa-rin gazed at him in trepidation, increasingly unable to fathom this envoy's depths. Suddenly, dark clouds surged back with overwhelming force, accompanied by resounding thunder, as if someone were in wrath. The snow god had returned. The crowd stared at the sky in terror, suddenly collapsing to the ground, frothing at the mouth. Helan Sa-rin and her subordinates were similarly affected. I have come to see you. How long will you continue this commotion? Nangong Haoyan bellowed at the heavens. The ominous clouds hesitated, then dispersed. Those on the ground regained their composure and, after a brief pause, stood up. What did you just say, Envoy Lin? I said nothing, merely shouted. From that moment forth, the people of Huanqi City spoke of a celestial being from Beiwu, claiming that with just a wave and a word, he could vanquish the snow god. Consequently, Nangong Haoyan received warm hospitality from the villagers, some even crafting idols of him for daily worship. He did not rush to ascend the mountain, choosing instead to settle in the village. The following morning, Nangong Haoyan lazily tugged at his blanket. Suddenly, he felt something meaty, and with a swift motion, he sprang out of bed. Helan Sa-rin, what are you doing here? Helan Sa-rin, clearly having indulged the previous night, mumbled incoherently, tugging at the blanket, explaining why he had felt chilly all night. At that moment, the door burst open. Wait, don't come in. Princess, there's new information. The soldier, upon witnessing the scene, turned to ice. Report to the princess. All is normal. He hastily shut the door, and outside, whispers and stifled laughter erupted among the group. Nangong Haoyan, with a frown, looked at the soundly sleeping Sa-rin and abruptly yanked off the blanket. Ah, so cold. Scoundrel. Thus began the first morning of the month in Huanqi City. Nangong Haoyan bore a handprint on his face, while Helan Sa-rin's face was flushed crimson. They both stood dumbfounded at the city gate, where a statuesque girl of exquisite form stood as an ice sculpture. Which master among you created this ice sculpture? It is quite beautiful. Ah, Mr. Lin, what exactly is an ice sculpture? The crowd exchanged bewildered glances. Nangong Haoyan slapped his forehead, realizing he had used an overly advanced term. It is an art form that involves carving various objects from ice. Mr. Lin, none of us know how to do this, but it sounds delightful. After a while, there was not a single bird in sight outside Huanqi City. The warriors laid down their weapons and began to explore the joys of playing in the snow. The Uxian kingdom did not impose strict regulations on the leisure activities of its troops, for in such a harsh environment, everyone was a warrior. Nangong Haoyan, unconcerned, decided to indulge in play, believing that things would naturally resolve themselves. He introduced games from his world, such as snowball fights and building snowmen, and they reveled in joy like children. After some time of play, they discovered that their cultivation had unexpectedly improved, and they immediately knelt in gratitude to Nangong Haoyan. Suddenly, the nearby woods stirred, and a figure darted past. Nangong Haoyan quickly caught sight of it, momentarily taken aback. A gigantic wild boar abruptly leaped out, charging towards the people, while the soldiers cheered and rushed to capture it. However, Nangong Haoyan remained focused on the forest, silent and contemplative, certain that what he had seen earlier was not a wild boar. As time passed, the soldiers diligently prepared their climbing gear, ready to confront the snow god. Heart translates to Black Dragon. This place was once known as Black Dragon Mountain, renamed by the Uxian people upon their arrival. The snow on the mountain was deep, making it a strenuous climb for everyone, except for Nangong Haoyan, who moved as if on level ground, seemingly familiar with the terrain. Yet he walked slowly, lost in thought and silent. Chapter 77. The secret realm of Heart. Nangong Haoyan and his companions traversed the snowy mountain. Princess, what is that? Suddenly, a beam of bright light appeared on the mountain, followed by a series of glowing lights that shone brilliantly against the dark landscape. At last, we see a settlement. Princess, the soldiers have journeyed all day. Let us rest here. Nangong Haoyan regarded the unexpectedly appearing village with a serious expression, realizing it was not an illusion. Heelan Saren observed the village with keen vigilance, glancing sideways at Nangong Haoyan. It's fine. Let us go in and take a look. Nangong Haoyan swiftly approached the village entrance, his surprise palpable. It was indeed architecture from the Western world. Could there be other travelers from another realm? In haste, he knocked on the door of the nearest house, eager for answers. Stop knocking, I'm coming. The door opened to reveal a middle-aged man with blonde hair and blue eyes. Who are you? Do not ascend the mountain. There are demons above. Upon seeing Heelan Saren and the others fully armed, the blonde man understood their intentions. Who are you? Nangong Haoyan inquired, puzzled, as a vague answer began to form in his mind. I am Hawk, from the province of Huangshi. Huangshi was akin to the western world of Nangong Haoyan. Despite the great distance, times had changed, and many from Huangshi had come here, some even establishing their own sections. We arrived here a year ago, having sensed the presence of demons at the foot of this mountain. Seated by the hearth in the main hall, a large wooden cross loomed above, and before it sat an elderly man with a wrinkled face and a prominent nose. In the name of the divine, it is our duty to exorcise malevolent spirits. However, this particular demon proves to be exceedingly troublesome, which is why we find ourselves here. You need not involve yourselves in this matter. Leave it to me and return swiftly. No, I must witness the demon being dispatched back to hell. Otherwise, we shall not depart. The elder's eyes reflected unwavering determination, while Nangong Haoyan expressed admiration for this quaint village. Princess, let us settle here for the time being. Very well. Nangong Haoyan's proposal elicited cheers from the gathered crowd, for this place held an enchanting allure for them. Do not open the door if you hear any sounds during the night. The elder cautioned gravely, for danger lurked in this vicinity. The demon had been particularly volatile over the past month, and his minions had descended to wreak havoc. Everyone acquiesced, yet as night fell, a dire situation arose. Princess, someone has perished. What? The crowd rushed to ascertain the situation, discovering a soldier lying on the ground, eyes wide open in eternal slumber. Everyone, stay inside, it is perilous. But it was too late. One by one, they collapsed, rendered unconscious. Nangong Haoyan had already discerned this ruse, but chose not to resist, willingly entering the secret realm. Where's this place? Before his eyes unfolded a myriad of ice trees, their branches swaying as if stirred by an unseen breeze, resembling seaweed beneath the water. How vexing. I had forgotten the warning to remain indoors. Ah, you're still alive. To his astonishment, the supposedly deceased soldier stood unharmed. He had not perished, but rather entered a mysterious realm. This secret realm appeared enigmatic, yet it paled in comparison to the ones Nangong Haoyan had encountered. Haha, what a fortuitous opportunity. We shall prosper. The secret realm was a coveted destination for every practitioner. Here, breakthroughs beyond the Emperor's realm, even into the great Tao Emperor, were within reach. You have just arrived? I have been here for a year. Have you lost your mind? You merely fainted. Indeed, believe me and see. Upon a stone slab lay intricate markings, clearly the soldier's method of recording dates. Nangong Haoyan understood that this was an independent space, where time differed from the outside world, and thus he sought to reassure them. How do we exit? A pertinent question. The group fell into silence. Princess, there is a lock here, but no keyhole. A lock hung from a door on the ground, adorned with a patterned dial, a veritable combination lock. Nangong Haoyan paused momentarily, then began to decipher the inscriptions, inwardly lamenting the elaborate design of the secret realm. Everything seemed to hang like whispers in the branches. Upon examining the trees, Nangong Haoyan's expression darkened. With so many branches, which one could it be? With a decisive exertion, he crushed the lock into scrap metal and pulled the door open, effortlessly advancing. The onlookers gazed in astonishment at Nangong Haoyan. This was ice mysterious iron, yet he had rendered it thus. Young man, are you unable to solve a riddle? A cultured youth suddenly appeared, his face marked by disappointment. You must be ill. What a pile of rubbish this is. Speak quickly about how to exit, or I shall shatter your secret realm. A soldier, filled with rage, brandished his curved blade. You are truly tempestuous. The youth waved his hand, instantly transforming the soldier into an ice sculpture that promptly shattered into fragments. Brothers, attack. Suddenly, Nangong Haoyan intervened. Messenger Lin, do not stop us. I seek vengeance for my brother. Do not be foolish. "Your brother is not dead. He has merely returned," he replied. In an instant, the youth unleashed a multitude of ice arrows that converged into a colossal sword. As the sword reached Nangong Haoyan, it vaporized into steam, eliciting a smile from him. Countless icicles shot upward, piercing the youth. "Stop pretending, you are not dead." The youth, hanging from the icicles, suddenly lifted his head and grinned foolishly. "In truth, I did not create this heart-secret realm. It was established by a quasi-saint sister of mine, and I merely serve as the gatekeeper." "Where is your sister?" "I do not know. I only know she has been in a foul mood these past few days, and I dared not ascend the mountain." Hearing this, Helan Saren and the others gasped in astonishment. Quasi-saint. Helan Saren was terrified. There were hardly any quasi-saints to be found in the great wilderness divine domain. Yet they had encountered one here. "Messenger Lin, shall we still ascend the mountain?" "You need not. I shall go alone." Nangong Haoyan's heart was tumultuous, for he had distinctly sensed changes in the great wilderness divine domain in recent days. "Princess, so many secret treasures," a soldier exclaimed as he opened the door on the ground. Inside lay an abundance of ice attribute techniques and treasures, perfectly suiting Helan Saren's needs. As she was an ice attribute practitioner, everyone prepared to return, laden with treasures. Nangong Haoyan, observing their bulging storage bags, felt a profound disdain, for such items were plentiful within his own secret realm. "Very well, let us return." Just as Nangong Haoyan was about to leave, he noticed a red silk ribbon, which he promptly took and stored away. "Hey, do visit often. I am quite lonely here," the youth shouted, while everyone looked at him with exasperation. A sphere of golden light enveloped the group, and in an instant, they transcended space and returned to the village. "Oh, you have returned. Truly remarkable." Chapter 78. A conclusion. The elder gazed in astonishment at the safely awakened Helan Saren and the others, for none who had entered before had ever returned. Nangong Haoyan bid farewell to the group and ascended the mountain, for the time wasted had already been considerable. He immediately cast a spell, and the skies cleared. The ever-overcast Wulong Mountain welcomed the sunlight for the first time. "Could you be an angel?" The elder marveled at the sky, for they had attempted purification rituals before. All to no avail. As he turned his head, Nangong Haoyan had vanished from sight. The mountaintop remained blanketed in pristine snow, untouched by him, just as it had been when he first ascended. Indeed, the cultivator from the tale was he, and the ethereal spirit was none other than Xiaomei. Back then, he had been singularly devoted to his cultivation, deceiving her in the process. Without her, Nangong Haoyan would not have succeeded. At the summit of the snow-capped mountain, a lofty pavilion glowed with light, and Nangong Haoyan paused in his steps. He distinctly sensed two presences, one familiar, the other foreign. "Are you not a formidable being of the semi-holy realm? How can you be thwarted by a mere mortal?" "My apologies, my lord. It is merely that the visitor is exceedingly peculiar." Nangong Haoyan overheard the conversation within the room, his heart brimming with confusion. Without a moment's hesitation, he pushed open the door. Elation and sorrow surged forth, the anguish of waiting for tens of thousands of years breaking free at that moment. "You've returned." "Oh, it seems not peculiar, but rather familiar." "Xiaomei, I am back." Nangong Haoyan stood still, allowing her to strike and embrace him. "Humph. Do not think that just because your little paramour has arrived, I will let you go. Not a chance." With that, she produced a flawless white jade, a thread connecting it to her crown. "Haoyan, flee quickly. You possess no spiritual power now." Xiaomei soon realized the absence of any fluctuation of spiritual energy from Nangong Haoyan and fearfully urged him toward the exit. His eyes burned with fury, fixed intently on the intruder, none other than Helan Yongji, the crown prince of the Wuxin kingdom, holding the puppet jade, a device capable of imprisoning one's primordial spirit. Nangong Haoyan remained motionless, gazing calmly at Helan Yongji. "I shall grant you a moment for contemplation. Either release her, or face your demise." "Ha ha ha, Messenger Lin. I never anticipated you would come for her. I know of your prowess, yet you must also consider her." To Helan Yongji's surprise, Nangong Haoyan erupted into laughter, leaving him momentarily disconcerted, a hint of defeat creeping in. "If you wish for death so dearly, then so be it." With that, Helan Yongji was instantly transformed into an ice sculpture, his soul captured within Nangong Haoyan's villainous tower, not even granted the time to cast a spell. The puppet jade clattered to the ground, and Nangong Haoyan picked it up, releasing Xiaomei's primordial spirit and shattering the jade in one swift motion. "Xiaomei, I have come for our appointment. Do not be upset. Let us depart." "You scoundrel! Only now do you arrive," after tens of thousands of years. I shall not leave. Go with whomever you desire. Nangong Haoyin could not help but chuckle. She remained unchanged, still the same girl, a little lowly. All right, do not be angry. Let me tell you of the splendor below the mountain. He recounted the bustling life at the foot of the mountain and shared the tale of his cultivation over the millennia, having only recently emerged from seclusion. Xiaomei's eyes sparkled with interest, evidently casting aside her grievances regarding his delayed visit. It was, in fact, a month prior that Xiaomei had sensed the presence of Nangong Haoyin, which had roused her from her slumber. However, the appearance of Helan Yongji deceived her into believing he had encountered Nangong Haoyin, but demanded that she delve into the jade to assist him in locating an object. Thus, she was tricked into losing her primordial spirit, and subsequently, Helan Yongji exploited her abilities to wreak havoc, aiming to eliminate the Khan and usurp his position. Oh, such a fate is well-deserved. By the way, Xiaomei, here is something for you. Nangong Haoyin produced the pearl that had fallen from the hands of the ancestor of the heavenly wheel, along with the red silk ribbon from the secret realm of heart. How did you find these? She gasped. It turned out to be a gift left by Nangong Haoyin all those years ago, the Hunyuan pearl and the fire-crossing silk. Nangong Haoyin effortlessly shattered the curse of Wulong Mountain, ensuring that it would never again be enveloped in darkness. On their descent, the two exchanged light-hearted banter. Messenger Lin, you have returned. Helan Saren mumbled with a mouthful of bread at the village entrance. Who is she? A monster? You're the monster. Look at your red hair. Xiaomei exclaimed, gathering spiritual energy in her hands. Wait, princess, I am not surnamed Lin. I am Nangong Haoyin, and this is my friend Xiaomei. Nangong Haoyin recounted the entire situation to Helan Saren. Upon learning of Helan Yongji's nefarious plot, Helan Saren was incensed and insisted on retrieving his soul. When the soul was released from the Tower of Villains, it materialized as a bald figure in a black robe, astonishing everyone. Jack, is that you? An elder exclaimed, arriving in astonishment. It was revealed that this Jack was also from the Wasteland State, having usurped the Prince of the Uxian Kingdom in a bid to obliterate the Wasteland State. Mr. Nangong, we shall take care of this Jack, the elder stated solemnly, intending to bring Jack back to the court of the Wasteland State for trial, as he was a dark sorcerer. Nangong Haoyin, displaying no reluctance, entrusted Jack's soul to the elder. Will the ancestor be returning now, without seeing the Khan again? Indeed, have you become an ancestor now? Xiaomei interjected. Yes, princess. Congratulations on attaining the position of crown prince. Helan Saren, however, felt no joy in her newfound title, but rather a deep sense of loss for the ancestor. After exchanging a few cordial words with her, Nangong Haoyin prepared to depart. After dismounting the carriage and conversing briefly with Nangong Yu, he took a shortcut with Xiaomei to return to the western regions immediately. We eagerly await the ancestor's return. Nangong Junyi and the others prostrated themselves on the ground. May I inquire, ancestor, who is this? I am his wife. Everyone was taken aback, gazing at Nangong Haoyin, who had lived for millennia without experiencing such shock. Beside them, Nangong Yu's cheeks flushed crimson as she fixed her gaze on Xiaomei, pondering why she was so enchanting. Do not listen to her fabrications. She is just making it up. This was agreed upon thousands of years ago. He has forgotten. Xiaomei, noticing the resentful glances from Nangong Yu not far away, unleashed her quasi-saintly pressure without hesitation. Everyone bowed their heads, with Nangong Yu's delicate face flushed crimson. Ultimately compelled to kneel, we pay our respects to our ancestor. The crowd, left with no choice, shouted with voices even louder than when facing Nangong Haoyin, who wore a grim expression. Haoyin, where should I place this secret realm of mine? You actually brought that rickety thing? Could you repeat that? Ah, all right. I'll find a place at once. Nangong Haoyin recalled the moments when Xiaomei had bullied him, instinctively retreating in haste. The crowd was astonished. The Nangong sacred land had gained yet another ancestor. Chapter 79. The Li family invades He. I reckon this ancestor is even more formidable than the old ancestor. Her cultivation must exceed that of the semi-sacred realm. Indeed, I share the same sentiment. We must tread carefully. The ancestor has a rather fierce temperament, yet she's quite endearing. Even more so than Nangong Yu. What are you two discussing? Hurry and resume your training. Nangong Yu glared at Wan Longyuan and Nangong Chenyu with displeasure. Yes, senior sister. The two scurried away, having sensed that since the arrival of the ancestor, Nangong Yu's mood had soured. Within Nangong Haoyin's secret realm. Wow, Haoyin, you possess quite an assortment of items. Don't touch anything. Those are my belongings. You miser. I am now, after all, the ancestor, your wife. If you keep talking nonsense, I shall send you back to Wulong Mountain. Suddenly, a garment tumbled from the shelf of the secret realm, emanating a chill, feeling remarkably refreshing to the touch. The attire was adorned with a snow lotus, its overall sky blue hue exceedingly beautiful. This outfit is splendid. It's mine now. No way. It is. It's a gift I intended for your birthday. Nangong Haoyan swallowed the rest of his words, opting for a different response. The moment they met, they began to bicker, prompting the members of the Nangong family to hastily steer clear, fearing they might be caught in the crossfire. Life returned to its tranquil state. Report. The head of the Li family seeks an audience. What business do these insignificant fish have? Are they looking for a beating? Nangong Haoyan sneered dismissively upon hearing the name of the Li family, and Xiao Mei had also caught wind of this matter. These insignificant fish needn't bother. Let us observe the ancestor. Xiao Mei, cease your antics. I truly wish to see what these insignificant fish are up to. Infuriated, Nangong Haoyan rose and strode toward the grand hall, his eyes filled with mockery. Li Tianju of the Li family pays respects to ancestor Nangong. What does this little brat want? Li Tianju, visibly irate, audaciously called out his childhood nickname in a public setting. Suddenly, he seemed to recall something and sneered coldly. The younger generation has come to discuss the renewal of our alliance. Laughter erupted throughout the hall, with Wan Longyuan supporting Nangong Chenyu, nearly doubling over in mirth. Humph. Do not celebrate too early. I invite all to behold this. He brandished a piece of paper inscribed with the word alliance. The sacred sites of the western regions have united with the southern Qin kingdom's sacred site in the east to form an alliance. I, Li, though lacking in talent, have secured membership for the Li family. The laughter of the crowd subsided, replaced by a profound silence. Ah, I see, Nangong Haoyan yawned. And Li Tianju felt a surge of anger at his nonchalance. The younger generation is also concerned for the Nangong sacred site. Dear ancestor, do not dismiss their intentions lightly. When the allied forces arrive, I fear for your own safety. Li Tianju, you might as well change your name to Li Tianju, for a little sunlight makes you bloom. With that, a flash of golden light erupted, and Li Tianju's head fell to the ground. Let me tell you about this so-called alliance and the Li family. Even if the entire great wilderness divine realm came to attack us, we would not be afraid. Nangong Haoyan said casually, as if he had just crushed an ant. Just wait. Wow, Haoyan, you are truly remarkable. Long live the ancestor. Despite his words, Nangong Haoyan urged everyone to intensify their training. Ancestor, are you sure we should place these artifacts in the novice tower? Indeed. Not a single capable individual can effortlessly slay a chicken. In recent days, Nangong Haoyan had cleared out a multitude of useless items from the secret realm, which, while worthless to him, were precious to newcomers. Nangong Junyi gazed at these artifacts with sympathy, feeling an even deeper admiration for Nangong Haoyan's generosity. He also took great care of the new disciples, devising 10 new beginner techniques, thus strengthening the Nangong sacred site. With the Li family now lacking a patriarch, all members stood in the grand hall, each reluctant to assume the role. Even the common folk on the streets cursed, calling out, "You, Li family patriarch. Clan members, the allied forces shall soon arrive. Victory is within our grasp." Li Gongqing stepped forward, willingly taking on the role of patriarch, as the allied forces became everyone's sole hope. Suddenly, with a thunderous crash, the Li family ancestral hall collapsed, as those who bore grudges against the Li family came seeking vengeance. At the Wu family sacred site of the southern Qin kingdom, Your Majesty, how have you been these days? Has the medicine taken effect? Report to the sacred master. His Majesty has been bedridden and unconscious for several days. Splendid. A few elders whispered among themselves before erupting into laughter, their plan halfway realized. It turned out that Emperor Song Lingtai of the southern Qin kingdom had always been a thorn in the side of the southern Qin sacred site. The major sacred sites of the southern Qin kingdom wielded considerable power, threatening the court, while Song Lingtai diligently sought to reduce the fiefdoms. The various sacred entities rose in rebellion, with the Wu family sacred site being the most powerful among them, believing that a change of emperor would suffice. The political situation in the southern Qin kingdom was chaotic, yet the sacred sites were gaining the upper hand, and they sought to ally with other kingdom sacred sites. Report. An envoy from the southern Qin kingdom has arrived. Another envoy from the southern Qin? We just dispatched one. Junyi, go meet him. Yes, ancestor. Nangong Junyi entered the grand hall and encountered a young envoy. I am Han Qing, here to pay my respects to the sacred master of Nangong. Messenger, Please rise. I am at a loss as to the purpose of your esteemed visit to my humble abode. Nangong Jinyi was acutely aware of the adage that one does not visit the Hall of Three Treasures without cause. Your Majesty, the threat posed by the collusion of the southern and western sacred lands endangers us both. I have come to discuss the prospect of an alliance between your esteemed land and the northern martial kingdom. Should this be realized, I am confident that those ruffians would not dare to invade. Han Xin's eloquent words conveyed a vision of the Wu family's sacred land besieged. There is no need for haste, as this matter is of great significance. I kindly request your nation to grant us a few days. We shall provide a response in 3 days' time. Though Nangong Jinyi felt tempted, he knew he must confer with the elder first. What are your thoughts, Jinyi? After sending the messenger away, Nangong Jinyi hurried to consult the elder. Elder, I believe an alliance would be prudent, especially given the enemy's overwhelming numbers. Oh, are you fearful? Elder, I am not. Very well, the southern Qin court is already in turmoil. Forming an alliance would be quite troublesome. The elder seemed to suggest that they should refrain from forming an alliance. Indeed, Nangong Haoyan observed the departing Nangong Jinyi, a brilliant plan taking shape in his mind. Report to the sovereign, urgent news. Quick, come forth. Last night, Han Qing met his demise at the inn. The southern Qin has replaced its emperor with Wu Zhonghan and changed its state name to Southern Qi. Emperor Song Lingtai of southern Qin died last night, and the Wu family took advantage of the chaos, seizing a significant portion of the territory. What was destined to happen has indeed transpired, Nangong Haoyan murmured, his writing uninterrupted as he penned a letter to Yuan Ci. Everyone understood that a balance maintained for over a century had been irrevocably shattered. Tumultuous times lay ahead. Yet, Nangong Haoyan perceived this as an opportunity, a fortuitous chance. Chapter 80. The Commercial District of the Western Regions. Within the Grand Hall of the Nangong Sacred Land. Elder, is this truly feasible? Without a doubt, our Nangong Sacred Land is surrounded by ample vacant land. Nangong Jinyi surveyed the intricate design plans strewn across the table, revealing a network of bustling commercial streets. Nangong Haoyan had already begun to formulate plans to generate revenue, as the expenses of the sacred land were considerable. Jinyi, follow the designs and prepare accordingly. After taking his leave, Nangong Jinyi promptly began posting advertisements around the sacred land, which proclaimed the recruitment of talented individuals. This initiative attracted numerous participants to the construction efforts, including Nangong Yu and others, who found the concept of a commercial street quite novel. Captivated by the extravagant advertisements, they held great aspirations for this venture. Nangong Yu, in particular, had witnessed the commerce of the northern martial kingdom. With the assistance of these cultivators, the pace of construction surpassed that of the laborers significantly. Nangong Haoyan watched with satisfaction as this cohort of free labor brought him immense relief. The commercial street took shape rapidly, achieving a preliminary form within a single day. Elder, troubling news. The merchant guilds of the western regions refuse to sell us materials. Why is that? Is it due to insufficient funds, or have you neglected to treat them with due respect? The esteemed ancestor, I possess none. They mention that selling to us is acceptable, but we must relinquish 50% of the profits from the commercial street. What? Nangong Haoyan scoffed at these merchants, dismissing their words as inconsequential. However, their brazen pursuit of profit was quite distasteful. Determined to confront these merchants personally, Nangong Haoyan declared, "Wait here, I shall speak with them." To his surprise, Xiaomei stepped forward at that moment. Having enjoyed a comfortable life in the Nangong Sacred Land, she had finally found work today. Can you handle it? He inquired. Absolutely, you need not worry, she assured him. Nangong Haoyan did not stop her departure. Sometimes, violent solutions were indeed swifter. Who are you? We are here to meet the venerable ancestor of Nangong. One merchant exclaimed. Please, everyone remain calm. I am the matriarch of this sacred land, and I will negotiate on behalf of us all. Very well, esteemed matriarch. I believe you understand our position. If you relinquish 50% of the profits, we shall risk our lives to provide. Risk your lives? You greatly exaggerate. Xiaomei retorted. Is it not true? We endure the pressure of a mysterious alliance, and business has become increasingly challenging. If we provide materials again, we shall be in peril. Unbeknownst to Xiaomei, these merchants faced no actual pressure. Even the alliance dared not infringe upon the merchant guilds casually. Yet, Xiaomei had her own methods to compel their compliance. Suddenly, the table exploded into fragments, scattering debris across the ground, and a palpable pressure of semi-saintly might descended upon the assembly. Everyone gasped in shock. While they knew the Nangong sacred land housed formidable experts, they had not anticipated such overwhelming power. Will you sell, or will you not? Please, esteemed matriarch, spare us. We shall load the goods for the esteemed Nangong sacred land immediately, and we shall take not a single cent of profit, stammered the leader of the merchant group. Diao He, his face reddened with embarrassment. Before strength, all merchants were powerless. Sell? I no longer desire it, unless you offer it as a gift. Very well. We shall load the goods, considering it a donation from Diao to the Nangong sacred land. Once Diao He and his associates agreed to the gift, the oppressive pressure was lifted. Thank you for your generosity. I apologize for the abruptness earlier. The Nangong sacred land is eager to develop alongside your guild. Nangong Haoyan stated as he emerged from the shadows after having listened attentively throughout the exchange. We are grateful for your magnanimity, esteemed ancestor. We shall visit you bearing gifts in the future. Diao He and the others hastily departed, fully aware that they had unwittingly boarded the ship of the Nangong sacred land. Haoyan, how did I perform? Xiaomei asked. Remarkably well, though you must compensate for the table, he replied with a mischievous grin. For he knew that the gold mine at Wulong Mountain had been completely excavated by Xiaomei. The grand opening of the commercial street arrived as scheduled, bustling with activity. Countless towering buildings appeared to them as celestial wonders, and all items were supplied by spirit stones. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to everyone for their care of the sacred land of Nangong. I am pleased to announce the official establishment of Nangong Commercial Street. With a collective cheer, the crowd surged forward, engulfing the street in an instant. Please remain orderly and avoid pushing. The one tasked with maintaining peace is Wan Longyuan, who, due to his incessant murmuring, has been assigned here by Nangong Yu. Evidently, even Wan Longyuan, a being of imperial stature, could not withstand the fervor of the eager customers, nearly being trampled in the process. Nangong Haoyan gazed contentedly at the throng, perceiving them merely as wallets arriving for a weight loss program. Hold on. The Li family is prohibited from entry. A graceful and stunning woman was halted by the newly established security team. Why? If it weren't for my lack of options, I wouldn't even consider the Li family. Wait a moment, young lady. Allow me to enlighten you about the sacred land of Nangong. It is far superior to the Li family. Nangong Xinyu, upon hearing this, rushed forward to promote the establishment. Despite Nangong Haoyan's previous guidance, he had transformed into a commercial enthusiast. Can I truly be a part of this? Indeed, the sacred land of Nangong is yours to embrace. With excitement, Nangong Xinyu led the young lady to the enrollment office, where she promptly filled out her application. You must leave all Li family belongings outside. They are not permitted within. To everyone's astonishment, the young lady discarded her Li family items into the trash and confidently stepped into the sacred land of Nangong, executing a stunning transition from the Li family to the Nangong family. Her swift action left the Li family patriarch feeling inadequate, yet trouble loomed at the Spirit Soul Hall. What is happening? Why is this wretched stone malfunctioning? Tell the patriarch to replace it. The soul-testing stone of the Spirit Soul Hall was unresponsive. It typically reacted even to the approach of an ant, yet now it remained silent. Please stay here for now. I will consult the patriarch about getting a replacement. With no other option, Nangong Xinyu arranged for the young lady to be accommodated in a guest room and hurried off to find Nangong Haoyan. Where is Xing Luo? You lot are utterly useless, unable to keep track of a single woman. The Li family was in disarray due to the commotion instigated by Li Gongxing over a missing crucial individual. This individual was the young lady brought back by Nangong Xinyu. A treasure to be contributed to the alliance and a vital asset for the Li family's admission into it. Master, we have searched both inside and outside the estate, but found nothing. Then continue searching. If you cannot find her, seek out another skin changer. Skin changers are exceedingly rare creatures, more akin to treasures than mere monsters, as they remain ageless and can alter their forms at will. Patriarch, she is inside. Nangong Haoyan stared at the woman, momentarily taken aback, before bursting into laughter and patting Nangong Xinyu on the shoulder. You lad, you've stumbled upon a treasure. What treasure? I refuse to engage in the trade of human lives. Speak another word, and I shall sell you instead. Nangong Haoyan regarded him with disdain, astonished by the boy's audacity and his propensity for trouble. This is a rare skin demon. I told you, you have stumbled upon a treasure. Ah, ancestor, what shall we do? Perhaps we should sell it at the auction house. Nangong Haoyan, in a fit of anger, slapped Nangong Xinyu on the forehead, lamenting the misfortune of having such a disciple. What is your name? Xingluo. This place is truly magnificent, far superior to the Leaf family. Indeed, you shall reside here for now. I will make arrangements for you shortly. Follow me to the study. Nangong Haotian led Xinghua to the study and promptly closed the door, while Nangong Qinyu and Wan Longyuan eavesdropped from outside. Why not take it off? Isn't it exhausting to wear it every day? Upon hearing this, Xinghua remained remarkably composed, as she too was weary of this skin. What stood before them was not a graceful maiden, but a blood-soaked figure, standing there. Ah! A shriek erupted from outside the door. Wan Longyuan and Nangong Qinyu, unable to bear such a shocking sight, fled in panic. Truly, they have never seen such a spectacle. Yet you, remarkably, showed no reaction. Nangong Haotian chuckled, calmly lowering his head to toy with the ring in his hand. Perhaps you should put it back on. Xinghua looked at Nangong Haotian with disdain, promptly retracting her skin into her mouth, determined not to wear it. Under Nangong Haotian's inquiry, he learned that this skin had only recently arrived at the Li family as a gift for the alliance. However, Xinghua, being mischievous by nature, not only escaped from the myriad demons valley, but also inadvertently fell into the hands of the Li family. Today, she had sneaked out again, wandering into the commercial street. Nangong Haotian was about to ask about the myriad demons valley when suddenly, the door was smashed open. What are you doing in there? It turned out that in his frantic escape, Nangong Qinyu, muttering about ghosts, had collided directly with Xiaomei. Upon hearing that Nangong Haotian was with a skin demon who was not wearing its skin, Xiaomei was infuriated and rushed to confront him. Oh, so that is how it is. You must put the skin back on immediately. After understanding the situation, Xiaomei's expression softened slightly, but upon seeing the skin donned again, revealing an exquisite figure, she glared at Nangong Haotian, her anger reignited. The pressure of a quasi-holy realm descended upon Xinghua. The skin demon itself was a unique creature devoid of cultivation. Great-grandmother, I shall never do it again. Upon hearing this address, Xiaomei's expression eased slightly as she lifted the oppressive aura. In Nangong Holy Land, I am the leader, should you dare to act recklessly. Your skin shall be awaiting me to fashion it into garments. Xinghua nodded fervently, having never encountered such a terrifying individual. No wonder her parents always warned her that the outside world is fraught with peril. Nangong Haotian gazed at Xiaomei with helplessness, regretting bringing her along, for her presence made every day colorful and chaotic. Head of the family, we have located her. Someone reported seeing her in Nangong Commercial Street. Good. Let us hasten our way there. Li Gongqing stared in astonishment at the commercial street. Rather than a street, it resembled a small town, here in the western regions. It was indeed a commercial oasis. Wait, the Li family prohibits entry. Li Gongqing gazed at the dog that passed by him, his heart seething with indignation. Was the Li family truly so worthless? How audacious! Who dares to obstruct the path of our family's master? Such arrogance is utterly unwarranted. The members of the security team, upon hearing the commotion, retrieved the regulations of the Nangong Commercial Street and perused them briefly. You are in violation of the security regulations of the commercial street. You deserve to be driven out with rods. Upon this proclamation, a multitude of peak golden immortal experts emerged, wielding the dog-beating rods issued by Nangong Haotian, and struck the Li family members mercilessly. Just wait. I will file a complaint, cried a servant, spotting the complaint office of the Nangong Commercial Street, only to be met with a dismissive response. I apologize, sir, but the regulations clearly state that the issues of the Li family can only be addressed by the complainant, not resolved. With that, a rod struck the servant, sending him sprawling to the ground, and ultimately, the Li family fled the Nangong Commercial Street in utter disgrace. In recent days, the atmosphere had been relatively tranquil. There were no pressing matters, save for the frequent challenges posed by the Li family. Conversely, the Nangong sacred land thrived, reaping substantial profits from the commercial street. Where have you taken our demon? One of the Li family members inquired. We truly do not know, Lord Vance. Though the painted skin demon is precious, we would never dare deceive you. In the conference hall of the Li family, a creature adorned in scales and sporting horns sat in fury, glaring at the assembly. He was Vance, the lord of the Valley of 10,000 Demons, who had come specifically to reclaim a precious painted skin demon that had been abducted by humans. Oh, is that so? Vance discerned the deceit in their words. To him, the Li family was but a swarm of ants. My lord, we genuinely do not know. Please, listen. At that moment, Li Gongqing's form began to distort unnaturally, slowly morphing. Do you take me for a fool? Vance harbored a profound loathing for deceivers and was poised to execute him. She is in the Nangong sacred land. She was taken by those from the Nangong's sacred land. Initially, Li Gongcheng had no intention of divulging this information, believing he might retrieve the painted skin demon from the Nangong's sacred land. However, upon returning to the Valley of 10,000 Demons, such a possibility would vanish. Vance showed no signs of relenting. With a resounding bang, Li Gongqing transformed into a mist of blood and vanished. Another master of the Li family had perished. Report. I bring word, my lord. That Vance from the Valley of 10,000 Demons seeks an audience. Nangong Haotian held the starfall in his hand, having stealthily entered Nangong Yu's chamber the previous night, where he had inscribed numerous dragons and tigers upon her. This morning, Wan Longyuan had awakened in terror, shouting for thieves. What is happening these days? People come and go incessantly. Ancestor, you cannot let her go. Wowu, Nangong Yu wept bitterly, her tears like rain, glaring at Starfall. Had it not been for her ancestor's intervention, she feared she would never again step outside. Handle this painted skin as you see fit. With that, he tossed Starfall to Nangong Yu, who escaped the constraints of Nangong Haotian and resumed her artistic endeavors upon her. I'll teach you to complain. The sounds of combat erupted from the rear hall, accompanied by several shrieks. In the Valley of 10,000 Demons, the esteemed Ban Ci paid a visit to the venerable ancestor Nangong. One might wonder what brings Ban Ci here on such an occasion. May I inquire if the ancestor has captured a creature adorned in a painted skin? That is partially true. The creature came of its own accord, only to be encountered by my distant descendant, who subsequently brought it here. I beseech the ancestor to return our kin from the Valley of 10,000 Demons. We would be eternally grateful. Ban Ci's personal visit was necessitated by the customs of the demon clan. The demons are inherently less united than the human race, and thus, whenever a prominent demon goes missing, the valley's leader must take action personally. I have no intention of returning. Here, there is food and drink. What could be better? A familiar figure appeared before Ban Ci. Chapter 82. The Catastrophe of the Valley of 10,000 Demons. Xing Luo. Have you lost your senses? Did I not mention that humans are treacherous? You deceive the demons, yet I am still here, thriving, even opening a shop in the commercial district. In recent days, Xing Luo had uncovered a monumental business opportunity. She realized that while others relied on various cosmetics, a single pen sufficed for her needs. Surely, humans are deceiving you. Come back with me. Your parents are waiting for you. Are you truly willing to let her return, thus ensuring her demise alongside you? Nangong Haotian suddenly inquired coldly. He had sensed the demonic realm's gate trembling, and it seemed it would not withstand the pressure for long. The gate was established by the immortal burial emperor to safeguard the peace of the mortal realm, enduring for millennia, yet the current situation astonished Nangong Haotian. What are you babbling about? You must be more aware of the valley's conditions than I am. How could you possibly know? Ban Ci had kept the news of the gate's instability under wraps. Firstly, the seal left by the immortal burial emperor still existed. It had merely loosened. Secondly, there was concern that others might suspect Ban Ci of attempting to manipulate the gate, thereby seeking to attack the Valley of 10,000 Demons. It is likely that the gate's loosening is more complex than it appears. It is rather improper for you to conceal such significant news. Please, esteemed elder, offer your guidance. In my view, there are individuals or demons attempting to open the gate from the outside, coinciding with a demon's efforts from within. This misalignment has caused the tremors. Ban Ci gazed in astonishment at the ancestor, her heart racing with tumultuous waves. What kind of mastery must one possess to perceive so deeply? What are you standing there for? Quickly, evacuate your kin and spread the word. The ancestor is truly unparalleled, possessing vast knowledge of both ancient and modern times. However, I have no place to shelter my people. I hope the ancestor can accommodate them in the Nangong's sacred grounds for refuge. Thank you, ancestor. Nangong Haotian welcomed their arrival wholeheartedly, as it inadvertently drew the demon clans from the western region onto the vessel of the Nangong's sacred grounds. The next step was to expedite the expansion of the sacred grounds, for even after the demons departed, there would still be a need to recruit disciples. The news that the Nangong's sacred grounds would serve as a sanctuary for the demon clan of the Valley of 10,000 Demons spread rapidly, and excitement filled the air. In the western region, conflicts between demons and humans were minimal. The demons understood the art of harmonious coexistence with humanity. However, Nangongyu could not remain idle. Nangongyu was first usurped by Xiaomei and later teased by Xinghua. If another group were to arrive, one could only imagine the chaos that would ensue. The expansion was swiftly completed, and Nangong Haotian, after some contemplation, decided to allow the monsters their freedom, transforming Nangong's sacred land into a temporary abode for both humans and demons. Ban Xi arrived with the demon crowd as scheduled, and the first to descend were Xinglua's parents. Xinglua, where have you been? The couple sought their child in the commercial district. Upon reaching the bustling street, they spotted Xinglua diligently painting a tiger on the back of a burly man. How did you find your way here? Seeing this, Xinglua's parents immediately embraced their child. Let go. I still have work to do. Xinglua wriggled free from their grasp and returned to her task, earning a considerable sum that left her parents envious. Nangong Haoyan also made his way to the Valley of 10,000 Demons to address the issue regarding the gate of the demon realm. Ban Xi, do you understand why I have settled your kind in our Nangong sacred land? Ban Xi pondered for a moment before he could respond. But Nangong Haoyan revealed a mirror, which prominently displayed the scene of Nangong's sacred land. The primary purpose is to provide you shelter and to capture the traitor attempting to open the gate of the demon realm. Wise ancestor. Just then, a frog demon stealthily emerged, glancing around cautiously before hastily making its way to the Valley of 10,000 Demons. Despicable traitor. Calm down, Ban Xi. Let us observe what he intends to do. The frog demon approached the gate of the demon realm and retrieved a vial from its pocket, pouring the mysterious liquid onto the gate, causing it to tremble slightly. Seize him. Ban Xi's elite guards swiftly advanced, binding the frog demon in no time. Oh, just wait. The demon lord will surely emerge. Nangong Haoyan snatched the vial away, realizing it contained demonic flames. Their plan was straightforward, to resonate the external demonic flames with the inner demons, thus loosening the seal. Who provided you with this vial? I will never tell you. Oh, all right, I'll speak. Ban Xi, without hesitation, shot the frog demon, severing one of its legs, causing it to writhe on the ground. Suddenly, the frog demon convulsed violently before exploding into a gory demise. Nangong Haoyan immediately sensed the source of the magical energy and followed it to the demon cave in the Valley of 10,000 Demons, where he encountered a figure in black, standing with hands clasped behind their back. You possess remarkable skill. Would you consider joining us? The emergence of the demon lord would be advantageous for you. Regrettably, I have no interest. What a pity. The figure in black suddenly surged with demonic energy and, in the blink of an eye, lunged towards Nangong Haoyan. Your strength is lacking, far inferior to those within the gate. Nangong Haoyan stood his ground, delivering a punch that sent the figure flying across the cave, crashing into the ground and creating a deep crater. Wait, do not kill me. The demon lord's emergence promises untold wealth and glory. The figure immediately begged for mercy, presenting a handful of gold. Humph, who would desire such trifles? Laughter echoed through the air as the final ritual was completed. There was no one to thwart my intentions now. While Nangong Haoyan was momentarily distracted, the cloaked figure drew a dagger and plunged it into his own heart. To Nangong Haoyan's astonishment, not a single drop of blood flowed from the wound. Instead, it all streamed in a singular direction, the portal to the demon realm. Above the vast expanse of the great wilderness divine domain, a vortex began to materialize, and golden chains snapped one after another, unleashing millennia of pent-up loneliness from the demons. A torrent of demons surged forth from the vortex, yet they would not set foot in the great wilderness divine domain. With a swift motion, Nangong Haoyan extracted several strands from his garment, weaving them into a grand net that firmly obstructed the vortex. For the time being, the demons would not traverse into the mortal realm. With a leap, Nangong Haoyan plunged into the boundless darkness of the demon realm. The demon realm was not merely dark, it was imbued with a crimson hue, its terrain and geography mirroring that of the great wilderness divine domain, for the demon realm was merely a splinter of it. Hey, have you heard that the portal to the demon realm has opened? Why aren't you going? What purpose would that serve? I've heard that a human powerhouse is blocking the way. Humph, what does it matter who this powerhouse is? As long as it isn't the Emperor of the Celestial Burial, nothing can withstand the might of His Majesty the Demon King. Nangong Haoyan, concealed amongst the trees, eavesdropped, then transformed into a demon. Is the Demon King truly so formidable? He suddenly leapt out, and two demons exchanged glances, bursting into laughter. You must not have spent time in the demon realm. Only the Emperor of the Celestial Burial managed to defeat and seal His Majesty. Chapter 83, Gathering the Army in the Demon Realm. The two demons lay pitifully on the ground, whimpering, bound tightly by Nangong Haoyan. I ask you, how does one reach the Demon King's palace? Walk in any direction for 990,000 miles, but be warned, it is heavily guarded. I fear that the young hero will not succeed. What if this is the case? With a handful of soil, Nangong Haoyan cast it into the earth. Instantly, countless vines sprouted, transforming into formidable soldiers wielding weapons, exuding an imposing presence. I shall confront the Demon King. Let us proceed. The soldiers marched in an orderly formation towards the horizon, a true display of puppetry, slaying any demons they encountered without mercy. What did you say? A human leads an army towards me? How audacious after all these years. A demon with 2 large horns sat enthroned within the Demon King's palace, gazing greedily at the open breach. Let them create chaos. No matter how the prey struggles, it cannot escape its fate of being devoured. Nangong Haoyan relentlessly besieged cities, conquering many, and nearly all the inhabitants of the occupied regions came to revere him. With his puppet army, he advanced triumphantly, assimilating numerous demon forces along the way. For the demon race only trusted in greater strength. Report, General. Scouts have returned with news of the Demon Realm's Imperial Guard. A diminutive 5-inch tall imp approached to deliver a report, accompanied by similar little imps who spread rumors along the way. You have arrived just in time. Swiftly take this diagram and execute the formations as instructed. Under orders. The blueprint crafted by Nangong Haoyan depicted the long snake formation of that realm, which had been adapted to accommodate the multitude into a chaotic dance of demons. All the demons and puppets were arranged in formation, facing the fierce Demon Realm Imperial Guard without a hint of fear from Nangong Haoyan, who brandished his longsword and plunged into the fray. Each battalion moved like a soaring dragon, at times exhibiting the might to engulf the 9 provinces, at other moments coiling to strangle their foes. The Imperial Guard was directly scattered, with the remnants ultimately captured. General, eradicate them all to eliminate future threats. Observed Nangong Haoyan as he watched the writhing Imperial Guards on the ground. A more prudent strategy began to take shape in his mind. He approached the captives, breathed upon them, and then commanded the demons to release them. General, that would be unwise. Should they repay our kindness with malice, our position would be compromised. Nangong Haoyan waved his hand dismissively, uttering nothing more, and returned to the main camp, leading to rumors of his unwarranted compassion. During this time, several elders defected. This was precisely the outcome Nangong Haoyan desired, as he sought to eliminate those with ulterior motives among the demons. Time sped by, and before long, 3 days had passed without any movement from the enemy. As the demons pondered this unusual silence, a report emerged. The Imperial Guard has inexplicably collapsed. Upon hearing this news, the demons were astonished, praising Nangong Haoyan's strategic brilliance and vowing unwavering loyalty. It turned out that the breath he had blown upon them was none other than the sacred essence gifted by the people of Wulong Mountain in Huaxizhu, capable of incapacitating demons. The news of the effortlessly subdued Imperial Guard reached the Demon King's palace, instilling panic among all. For this army had already seized a significant portion of demon territory. Humph, this band of imbeciles. It seems I must take matters into my own hands. The Demon King scoffed, dispatching a nearby guard with a flick of his wrist, and boldly strode towards the command platform wielding his battle axe. Without the hindrance of the Imperial Guard, Nangong Haoyan's forces surged forward like a ferocious tiger towards the demon city, while the demon populace murmured of impending change. All disciples of the Nangong's sacred land gazed at the swirling vortex in the sky, although the demons within had seemingly vanished. Their ancestor had not returned in over a month. Do you think the ancestor has perished within? Why has he not returned for so long? Hey, you two. Stop spreading such nonsense. The ancestor is formidable. Nangong Yu responded angrily, though concern stirred within her. Surely not. He had just found me before disappearing. Could it be that I must now seek him out? Xiaomei idly held a cup of wine discovered in Nangong Haoyan's secret realm, gazing at the sky's vortex, uncertain whether Haoyan would return and if he would seek her out. Meanwhile, Nangong Haoyan sneezed several times, pondering his prolonged absence from home and whether anyone missed him. Brothers, before us lies the grand city of demons. Do you possess the confidence to achieve great deeds and secure titles? Yes, yes, yes. The multitude of demons rejoices, for they are on the verge of becoming the elite within this city. In the demon realm, there exists a hierarchy. Those within the city are of the highest rank, while those in the surrounding areas hold a secondary status, and all others fall to the lowest tier. Nangong Haoyan has promised that the rigid class system of the demon city will be abolished, and the masses believe they will ascend to the new elite. reflecting the law of the jungle that governs the demon realm. How dare you, lowly third-tier demons, act with such audacity and attempt to assault the city? How arrogant! Why should you hold the title of Demon King while we cannot? Though we may be of the lowest rank, I shall slay the Demon King. Nangong Haotian stood with hands clasped behind his back, his face concealed by a mask, rendering him unrecognizable. This haughty tone is reminiscent of a bygone individual. Yet you are not that person. Prepare to meet your end. The Demon King swung a massive axe, releasing a torrent of demonic energy akin to a waterfall, revealing his prowess at the sacred body level, as all members of the demon race are practitioners of physical cultivation. The overwhelming demonic aura surged forth as Nangong Haotian raised his sword to block. The clash of sword and axe sent soldiers from both sides flying. The Demon King staggered several steps before regaining his balance. You are formidable. Do you not desire wealth and glory? Serve under me, and I shall ensure that your riches are endless. The demon realm is utterly mundane, fixated on wealth and power. Are there no other pursuits? What do you desire? And I shall grant it. I seek your life. Nangong Haotian unleashed a strike, the sword's shadow transforming into countless golden rays directed at the Demon King, who cleaved through them with his axe. This was the first time Nangong Haotian encountered someone capable of countering his attack, filling him with exhilaration. With a mere gesture, a multitude of golden dragons erupted, ensnaring the Demon King. For a moment, the Demon King was taken aback but managed to evade, albeit too late, as he was forcefully slammed to the ground. You are the Emperor of Celestial Burials. What? Are you mad, or am I? Upon hearing the Demon King's declaration, Nangong Haotian was struck with astonishment and instinctively removed his mask. You must understand, I am not he. Ha ha. Emperor of Celestial Burials, cease your deception. It was you who sealed me here. A millennium has passed, and now the spiritual energy of the vast wilderness has become chaotic. Whom can you save now? Nangong Haotian, taken aback, regarded the Demon King with a gaze of incredulity, contemplating how to offer him aid. Alas, even if I cannot defeat you, I shall plunge the vast wilderness into chaos. I wonder whom you will be able to save then? Chapter 84. The change in the vast wilderness in the demon realm. Within the city, Nangong Haotian gazed upon the ashes of the Demon King, his mind echoing the king's words, filled with tumultuous thoughts. The Demon King is dead. This is our new ruler. The multitude of demons witnessed nothing but the confrontation between Nangong Haotian and the ashes of the Demon King, leading them to boldly conclude that he is indeed their new sovereign, a notion Nangong Haotian did not seek to correct. Nangong Haotian, adorned in the majestic armor of the Demon King, descended slowly from the portal of the demon realm, while Banz's expression was one of disbelief. Master, have you been assimilated? You are the one who has been assimilated, Nangong Haotian retorted, striking Banz lightly on the head, casting him a reproachful glance. Why can't you wish for something good for me? The elder was indeed exceptional. While others sought annihilation, he opted for conquest. If we were to eradicate all dissenters, wouldn't that be an exhausting endeavor? Then perhaps it would be prudent for you, Master, to close the portal of the demon realm. Banz noted that while the portal appeared less ominous, it was still wise to seal it. Why close it? Our motto is, no theft, no robbery, abide by the rules, and be a good demon. All the demons echoed the slogan imparted by Nangong Haotian. As the denizens of the demon realm, armed with their good demon certificates, could now enter the Nangong commercial district. You creatures of the are welcome as well. Look, many of your kind toiled diligently in our commercial area, undeterred by hardship. Banz gazed in astonishment at the industrious, his jaw nearly dropping to the floor. Overwhelmed by a myriad of emotions, feeling somewhat antiquated himself. Haotian, you have finally returned. I can't believe you are alive. How do you speak so? Hee. Tomorrow is my birthday, you understand, right? No, I do not comprehend, and I shall never understand. Master, are you all right? Upon noticing Nangong Yu, who startled him, Nangong Haotian was taken aback by her appearance, one eyebrow resembling a dragon, the other a tiger. Master, feel free to laugh. Ha ha ha, I don't wish to laugh, but ha ha ha. This was evidently the handiwork of Xing Luo. Nangong Haotian quickly assisted Nangong Yu, whose face was flushed and eyes brimming with fury, in restoring her complexion. The Nangong commercial street gained further renown, evolving into a unique enclave where humans, demons, and monsters coexisted, causing considerable unease among the neighboring alliance. The alliance had never encountered such a situation, nor had they contemplated an alliance with the or the All blame was directed towards the Li family, who had been accused of maliciously inciting discord between humans and demons, resulting in their expulsion from the alliance. The alliance understood that declaring war on the Nangong alliance would equate to waging war against both the and, a consequence they could scarcely bear. The great wilderness divine domain underwent subtle transformations. Even as they ventured into the human realm, the heavenly Tao exhibited no response. Nangong Haoyan recognized this as the chaotic spiritual energy spoken of by the Demon King. With the spiritual energy of the Nangong Holy Land and other sacred sites becoming inexplicably dense, this was not an auspicious sign, and Nangong Haoyan was uncertain of its implications. Much like he was unaware of the reasons behind his own crossing. Haoyan, have you also noticed something amiss? You have noticed as well? Indeed. I too have discerned this grave issue. What shall we do then? That is hard to say. Accompany me to the commercial street to purchase a few items. Nangong Haoyan gazed at Xiaomei, his face a portrait of astonishment, pondering how this snow-capped mountain maiden could prove so invaluable at a critical juncture. Had she perhaps unearthed some arcane artifact? In a clothing store on the bustling commercial street, Nangong Haoyan watched Xiaomei, who was trying on garments, with a heavy heart, filled with regret for having idly ventured to the snowy peaks. Is this truly the issue you've identified? Indeed, did you not notice that since my arrival here, I have only worn those two outfits? As he contemplated the bulging state of her wardrobe, a tempest of thoughts surged within him. After a long day, Nangong Haoyan finally returned to the sacred land, reflecting on his day out with Xiaomei. I shall establish a school, a grand edifice dedicated to nurturing talent, welcoming all species. The following day, the sacred land of Nangong plunged into a bustling month. As a school for thousands rose from the ground, the enrollment office teeming with people. Everyone, remain calm. Come forward one at a time. There is ample opportunity for all. Nangong Chenyu, wielding the trumpet gifted by his ancestor, bellowed at the top of his lungs. Yet his voice was drowned out by a grandmother accompanied by her grandson. The sacred land of Nangong was flourishing at a pace that incited envy in the neighboring alliance. Leader, do you suggest we emulate the sacred land of Nangong and establish our own school? Indeed. The best course of action is not to indulge in jealousy, but to learn. Your wisdom is unparalleled, yet this Li family, you are mistaken. They will never permit it. The Li family had descended into madness, having established 2 schools, yet none were open to them. The concept of schools had proliferated throughout the great wilderness divine domain, and its propagation to the wild rest state had been explosive. In less than a month, schools blossomed everywhere. Ancestor, we have students, but what of the teachers? Have the recruitment ads been dispatched? They have been sent out. Though the remuneration is rather high, they are merely teachers. What of it? Let us observe how greatly esteemed teachers are in the Eastern continent. They are a formidable asset for our sacred land of Nangong and deserve such regard. Nangong Haoyan's gaze was resolute as he looked upon Nangong Junyi, his demeanor noble and commanding. By the way, I shall assume the role of principal. You need only manage the sacred land of Nangong. Yes, ancestor. Observing the sudden surge of spiritual energy outside, Nangong Haoyan noted the entire great wilderness divine domain beginning to tremble, the sky shrouded in darkness. At that moment, the great wilderness divine domain resembled a scene from the apocalypse, as the sacred land of Nangong illuminated its lamps in broad daylight. Nangong Haoyan anxiously scrutinized the outside world. Haoyan, do you feel it? I do. I am quite nervous. There is no need for anxiety. Come inside quickly. With a look of disdain, Nangong Haoyan regarded the frivolous Xiaomei, resolving never to engage her in conversation again. Just then, the sky cleared again, and after a brief while, it seemed as though nothing had transpired. Alas, what a pity! Ignoring Xiaomei's lament, Nangong Haoyan called for everyone to gather in the grand hall. For there were momentous matters to address, as he sensed the force of the heavenly laws. The recent events have been witnessed by all, have they not? Within the grand hall, the demon clan, human clan, and magic clan remained silent, their expressions grave as they nodded in acknowledgement. In this critical period, it is imperative that we unite in our efforts to confront the impending crisis. Now, allow me to outline the tasks at hand. Nangong Haoyan's plans were unfolding with great urgency. The first step involves the expansion of the commercial street, transforming it directly into a city, followed by the establishment of an additional commercial street outward. Next, we must expedite the construction of schools to ensure that students can enroll at the earliest opportunity. Nangong's sacred land has become busier than ever, with all of the great wilderness divine realm focused on this remarkable place. However, a visitor from afar awaited outside the Grand Hall. Chapter 85. Embarking on a new journey, Ancestor. There is a peculiar-looking individual outside seeking your audience, claiming to know you. What is the meaning of this? Why are people, known or unknown, coming to me? I shall not meet them. Yet, the individual insisted on seeing you, stating they possess clues regarding yesterday's phenomenon. What? Quickly, summon them to me. Before long, a figure clad in a white cloak appeared. As Nangong Haotian focused his gaze, he realized it was an old acquaintance. Mr. Nangong, we meet again. The visitor was none other than the elder from Huaxi Prefecture atop Wulong Mountain. Pray, share the clues you have uncovered. Please, Mr. Nangong, do not be impatient. I am Limon. Since last night, an additional box has appeared in our temple. What lies within the box? We do not know. We were unable to open it, which is why we sought your assistance. And the box? Forgive me, sir, but we could not even lift it. Nangong Haotian regarded Limon with skepticism, pondering whether this old fellow was deceiving him. Sir, please take a look. Limon presented a colorful card depicting a seemingly ordinary black box radiating an enigmatic aura. This is a dead box. How might one open it? No. Our father has examined it, and there is indeed something inside, though it appears quite unremarkable on the surface. Nangong Haotian took the card and scrutinized it for an extended period, feeling uneasy, and resolved to travel to Huaxi Prefecture for further investigation. Haotian, you have barely returned, and now you wish to leave again. Are you trying to leave me in solitude? Go away. You are truly bothersome. Stay home and take care. I shall return shortly. Nangong Haotian hurriedly gathered his belongings, eager to pursue the clues in Huaxi Prefecture, unaware that several shadowy figures had followed him. Are you certain you arrived by carriage? Indeed, I did arrive by carriage, but do not be perplexed. It is a celestial horse. Nangong Haotian eyed the classical carriage skeptically, clearly lacking the grandeur of the eastern continent. Hey, you lot, stop hiding. I can see you. Several figures emerged from the bustling market, their faces tinged with embarrassment. These individuals were Lu Bai, Wan Long Yuan, Nangong Xinyu, Nangong Yuhua, and Xiao Mei. Ancestor, Haotian, take us with you. Nangong Haotian gazed solemnly at the group, weighing the pros and cons before finally reaching a decision. Very well, I was just lamenting the monotony of the journey. Cheers erupted as they boarded the spacious carriage. With a resounding neigh, the celestial steed sprouted a pair of wings from its back, soaring into the sky towards the land of Huangxi. The onlookers marveled at the sight, praising Huangxi for its unexpected vibrancy, leaving Limon scratching his head in bewilderment. Sir, let us pause for a moment. I wish to meet an old friend. The group, intrigued, insisted that Limon make the introduction, to which he readily agreed. Upon disembarking, they found themselves before a temple, a revelation to Nangong Haotian that he had a monk friend. Would you kindly inform my friend that I am Limon, disciple of Master Huixiang? Oh, it is you, Limon. The master has instructed that you may meet him directly. Without formalities, Limon led the group into the temple, where a pure and tranquil energy emanated from the meditation room. This purity did not induce confusion, but instead offered an intense sense of familiarity. While this was the general sentiment among the others, Nangong Haotian perceived a remarkably refined essence of the Tao, subtly cleansing the souls of those present. I knew you would come. I awaited your arrival here. A young man clad in a white monk's robe emerged, smiling at Nangong Haotian. You awaited me? Indeed. Once this matter is resolved, I shall depart. May I inquire what brings you here, master? Nangong Haotian regarded the young man with admiration, recognizing him as one who had truly grasped the essence of understanding. It is nothing of great consequence, merely the vast wilderness in your realm. The young man shook his head, still smiling at Nangong Haotian. Master, how do you know this? Do you know how I may return? Do not be hasty. The end of the road will reveal itself, he chuckled. However, before Nangong Haotian could inquire further, the young man retreated, settling onto a cushion, where flames suddenly enveloped Master Huixiang. Startled, Nangong Haotian awoke, marveling at the peculiarity of the dream. Sir, let us halt for a moment. I wish to meet an old friend. Master Huixiang, do not go. He has attained nirvana. Impossible. He has rejuvenated. Limon hurriedly dismounted and rushed forward, only to return shortly, crestfallen. Sir, how did you know? I dreamt it. The others gazed at Nangong Haotian in astonishment, elevating the stature of their ancestor in their minds. Throughout the journey, Nangong Haotian remained preoccupied, as the monk's words resonated deeply. making him ponder the existence of those beyond mere mortals. In the celestial realm, there exists a path for those who soar above, while on the earthly plane. Another path unfolds for those who tread below. Yet, few truly grasp their authentic selves, and among them is Master Huaxiang. Why did he seek me out? What significance lies in his words? Hao Tian, what troubles you? Xiao Mei, noticing Nangong Hao Tian's silence on the road, approached him with a sense of curiosity. Oh, it's nothing, just a bit nauseous, he replied, leaning against the window to succumb to his discomfort, reminiscent of motion sickness from another world. Swiftly, he enveloped himself in spiritual energy, remaining still. Nangong Yu and the others chuckled at the sight, understanding now why the ancestor never traveled by carriage in the Nangong sacred land. Before long, they arrived at the enchanting land of Huangshi Prefecture. Stepping out, they were greeted by a breathtaking vista. Houses of various hues elegantly spiraled upon the hills, creating a picturesque panorama. Wow, ancestor, this place is absolutely stunning. Nangong Yu exclaimed, gazing enviously at the distant scenery, while Nangong Hao Tian couldn't help but critique her narrow perspective, recalling the equally picturesque landscapes of Dongzhou. Let us settle here for the night. We shall visit that mysterious black box tomorrow. Nangong Hao Tian eagerly consented, his anticipation to disembark palpable, and soon, they all hopped out of the carriage with exuberance. They were welcomed into a grand castle where the culinary style of Huangshi Prefecture starkly contrasted with that of Dongzhou and the western regions, and everyone relished the delightful fare. As night fell, while Nangong Yu gazed out at the flourishing dynasty, a shadow suddenly darted past. Ancestor, look! Nangong Hao Tian, too, had caught sight of it. He swiftly employed his spiritual awareness to scan the entire castle and detected something unusual about a tree on the first floor. Let us investigate. Chapter 86. Inadequate hospitality. Nangong Hao Tian hurriedly led Nangong Yu and the others downstairs, for there was something peculiar about that tree. Outside, the moonlight cast an eerie glow, reminiscent of a film from that other world. The tree was massive, requiring several individuals to encircle it, its dense foliage obscuring whatever lay above. Yet, among them, the weakest was at the pinnacle of the golden immortal realm. Surely they could not overlook the figure dangling from the branches. Ancestor, how did he end up there? Isn't he exhausted? One inquired. Who knows? Perhaps he enjoys it. When we return, remember to secure all doors and windows. We mustn't let him in. They joked lightly about the individual suspended from the tree, for he was merely a mortal. Lu Bai casually picked up a stick and poked at the figure hanging from the tree, causing it to stir. The sight revealed a corpse, its flesh rotting, which suddenly lunged at Lu Bai. He gasped and swiftly struck it away, sending the corpse plummeting into the lake, where it fell silent. Ancestor, we should return quickly. This is truly ominous. Lu Bai urged, hurrying back to cast a protective array, enveloping the castle in a green luminescence, with sounds of Lu Bai bathing echoing within. What is that? Let us go check it out. A contingent of armored warriors, armed with sharp swords, hastened to the scene and swiftly bound the recently emerged specter. The gentleman was startled, acknowledging his lack of hospitality. Among them was Raymond, who, after settling the specter, received news of unrest at the nearby castle and rushed to investigate. We were unharmed, yet the specter raised suspicions, having recently made his appearance. Under Raymond's intense questioning, the specter finally divulged the truth. Days prior, several sorcerers had engaged him to monitor the movements of the temple, hence his presence. Where are the sorcerers? He inquired. Follow me, the specter replied. Guided by the specter, Nangong Hao Tian and his companions traversed through alleyways until they halted before a quaint cottage. Wait before entering. I must collect my payment first. Nangong Yu and the others, evidently unfamiliar with the language of Huashi Prefecture, forcefully breached the door and unleashed a surge of spiritual energy, rendering the sorcerers within unconscious. Nangong Hao Tian cast an apologetic glance at the specter and retrieved some medicinal pills from his pocket, offering them to the visibly aggrieved specter. I ask you, who directed your actions? No one instructed us. We came of our own accord to steal that box. Why? Because it conceals a monumental secret. One that mortals like you are not meant to behold. What secret? Had we known, we would not have sent someone to surveil you. Nangong Hao Tian scrutinized the sorcerers, his mind racing with doubts. How did they know of such a significant secret? Suddenly, several sorcerers collapsed, frothing at the mouth. A smirk crept across Nangong Hao Tian's face. They surely harbored ulterior motives. He summoned golden light to protect their vital points. After a brief moment on the ground, the sorcerers regained their composure. You despicable fiends. They spat at Nangong Haoyin upon realizing their failed suicide attempt, to which he promptly silenced them. Raymond, interrogate these individuals thoroughly. They must possess knowledge. Understood, sir. The group returned to the castle. Master, there is a magical array here. Lu Bai, being naturally attuned to such formations, detected an anomaly with the tree. Oh, we do not recognize the characters of Huaxi Prefecture. Xiaomei uprooted the array and began to toy with it in her hands. Nangong Haoyin felt an overwhelming surge of frustration, lamenting the presence of such inept allies, while a nearby observer watched in shock. This array has the power to summon malevolent spirits, Raymond remarked, having arrived unnoticed. He proceeded to recount the castle's storied past, revealing its intriguing history. Millennia ago, when Huaxi Prefecture was a collection of feudal states, this land belonged to the Duchy of Safu. The feudal lord had a profound fascination with dark magic, to the extent of sacrificing his own family for rituals, provoking the temple to dispatch numerous exorcists. However, one of the exorcists mysteriously vanished, soon followed by the lord, leaving everyone in search, yet to no avail. When they reappeared, it seemed they had glimpsed the secrets of the cosmos. Shortly thereafter, the lord met an untimely demise. The exorcist prophesied that millennia hence, this place would be a desolate ruin, before taking his own life. Is this related to the array? Not directly, but it pertains to the impending doom of the great wilderness divine domain. The array itself bears little significance. Nangong Haoyin gazed upon the castle, convinced that the secret lay within its walls, albeit temporarily undiscovered. Sir, I trust you have rested well. Shall we investigate that black box? Nangong Haoyin, unfazed by the need for sleep, had not slumbered the previous night, having explored the castle without a single revelation. Very well, let us proceed. He swiftly arrived at the temple, its resplendent grandeur leaving onlookers awestruck. Sir, it is right there, perfectly secure, no one can claim it. Before him lay a pitch-black box, evidently absorbing all surrounding light, just as it had done that day. Raimon, why have you brought a youth? Can he truly unlock it? Indeed. Raimon, have you been deceived? The crowd murmured, casting skeptical glances at Nangong Haoyin. Approaching the box, he reached out and effortlessly lifted it. Sir, you are remarkable. All eyes in the temple were fixed upon him, jaws agape in astonishment. All brilliance shall ultimately be extinguished. The answer resides in the shadows. Nangong Haoyin recognized the ancient script from millennia past and read it aloud slowly. What? Light is omnipresent. Xiaomei questioned from the side, as all searched the surroundings for that elusive place. Ah, another riddle. It seems we must proceed this way. Suddenly, as Nangong Haoyin channeled his magic, the box began to transform with the increasing force. The sky outside darkened rapidly, mirroring that fateful day. Ancestor, cease at once. Haoyin, stop. Yet, Nangong Haoyin persisted, exerting greater force. The sky descended into utter darkness, yet the box opened to reveal nothing, and the sky cleared once more. Another box. Nangong Haoyin had already discerned the underlying mystery. The areas untouched by light must harbor such phenomena. Sir, you are truly clever, Ramon exclaimed, rushing to inspect the black box now resting on the ground. To their astonishment, the box was bound by chains, tightly secured. Do not open it yet. It could pose a problem. Nangong Haoyin observed the box cautiously, sensing the power of the laws contained within. Let us take it back for further study. At that moment, an individual hastily exited the temple, seemingly in urgent need of departure. Chapter 87. The Secrets of the Castle Within the Castle. A circle of individuals gathered around the enigmatic box. Old ancestor, shall we break it open and take a look? Nonsense. I believe we should dispose of it to eliminate future troubles. The crowd chattered animatedly, yet Nangong Haoyin remained silent. Suddenly, he stood up, beginning to search for clues regarding this lord. Are you seeking information about the lord of the Safa Principality? Indeed. The records are scant. Further inquiries will lead you to your castle. Nangong Haoyin found the historical records vague, indicating that further exploration would need to take place within the castle itself. However, just as he was about to leave, a piece of paper fell from the book, depicting the grand furnace of the castle. Holding the paper, Nangong Haoyin hesitated, realizing the truth lay within the castle. Upon returning, he swiftly located the grand furnace, the ashes within thick, yet it did not deter him. After a thorough clearing, a majestic door emerged before them, ancient and imposing. Apart from the palpable aura of darkness, Nangong Haoyin felt little else. Intrigued, He pondered the unfolding events. You all should enter. Once inside, everything will become clear. Nangong Haoyan glanced at the suddenly appeared elder and, without hesitation, launched into a fierce assault. You've been so secretive. Why did you wait until now to reveal yourself? After a barrage of blows, the elder whimpered in submission, promising to divulge everything. Speak quickly. This is a secret realm created by the Lord of the Safa Principality. It is said to hold earth-shattering secrets. Have you never entered? No, I am merely a servant, unworthy of entry. Gazing at the ancient door, Nangong Haoyan contemplated embarking on a quest within the castle. With a resounding crash, the door toppled, unleashing an overwhelming wave of darkness upon him and the others. This time, Nangong Haoyan was not on an adventure but a plunder. He swiftly plunged into the abyss. Behind him lay a heap of monstrous corpses, and his fearsome gaze sent shivers through the very creatures of the secret realm. Please, spare me. I will reveal the location of all the treasures. Oh, had you cooperated earlier, I wouldn't need to resort to force. I am, in fact, quite amicable. The creature internally scoffed at Nangong Haoyan's assertion of friendliness, recalling the brutality it had just witnessed. By the way, I only desire what your master left behind at his demise. The creature trembled at this and halted in its tracks. That place is perilous. I dare not approach. Perhaps you should seek other treasures. No, my purpose is the secret held here. Simply guide me nearby. Cautiously, the creature approached, stopping at the corner of a corridor. I can go no further. You must enter alone. Nangong Haoyan nodded, distinctly sensing a faint yet potent force of law emanating from within. Nangong Haoyan followed the corridor to a chamber, which was desolate save for a low stone pillar at its center. Draped over the pillar was a piece of silk. Upon lifting the silk, he discovered an inscription warning against opening a certain box, beneath which lay a key. In the grand hall of the castle, Nangong Haoyan sat in contemplation, abruptly lifting his gaze, his eyes glacial. Soon after, he arrived at the temple, where he positioned his sword against Lyman's throat. What is your intention? Sir, what troubles you? Humph. Ever since you brought me to that castle, I have harbored suspicions about you. The coincidences are too numerous to ignore. Since you have discerned my truth, I shall no longer conceal it. With that, Lamon removed his mask, revealing an entirely different visage. Lamon is dead. I was the one who took his life. But that is of little consequence now. You have acquired the key. What do you intend to do? Do? I shall convey the will of the heavens. In an instant, the figure erupted in an explosion, leaving behind only the black box. Let us return. We have lingered here for far too long. With a swift gesture, Nangong Haoyan conjured a door before them. Ancestor, will Lamon not see us off? Lamon will not be coming. Having spoken, Nangong Haoyan returned to the Nangong's sacred land, which welcomed a new dawn. Ancestor, you have returned. Everything has been constructed according to your directives. As Nangong Haoyan beheld the rejuvenated Nangong's sacred land, he was filled with profound emotion. It had finally been realized. Junyi, how fares the sacred land of late? Reporting to you, Ancestor, it is indeed thriving, though disputes in the commercial street have been on the rise. Disputes? Nangong Haoyan's greatest concern had manifested. It seemed the patrols were insufficient. This bag of fruit is clearly not half a pound. You speak nonsense. It was measured accurately. You are undoubtedly framing me. The disciples of the patrol were flustered, for both sides seemed justified, leaving them at a loss as to how to proceed. Salutations, Ancestor. The members of the patrol knelt, their faces alight with anticipation, hoping the Ancestor would resolve the matter. Do not fret, my friends. How much do you claim to be missing? Half a pound. Just look at how much is lacking. Nangong Haoyan regarded the oil paper-wrapped fruit in the man's hands. His heart finally at ease. We shall measure out half a pound for me. The crowd was perplexed. Why did the Ancestor wish to purchase half a pound of fruit? Here, take it, and return home. After settling the payment, Nangong Haoyan handed the fruit to the man, and the crowd began to grasp the situation. Yet, if the patrol continued in this manner, would they not incur losses? It appeared Nangong Haoyan was aware of their unvoiced thoughts, as he produced a stone from his robe. This is the illusion stone I have devised. It will serve as a surveillance tool for that world, thus preventing such disputes from arising again. Curiosity enveloped the onlookers regarding the stone bound to the tree. Meanwhile, in the central control room, Wanlong Yuan had completely transformed into a member of the Nangong Sacred Land Enforcement Team. The school in the Southern Palace Sacred Land has been established as scheduled, with the familiar teaching buildings reminiscent of his alma mater in that world. Nangong Haoyan walked along the school path, intending to conduct the first class himself. Ascending the grand podium, he sat cross-legged and began to expound upon the principles of the Tao, a colossal wheel of law slowly rotating behind him. The students below listened intently, though there were exceptions. One student, unable to contain his curiosity, opened his eyes and began to look around. Noticing the stillness of his peers, he suddenly leaped about, prompting Lu Bai to swiftly suppress him with a reprimand. "Whose child is this? Acting like a monkey." "I am a monkey," the child exclaimed, morphing into his true form and waving his furry hand at the teacher. The audience exchanged awkward glances, then admonished him to quiet down. "TCH, who wants to listen to that old man's lecture?" The voice was barely audible, yet Nangong Haotian ceased his teaching, and an unusual silence enveloped the room. Some teachers appeared pale, while others glared with indignation. Chapter 88. The Genius Monkey. Does that mean you understand everything I've taught? Yes, I understand it all. Nangong Haotian gazed at the monkey in astonishment. To confirm, he posed several questions. As the teachers regarded the monkey with disdain, it astonishingly responded with eloquence, leaving many teachers puzzled. Impressive indeed. What is your name? In response to the principal, I am called Ho Zhang. From now on, you shall study under my guidance. Thank you, principal. Amidst the envious gazes of the entire school, Ho Zhang hopped along happily beside Nangong Haotian. He was a natural embodiment of the Tao. They had indeed stumbled upon a treasure. Is this true, ancestor? Of course it is true. Ho Zhang was surrounded by the members of the Nangong family, resembling a group of first-time visitors at a zoo. The next part will be considerably more challenging, so pay close attention. Ho Zhang listened intently, his spiritual power exponentially increasing. From the mortal realm to the immortal realm, true immortal realm, mysterious immortal realm, celestial immortal realm, and finally, the golden immortal realm. Ho Zhang broke through each stage effortlessly, ultimately reaching the third level of the golden immortal realm, a talent of terrifying caliber. Daddy, I'm back. Welcome home, son. How was school? Very well. The principal has accepted me as a student. I know Ho Zhang is exceptional, but lying is not right. It's true, Ho Zhang desperately explained, while the neighbor, Dong Go, looked on with disdain and produced a certificate awarded by a teacher. His parents beamed with pride, lifting him up in jubilation, glancing at the neighboring parents. The adjacent parents began the familiar comparison, igniting jealousy and helplessness among countless students. Daddy, why aren't you angry? Ha 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 ha, why should I be angry? My Zheng Zheng is the best. Upon hearing this, Ho Zhang was deeply moved and immediately unleashed his golden immortal cultivation, suppressing the entire scene, causing the child and his parents to turn pale. You must be the father of Ho Zhang. Our principal requests your presence. Please, those not involved, step aside. Nangong Chinyu. I do not possess such influence. Ancestor, what brings you here in person? Nangong Haotian looked at the Ho father and son with great joy, his gaze akin to that of someone who had won the lottery, which made Ho Zhang's father feel quite uneasy. Greetings, principal. May I inquire about the matter at hand? There is nothing of great concern. Your child is exceptionally gifted and will henceforth be my student. Do you accept this? Oh, we accept. Thank you for nurturing my son. Very well, he shall report to the Ancestor Academy of Nangong Holy Land tomorrow. Under the envious gazes of the crowd, a bewildered Ho Zhang and his father returned home, realizing that the son's words were indeed true. Thus, the Nangong Holy Land welcomed its first member of the demon tribe, and everyone adored the lively little monkey who would often stroll around the Holy Land. Ancestor, envoys from Bai Wujian have come to visit. I, Lu Helling. Pay my respects to the esteemed master. Ha ha ha, Lu Lao, no need for formalities. We are old friends. What brings you here? His Majesty has sent me to inquire about matters regarding the school. Ha ha ha, splendid. I trust Lu Lao is not alone in this endeavor. You are astute, my lord. This is Lu Chuanfeng, and this is Li Chong. Lu Helling introduced them one by one, and Nangong Haotian took note. He then arranged for them to observe the proceedings. My lord, there is yet another matter. What is it? Please, speak freely. There has been a rebellion in the southern Qian, and the Wu family has seized power. However, it is said that they have acquired a mysterious black box, which has led to their rapid rise. His Majesty has tasked me with asking you about this black box. Upon hearing the mention of the black box, Nangong Haotian abruptly stood up, and his previously smiling countenance turned serious. Lu Helling, noticing this, became increasingly cautious. That object is exceedingly dangerous. It must not be opened. May I inquire why, my lord? The apocalypse of the great wilderness divine domain lies within it, once opened. It possesses the power to bring about cataclysmic destruction. How then do you explain the situation of the Wu family? You and Bai Wujian must have obtained this black box as well. Regardless of the Wu family's circumstances, I will eventually reclaim that black box. You and Bai Wujian must not open it. Lu Helling did not anticipate that the inquiry from His Majesty would reveal such flaws, allowing Nangong Haoyan to see through it. However, Lu Helling did not take the matter of the apocalypse to heart. After his departure, Nangong Haoyan was left in a state of unease, realizing how swiftly events were unfolding. He requested a map and discovered that southern Qin lay to the southwest of the western regions, thus resolving to retrieve the black box. Wu family Holy Land. Ancestor. Where did this black box originate? The venerable ancestor of the Wu family slowly opened his eyes, and upon hearing his descendants' inquiries, he could not help but rebuke. What business is it of yours? This is a treasured secret of the Wu family. Do not gossip about it outside. Yes, ancestor, replied the Wu family head. Wu Tuajin, as he exited the ancestral hall, his heart brimming with resentment. A month prior, this mysterious black box had suddenly appeared, granting the ancestor an astonishing surge in power. Now, the ancestor was on the brink of attaining the quasi-saint realm. And ever since the Wu family had slain Song Ling Tai, he had begun to covet the long-vacant imperial throne. Do you yearn for strength? The Grand Sage Academy can assist you, ensuring you reach the golden immortal realm. A petite yet enchanting woman inquired sweetly of Nangong Haoyan. Who is speaking? Nangong Haoyan, already tall, found it difficult to see those shorter than himself. The woman, indignant, kicked him, her cheeks flushed with anger. You look down on me for my height, don't you? Just because you are tall, you think you can't see me? Her three-pointed questions left Nangong Haoyan feeling awkward as he stared at her in a daze. To his astonishment, she began to sob openly in the street, wiping her tears as she made her way home. Miss, please don't go. I didn't mean to. I truly couldn't see you. To his surprise, her weeping intensified, and she dashed away. Nangong Haoyan had no choice but to follow her, navigating several turns and alleys until he arrived at a modest dwelling. You rogue! Why did you follow me? She exclaimed angrily as she slammed the door, only for it to fall off its hinges, causing her to cry even more. Upon approaching, Nangong Haoyan realized the door had merely been tied with rope, which had now broken. Wait for me. I will return shortly, he said hurriedly as he rushed to a nearby shop to purchase some sturdy rope. He also spotted a bowsy shop and casually bought a few. Slow down. Take your time eating. The woman devoured the boughs in haste, mumbling about her plight. It turned out she was a princess of the former South Chun, reduced to her current state due to the Wu family's rebellion, now surviving by hawking advertisements daily. Hey, hurry up. Your family still owes taxes from last time. Chapter 89. The orphan of South Chun. A fearsome constable stood menacingly at the woman's door, wielding a club. Nangong Haoyan peeked out, squinting as he spoke. This is bad. You should hide while I deal with him. Who are you? Her husband, perhaps? Why haven't you registered? Trying to evade taxes? Huh. I am not even from this country. Which nation do you belong to, and why haven't you paid your taxes? I hail from Northern Wu. Is there a problem? Nangong Haoyan glared icily at the constable, knowing that Northern Wu was a powerful nation within the Great Wilderness Divine Region. And every nation must show respect to those from Northern Wu. Oh, esteemed sir, could you please present your travel documents? Here you go. Nangong Haoyan casually tossed aside the official document bestowed upon him by the emperor, the weighty seal striking the head of the constable, causing him considerable discomfort. Apologies for the disturbance, esteemed sir. I hope you can forgive any oversights. With that, the constable scurried away, leaving the South Chun maiden in a state of bewilderment. So, you are an envoy from Beiwu. There is no need for such formality. I have come merely for leisure, with no diplomatic mission at hand. May I inquire your name? I am Song Ming, the princess of the South Chun Kingdom. I am Nangong Haoyan, a man from the western regions. Nangong Haoyan began to inquire about the tribulations faced by Chun Ming, who willingly recounted her tale. Once a lofty princess, her father, Emperor Song Ling Tai, was relentless in his pursuit to diminish the power of the feudal lords. Initially, he waged war across the east and west, expanding the realm significantly. However, as the territories of various holy sites dwindled, animosity began to fester. During one of his western campaigns against the Zainan kingdom, the Lu family's holy site unexpectedly revolted, catching Song Ling Tai off guard. In desperation, he conceded land to Zainan, only to return and retaliate against the Lu family. Though the Lu were temporarily subdued, Song Lingtai soon fell victim to a mysterious illness, rendering him bedridden. A nationwide uprising ensued, toppling the dynasty and incinerating the palace. Yet she managed to escape and find herself here. Perhaps the campaigns against Zainan and the Lu-S rebellion were part of their grand design. Reflecting on these events indeed reveals a strange pattern, yet alas, I am now but a remnant of my former homeland. Song Ming lowered her head, sighing repeatedly, while Nangong Haoyan began to piece together her narrative alongside that of Nangong Junyi, gradually clarifying the situation. It seems that without that black box, the major holy sites in South Chun dared not revolt. As Nangong Haoyan murmured to himself, he was suddenly startled by the raucous sound of drums and gongs outside. A humble man approached, bowing deeply. I humbly greet the esteemed envoy. Please, do step into the carriage. I have arranged a banquet in your honor. A county magistrate, clad in modest official attire, respectfully drew aside the curtain of the carriage, causing Nangong Haoyan to gaze in astonishment at the procession of carriages adorned with vibrant and extravagant embellishments. Excellent. This envoy seeks a place to rest. Indeed. You have chosen well. It is an honor. Away with you, beggar. Get lost, lest I break your legs. The magistrate, who had been all smiles before Nangong Haoyan, suddenly scowled at the tattered-clad Song Ming, reprimanding her harshly. Terrified, Song Ming quickly retreated into the building, leaving Nangong Haoyan disheartened by the demeanor of this new regime. If you do not recognize her, refrain from speaking. This is the wife I married when I first arrived here, and what manner of attitude is this? I do not know her. I merely thought that an unsavory presence might disturb the envoy's tranquility. Enough. Let us board. With that, Nangong Haoyan boldly took Song Ming's hand, ascending into the carriage, while the magistrate obsequiously showered Song Ming with gifts. Why did you not inform me sooner? You've made me look foolish before the esteemed envoy. My lord, you did not inquire. The constable, filled with indignation, lamented that his superior had rushed in a frantic manner upon receiving urgent news, without even taking a moment to meet him along the way. Do you not possess a voice of your own? Could you not speak for yourself? After reprimanding the constable, the county magistrate disembarked, for he was, after all, his own brother-in-law. Ha ha ha. Please, esteemed messenger. Nangong Haoyan followed the magistrate as they meandered through the winding paths, arriving at the rear garden of the magistrate's residence, where the scenery was truly exquisite. Not only were there verdant trees providing ample shade, but there were also numerous beautiful maidens engaged in delightful song and dance, creating an atmosphere of sheer enjoyment. What does the county magistrate think of our homeland, Southern Chun? Nangong Haoyan inquired, raising his wine cup and feigning a sense of ease. Ha ha ha. In response to the esteemed messenger's words, Southern Chin's Song Lingtai is far too rigid, rendering it impossible for me to earn a single coin. Beside him, Song Ming clenched her small hands tightly, casting a look of resentment towards the magistrate. Is it not splendid now? The Wu family not only employs us, but also allows us to eliminate the remnants of Southern Chun, providing us with an opportunity to profit. Nangong Haoyan nodded, refraining from further inquiries, and instead gazed at the picturesque surroundings. Song Ming, who had been silent during their meal, left the magistrate feeling quite awkward. Esteemed messenger, why not compose a poem to commemorate this moment? The magistrate had prepared for this, and had several fine poems written by literati in advance. Very well, I shall begin. Great rat, you consume my millet. 3 years with a daughter, yet you do not regard me. This poem, a satire of corrupt officials from another world, was still quite fitting in this context. Esteemed messenger, your poem may not be entirely appropriate. Is that so? I find it quite fitting. For the great rat stands before me. Nangong Haoyan remarked with a teasing expression, sweeping his hand to shatter the stone table. The sight of his fury made the magistrate instinctively tremble. Gazing at the shattered table, the magistrate felt a wave of dread wash over him. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he hastily sought to ease the tension. My lord, what brings about such a display? Nangong Haoyan let out a cold laugh, offering no reply, and instead expelled a massive golden-furred rat from his mouth. The gigantic creature opened its gaping maw and engulfed the county magistrate whole. Oh, esteemed magistrate, what a delightful spirit you have. How could you have dozed off? The magistrate, in a panic, looked towards Nangong Haoyan, only to be met with utter bewilderment. How could he remain unscathed? Was it merely a dream? The magistrate, utterly confused, failed to comprehend that all of this was an illusion conjured by Nangong Haoyan. My apologies for the jest, esteemed messenger. Come, let us drink. But I have already composed my poem, titled Great Rat, Great Rat. Upon hearing this, the magistrate collapsed to the ground. Pleading for mercy, Nangong Haoyan, with a flick of his sleeve, poured himself a jug of wine before departing with Song Ming. Ha ha ha, you truly are remarkable. How did you manage to frighten that wretched official so? Nangong Haoyan recounted the events with laughter, causing Song Ming to double over in mirth. After their laughter subsided, he suggested, let us journey to the capital. We shall seek out those matters of sacred significance. Ah, have you lost your senses? Those old fellows are quite formidable. Nangong Haoyan chuckled silently, soaring into the sky with Song Ming. Chapter 90. Reaching Hangjing. Are you truly going? Could it be false? Once we arrive in Hangjing, you shall guide me. As Nangong Haoyan gazed down upon Hangjing, the ancient capital of the southern Chun and the new capital of the new dynasty, its splendor remained, though the faces within the palace had changed. Strolling through the bustling streets, the myriad shops formed Nangong Haoyan's first impression of Hangjing, by mere comparison. The commercial district of Nangong fell short. Oh, woe is me, I have returned. Song Ming began her lamentation anew, pausing at every government office to mourn, leaving Nangong Haoyan utterly speechless. Cease your weeping, those are matters of the past. Kindly lead me to the palace. The palace? Are you not here for leisure? Who says one cannot visit the palace for enjoyment? Nangong Haoyan beamed at Song Ming, as if discussing a trivial matter. Upon turning his head, he spotted a constable. Humph. Old man, who permitted you to set up shop here? My good sir, I have been peddling here since the 21st year of the old dynasty, and no one has ever forced me to leave. The old dynasty is the old dynasty. We now reside in the prosperous and peaceful new dynasty. Your presence here disrupts Hangjing. Pay your dues and depart swiftly. The constable's demeanor was harsh, yet he took a few pears from the old man, sampling one. Quite sweet. Old man, these pears are rather unclean. Should someone fall ill from them, it would be regrettable. Confiscated. Please, sir, my family relies on this for sustenance. If you take it away, how shall I survive? I care not. Live as you please. If you starve, it serves you right. These pears will be seized. It is for the benefit of the people, and they are indeed unclean. Nangong Haoyan observed the distressed elder and the arrogant constable, a cold smile forming within him. Hey, knowing the pears are unclean, you still consume them? Nangong Haoyan stepped forward, grasping the constable's hand and inquiring with feigned indifference. Humph, mind your own business. I am merely performing my duty. Besides, if he cannot afford food, someone else will. It is his fate. Nangong Haoyan felt a wave of disgust wash over him. The constable's hand felt filthy, and he released it casually. Old Wong, hurry, load the cart. Certainly, what beautiful pears. Ha ha. Nangong Haoyan abruptly overturned the constable's cart, sending him flying with a single strike. What do you think you are doing? Oh, nothing, merely swatting a mosquito. Nangong Haoyan replied nonchalantly, but the constable, Wong, looked on in sheer terror, realizing that his brother, at the pinnacle of the Shanxian realm, was so easily subdued. You audacious fool, we are the Hangjing Guard. And you dare. The constable's words were cut short as he too was sent flying by Nangong Haoyan. Alas, one escaped. My sincerest apologies. All eyes were fixated on Nangong Haoyan, expressions of disbelief etched upon their faces. The Hangjing Guard was notorious for their relentless pursuit of vengeance, and this individual had certainly found himself in deep trouble. The young master possesses remarkable courage. However, what shall we do about the impending retaliation from the Hangjing Guards? Ha ha, there is no need for concern, old sir. I have come precisely to provoke them and await their vengeance. Alas, what a pity he is but a fool. The elder sighed as he tugged at Nangong Haoyan, urging him onward. Let us take refuge at grandfather's home for a while, in 10 days to half a month. This matter shall be forgotten. Nangong Haoyan gazed at the elder in confusion, his heart warming as he fixed his determined gaze upon the horizon. There lies the place where he caused the demise of my 2 brothers. It was the scar-faced officer who fled earlier. The Hangjing Guards have arrived with 100 or so men, and it seems today will witness another bloodbath. Fear not, everyone. It is but one man we shall face. Ha ha ha, how naive. Do you truly believe you are but 2? And what of this one? With that, Nangong Haoyan raised Song Ming's hand high, a proud expression upon his face. Hey, how can you do this? Song Ming looked in terror at the fierce guards, her body trembling like a leaf, on the verge of tears. You foolish boy. After speaking, Nangong Haoyan produced a brush from his robes. Young man, are you about to compose your last will? Ha ha. Someone once spoke similar words to you, But alas, he met his end. With the brush in hand, Nangong Haoyan skillfully depicted a scene of 1,000 troops and horses. Countless soldiers surged forth from the painting, and soon the landscape was filled with Nangong Haoyan's army, each expressionless and armed to the teeth. Ah, quickly summon reinforcements. No need. Your superiors have already been dealt with. A soldier appeared, holding the severed heads of all the high-ranking officials of the Hangjing guards, still steaming from their recent demise. The city is on high alert. With a thunderous roar, the alarm bells echoed throughout the city, and the southern Qin army surged from all directions. Ha ha ha, futile efforts. Hangjing has already been breached. Nangong Haoyan sneered, and with a flourish of his sword, all soldiers sprang into action, and with the cries of battle, war erupted unexpectedly. These soldiers had never encountered such a ferocious killing machine. Though they were besieging, they were still driven back relentlessly. Report. Inform the Holy Master that Hangjing is in turmoil. He must flee at once. What? What is happening? Are they not merely a few rebellious troops? What is there to fear? Report. The rebel forces have breached the eastern gate of the imperial city. We implore the Holy Master to evacuate swiftly. Humph, a pack of useless fools. Must I attend to this myself? The head of the Wu family, wielding an ancient golden sword, leaped directly to the eastern gate. There. A group of soldiers clad in black armor fought fiercely against the enemy without hesitation, and the head of the Wu family marveled at their discipline. He immediately joined the fray against the black-armored troops, battling fiercely. Yet, despite the heated combat, the black-armored soldiers showed no signs of fatigue, continuing to fight with ease. The head of the Wu family was struck with alarm. In a moment of distraction, he was wounded by the black-armored soldiers. Suddenly, a graceful youth and a shorter young woman appeared. Ha 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 ha, you must be the head of the Wu family. I bear no malice. I merely wish to reclaim a black box that belongs to me. Humph, foolishly infatuated, a cold arrow suddenly pierced through the head of the Wu family patriarch. And to everyone's astonishment, it was shot by the Wu family's ancestor. Ha 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 ha, the treasure is mine, and it shall forever remain so. With that, he soared into the air and swiftly made his escape. Nangong Haoyan, witnessing this, couldn't help but sigh. It appeared that power truly could cloud one's judgment. Hangjing lay in ruins, battered by storms. This should be your home. I return it to you now, Nangong Haoyan said with a smile to Song Ming. For him, these territories held little significance, as his ambition was to make the entire great wilderness divine domain submit. Song Ming gazed at him with tear-filled eyes, her heart overflowing with gratitude. Yet Nangong Haoyan shook his head. It seemed she was not suited for the throne. He needed to find someone trustworthy to take her place. He pondered. Whoa, father, I have finally avenged you. Under Nangong Haoyan's guidance, Hangjing was managed remarkably well and was experiencing a resurgence. Meanwhile, at the Wu family's sacred ground, a group of individuals chattered animatedly. Chapter 91, Unbearably Weak. Boom. Who? The discussions at the Wu family's sacred ground abruptly ceased as they turned to behold the imposing figure of Nangong Haoyan, who had forcefully made his entrance through layers of barriers. Such a domineering arrival indeed astonished all present at the Wu family sanctuary. Nangong Haoyan's tone, however, was far from domineering. It was languid and nonchalant. Nangong Haoyan, what audacity! How dare you venture alone into my Wu family's sacred ground? Everyone, attack together and dismember this thief. The people of the Wu family, emboldened by their home advantage and sheer numbers, shouted fiercely. Yet, despite their numbers, none dared to strike. Ha ha, you are nothing but a flock of worthless chickens, utterly incapable of putting up a fight. Upon hearing Nangong Haoyan's taunt, the Wu family members were incensed. Finally, the ancestor who had taken the black box commanded, all of you, attack. Kill him. With that, he began to rally the crowd. Those who dared to hesitate were warned they would be the first to face the ancestor's wrath. This time, the fearful dared not refrain from joining the fray. As this horde of younger generations charged towards Nangong Haoyan, they found he regarded them with utter disdain. In a swift motion, Nangong Haoyan dashed towards the Wu family ancestor. Old thief, hand over the black box, and I may spare your life. The Wu family ancestor, caught off guard, realized that even with so many people, they could not halt Nangong Haoyan for even a moment. Ignorant child, you are far too arrogant, the ancestor retorted. Yet, seeing Nangong Haoyan's formidable prowess, he feared his own strength might falter and hastily summoned the black box to absorb its power. Old fool, you have squandered a chance at survival. Nangong Haoyan expressed a hint of regret, yet he resolutely moved to confront the Wu family ancestor. Humph, young one. Allow me to demonstrate the extent of my power. Haha. After absorbing the dark energy from the black box, the ancestral figure of the Wu family felt a surge of confidence. Meanwhile, the others within the sacred grounds of the Wu family were equally filled with faith in their esteemed ancestor. Our ancestor is formidable. Our ancestor is majestic. Annihilate this young fool. Boom. However, when the two forces clashed, they were left astonished to witness their ancestor being reduced to mere fragments. In contrast, Nangong Haoyan calmly picked up the black box from the ground, brushed off the dust from his clothing, and gazed at all present. The members of the Wu family's sacred grounds were left utterly dumbfounded. Stop gaping. Is there anyone else who wishes to challenge me? No one dared to respond. After witnessing their ancestors' tremendous power being obliterated by a single punch from Nangong Haoyan, they realized their own strength paled in comparison. No one would be foolish enough to seek their demise. Thus, after exchanging glances laden with understanding, the astute ones hastily dispersed. In the face of danger, all notions of dignity and pride became irrelevant. As they fled, Nangong Haoyan did not remain idle. His form became a blur, moving with such swiftness that he was nearly imperceptible. When he finally came to a halt, the sacred grounds of the Wu family lay strewn with lifeless bodies. Had the Wu ancestor willingly surrendered the black box earlier, Nangong Haoyan might have considered sparing their wretched lives. Their avarice and recklessness sealed their fate. With the black box in his possession, Nangong Haoyan initially intended to return to the Nangong sacred grounds, but a sudden thought struck him. There was another matter to attend to. Thus, he made a detour to meet Princess Song Ming of the Southern Qin Kingdom, recommending Xing Huaiqiu as her advisor. After testing Xing Huaiqiu's abilities, Song Ming recognized his genuine talent. She was immensely grateful to Nangong Haoyan and wished to prepare a banquet to celebrate their camaraderie. However, Nangong Haoyan declined her generous offer, hastily departing with the black box and returning to the Nangong sacred grounds. Upon his arrival, he intended to safely store the newly acquired black box alongside the two others he had previously placed. Yet, before he could do so, he was alarmed to discover that the two boxes had inexplicably fused together. Sensing something amiss, he realized with dread that the boxes were merging their dark energies. In a swift reaction, Nangong Haoyan concentrated his energy into a sword and struck at the two black boxes. With a swift slash, the boxes were severed apart. He breathed a sigh of relief, grateful for his timely intervention and formidable strength. Had another approached, even if they had noticed, they would have been utterly incapable of separating the two. To prevent the boxes from reuniting, Nangong Haoyan ensured they were kept at a safe distance from one another. He placed two black boxes atop two distant peaks in the sacred land of Nangong, separated by several dozen miles. With such a distance between them, Nangong Haoyan felt a modicum of reassurance. After Lu and Ling vanished, they hastily returned to Beiwu. Upon arrival, they were astonished to discover that Beiwu now boasted a formidable and powerful army clad in black armor. Judging solely by their combat prowess, this black-armored army was indeed impressive. However, Lu and Ling sensed an ominous heaviness in the expressions of these soldiers, whose eyes gleamed with a frenzied and bloodthirsty light, instilling a sense of dread. It was as if they hailed not from Beiwu, but had emerged from the depths of hell itself. Lu and Ling felt an unsettling disquiet. He conveyed his concerns to the monarch of Beiwu, who remained skeptical. Nevertheless, upon observing the condition of the black-armored army, the monarch began to share Lu and Ling's apprehension. Yet, he was at a loss for how to proceed, prompting Lu and Ling to send a message via carrier pigeon to Nangong Haoyan, seeking his assistance. Upon receiving the news, Nangong Haoyan immediately sensed the gravity of the situation and departed the sacred land of Nangong for Beiwu, who was responsible for training this black-armored army. He demanded to meet the trainer without delay. Soon, Lu and Ling summoned the general responsible for training the black-armored soldiers. This general exhibited an air of arrogance, seemingly dismissive of both Lu and Ling. This irked Lu and Ling, yet Nangong Haoyan appeared wholly unfazed. "General, may I inquire if you possess a black box?" Upon hearing this, the general, clad in black armor, immediately adopted a defensive posture. "How do you know I have a black box? What is your intention?" "I harbor no ulterior motives. I possess one as well," Nangong Haoyan replied, revealing the uninstalled black box to the general. The general's eyes glimmered with avarice. "Where did you acquire this box? The source is of no concern to you. I merely wish to caution you that using the power of this black box to augment the strength of your soldiers is a foolhardy endeavor," Nangong Haoyan asserted. "You will bring them to ruin." Chapter 92. trivial skills. Upon hearing Nangong Haoyan's words, the black-armored general scoffed coldly. I will bring them to ruin? How presumptuous! His tone was dripping with disdain, inciting Lu and Ling's ire. General Yu, this esteemed guest of Beiwu, is the ancestor of the sacred land of Nangong, deserving of respect even from His Majesty. The sacred land of Nangong? Are they not from the western regions? The black-armored general not only failed to temper his disdain, but seemed to deepen it. He turned his derisive gaze toward Lu and Ling, mockingly continuing, May I ask, Master Lu, when did the military affairs of Beiwu become subject to the whims of a foreigner? Does His Majesty know of this? This barrage of questions left Lu and Ling momentarily speechless, his lips trembling as he struggled to find his voice. In truth, upon the discovery of this black-armored army, he sensed that matters were veering towards a rather unfavorable direction. A sense of unease gnawed at him, compelling him to promptly inform Nangong Haoyan. To this day, he had yet to find the opportunity to enter the palace and meet with His Majesty. Of course, Nangong Haoyan bore some responsibility in this matter as well. Having already witnessed the peculiarities and dangers of the black box, in his anxious state, he neglected the protocols of decorum. Most importantly, given his status and strength, he had never truly regarded the Northern Imperial family with any respect. Yet now, they had become the primary target of the black-armored general's assault. Unauthorized personnel were strictly prohibited from entering military strongholds. Should there be any violators, our unit is authorized to treat them as enemy spies. The black-armored general suddenly asserted his authority, snorting disdainfully before casting a malevolent glance at Lu Helling, saying, Lord Lu, as a key minister of our Northern Wu, the backbone of the nation, surely you possess this basic understanding? General Yu, after a lengthy pause, finally spoke. Mr. Nangong has been waiting quite some time. Lu Helling took a deep breath, but before he could finish his sentence, he was rudely interrupted by the black-armored general. For the sake of our decades-long camaraderie, I shall pretend not to have seen this. Gentlemen, please. Without further ado, General Yu gestured coldly towards the camp gate, issuing a dismissal. Nangong Haoyan had remained silent for quite some time, his silence only serving to inflate General Yu's arrogance, who mistakenly believed he had intimidated him. However, in Lu Helling's eyes, a growing sense of trepidation took root. Sir, perhaps we should. After all, as fellow ministers of the same court, Lu Helling did not wish to exacerbate relations with Yusihai. Upon hearing this, the smugness on Yusihai's face was unmistakable as he turned to glance at Nangong Haoyan with a smug grin. You think I am here to consult with you? At last, Nangong Haoyan spoke, though his tone had lost its previous cordiality. It seems mere words have fallen on deaf ears. If that is the case, my brothers shall bear a little burden. Let us escort our esteemed guest elsewhere. With that, Yusihai waved his hand. Instantly, the black-armored army stepped forward in unison, spears in hand, producing a tremor that resonated through the ground. Dust swirled into the air, enveloping the surroundings. As the black-armored army moved, the swirling dust quickly settled. Yet what arose was an overwhelming aura of malevolence, akin to ferocious beasts baring their fangs and tearing at one another. This dark aura coalesced, resembling an inverted pot lid that obscured the previously clear blue sky. The ominous energy not only shrouded the light, but also bore down with an oppressive weight. Lu Helling's complexion shifted dramatically, a combination of gravity and vigilance reflected in the beads of sweat forming on his brow, revealing a latent fear. He had never anticipated that this seemingly ordinary troop could emit a pressure comparable to that of an imperial sovereign. This realization was stifled in his throat, for the black-armored army was already charging towards Nangong Haoyan. A horde of beings, neither human nor ghostly, dared to act with such impudence before me. Nangong Haoyan stood motionless, yet his cold snort shattered the heavens, ruthlessly dispersing the ominous clouds of darkness. Only then did he take a step forward, and with a rumble, the ground of the military camp reverberated with a series of cracking sounds. Looking down, he saw that the shattered ground resembled tree roots sprawling outward. And along these fissures, the approaching soldiers began to disintegrate, as if layers of weathered tiles were peeling away from their bodies. In the blink of an eye, an entire battalion of armored soldiers was reduced to ash. Lu and Ling involuntarily swallowed hard, while Yusihai's earlier smugness had solidified into a mask of trepidation as he watched Nangong Haoyan stride toward him, forcing himself to maintain composure. He then lowered his knees, his body taut like a bowstring, with his raised arm resembling an arrow drawn back. A mottled, three-headed leopard, infused with demonic and spiritual energies, mirrored his posture. As his arm struck out, the three-headed leopard lunged forward, its formidable punch creating a tempest, its form swelling mid-flight. It was as if a mountain had risen before Nan Gong, its three heads held high, jaws agape, poised to tear him apart and swallow him whole. A mere parlor trick. Nan Gong Haoyan's expression remained unchanged as he casually waved his hand. A tempest surged forth, and a whirlwind descended into the sky, causing the three-headed leopard to vanish without a trace, leaving only Yu Sihai, his face twisted in malice, yet frozen in place. Are you prepared to meet your demise? Nan Gong Haoyan's gaze was devoid of warmth, utterly emotionless. No. I told you, I said it all. The box is not with me. It's too late. Nan Gong Haoyan coldly interrupted, flicking his fingers. With a deafening explosion, Yu Sihai, caught mid-sentence, was obliterated into a mass of flesh. What was once a thriving military camp was now drenched in blood. Lu and Ling instinctively turned pale, pivoting away to wipe his neck vigorously. Though he had witnessed bloody scenes before, the sheer brutality of this spectacle was unprecedented. Sir, he stammered, struggling to contain the turmoil within his chest, taking several deep breaths before managing to turn his head. It seemed he wanted to muster a smile, but the pallor of his face betrayed any semblance of mirth. Let us go. Nan Gong Haoyan closed his eyes, finally displaying some emotion, pain, disappointment, but predominantly a resolute determination that Lu and Ling could not comprehend. Where are we going? He asked, bewildered. To the palace. Nan Gong Haoyan curtly replied, sweeping his long sleeves as he led the way. By now, the absence of activity from the palace was telling. The distance from the military camp to the palace was not great, but upon reaching the entrance, Lu and Ling sensed something was amiss. The heavy guard previously stationed at the gates had vanished, and not a single attendant could be seen within the palace walls. This is not good. The unusual atmosphere alarmed Lu and Ling, prompting him to quicken his pace as he worried for the safety of the sovereign. After running a short distance, he suddenly remembered Nan Gong Haoyan and anxiously exclaimed, Sir, I fear for the emperor's safety. Only fear that the danger does not lie with him. Nan Gong Haoyan spoke coldly, his eyes narrowing as he gazed distantly at the Golden Luan Hall. Observing his hesitance, Lu Helling hesitated for a moment, but ultimately decided not to linger any longer and turned to flee. Chapter 93. What use is there to keep you? A sudden scream echoed throughout the imperial palace. Just as Lu Helling rushed to the entrance of the Golden Luan Hall, an invisible force hurled him away. He involuntarily tumbled down the steps, collapsing onto the ground, unable to rise. It was only upon landing that he felt a searing pain in his chest, where a wound had inexplicably appeared. Your Majesty, he exclaimed in disbelief, his eyes widening as he instinctively wiped his chest and glanced inside the hall. There sat but one figure, high upon the dragon throne. Indeed, it was the very emperor he had feared. Yet now, the emperor appeared so foreign to him that he hesitated to recognize him. You should not have returned. A hoarse sigh emanated from within. The figure on the dragon throne slowly lifted his head, revealing eyes that glimmered with a crimson hue even in the darkness. At that moment, Yuan Ci's face was shrouded in a thick veil of demonic energy, rendering his original visage unrecognizable. At his feet lay the shattered life and death ring that housed the remnants of Yuan Lu's soul. As he spoke, Yuan Ci steadied himself against the armrest, rising gradually. His blood-red gaze fixed intently upon Lu Helling's face. The sound of his heavy footsteps resonated, each step akin to a weight upon Lu Helling's already wounded heart. Why? Lu Helling pondered, having devoted his life in service to this very individual, to the realm of Beiwu. He could not comprehend why, in the end, the man he had loyally served would turn against him with such malice. You should not conspire with outsiders to undermine the Yuan dynasty, Yuan Ci stated coldly. I did not. Lu Helling protested, one hand bracing himself against the ground while the other clutched his chest. Yet there was no third hand to staunch the blood trickling from his lips. Did you not? Yuan Ci retorted, raising a hand to point outward, his icy tone laced with accusation. His sinister visage, combined with the aura of malevolence enveloping him, bore little resemblance to his former graceful self. He appeared as a ferocious beast, baring its fangs. Sir, I called him to assist. Lu Helling exclaimed. Am I not alive? Do I require the aid of an outsider? Yuan Ci scoffed. Your Majesty, what has become of you? Lu Helling shouted, his face etched with despair. That question is for you to ponder. I remain unchanged. I am still the sovereign of Beiwu, the future overlord of the Eastern continent, the destined ruler of this vast divine realm. I shall be the sole king in this world. With arms outstretched, Yuan Si's demonic energy surged forth, asserting his dominance. As a pair of icy bolts shot from his eyes, the overwhelming pressure emanating from him felt like an invisible hand forcefully bearing down upon Lu Helling. Yuan Si's voice turned frigid as he declared, "And you have forgotten the duty of a subject. If so, what purpose do you serve?" With a grand gesture, he summoned the writhing dark energy that enveloped him, instantly coalescing into a massive black hand that lunged violently towards Lu Helling. When the sovereign demands the demise of his subject, the subject must comply. Yet, Your Majesty, do not be ensnared by wicked allure. The Northern Martial Empire requires your presence. It yearns for a lucid version of you. Lu Helling exerted himself, disregarding the injury to his chest. Then, with a deft twist of his wrist, a dagger glinting with cold light appeared in his palm. Gripping it with both hands, he aimed it fiercely at his already ravaged chest. Despite this, Yuan Si did not even blink. He merely gazed on with an icy indifference. Lu Helling, filled with despair, quietly closed his eyes, yet his actions did not cease. "This must suffice. At the very least, I shall not stain your Majesty's hands with the blood of this incompetent minister." In his confusion, at the critical moment, Nangong Haoyan finally arrived. Grasping the dagger Lu Helling had aimed at his chest with one hand, he extended the other towards Yuan Si, conjuring a hand of dark energy. With a thunderous roar, the dark hand morphed violently with his movement, ultimately bursting like an overinflated balloon. "Sir." Lu Helling opened his eyes at the sound, yet the spark of life had already faded from them. Meanwhile, Yuan Si seethed with anger, scoffing, "It is you again, attempting to thwart my grand ambitions. A failure who cannot even withstand this minor dark energy dares to speak of dominion." Nangong Haoyan furrowed his brow. If he were to express disappointment, it would certainly rival that of Lu Helling. After all, Yuan Si was someone he had invested considerable effort in cultivating, though lacking the formal title of master and disciple. In Nangong Haoyan's heart, he was an unnamed apprentice. "What are you, to presume to lecture me?" Yuan Si's countenance darkened, his already swirling dark energy now pulsating with visible veins. The ominous energy coiling behind him began to writhe and twist, ultimately forming 9 colossal arms that towered menacingly. Like 9 celestial whips or malevolent serpents, their every movement seemed poised to fracture the earth and rend the heavens asunder. Simultaneously, the Golden Throne Hall collapsed into ruins, leaving behind a scene of utter devastation. The swirling dust billowed forth like a waterfall, yet could not conceal the terrifying visage of the 9 arms. Nangong Haoyan observed him silently for an extended period. Clearly, Yuan Si had no intention of prolonging this encounter. With a swift motion, he raised his arms. The 9 colossal limbs surged into action, collectively descending upon Nangong Haoyan. A howling tempest erupted, pinning Lu Helling helplessly to the ground. He struggled to form words, seemingly wishing to offer further counsel, but only managed to utter a mouthful of dirt, nearly choking in the process. "Sir, I implore you, save His Majesty." With the last remnants of his strength, he beseeched Nangong Haoyan in a slurred voice. Nangong Haoyan remained silent, simply closing his eyes and murmuring to himself, "I never anticipated we would arrive at this juncture. Enough with the idle chatter. Prepare to meet your end." Yuan Si's arrogance remained unabated, reminiscent of their first encounter. Regrettably, the once haughty demeanor had lost its charming innocence and naivete, replaced instead by a chilling intent to kill. Indeed, it was evident that he harbored a desire to eliminate Nangong Haoyan. At last, Nangong Haoyan made his move. With a swift upward motion of his hand, he rendered the entire space around him motionless. As his fingers curled, the very fabric of space began to compress violently, and the solidified spatial blocks crashed down upon Yuan Si with tremendous force. In an instant, the flailing 9 demonic arms were obliterated into fragments. Yuan Si, already drenched in blood, fell heavily to the ground with a thud. As Nangong Haoyan's curled fingers gradually straightened, the distorted space began to restore itself. The shattered demonic energy was forcefully pulled by the rifts in space, ultimately consumed by the boundless void. At that moment, Yuan Si's crimson eyes regained a semblance of clarity. "It is good that you have awakened, sir," Nangong Haoyan remarked coolly. "In the end, I have disappointed you." With a deep sigh, he refrained from further dialogue. Yuan Si laboriously turned his head, raising his bloodied hand to reach towards the only intact dragon chair amidst the ruins. At the foot of the chair lay fragments of the life and death ring. I merely wish to love Sister Lutter well, just as any ordinary couple would. Chapter 94. The realm of consciousness. Human nature is inherently greedy. Even the slightest twinge of greed can become an opening for malevolent forces to exploit. Yuan Ci had indeed matured, yet regrettably, his growth was insufficient. Thus, he succumbed to the corruption of demonic energy, becoming a puppet at its whim. Perhaps it is tragic, perhaps pitiable, yet it may not be entirely innocent. I know my time is limited. I beseech you, sir, to assist me with a final wish. Coughing violently, Yuan Ci could not contain a mouthful of black blood, which he violently expelled. Speak, Nangong Haoyan nodded. I wish to be buried alongside Sister Lure. In life, we were fated to be apart. In death, I wish. Before he could finish, another fit of coughing seized him, and this time, it was not merely blood that he ejected, but also chunks of blackened flesh. Very well, Nangong Haoyan comprehended, solemnly nodding in agreement. Yuan Ci smiled, casting a final glance at the unconscious Lu Helling. Fear not. While I am here, he shall not perish. Thank you. Even in the end, I must trouble you. Should there be a next life, I shall surely repay your kindness. With that, Yuan Ci slowly turned his head, his eyelids fluttering, on the verge of closing. No need for a next life. Tell me, where is the black box you obtained? Nangong Haoyan immediately crouched down, channeling a thread of spiritual energy to prolong his life. Just as Yuan Ci was about to respond, a sudden flash of crimson flickered in his eyes. Nangong Haoyan's expression shifted slightly as he glanced at Lu Helling, promptly conjuring a protective shield. In the next instant, a thunderous explosion erupted, and Yuan Ci's body disintegrated into countless fragments. Yet, there was no blood that scattered. The demonic energy remaining within him detonated simultaneously, consuming both flesh and blood. Upon witnessing this scene, Nangong Haoyan's expression darkened instantly. He raised his hand, binding the escaping demonic energy. What exactly are you? If others were to see him conversing with a wisp of demonic energy, they would surely burst into laughter. Typically, demonic energy is merely a form of energy devoid of consciousness, incapable of response. Strangely, however, this very wisp of energy did indeed reply. The dissipating energy suddenly coalesced, forming a mouth that materialized from the mist. Do not rush. One day, we shall meet. The voice was ethereal and surreal. Yet Nangong Haoyan was certain it was no mere illusion. Just as he was about to press further, the demonic energy transformed into blue smoke, dissipating into thin air. Standing silently, he gazed into the void for an extended period, his expression graver than ever before. Not only could it erode the mind, but it could also devour the flesh and even manipulate a human to self-destruct. Such anomalies were indeed troubling. With his unparalleled strength on the continent and his vast knowledge accumulated over 80,000 years, he had never encountered such demonic energy before. After a prolonged moment, he took a deep breath, crouched down, and picked up the storage bag from the ground. Upon inspection, he found no trace of the elusive black box he sought. Nangong Haoyan frowned, continuing to rummage through the ruins. This was not enough. After ensuring Lu and Ling were settled, he thoroughly searched the remaining areas of the palace. Yet, despite his exhaustive efforts, he found no hint of the black box. Such a perilous object could not be allowed to roam freely. Resolute in his decision, Nangong Haoyan meticulously scoured the palace once more, but the outcome remained unchanged. Suddenly, he recalled the earlier sight of two black boxes merging, and his eyes brightened with realization. The boxes possessed a mutual resonance. Perhaps he could use the one in his possession as bait. With this thought, he swept his palm across the ground, seated himself, and took out the black box, channeling his full energy to stimulate it. Gradually, the box began to tremble, emanating a dazzling black light. The dark luminescence swirled and danced, until, after a considerable time, a faint crimson hue extricated itself from the center. Nangong Haoyan focused intently, releasing his consciousness in the direction of the flowing light. One wisp, two wisps, his consciousness spiraled and expanded. Even with his eyes closed, he perceived the ruins with clarity, each speck of dust and fragment of leaf distinctly visible. His consciousness continued to expand, gradually enveloping the entire palace and even the entire imperial city. For a fleeting moment, the inhabitants of the imperial city shuddered involuntarily, a chill running through them. However, Nangong Haoyan merely observed, not exerting any oppressive force. He was akin to a voyeur, gazing, surveying, and scrutinizing intently. At last, an unusual fluctuation reached his awareness. Success. A surge of joy welled up within him as he prepared to retract his consciousness. At that moment, the sensed horizon abruptly transformed, and from the direction of the peculiar anomaly, an overwhelming crimson light surged forth. Subsequently, a blood-red vortex mercilessly ensnared his unprepared consciousness within its grasp. After a long absence, he suddenly experienced a disorienting sensation, yet it did not persist for long before he felt a grounding sense of stability. Before his eyes lay the world he had long yearned for. Suddenly, the blaring horn of a car jolted him from his reverie. As a young driver with bleached hair leaned out of the window, "You crazy kid, what on earth are you doing in the middle of the road during the day? Move aside." The driver continued, "This guy must be looking for trouble. Hey handsome, nice reflexes. Just a slight tap on the brakes could cost you thousands. Or even tens of thousands." A female driver in a BMW also poked her head out, casting a flirtatious glance at the young man. Realizing he was standing in the middle of the road, Nangong Haotian took in his surroundings: towering buildings, glass-covered edifices, concrete, and bricks, and a group of elderly women dancing in the square. Around him were people in white sneakers, long legs, and ultra-short skirts, a dazzling spectacle indeed. To his astonishment, he had inadvertently sunk into the depths of his consciousness. If this had happened during his initial transition, he might have exclaimed in delight. However, times had changed. As a powerful sage adept in both martial and spiritual disciplines, he understood that this was merely his deep-seated conscious space. Even so, the opportunity to behold the scenery of his homeland once more, even in this manner, filled him with joy. Thus, he resolved to explore this realm. Without engaging with the young driver, Nangong Haotian quietly retreated to the side of the road. After discerning his direction, he clasped his hands behind his back and ambled towards his home. He had not wandered far when he arrived at the familiar door. "Where has that brat run off to now? You know him. He is probably online with those other kids. Why waste money when there's a computer at home?" The voices of his parents echoed through the door, familiar yet somewhat estranged. Unable to resist, Nangong Haotian reached out to open the door, only to have another hand seize his wrist. Turning around, he was stunned to find a face that mirrored his own. The other person spoke first. "Who are you? Lurking sneakily at my door? And who might you be?" He replied, "I am Nangong Haotian." The other person raised their chin defiantly. Chapter 95. A grave misunderstanding. Any individual would likely be taken aback upon encountering someone who bore an uncanny resemblance to themselves, and Nangong Haotian, a sage of dual cultivation, was no exception. After all, this was his conscious space, where everything was rooted in his memories. Here, every sight and sensation was experienced from a first-person perspective. "If you don't leave, I'll call security," the other person declared, their impatience evident in their tone. However, he did not seem intent on driving Nangong Haotian away. He threw down a fierce remark and opened the door. Standing at the threshold, Nangong Haotian immediately spotted his mother bustling in the kitchen and his father seated on the balcony, perusing a newspaper. "You little rascal, at your age. You still waste your days with those good-for-nothing boys." His mother, seemingly alerted by the commotion, turned around and reprimanded him. Yet her gaze was not directed at Nangong Haotian, but rather at the doppelganger who bore his likeness. "I'm back, aren't I? Let me see what delicious meal you've prepared today." The imposter Nangong Haotian immediately leaned in, peering into the pot, which contained the nearly finished braised pork, once Nangong Haotian's favorite dish. Now, however, the counterfeit version wore a look of delight and promptly reached for the pot. "I've told you countless times to wash your hands first and stop acting like a caveman, grabbing everything with your bare hands." His mother swatted his hand away, her tone still scolding, yet unable to conceal the underlying affection and helplessness. Those moments, once exclusively belonging to Nangong Haotian, were now claimed by another. Yet, the imposter continued to regard him with a smug, almost taunting expression. After the imposter washed his hands and took his place at the table, their mother had already served the dishes, filling bowls for both father and son. "Don't just eat the meat. You must have vegetables too. Balance your nutrition." The father furrowed his brow as he observed the imposter relentlessly piling braised pork into his bowl. The three of them shared a warm meal together, while Nangong Haotian, standing at the door, felt like a stranger. The parents he longed for day and night seemed utterly oblivious to his presence. After eons of repression, he could no longer contain himself and leaped forward, landing swiftly beside them, exclaiming, "Dad, Mom, you've been deceived. I am your true son." Yet, no matter how loudly he called out, his parents remained unresponsive, treating him as if he were invisible. They merely smiled at the false Nangong Haotian. serving him food as if they were puppets existing solely for his benefit. What have you done to them? Though it was merely an ordinary day for Nangong Haoyan, who had yearned for them for countless years, it felt like a tremendous shock. Unable to blame his parents, he directed all his anger towards the false version of himself, to the point where he almost forgot that this was not the reality. It was you who abandoned them. I am the one fulfilling your filial duty. How dare you question me? The impostor Nangong Haoyan remarked with mockery. Nangong Haoyan's heart trembled violently as he turned to his mother, reaching out to grasp her shoulders, pleading, "Mom, look at me." But the moment his hands touched her shoulders, her smiling face froze in place. Suddenly, the figure of her clad in an apron shattered before Nangong Haoyan's eyes, transforming into a pool of blood. In that fleeting moment, Nangong Haoyan stood frozen, his gaze eventually turning coldly towards the false version of himself. He remained oblivious to the fact that with his cultivation, a mere thought, or even an unconscious one, could alter reality. Indeed, as his fury and murderous intent erupted, the entire imperial palace, and even the skies above the capital, underwent a dramatic transformation. The once blue sky adorned with white clouds was swiftly veiled by heavy dark clouds, while countless flashes of lightning writhed within the depths. Vendors and pedestrians in the city hastily vacated the streets, seeking refuge in their homes or under awnings, gazing at the tumultuous sky in terror. Not me, but you. From the moment you vanished, they have already been destroyed by you. Within the realm of consciousness, the false Nangong Haoyan spoke calmly, before snapping his fingers. With that single gesture, his father, who sat beside him, instantly exploded into a shower of flesh and blood. The intense visual shock unleashed a torrent of rage within Nangong Haoyan, prompting him to lunge at his counterfeit self. Simultaneously, a tremendous rumble reverberated through the sky in the real world. Then, the colossal electric serpents that had been swirling within the clouds thrust their heads out, resembling gigantic whips suspended from above, crashing down with a thunderous crack against the ground. The earth trembled in response, and the moat outside the city surged with ferocious waves, overflowing its banks. Residents of the surrounding towns fled in panic, while the inhabitants of the imperial city cowered in corners, trembling with fear as the electric serpents rapidly approached.